Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Vice Leader Nim. Okay, Tak. 3 Egyptian hunters used their skills to bind the gigantic lizard's movement, and Han-Yeol used catwalk to jump into the air toward the monster. Hop. He gripped his sword with both hands and stabbed it deep into the monster's head. Puuk. Geek. The gigantic lizard did not die even though it had the 30-centimeter sword stabbed into its head. A reptile's brain was significantly smaller than a mammal's, so it was difficult to hit the brain without scanning it beforehand. However, Han-Yeol was not after the reptile's brain. Shall we test out this new skill? Explosion. Huiyang? Huh. Han-Yeol heard a whistling sound from somewhere, and then he was surprised by the powerful mana surging from the gigantic lizard's head. Reacting quickly, he pulled his sword out and retreated. It was then. Kaboom! The monster's head glowed bright red before a powerful explosion took place that swept Han-Yeol away. He was barely able to maintain his balance in midair, and he was pushed back a few meters after he landed. He looked at the gigantic lizard's head after the explosion occurred. He couldn't help but whistle, whew. It was a single attack, but the monster's head was nowhere to be seen. The combination of sword breath and explosion was simply too powerful. Ugh. It used up a good chunk of my mana, Han-Yeol grumbled after seeing the skill's mana consumption. He always tried to maintain at least 80% mana, but he felt dizzy after using 30% of his mana with a single skill. In short, he was only going to be able to use 3 explosions in a row even if his mana was full. A skill was going to be useless no matter how powerful it was if the user could not use it multiple times. Well, I guess I should use some of the mana stones. Han-Yeol immediately thought of a solution to his problem as he possessed the ability to increase his mag stat by absorbing mana stones. The true reason for his power in the first place lay in his multitude of skills, and the ability to increase his mana capacity opened up limitless possibilities for him. In fact, the rumors about him possessing unlimited mana stemmed from his constant use of numerous skills. Of course, those rumors were far from the truth, as there were numerous occasions when Han-Yeol came close to collapsing due to mana depletion. All of his skills were formidable, but most of them required an enormous amount of mana to execute. This was why Han-Yeol diligently absorbed mana stones. While he deemed it wasteful to absorb the high-quality mana stones from this raid, he no longer hesitated since he had other sources of income. The Egyptian hunters were utterly astonished after witnessing Han-Yeol slay the gigantic lizard with a single blow. Wow, when did he obtain that skill? He's a cheater, a cheat, Nov, L, B /JNN. Han-Yeol never explicitly mentioned it, but most of the Egyptian hunters knew that it was possible for him to learn new skills. All of these hunters received special education after awakening, so they were able to deduce things by connecting the dots. On top of that, it was impossible for them not to be able to tell as they had hunted with Han-Yeol a few times now, and he always used new skills out of the blue. Well, I guess our hunting speed is going up a notch again. Hehe. Sounds good to me. Hunting at a faster pace meant that it would be quite exhausting, but Han-Yeol didn't mind that in the slightest. Now, he could slay the gigantic lizards with a single blow, albeit at the cost of a substantial portion of his mana. This was reason enough for him to accelerate the hunt. However, what delighted him the most was the fact that the more he contributed to killing the monster, the more experience he would gain. Killing it in one hit essentially meant that he contributed almost all of it. Sukok, Guo. Han-Yeol teamed up with the Void Devils and Balrog to hunt the next gigantic lizard. Thud. The monster tried its best to resist by spewing out its poison, but the poison was easily neutralized by Balrog's flames. Wahahaha! Poison? You dare use poison against me? Pitiful! This body of mine is immune to poison. I can simply burn all of those. Wahaha! Balrog would neutralize the poison by unleashing his flames whenever the gigantic lizard spewed out its poison. The gigantic lizard was fully occupied by Balrog, and Han-Yeol waited until he recovered enough mana before charging to use explosion on the monster. Kwaok! He dashed beside the monster and left a long cut across its body. This attack would have normally ripped the monster's hide and made it bleed, but that was about it. However, kaboom, Gua. A powerful explosion suddenly triggered from the long wound Han-Yeol inflicted, and 30% of his mana disappeared along with it. Arg! He experienced a terrible headache after consuming nearly a third of his mana all at once. It wasn't surprising, considering that it was equivalent to using up a third of his lifespan. Han-Yeol had to remain still for a while, focusing on calming his breathing. However, he wasn't worried because Balrog stood by his side. Indeed, Balrog was one of the most reliable and dependable defenders Han-Yeol had ever encountered in his life. Thud. Wahaha! This monster is weakened after that attack you did. Look, it seems lethargic now. Really? Yes. Even I will find it difficult to stand after getting that kind of an injury. Ugh. Han-Yeol forced himself up. He had to finish the battle before the monster recovered. This would simply be the best situation for everyone. Shwiaik. He took out his chain this time and used a skill that he had not used for a long time. Restrain. These days, Han-Yeol relied heavily on Chain Smite after acquiring a powerful new chain. However, most of the attacks he executed with the chain relied on blunt weapons like hammers or maces to crush his enemies. Unfortunately, the gigantic lizard proved resistant to blunt force attacks, rendering the chain less effective. Nonetheless, Han-Yeol was determined to demonstrate that he possessed other chain skills apart from chain smite. Shuienik. The sickle attached to the end of the chain wrapped itself around the monster's head. Kuok. The monster was flustered when the chain wrapped around its entire body, and it immediately tried to set itself free. Balrog-nim, will you be able to withstand any attack? Of course, I will withstand it until this body breaks. You are truly dependable, Han-Yeol said as he wrapped the chain around Balrog and made sure the gigantic lizard was not going to be able to move. Quack, quack. The gigantic lizard tried to pull the chain, but it was taken aback when the chain did not budge an inch. Han-Yeol used that opening to stab the monster in its belly with flash strike. Thud. Wahaha. A battle is always thrilling. Balrog seemed to be having the time of his life after the victory. Meanwhile, Mujahid and Tayarana finished killing their gigantic lizards after Han-Yeol killed his 2 monsters. The Egyptian hunters that possessed powerful piercing skills were teamed up with Mujahid to make up for his disadvantage, while the wounded and tired Egyptian hunters were teamed up with Han-Yeol to give them time to recover. Han-Yeol's wide variety of skills allowed him to solo hunt the gigantic lizard, and this bought time for the hunters to recuperate. The porters immediately moved in and started dismembering the gigantic lizards right after the battle ended. Han-Yeol sat on top of a boulder and observed Mavrose. He thought, he's quite the curious one, so he might end up going somewhere dangerous. He was not worried at all since Mavrose never strayed far away from him until now, but he watched over his baby black dragon just in case he decided to try something new. The fact that the baby black dragon suddenly started devouring the monster's corpses, which started out of curiosity, was more than enough to make Han-Yeol take precautions. They were in a very dangerous place, so any mistake was bound to cost not only the baby black dragon's life but the entire raid party as well. Munch, munch. However, Han-Yeol's worries turned out to be unfounded as Mavrose was happily munching on a gigantic lizard's corpse. The baby black dragon was devouring the corpse, but he was only able to chew through the smaller bones for now. And just as the baby black dragon was about to top off its meal with the gigantic lizard's mana stone as a dessert, Han-Yeol jumped down from the boulder and walked over to him. He thought, he's finally done eating. It was then. Wuong, what's going on? Han-Yeol exclaimed after a powerful surge of mana swept across him. He immediately activated demon eyes to inspect what was going on, and he was surprised once more. Mavrose, he exclaimed after finding that the source of the powerful surge of mana was none other than the baby black dragon's body. And no way. Tak? Han-Yeol immediately ran toward Mavrose and hugged him. Just then, the surge of mana placed a heavy burden on his own body and he groaned in pain. Cook. What kind of mana is this? He thought as he gritted his teeth. What's going on? Over there. There was no way the hunters would not be able to sense such a powerful surge of mana, and all of them rushed over to see what was going on. As the hunters gathered around Mavrose, Miriam was the first to shout. Han-Yeol-nim, please get away from Mavrose. You will be swept away by the explosion the moment that mana triggers an explosion. You will not make it. She made a cold yet precise judgment. Various manuals published in multiple languages detailed specific dangerous scenarios, including the occurrence of a sudden, powerful surge of mana released by a hunter or a monster. The manual explicitly stated that everyone should immediately evacuate if such an event were to happen. This was not a false warning or a mere safety precaution, as numerous civilians and hunters had already lost their lives due to such explosions. However, Han-Yeol could not do that. He yelled, but Mavrose will be. Mavrose seemed to be in pain as he helplessly trembled. Miriam inspected the situation from afar and was confident that this was exactly what the manuals stated. She thought, I'm sure it's going to lead to an explosion. Han-Yeol-nim. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Han-Yeol in such a manner. Initially, the Horus raid party treated him as an outcast, but they had come to accept him as one of their own. His abilities and personality had won their hearts, and Miriam was one of the closest people who witnessed his admirable qualities firsthand. She observed that Tayarana had become more cheerful after meeting Han-Yeol, and Miriam herself had found a companion with whom she could freely share her thoughts. In fact, even the initially snobbish executives of the Horus raid party had recognized Han-Yeol as someone worthy of being their vice leader. The Egyptian president had gone so far as to send his own son to learn under Han-Yeol's guidance. Han-Yeol's popularity wasn't limited to the hunters, he was also well liked among the porters. Perhaps it was because he had worked as a porter for 4 years, which allowed him to empathize with them. There was no one in the Horus raid party who hadn't received his assistance. I'm alright, Miriam. I can absorb the mana if it turns into an explosion. I will definitely quell this rampaging mana within Mavrose. That's the only way he can survive this. But, Tak? Somebody grabbed Miriam by the shoulder when she was about to rush in and pull Han-Yeol out. She looked back and saw that it was Tayarana. Tayarana shook her head and said, don't try to stop him. Let him be. But, Mavrose is equally important to Han-Yeol, just as he is important to us. We didn't spend much time with Candaloose and Pippi, but we would probably do the same for them, right? Yes. Tayarana was right. Both of them had a deep affection for their pets and felt a sense of sadness when they had to leave them behind at their mansion. Despite not spending much time with them, they already felt a strong bond. It made Han-Yeol wonder how much deeper his feelings for Mavrose would grow, considering they were practically inseparable. Mavrose had become more than just a pet to Han-Yeol, he had become a cherished member of his family. This held significant meaning for Han-Yeol, as Mavrose was his first family member besides his father. Is there nothing else we can do aside from hope that Han-Yeol and Mavrose will be alright? Miriam was saddened. Han-Yeol was precious to her, but there was nothing she could do for him. What do you mean by we can't do anything? Mujahid. Yes, Nunam. Tayarana called out to Mujahid and they formed a triangle with Han-Yeol. Hap. Hiep. They channeled their mana toward Han-Yeol, enveloping him in a thin layer of energy. This action would aid his concentration by isolating him from the surrounding noise and commotion. Nov. L. B //JNN. Thank you, everyone. Han-Yeol was able to concentrate thanks to the barrier Tayarana and Mujahid erected around him. He did tell Miriam that he could survive the explosion if he absorbed the mana, but he had no idea if that was even possible in the first place. No, he knew that it was not possible. Forget about absorbing the mana or whatnot. I won't be able to survive an explosion from this much mana. Tisk. I hate the thought of dying, but I can't just sit and watch Mavrose die. If Han-Yeol could find a way to control the rampaging mana, he would be able to save Mavrose. He refused to remain idle while his beloved family member was in peril, simply because the situation was dangerous. The memories he had with Mavrose flashed in front of his eyes. Mavrose was in a weakened state and he looked up at Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol was determined to not let his baby black dragon die. Demon eyes. He could not see the flow of mana after activating his skill. Still, he injected his mana into Mavrose to try and tame the rampaging mana, but, the mana started rampaging even more after it sensed an external force trying to mess with it. Focus. You need to focus. The mana will only rampage even more if you try to tame it forcefully. Think of it as catching a starved beast. I need to find a way to catch it without confronting it head-on, Han-Yeol told himself. A beast and mana were completely different things, but they were both similar when it came to the difficulty of handling them. Han-Yeol gently approached the mana and avoided stirring it up. Then, he slowly tried to tame it without agitating it. However, the mana immediately lashed at him the moment it noticed that he was trying to pull something. Wuong, cook. This dem mana dares to? Han-Yeol struggled with the mana for nearly an hour before he was able to miraculously tame it. It's not over yet? He was aware that it was crucial for the tamed mana to reattach itself to Mavrose. If too much mana left his body, Mavrose would undoubtedly perish. That's why it was of utmost importance to return the mana as gently as possible. Han-Yeol spent nearly 2 hours after that to slowly return the mana into Mavrose's body. Finally relieved, he thought, alright, his mana capacity is a bit small, but he can manage this much without any issues. Mana was an extremely volatile energy that could rampage just like it had done just now, but it was innately a good type of energy that was docile once it found its place. It's finally over. Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief. Tayarana and Mujahid instinctively knew that the ordeal was over despite Han-Yeol speaking in Korean, and they cancelled the barrier surrounding him. Han-Yeol was patting the unconscious baby black dragon's head when, Wuong, what? What's going on? Mavrose started to shine brightly in a blue light. It went without saying that this surprised Han-Yeol, but more importantly, the other hunters watching started getting anxious at the sight. It's not mana rampage. This feels different from that, but what on earth is it then? Han-Yeol could not do anything about it as the mana was simply shining without causing any harm. The light grew stronger until it became blinding. Han-Yeol exerted his utmost effort to withstand the blinding light, but eventually, it became too overwhelming for him to continue gazing. He shielded his eyes with his arm and cautiously stole a glance at Mavrose. To his astonishment, he observed Mavrose's silhouette gradually growing larger and larger. What the? Mavrose's body continued growing for 10 minutes before the light shot up toward the sky. Afterward, Mavrose finally made his reappearance. Mavrose. Kroong. How can this be? That is Mavrose. That little pup turned into that. How is this possible? The Egyptian hunters were in an uproar after seeing Mavrose, and even Tayarana and Miriam had their mouths agape. In fact, Tayarana was so shocked that she drooled a bit, which was uncharacteristic of her. Is this the true appearance of a monster pet? How can this be? On the other hand, wow, is this what 1 trillion won is going to get you? I have a feeling the price is going to shoot up from now on, Mujahid thought. He wasn't particularly captivated by the cuteness of Mavrose, Candaloose, and Pippi, as charming appearances held little value in battle. In all honesty, he considered 1 trillion won to be squandered on these pets. However, he now began to regret neglecting his Black Panther, which he hadn't even bothered to name until this moment. They say that a treasure will show its worth depending on who uses it. I guess I judged the book by its cover, he thought. Then, his instinct as a 34 trillion won owner kicked in. Those are definitely going to be much more expensive from now on. He could foresee a worldwide clamor for monster pets in the future. These rare treasures were destined to command price tags multiple times their original value. It was evident that Han-Yeol, being the sole individual capable of hatching these pets, had paved the way for their exponential increase in worth. Kriung. Mavrose shot out powerful air from his nostrils. The adorable little winged lizard had undergone a sudden transformation into a legendary creature, the dragon. While there were slight variations in the appearance of Eastern and Western dragons, the key distinction lay in their portrayal. Western dragons were often depicted as cunning and malevolent creatures, while Eastern dragons were revered as wise and powerful beings. However, Han-Yeol was well aware that Mavrose was not an evil dragon. Furthermore, Mavro's size was perfect, not too large, allowing Han-Yeol to easily mount and ride him. Mavrose, Han-Yeol said as he approached the black dragon. Don't tell me, isn't it dangerous? The Egyptian hunters around them were concerned that Mavrose was going to attack Han-Yeol because of how imposing the baby black dragon had become, but... Kyryuk. Ahem. Mavrose smiled brightly and rubbed his head against Han-Yeol, which was the exact opposite of what the Egyptian hunters were worried about. Haha, you look really cool now, Mavrose. Kyryuk. Mavrose appeared to be asking, really, and then struck a pose with his head held high. It resembled a young child boasting to their parents after receiving a compliment about their appearance. Alright, let's check your abilities, Mavrose. This is what it's for, right? Mavrose status screen. Mavrose, Mini Black Dragon. Level, 10. Traits, Darkness, Poison. Innate ability, Dragon Breath, Mode Change. Stats. STR, 100. AGI, 100. VIT, 100. Flying, 100. Flight Speed, 100. Skills, Magic, F. Dragon Buff, F. Magic, F. Type, Active. Description, a dragon awakens magic the moment they are born, and they are able to wield magic as soon as they awaken. A dragon will instinctively learn new magic as they grow, and only the dragon itself will know their magic's details. Dragon Buff, F. Type, Passive. Description, an awakened dragon's presence alone is more than enough to buff its allies. Anyone that acknowledges the awakened dragon as their ally will receive a 10% stats buff to all of their abilities. The awakened dragon will instinctively place a permanent 5% stats buff on their owner or rider. The permanent buff will increase as the dragon becomes more powerful. Current buffs to Han-Yeol, 15%. Awesome. Kyryuk. Once again, Han-Yeol exclaimed in amazement upon seeing Mavro's stats and skills. Since there were no notification messages, he had no idea, but Mavrose had already reached level 10 and experienced a massive increase in all his attributes. Not only that, despite Mavrose being unable to use magic, he possessed a valuable buff skill that Han-Yeol had desperately desired. Although it was a shame that the buff skill wasn't Han-Yeol's own, it didn't matter since he had no intention of parting with Mavrose. In the end, Han-Yeol's allies became Mavro's allies, and they would all benefit from his buffs. I should commission a saddle, no, a dragon saddle to be made for you after this raid. How does that sound? Kyryuk? Mavrose continued rubbing his head on Han-Yeol no matter what he said. The dangerous situation turned into a surprising one, and the Egyptian hunters were simply flabbergasted by the whole thing. They were just staring blankly at the mini black dragon rubbing its head on Han-Yeol. There were only 3 people in the Horus raid party that could freely approach Han-Yeol whenever they wanted, and these were none other than Tiarana, Miriam, and Mujahid, who Han-Yeol had personal relationships with. Han-Yeol, is this child really Mavrose? Huh? Why are you asking that when you saw what happened, Tara? But that small cute and cuddly baby turned into. How did it turn into a dragon in the blink of an eye? Miriam was left speechless. The entire situation was simply too astonishing for her to process. The sudden transformation of the creature she had once regarded as a cute pet into a formidable companion capable of fighting alongside its owner was beyond her wildest imagination. The shock of it all overwhelmed her. But Hyungnim, can you really use Mavrose in combat? Of course. I have already assessed his abilities using my skills. He possesses some incredible skills that would make him an excellent combat partner when riding him. Kyryuk. Han-Yeol and Mavrose did not communicate via words, but the mini black dragon knew what Han-Yeol was trying to say. He stood up tall and made an imposing pose to further emphasize his presence to the Tiarana, Miriam, and Mujahid. Oh, don't you feel anything by any chance? Like, do you feel more powerful or do you feel you have more mana? Han-Yeol couldn't help but feel like a proud parent, eager to boast about their child. He subtly hinted at them, hoping they would notice Mavro's skill. Huh? How did you know? I suddenly felt my mana increase and I feel more powerful now. Also, my body feels lighter. My calculation tells me that I have become 10% stronger. Miriam accurately pinpointed the amount Mavro's buff gave. Wow, you got it right. How did you know the exact figure? Simple. The area I could use my telepathic abilities has increased by 10%. My mana and physical ability seemed to have increased as well, but I based my deduction on the area in which my telepathic ability increased. Haha, you're right. Mavrose awakened with a skill this time, and he now possesses a buff skill called Dragon Buff. Any ally of his is going to have 10% extra buff from now on. Han-Yeol deliberately hid the fact that he got an extra 5% buff from Mavrose as he did not see a point in telling them that. That is truly amazing. A 10% buff to 10 A rank hunters is equivalent to gaining another one. Amazing. Tiarana seemed to be sincerely amazed. Just how far can you go, Han-Yeol? Beats me. I have no idea myself. Han-Yeol simply shrugged in response to Tiarana's question, and he was being 100% honest about it. A concept called max level that signaled the end of one's growth existed in most games, but Han-Yeol was not able to check any details about his ability on forums or developers' announcements like games have. Therefore, he himself had no idea of where his true limits were. More importantly, even his guide did not seem to know what his limits were. I apologize, Han-Yeol Nim. No need to apologize, Carvis. It doesn't matter what my limits are, Han-Yeol replied. Carvis, the ego system, apologized for not knowing anything despite calling herself his guide. While Tiarana, Mariam, and Han-Yeol were busy discussing things, Mujahid looked quite relaxed. This was because he was the only one who did not pay much attention to his monster pet. Excuse me, Hyungnim. Nov, L, B //JNN. Yes, Mujahid. I am really surprised that cute little Mavrose turned into such a dependable guy. Did you expect this? Mujahid was sincerely curious. He recognized Han-Yeol as a fellow battle fanatic and deduced that Han-Yeol nurtured the baby black dragon, despite its lack of battle capability, solely because he knew this was going to be the outcome. A pet that can't fight is just a piece of trash, after all, Mujahid thought. I didn't really give it much thought at the beginning. I figured that he was going to pay me back someday if I sincerely nurtured him with love and care, but I didn't really know how that payback was going to be. Han-Yeol was serious about what he said. Mavro's existence alone was more than enough to heal him. However, Mujahid completely misunderstood Han-Yeol and interpreted it in his own way. He thought, I see. Good things really do come to those who wait. Initially, Mujahid had no idea what he was supposed to learn from a commoner like Han-Yeol, and he couldn't understand why his father would give such a command in the first place. However, his perception of Han-Yeol had completely changed now. Father, Han-Yeol is truly a person worth learning from, he thought. Mujahid might appear cute and innocent on the outside, but deep inside, he was a shrewd and cunning individual who owned multiple large companies. Unbeknownst to him, the directors of his companies referred to him as the cute snake. Despite his outward cuteness, he possessed a hidden nature that was both cunning and dangerous, much like a snake. The hunt was initially interrupted due to the commotion caused by Han-Yeol and Mavrose, but they continued without encountering significant issues thereafter. However, problems were bound to arise unexpectedly. The Horus raid party returned to the base camp the following morning, preparing to mobilize once again. It was at this moment that Mariam noticed something peculiar. The 1,000-armed bodhisattva moved overnight. Tiarana looked at Han-Yeol after hearing that. She seemed to be asking if what Mariam observed was correct, since she knew that he possessed the skill to observe mana in the distance. Han-Yeol nodded in response after using demon eyes and gave credibility to Mariam's observation. He could see that the boss monster was moving right now as well, but that was not the end of it. To where? Tiarana grimaced and asked Mariam. She still looked beautiful despite grimacing, as she was the embodiment of beauty itself. However, she was clearly feeling extremely troubled. She wondered to herself, why now of all times? If things had gone according to plan, they would have reached the 1,000-armed bodhisattva today, resulting in everything being concluded by tomorrow. However, due to Mariam's recent revelation, they would have to fight their way through the monsters once again in order to reach the boss monster. At this point, it was uncertain how much time they would waste in pursuit of the boss monster. The boss monster is moving slowly, so I cannot say for sure, but I can deduce from its direction that it is heading towards Sokuram Grotto. Sokuram. Han-Yeol exclaimed after hearing what Mariam said. Yes, that is correct. Do you know anything about it? Quack. Instead of explaining with words, Han-Yeol spread out the map in the meeting room and then pointed at Sokuram Grotto's location. He reiterated some information he had learned from the internet. The reason that Bulgaksa Temple is the most valuable temple in Korea is precisely because of Sokuram Grotto. It is the most dazzling treasure left behind by a 1,000-year-old kingdom, and it is designated as our 24th national treasure. The statue of Buddha inside Sokuram Grotto can be considered as a representation of Korean Buddhism. The 1,000-armed bodhisattva is also a statue of Buddha, right? Yes, but that is one of the Buddhist gods. The Buddha in Sokuram Grotto is the Buddha himself. Whether it was truth or fiction, it didn't matter to Han-Yeol. Being a Christian by religion, he wasn't well versed in Buddhism. What mattered to him was the presence of a monster masquerading as Buddha, making its way toward what was believed to be the authentic representation of Buddha. Whatever the reason may be, it is quite fortunate that we do not have to fight our way through the monsters, assuming that is the boss monster's final destination. You think so too? Yes. In fact, if all goes well, we might be able to fight according to our terms. I agree with you. Puck. Mujahid clenched his fists together, a habit he had whenever he was getting riled up for a fight. I don't understand what you mean, but I won't complain as long as you let me fight. I feel like destroying that monster. Mariam let out a sigh and shook her head in resignation. You really do not care about anything except fighting. She could not understand how Mujahid was able to be so carefree in these kinds of situations. On the other hand, Mujahid did not back down an inch as he found the luxury to tease Mariam. He said cheekily, Huh, Mariam? Are you jealous of monsters now? Mariam felt her blood pressure rise sharply in response to his ill-timed joke. She snapped, that will never happen. The people around them found it quite entertaining to watch the two bicker. Anyway, the Horus raid party's schedule underwent a drastic change after the 1,000-armed bodhisattva started moving. The base camp had to be dismantled and all of their forces were to be moved to Sokuram Grotto. While the Horus raid party was busy packing up to move their base camp to Sokuram Grotto, Kim Cha-il suddenly approached Han-Yeol. He exclaimed, Han-Yeol Nim. We have a problem. A problem. Han-Yeol muttered. He thought, is there a problem besides the fact the 1,000-armed bodhisattva has started moving? He tried to think of other possible problems, but he could not think of anything as both his father and Yubai were safe. Also, Mavrose might have grown in size, but he was able to revert to his small and cute form whenever he wanted. That is. Kim Cha-il exclaimed while profusely sweating. The association just received a report that the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva is heading toward the Sokuram Grotto. The association is asking you to immediately mobilize toward the Sokuram Grotto and... Han-Yeol looked at Kim Cha-il in disbelief while wondering, hey, is he slow or just dumb? How did he become a manager with his caliber? The Horus raid party was swiftly making preparations to move, with only their combat personnel in motion this time. Their goal was to reach Sokuram Grotto at a faster pace than the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, allowing them more time to fortify their defenses. However, it appeared that manager Kim Cha-il remained oblivious to the current situation. Sigh, Han-Yeol sighed inwardly in disbelief. He had sensed that the man was somewhat oblivious from the moment they met, but he hadn't anticipated him to be this inept. It was truly unbelievable that someone like him held a managerial position within the Hunters Association. Han-Yeol could have found a sense of satisfaction by confronting the incompetent man, but he knew deep down that it wouldn't bring about any meaningful change. Besides, as the vice leader of the Horus raid party, Han-Yeol had his hands full with responsibilities and had no time to waste arguing with him. Our raid party has already found out about that. We are making preparations to immediately head to Sokuram Grotto. Now, please step aside. I am quite busy, Han-Yeol said. Why yes, Kim Cha-il muttered in embarrassment as he stepped aside. Then, Han-Yeol got to work by using psychokinesis to move things around. Kim Cha-il felt a sense of frustration as he was treated as an inconvenience, despite rushing as soon as he received the report from the association. Although he had a reputation for incompetence within the association, he worked diligently and wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Ironically, it was his dedication and willingness to handle various undesirable or troublesome cases that led him to become a manager. Ironically, the department he managed was often referred to as the rubbish bin of the association, responsible for handling all sorts of dirty or nuisance cases. Sigh, what can I do? I can't complain about how I'm treated if I want to continue supporting my family, he lamented. Despite being treated as an outcast within the association, Kim Cha-il held the position of a manager, which came with a significantly high salary. He couldn't complain about how he was treated because he earned far more than most of his friends. Additionally, everyone respected him for his managerial role at the association, and he enjoyed benefits such as his children's education being taken care of by the association. His job required him to endure all challenges and hardships no matter the cost. Kim Cha-il decided to think about something else after he grumbled and cursed Han-Yeol and the Horus raid party. Sigh, I've heard that becoming a hunter these days is incredibly difficult unless you're born into privilege. Perhaps I shouldn't let my son pursue a career as a hunter unless he joins a reputable raid party like this one. It seems that the chances of survival are significantly higher if you have influential connections in the field. He had the same dilemma as most parents did. Being a hunter offered the potential for substantial wealth and social prestige, but there was a noticeable disparity in the mortality rates among hunters, depending on their level of connections and support. As a result, the number of ordinary individuals aspiring to become hunters had significantly declined in recent times. The power of a nation was often assessed based on the quantity and caliber of its hunters, leading many countries to actively encourage their citizens, including children, to aspire to become hunters. However, the same sentiment did not resonate in South Korea, where the majority of parents prioritized the safety and stability of their children's lives, preferring them to pursue careers as civil servants rather than risking their lives on the front lines as hunters. The prevailing issue had the potential to detrimentally impact the country's future national power, making it a significant social concern. However, the current state of affairs saw politicians primarily engaged in internal conflicts and power struggles, rather than focusing on addressing the nation's pressing matters. I heard Egypt is a very nice place to live these days. Should I curry favor with Han-Yeol Hunter Nim and migrate there? Kim Cha-il wondered. Despite the prevailing trend shifting toward the prominence of hunters, Korean cultural content continued to enjoy international fame. The recent collaboration between South Korea and Egypt had led to a flourishing cultural exchange, with Korean culture being warmly received by the Egyptian people. Furthermore, a significant number of Egyptians had developed a fondness for the Korean alphabet, with news articles reporting that many Egyptians were actively learning the Korean language. While Kim Cha-il was lost in daydreams about his future, the Horus raid party had already completed their preparations and set off on their mission. Kim Cha-il let out a sigh. Then, one of his staff, Jin Sun, approached him and asked, Manager Nim, did the Horus raid party go to Sokuram Grotto already? Yes. They already knew about it before we even told them. Oh, I heard they have a special drone. They must have found out about the move through that. I mean, that should be faster than looking at satellite imagery, right? It seemed that Jin Sun was faster than Kim Cha-il. Yeah. Anyway, the only thing we can do now is to pray that they successfully raid the boss monster. I understand, Manager Nim. Jin Sun immediately cut the conversation after noticing that Kim Cha-il was in a bad mood. Kim Cha-il was not the type who usually got angry, but he saw no benefit in further irritating his superior. However, that did not mean Jin Sun himself was without worries. He sighed inwardly. Sigh. I wonder if our department will be forever treated like trash. Regrettably, as soon as he began working, Kim Cha-il found himself embroiled in a fight with the son of a high-ranking executive within the association. Due to this unfortunate altercation, he was subsequently transferred to the rubbish department as a consequence. Jin Sun had a strong desire to accumulate as many merits as possible in order to escape from the rubbish department. However, he found himself assigned to mostly mundane and dirty tasks, such as handling complaints from impolite hunters. He pondered whether the day would ever come when he would see the light at the end of the tunnel. Jin Sun had no desire to spend his entire career in the rubbish department, cleaning up after others without receiving any recognition. One Sokuram is a historical site in Korea. More info here. The Horus raid party hopped into their trucks, left the Bulgaksa temple, and quickly made their way to Sokuram Grotto. Surprisingly, they did not encounter many monsters on the way to Sokuram Grotto, although they had to take a significant detour to avoid them. Creak. We have arrived. Thud. Thud. The hunters disembarked from the trucks, but their job was far from over simply because they had reached their destination. Under Miriam's command, the Horus raid party swiftly prepared for battle, setting up a variety of traditional weapons to hunt the colossal boss monster. Although the weapons were infused with mana, it was clear that it wouldn't be enough to inflict any significant damage on the boss monster. Well, I'm sure they have a plan. Han-Yeol shrugged before using demon eyes to check the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Thud, 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 thud. The boss monster was still some distance away, so the tremors were not excessively strong. However, Han-Yeol could definitely discern that the monster was indeed making its way toward them. Whoosh, whoosh. Han-Yeol waved his hand and signaled to Miriam that the boss monster was still on the way. Hurry up and get ready. We are going to test the weapons sent from our motherland. Yes, ma'am. Oh right, they sent some stuff from Egypt, right? Han-Yeol recalled that there had been a recent delivery of several weapons from Egypt, but he had no knowledge of their specific contents or nature. As he lacked initial interest in the weapons, Han-Yeol refrained from asking any questions. However, witnessing the process of their installation gradually sparked his curiosity, piquing his interest in them. I should go and have a look when they're testing those out. I'm sure the information will be helpful to you by. As the vice leader of the Horus raid party, Han-Yeol was aware of his position. However, he also recognized that there were limits to how far he could ascend within the group due to not being of Egyptian descent. Of course, he was now quite influential within the Horus raid party, but there was a limit to how much information he could access when it came to the dealings of the raid party and the Egyptian government. Oh right. I have that option. Han-Yeol came up with a good idea while observing the 1,000-armed bodhisattva with demon eyes. Mavros, he called out. Q. Transform to battle mode. Han-Yeol shouted. He suddenly cringed, feeling a peculiar sensation as his toes involuntarily curled inward. Q. Wuong. Mavros' body was enveloped in mana and started growing bigger the moment Han-Yeol gave the command. He then transformed into the majestic form that everyone became in awe of. Han-Yeol recognized that transform might be perceived as a somewhat juvenile word to use, and he acknowledged that there were other more sophisticated alternatives available. Nevertheless, he believed that transform was the most fitting term to describe Mavros and was determined not to change it up. Quack. Mavros underwent astounding growth, expanding from a mere 1 meter to an impressive 10 meters in height. His wingspan now stretched a colossal 17 meters, and his flight capabilities rivaled those of a fighter jet. In summary, Mavros possessed remarkable abilities. Mavros. Kairyuk. Mavros sat on the ground to make it easier for Han-Yeol to get on top after realizing what he wanted. Phew. Han-Yeol was a tad bit nervous now that he was mounting Mavros. He was a thrill seeker in a way, but he was not the type who would do extreme and risky sports. I wanted to mount him only after procuring a saddle, but Han-Yeol preferred to mount the black dragon in a safer manner, but seeing the 1,000-armed bodhisattva up close was more important right now. While Han-Yeol's life motto was safety first, as a hunter, there were instances where he had to willingly jeopardize his own safety. Wow, you're so comfortable to ride, Mavros. Kairyuk. Tyrana approached Han-Yeol while he was busy praising Mavros. Miriam was responsible for most non-combat things, so Tyrana did not have to be present at their new camp. Where are you going, Han-Yeol? I want to go see the 1,000-armed bodhisattva with my own eyes, and that's why I'm going to fly with Mavros. It's currently coming this way, so I'm going to lure it back on track if it ever goes off path. Ah, I see. Tyrana nodded in agreement to Han-Yeol's plan, and then she suddenly said, I'll go with you. Huh. I can't mount Candaloo since he is still young, but I can fly on my own with my suit. Are you sure? Han-Yeol was actually asking Tyrana for formality's sake. She was the strongest person in the Horus raid party, so him asking her was more of a rhetorical question. Do you doubt my skills? Well, I guess your skills are better than mine. The conversation did not last longer than that as both of them were just joking around. Quack. Tyrana spread her wings and flew up first. She said, follow me, Junior. Whoosh. Han-Yeol prepared to fly in hot pursuit of Tyrana after she teased him. He muttered with a smirk, so, you like teasing. Then, he gave the command to his black dragon, Mavros, we need to catch up to Tyrana. Kairyuk. Mavros seemed to have realized that Tyrana was teasing both of them, so he spread out his massive 17 meters wingspan and flew up. Whoa, I'm flying. Han-Yeol exclaimed with the same astonishment and exhilaration that most people would express when experiencing flight for the first time. Han-Yeol nim, please wait a moment. Miriam. After receiving a message in his head from Miriam, Han-Yeol said, Mavrose, wait a minute. Kyryuk. As Han-Yeol asked Mavrose to descend, Miriam and Yubai were walking toward them. Yubai. Appa? Take this. Yubai said as she passed a necklace with a camera to Han-Yeol. What's this? Han-Yeol asked. Han-Yeol accepted the necklace as it was given to him, but he couldn't comprehend the reason behind why she was giving him the camera in the first place. Miriam was the one to satisfy his curiosity. She explained, this camera is a specially designed multi-purpose device created by Yubai Nim for Mavrose. It harnesses a small amount of mana from whoever it is attached to, allowing it to function even in the presence of strong electromagnetic interference. You will be able to use it effectively around the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. In addition, she continued, you will have the ability to transmit the scene in real time, allowing us to observe the video feed. However, there is a limitation in terms of not being able to record the footage. Miriam spoke in Korean instead of Arabic to be considerate to Yubai. She was not very considerate of others aside from Tiarana, but she slowly started to change after meeting new people. Wow, okay. Hey, Mavrose. Are you alright with wearing this? Han-Yeol asked his black dragon's opinion first. Kyryuk. Mavrose replied by lowering his head to make it easy to mount the camera. Han-Yeol wrapped a rope around Mavrose's neck and secured the camera in place. Kyryuk. Mavrose did not seem to be bothered by the camera, and Han-Yeol patted the black dragon's neck just to be safe. The black dragon was much larger now, but he was still a cute little baby dragon to Han-Yeol. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's go, Mavrose. Quack. Mavrose flew into the air. Whoa! Yubai exclaimed while watching the black dragon shoot up into the air. It was truly a cool scene that made her think, I want to have my own monster pet too. Her desire to quickly earn 1 trillion won and buy a monster pet from Han-Yeol grew after seeing the majesty of the black dragon. Mavrose lived up to his legendary status as a monster, showcasing his innate ability to fly effortlessly, despite it being his first time taking flight since hatching from the egg. There was no trace of awkwardness as he swiftly soared through the sky, displaying a remarkable natural aptitude. Mavrose was extremely excited after flying for the first time, and the same went for Han-Yeol who was flying for the first time too. Well, Han-Yeol seemed to be enjoying it more than the black dragon. This is amazing. Han-Yeol shouted while facing the wind head-on. Shwayayayayayay. Ugh. I can't do anything about this wind and the noise. What if I ask Yubai to make me some equipment? Han-Yeol made a mental note of what was uncomfortable during the flight. Mavrose was flying at such high speed that the wind was placing great pressure on Han-Yeol's body. Thankfully, he was not really damaged or affected by the wind as his stats had increased by quite a lot after awakening. However, the sound of the wind was quite annoying. It dampened the whole flying experience. Oh well, I just have to get used to it. Is that why Tiarana wears a helmet? Han-Yeol finally understood why Tiarana covered her beautiful face with a helmet every time she flew. Kya? Kaya? Mavrose shrieked out in joy due to his very first flight. Hehe, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Kaya. Although Mavrose possessed a certain level of cuteness and obediently followed Han-Yeol's commands, he remained a true monster at his core. In essence, if he had been born as a regular monster instead of a pet, he would have been meant to roam the skies freely and without restraint. The black dragon couldn't contain his overwhelming excitement at finally being able to unleash his primal instincts, having been domesticated throughout his entire life. However, this didn't imply that he would suddenly attack Han-Yeol or pose any threat to him. Mavrose finally caught up to Tiarana after a while. Pat? Han-Yeol tapped Mavrose to signal him to stop after Tiarana stopped in midair as well. Hey, Tiarana. Look over there, Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol looked toward the area where Tiarana was pointing. Ugh. Boom, 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 boom. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was strolling toward Han-Yeol and Tiarana. Tiarana took off her helmet and inspected the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. She commented, it's really big. Yeah, I agree, and do you feel that guy's massive mana? Tiarana nodded in response. It's undoubtedly a formidable monster that would require a master rank hunter to defeat. I'm starting to feel uneasy since we don't have a master rank hunter among us. I'm worried too. I hope the kids won't get hurt in this raid. Tiarana had demanded a huge sum of 1.2 trillion won from the Korean Hunters Association as the reward for completing this raid. The unique item was important too, but she placed greater importance in the hunters who fought alongside her all these years. The 1 trillion won and unique items did not particularly appeal to her from the start, as Egypt ranked second in terms of the number of unique items possessed, making them less enticing to her. Tiarana would have declined the request if the boss was within their hunting grounds. However, due to the alliance between Egypt and South Korea, she couldn't ignore the crisis unfolding in South Korea and thus decided to accept the request. That was the sole reason why Tiarana had agreed to this raid. All of them have been with me for a long time, and the cooperation within our raid party is exceptional. If any of them were to perish during this raid, I would need to find replacements and invest significant time in retraining them. It's a demanding process. Additionally, hunters are highly esteemed individuals in Egypt. Yeah, I've started growing attached to them, so I would really hate it if anyone died. Tiarana drew the sword on her waist. Han-Yeol was stunned for a moment before he asked, Tara, what are you doing? I have to weaken him, even by a little bit, to ensure the safety of the kids later. It's dangerous. Yeah, I know, but we don't know anything about him. Those kids will be in greater danger than me because they're not even Osiris ranked. Why you rewrite, but... Han-Yeol wanted to say something but Tiarana appeared quite resolute. Tiarana was not sure if she could win against Han-Yeol with 100% certainty, despite him having a lower rank than her. This was because of his numerous abilities, which made it easier for him to survive certain perilous situations. In short, it would be much easier for her to test the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva if he assisted her. Ugh, I guess I don't have a choice. Han-Yeol took out his chain and cast his skill Force Shield. It had been a long time since he had last used this skill. The main objective of this skirmish was not to defeat the boss monster, but rather to inflict some damage and gather information about its abilities. They were already aware that the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva possessed remarkably fast arm movements, but obtaining additional information would greatly benefit the Horus raid party. Tiarana smiled after hearing Han-Yeol's response. She said, as expected, you are the best partner for me, Han-Yeol. However, she muttered those words so softly under her breath that Han-Yeol failed to hear them. Simply wearing her helmet and gripping her sword, Tiarana then said, Han-Yeol, I leave my back to you. Don't worry about that. Let's go, Mavrose. Han-Yeol was confident in his ability to support Tiarana. Keek. Mavrose let out a cry and started flying toward the boss monster. I'll have to attract that monster and buy her some time, Han-Yeol thought. Quachik. Han-Yeol unsparingly took out a mana stone and crushed it. Enhance. Ding. The rank of Enhance has increased from B to A. Jackpot? Han-Yeol exclaimed after reading the message. He had been using Enhance quite often these days, and it had reached a rank, which meant that he would be able to absorb 100% of the mana stone from now on. Han-Yeol pulled the trigger of his machine gun as soon as the mana stone was shattered. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a? He used his mana to fire bullets instead of regular ones, and a ray of blue light flew toward the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Bam, 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 bam. The bullets directly hit the boss monster in the face thanks to the assistance of homing bullet. Alright, eating all 30 enhanced bullets is definitely going to deal some. Thud. Han-Yeol did not have many expectations in the first place. While his mana bullets were powerful, he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva casually continuing to walk without even flinching. However, what surprised him the most was the fact that there wasn't a single scratch on the boss monster's face. How is this possible? Han-Yeol muttered in disbelief. Shwoo, keek. Mavrose immediately twisted his body when a yellow energy wave the shape of a gigantic hand flew toward them. Whoosh. Fortunately, Mavrose was able to evade it in time, and the gigantic hand-shaped energy hit the mountain below them instead. Boom. Heok. Han-Yeol gasped in horror upon witnessing the hand-shaped crater left behind on the mountain, a testament to the sheer power of the boss monster's single attack. The force was so immense that it had created a significant indentation in the ground. Feeling cold sweat dripping down his back, he muttered, "We're dead if that hits us." It appeared that the energy wave was emitted from one of the 10 hands located in the front of the boss monster, rather than from the numerous hands on its back. The boss monster's attack pattern is not limited to swinging all 1,000 arms. Its front hands are also capable of executing ranged attacks. This information is crucial, but unfortunately, it is not favorable news at all, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. He discovered that the boss monster possessed the ability to perform ranged attacks. However, it would be extremely challenging for the other hunters to evade these attacks while simultaneously dealing with the other 999 hands. It's still better than being clueless later on. He clicked his tongue and found solace in the fact that they got a heads up before the actual battle. The scene would have been transmitted to the Horus raid party through the camera mounted on Mavrose, indicating that Miriam was likely occupied with devising a new strategy to confront the boss monster. Just as the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva and Han-Yeol were engaged in a skirmish, Tiarana suddenly popped up from behind the boss monster. She flew at almost supersonic speed and stabbed the boss monster in its back. Shwayay. Quack. Then, she raised the gun in her right hand and shot mana bullets at the boss monster. Bang, bang, bang. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva turned around and the arms on its back flew toward Tiarana. Watch out, Terra. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Tiarana continued flying while narrowly avoiding the hands. Quack. Just as Tiarana cut down the hands that she found difficult to avoid, Han-Yeol noticed something at that moment. The hands don't grow back. Most monsters with multiple arms or heads had the ability to regenerate them if they were severed while the monster was still alive. However, it appeared that this was not the case for the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. That means the bastard isn't invincible, he came to this conclusion. However, this did not imply that dealing with the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva became any easier. Whoosh, cook, keek. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva directed its attention toward Tiarana, occasionally throwing a hand at Han-Yeol to keep him at a distance. Han-Yeol reached the conclusion that the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was too formidable for just the two of them to handle. He desired to retreat and regroup with the Horus raid party if it was feasible. However, Tiarana persisted in circling the boss monster at supersonic speed, determined to weaken its power even by the smallest measure if she could. Tisk, I guess we have no choice. Mavrose. Quayaok? Mavrose let out a cry before flying even faster. Boom, 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 Mavros accelerated threefold, leaving shockwaves in his wake. Han-Yeol clung on for dear life, unable to focus on anything else. The fear of falling off the black dragon overwhelmed him, forcing him to tightly grip both hands to maintain his balance. It wasn't a matter of lacking strength, but rather the concern of unintentionally harming Mavros if he held on too tightly. In the midst of this intense struggle, Han-Yeol heard a voice addressing him, breaking through the chaos. Han-Yeol Nim. Mavros has magic abilities. What do you think of using his abilities if you are not able to fight right now? It was his loyal ego system, Carvis. Oh, you're right, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Then he gave the command, Mavros. Attack that monster with magic. Keek? Mavros protested as if asking why are you only saying that now, before he channeled his mana. Wow. Han-Yeol held on to the black dragon and watched him use his mana. Wait a minute. Suddenly coming up with an excellent idea, he took out a mana stone from his pocket and crushed it, in hands. The mana from the mana stone seeped into Mavros. Cool. Then, the mana surrounding Mavros became even denser before turning into green arrows that shot in all directions. Mavros has used the spell Poison Arrow. A message materialized in front of Han-Yeol's eyes, elucidating the magical technique employed by the black dragon moments ago. Bring them down, Mavros. Keek? Mavros let out a cry at the signal and directed all of the poison arrows toward the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was busy focusing on Tiarana when it suddenly flinched. It had felt Mavros' dense mana before turning toward him. Quachik? 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 Yes. Keek. The boss monster, caught off guard by the attack, was unable to react in time to the incoming arrows. The arrows pierced its body, triggering a powerful explosion. However, the ordeal was far from over. Cheek! The explosion released a toxic mist that inflicted ongoing damage to the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Although the boss monster did not exhibit an immediate response to the harm, Han-Yeol was confident that they had successfully inflicted some damage on it. Whoosh! Pukok! Tiarana did not miss the opening and resumed her attack once again. Then, they received a telepathic message all of a sudden. Tiarananim, Han-Yeol Nim, that is more than enough. We have collected enough information and we have prepared strategies against it. We need to fight with the Horus raid party from now on. It was Miriam who transmitted the message. Despite being at a considerable distance from Han-Yeol and Tiarana, she demonstrated her reputation as one of the world's leading telepathy users. By expending a portion of her mana, she managed to send a message spanning several kilometers. Okay, Terra. Whoosh? All right. As Tiarana sulked and flew beside him, Han-Yeol asked, are you still dissatisfied? What's wrong? It was just starting to get fun, but Miriam interrupted it. Tiarana initially anticipated that Han-Yeol would struggle to endure against the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva for only 10 minutes. However, to her pleasant surprise, Han-Yeol exceeded her expectations and demonstrated remarkable resilience. Additionally, Mavros proved to be highly capable in the battle. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Together, they successfully engaged the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva for over 30 minutes, effectively inflicting substantial damage. Moreover, capturing a clear video of the boss monster's attack patterns was the most significant gain from this skirmish. With 30 minutes worth of detailed footage, they were confident that Miriam would be able to devise various strategies and formulate a well-informed plan. After all, such a lengthy video provided ample material for analysis and strategic development. Let's go back, Terra. Okay. Swoosh. Tiarana swiftly returned to Sokuram Grotto, while Han-Yeol unleashed a barrage of approximately 200 bullets to deter the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva from pursuing them before he made his retreat. The brief yet intense clash finally concluded. Han-Yeol safely touched down at Sokuram Grotto, only to find himself encircled by the entire Horus raid party, who had anxiously awaited his return. Appa. Hey, Yubai. Yubai had been awaiting Han-Yeol's return. Welcome back, Tiarananim. Thank you, Miriam. Miriam awaited Tiarana's arrival, fully expecting to scold her for acting impulsively. It had become a common occurrence for Miriam to nag and reprimand Tiarana, not because of her role as the raid party leader, Princess of Egypt, or Africa's goddess, but simply due to their established dynamic. However, contrary to Miriam's usual behavior, this time she withheld her scolding. Tiarananim? Having heard Tiarana's words through the camera on Mavros' neck, Miriam found it difficult to be harsh with her. Tiarana's actions, driven by the desire to minimize potential casualties for the raid party in future encounters, touched Miriam deeply. This newfound understanding made it challenging for Miriam to reprimand Tiarana as she had done in the past. Miriam was blankly staring at Tiarana without saying anything, and that made Tiarana wonder what was wrong with her. I apologize. I was thinking about something else for a second. All forces, prepare for battle. After regaining her composure, Miriam took charge and issued instructions to the Horus raid party, preparing them for the upcoming battle. She meticulously inspected each member of the party, ensuring everything was in order. However, the primary concern remained the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's overwhelming power. Unlike other Korean raid parties, the Horus raid party lacked a master rank hunter, making it challenging to predict with certainty that nothing catastrophic would occur in the future. The absence of such a high-ranking hunter posed a significant obstacle to their success. Boom, boom, The thousand-armed bodhisattva's footsteps reverberated in the air and shook the ground as it made its appearance on the horizon. All porters and non-combatants are to leave the battlefield. Get away as far as possible. Yes, ma'am. There was nothing else the porters and non-combatants could do. Them leaving the battlefield before the fight broke out was the best thing to do. After all, who knew what kind of hell was going to be unleashed by the incoming boss monster? Vroom! The non-combatants boarded the trucks and quickly escaped from the battlefield. Please be safe, Appa, Yubai said. It went without saying that Yubai was included among the non-combatants. She awakened, but she was a crafting type and not a combat type. There was a chance that she could have joined combat later on, but there was no time for that right then. All non-combatants and engineers have been evacuated, Miriam Nim. All right. Miriam closed her eyes after receiving the report, and then she explosively spread her mana all over the battlefield. Brain network. It was one of her abilities. This skill allowed her to form a network with allied hunters, akin to a spider's web, and she was going to be able to converse with them as if they were right beside her, even if they were quite a distance away. Furthermore, she could transmit her thoughts and vision to the hunters with whom she had frequently synchronized before. This was considered one of the ultimate skills a raid party could possess when fighting in a large group. In fact, there were numerous other Egyptian and international raid parties that were putting forth their best efforts, hoping to recruit her away from the Horus raid party due to this remarkable ability. Thud. The boss monster is coming. Gulp. The Horus raid party had prepared various strategies and made numerous preparations for the battle, yet they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the boss monster. Zing. Cook. It's strong. The boss monster's mana is extremely dense and aggressive. It seems like it's trying to show that it's angry. Phew. Haha. It's probably mad because of what we did a while ago, Han-Yeol thought. He was certain that the boss monster's pride had been wounded, assuming it possessed pride in the first place. However, it was challenging to determine whether the boss monster was truly angry or not, as its face remained calm. Han-Yeol. Okay, let's go, Mavros. Geek. Han-Yeol, Tayarana, and Mavros took flight once again. Miriam deduced from observing the skirmish that engaging the thousand-armed bodhisattva head-on would result in significant casualties for their group, with their hunters being crushed into pulp by the boss monster's powerful thousand arms. Hence, she devised a strategy that placed great emphasis on Tayarana and Han-Yeol, drawing the boss monster's attention through aggro. Listen up. The boss monster might be weakened the moment it loses all of its arms, so make sure you focus on eliminating its arms above anything else. Yes, ma'am. As expected of Miriam. She already understands the entire situation. Han-Yeol was once again impressed by her intellect. She had managed to discern the weakness of the thousand-armed bodhisattva. Indeed, with an IQ of 160, it was inconceivable that someone like Miriam would fail to grasp something that Han-Yeol had already realized. Thud. The thousand-armed bodhisattva was getting closer. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. W watt. Beep, 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 beep. The mana detection devices started going haywire and numerous dots started appearing on the screens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. What's going on? It can't be. The ground trembled as the 12 zodiac monsters began charging toward them. The Horus raid party found solace in the fact that they had already taken down the rabbit and dragon zodiac creatures earlier, and not all of the monsters were approaching simultaneously. Among the zodiac monsters, the rat and bull emerged as the closest ones in the distance, swiftly making their way toward the raid party. Moo. Squeak. Squeak. Do-do-do-do. What in the world? Miriam stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by the unfolding events. This turn of events was completely unforeseen and fell outside the realm of her calculations. While she hadn't paid much attention to the other zodiac monsters due to their lack of reaction, she never imagined that they would suddenly spring into action without any prior warning. Miriam. Han-Yeol urgently shouted. He believed that Miriam was the only one capable of coming up with a solution to their current predicament. However, she was too stunned to come up with any strategy. She was stuck in a dilemma. Do we fight the zodiac monsters first or try and eliminate the thousand-armed bodhisattva as soon as possible? It was too much for the Horus raid party to fight against both. However, they had no choice but to divide their forces. I apologize. No, it's not your fault. More importantly, what do you think? What should we do? Our best option as of now is for Tayarana Nim and you, Han-Yeol Nim, to distract the thousand-armed bodhisattva while Mujahid Nim leads the Horus raid party to clean up the zodiac monsters. Then, we will combine our forces to hunt that boss monster down. Alright, I'll go with Tayarana and deal a big blow to the zodiac monsters before going to the thousand-armed bodhisattva. That will be very helpful. Okay, Tara. Han-Yeol looked at Tayarana, and she immediately understood what he wanted to say. The zodiac monsters were closing in at a rapid pace, even faster than the thousand-armed bodhisattva. This provided the Horus raid party with some breathing room, allowing them to prioritize dealing with the zodiac monsters first. Alright, Han-Yeol. I'll use Enhance on you, so use your strongest ability on them. Sure, leave it to me. Quachik? Enhance? Han-Yeol crushed a mana stone he had gotten from the gigantic lizards and used Enhance on Tayarana. Boom! Tayarana zipped through the air like a bullet and brandished her sword. Sword of Horus. Kwaeaok? Her sword unleashed a bright golden light, and it slowly started to get bigger and bigger. His skill is amazing, Tiarana thought as she was very impressed by the effects of enhance. Under normal circumstances, the sword of Horus would only extend by up to 5 meters. However, at this moment, it had expanded to an extraordinary length of almost 11 meters. Tiarana gritted her teeth and steeled her resolve. I can't let his skill go to waste. She gathered her focus while hovering 10 kilometers above the ground. In this environment devoid of oxygen, Tiarana found herself able to breathe due to her Horus suit, which possessed the capability to withstand the immense pressures of space and the depths of the ocean. Whenever she utilized this skill and found herself in the silence of the stratosphere, Tiarana discovered it to be a truly calming and relaxing experience. It provided her with the perfect setting to engage in deep contemplation and introspection. Now, there was only one thought on her mind: I want to keep fighting alongside Han-Yeol. Although she had spent a relatively brief period hunting in South Korea compared to Egypt, Tiarana found her life in the former to be considerably more captivating. It wasn't because Egypt lacked anything in comparison to South Korea. In fact, Egypt boasted a multitude of expansive and diverse hunting grounds. However, the mere presence of Han-Yeol was sufficient to make her thoroughly enjoy her time in the country. We have to beat the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva first. Zing! A red light flashed from the Horus helmet, and Tiarana descended down to the ground like lightning. Kruaya! The Horus suit emitted a vibrant red glow as a result of the intense friction, yet it exhibited no indications of breaking. Designed to endure temperatures exceeding 8,000 degrees Celsius, the suit remained unfazed by the immense pressure exerted upon it. Descending at a chilling velocity, Tiarana unleashed a powerful swing with her 11-meter sword just as she neared the ground. Judgment of Horus. Quack! Then, the sound of space getting ripped apart reverberated all over the area as thousands of blades came raining down from the skies. Kruaya! An endless barrage of blades descended onto the ground. Kiiaik. Muo. The hundreds of rats and bulls on the ground cried out in agony as they were ripped to shreds by Tiarana's ultimate ability. After receiving Han-Yeol's enhance, Tiarana's ultimate ability had reached a level comparable to that of a master rank hunter's ultimate ability. The relentless assault had decimated the rat zodiac monsters, reducing their numbers to a mere third of their original count. Furthermore, half of the bull zodiac monsters lay incapacitated on the battlefield. The overwhelming display of power was truly awe-inspiring, leaving anyone who witnessed it in a state of shock and terror. This is how powerful this skill can be? Tiarana thought in disbelief. Despite having used her ability countless times before, she had never anticipated it to possess such immense power. She was well aware that her ability alone was not formidable enough to nearly eradicate the zodiac monsters in a single employment. The extraordinary outcome exceeded her expectations and left her in awe of her newfound strength. Wow, amazing. Tiarana is really strong. The Egyptian hunters were also shocked by the display of Tiarana's power. So this is why hunters who can use enhancement abilities are in demand, Tiarana thought. The Horus raid party, backed by active sponsorship from the Egyptian government, had only 3 hunters capable of utilizing enhancement abilities. This highlighted the particular hunter's exorbitant cost. However, the drawback of these hunters was their limited combat prowess, as they lacked substantial combat abilities. In contrast, Han-Yeol stood out as a rare gem, possessing enhanced combat skills that surpassed those of the majority of other hunters, despite also having the ability to use enhancements. This made him a valuable and exceptional asset within the team. I noticed Han-Yeol has been slowly preparing to become independent these days. I should prepare a solution for that. Miriam thought she should call the Egyptian government and urge them to come up with an enticing offer while watching the incredible sight unfolding in front of her. But all of that will come after we bring this monster down. She immediately redirected her focus back to the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Thud. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was closing in on the Horus raid party while Tiarana and Han-Yeol were busy dealing with the zodiac monsters. Tiarana Han-Yeol Okay, Roger. The Horus raid party was now capable of dealing with the zodiac monsters now that Tiarana had significantly reduced their numbers. The zodiac monsters possessed tremendous power, and engaging in a simultaneous battle against 2 of them would spell disaster for the Horus raid party. If they were to triumph against the zodiac monsters, the raid party would be left severely weakened and injured, making them ill-prepared to confront the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. This was precisely why the combination of Tiarana and Han-Yeol proved to be crucial, as it provided a decisive advantage for the raid party. At least we managed to stop the worst-case scenario from happening, Miriam thought before she gave the command. All forces, attack. The Horus raid party's morale was now at an all-time high after seeing the divine punishment Tiarana had delivered, and they valiantly charged at the monsters that were still in a groggy state. Even Miriam, who normally used to stay in the back lines and support the raid party, actively participated in this battle. Mind control. Muo. Miriam took control of a bull and made it run amok against its own. She continued using her telepathic abilities to disrupt the enemy forces, and the zodiac monsters were helpless against her mental attacks. She did not deal any direct physical damage against her targets, but her ability to make them disrupt their own allies was far more beneficial than any other ability. Puck. Quachik. Kekeek. Mujahid smashed his fist into a bull's head after it was exhausted from Miriam's mental attack. Your skill makes you as beautiful as ever, Miriam. Wink. Mujahid winked at Miriam after eliminating the bull. Quachik. Upon hearing his words, a cross-shaped vein bulged on Miriam's forehead, but she managed to suppress her anger, considering the ongoing battle. However, it was clear that she harbored intentions of seeking retribution from him, whether sooner or later. Press on. We have to clean up here quickly and go assist Taearanim and Han-Yeol. Leave it to me. I'll beat them to a pulp. Increase the intensity of your flames before saying anything else. Ha ha ha, you noticed me. Kwachik? Mujahid's carefree personality was too stressful for Miriam to deal with. Mujahid. Keek? My bad, I'll fight properly now. Pack? Boom? Mujahid was finally going to get serious from now on. The aerial battle proved to be much more challenging compared to the ground battle, despite the significant advantage Taearana had provided in the latter. The two S-rank hunters, Taearana and Han-Yeol, were currently locked in a fierce and intense aerial combat. Bam! Cook. The 1,000-armed bodhisattva waved its 4 main arms and threw its golden palms at Han-Yeol. Damn it! I gained 8 levels at once, but I still can't do anything against this bastard? Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. Indeed, by casting Enhance on Taearana, Han-Yeol had earned experience points that resulted in an increase of 8 levels for him. However, he chose to allocate all of his stat points into the Invoke skill, which did not directly contribute to his overall strength. Realistically, even if he had allocated all 40 stat points into Vitality, it was unlikely that he would be able to withstand a single blow from the immensely powerful 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Keek! Mavrose cried out as he showed off his excellent flight skills to avoid the flying golden palms. Then, Poison Arrow. Kwaya! Mavrose not only avoided the attacks, but he also counterattacked with his own spells to make sure the 1,000-armed bodhisattva's aggro would not be directed toward Taearana. He's really clever, Han-Yeol thought with a smile. Kairyuk. However, a golden palm suddenly popped out of nowhere and was about to strike Mavrose from his blind spot. And no, Han-Yeol cried out. He immediately used his defensive skills. Force Shield, Reflect. The golden palm crashed into the shield he had created. Thud, Cook. Although the shield was designed to reflect the damage back to the attacker, the overwhelming power of the attack imposed an immense burden on Han-Yeol's body. Gritting his teeth, he persevered through the excruciating pain. As he absorbed the force of the golden palm, he sensed his mana being drained, but he channeled it into unleashing his own counterattack, a blue palm twice the size toward the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Bam! Kwachik! It stopped. Han-Yeol noticed something strange after the blue palm crashed into the 1,000-armed bodhisattva's chest and left an imprint on it. The 1,000-armed bodhisattva slowly stopped moving for the first time after the battle started. Ding! The rank of Reflect has risen from C to B. Furthermore, as a bonus, Han-Yeol's skill received a rank increase. Despite having acquired this skill quite some time ago, he hadn't had many opportunities to level it up due to infrequent usage. I just need to continue exploiting its own strength against it? Han-Yeol flashed a confident smile, but it did not take that long for the harsh reality to dawn upon him. But I believe I'll only be able to use it a few more times. The skill's mana consumption escalated in proportion to the strength of his opponent, and this was a factor Han-Yeol had no control over. With the 1,000-armed bodhisattva being an incredibly formidable creature, his mana was swiftly depleted after reflecting just a single attack. Han-Yeol was well aware that, regardless of the size of his mana pool, he would not be able to employ this skill numerous times. Consequently, he needed to closely monitor his mana reserves, as he would have to rely on other skills in addition to reflect throughout the battle. Bam, 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 wahahaha, bring it on. Meanwhile, Mujahid found immense joy in pummeling the monsters on the ground, thoroughly enjoying the battle. His unique ability, which allowed him to restore 5% of the damage he dealt or received, granted him the ability to fight tirelessly. This restorative capability enabled him to sustain his assault without succumbing to fatigue. He was truly fitting to be called a berserker. Han-Yeol couldn't help but feel envious of Mujahid's ability, recognizing the significant advantages it provided. While Han-Yeol did possess the ability to recover mana while walking, it proved insufficient in his current situation, as he was unable to activate it since he wasn't moving. Consequently, he had to be cautious with his mana consumption, as he couldn't rely on his usual method of mana recovery at the moment. Thud. For the first time, the 1,000-armed bodhisattva directed its attention toward Han-Yeol. Until then, the boss monster had been primarily focused on Taearana. However, the impact of a single damage inflicted by Han-Yeol's reflect skill compelled the 1,000-armed bodhisattva to shift its gaze toward him, acknowledging his presence as a formidable threat. Keek. Han-Yeol smirked at the boss monster and exclaimed, "Bring it on. Let's see if you can keep up with Mavrose. Let's go, Mavrose." Keek. Swoosh. Boom. Mavrose sped through the air, leaving behind a shockwave. The black dragon flew so fast that it was impossible to keep up with him with the naked eye. The Horus raid party displayed unwavering bravery as they engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable 1,000-armed bodhisattva and its minions. Meanwhile, a group of spectators had gathered at a mountain peak within the safe zone, approximately 1 kilometer away from the Sokuram Grotto. Equipped with various specialized binoculars and cameras, they eagerly captured the thrilling spectacle of the boss monster raid. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. How is this possible? They are fighting on equal footing against the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. What sorcery is this? The group of spectators constituted the observer unit dispatched by the Hunters Association, equipped with an array of cutting-edge equipment designed specifically for observation and reconnaissance purposes. Getting close to the territory of the thousand-armed bodhisattva was deemed too hazardous due to the inherent dangers and the disruptive interference caused by the creature's mana waves on electronic devices. However, fortune favored them as the boss monster ventured out of its territory independently, heading toward the Sokuram Grotto. This fortuitous turn of events granted the observer unit the unique opportunity to capture the entirety of the raid on film. At first, the members of the observer unit were nonchalant and lighthearted regarding the progress of the raid. They even engaged in friendly wagers, speculating on how long it would take for the Horus raid party to retreat in defeat. However, their casual demeanor was swiftly shattered as they witnessed the Horus raid party fiercely battling the boss monster on equal footing. The sheer combat prowess displayed by the Horus raid party left the observers dumbfounded and astounded. The level of power and resilience exhibited in the fight was simply beyond their wildest imagination. They're incredibly organized. It feels as though I'm witnessing a military operation. Have we been mistaken in our approach to cultivating raid parties and hunters all these years? The Hunters Association adopted a more hands-off approach, akin to that of a game moderator, granting hunters considerable freedom with minimal rules, allowing them to operate independently. In contrast, Egypt implemented a strict and tightly regulated management system, ensuring that their hunters adhered to all prescribed rules. The outcome of these differing approaches was evident in the awe-inspiring performance being displayed by the Horus raid party at present. I didn't really expect much from them, but the exact nature of the treasure that the boss monster would yield remained unknown to all. Initially, the Hunters Association anticipated that the Horus raid party would merely contain and stall the thousand-armed bodhisattva until a Korean raid party with a master rank hunter became available to claim the spoils. After all, they were reluctant to relinquish a potential windfall to another country, even if it was an ally. Given the absence of a master rank hunter within the Horus raid party, the association's expectations for their performance against the boss monster were modest. However, to their astonishment, the Horus raid party was currently demonstrating a level of proficiency and organization comparable to Korean raid parties comprising master rank hunters, if not surpassing them. Manager Kim Cha-il scratched his head in frustration. Should I report this or not? Based on his observations of the Horus raid party, he concluded that South Korea needed to reconsider their approach of granting excessive freedom to the hunters and instead implement stricter rules and regulations if they aimed to become a dominant force in the future. The recent decline in the number of porters highlighted a growing issue, prompting the government and the association to contemplate enhancing support for porters. I'm pretty sure they won't listen to anything I say. Tisk tisk, Kim Cha-il knew very well that the Hunters Association was not going to listen to an outcast like him. Still, he was a graduate of S University, so he was not stupid at all. He felt that he was quite sharp and observant, but nobody in the association bothered to listen to his opinions. Phew, I guess the association's going to be taking another step back. The association's calculations indicated that the likelihood of the Horus raid party achieving success in this boss raid was less than 0.1%. Consequently, they saw no need to issue any specific orders to Kim Cha-il before sending him, instructing him instead to remain silent and refrain from taking any action when he inquired about providing regular reports. However, Kim Cha-il held a different perspective, believing that while it might take some time, the Horus raid party would ultimately manage to raid the thousand-armed bodhisattva. His confidence in his own keen intuition bolstered this belief. Wahahaha, bring it on, you bastards. Bam, 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 bam. Han-Yeol summoned Balrog and the Void Devils, deploying them to assist in the ongoing fight against the Zodiac monsters on the ground. While his initial plan was to rely on Maryam and Mujahid to handle the situation, he realized that reinforcing them with additional firepower could expedite the defeat of the monsters. On the ground, the Horus raid party's ground forces continued to engage in fierce combat against the relentless Zodiac monsters, determined to overcome them. Whoosh! Shwiaik! Mavros flew at high speeds and avoided the thousand-armed bodhisattva's arms. Keek! I bet you're getting annoyed now? Han-Yeol thought with a smirk. The dynamics of the battle had shifted, catching the attention of the thousand-armed bodhisattva. Initially, it had identified Tayarana as the primary threat and Han-Yeol as a secondary concern. However, the situation had changed dramatically. The boss monster displayed a considerable level of intelligence, adjusting its tactics accordingly. It now directed the multitude of hands on its back towards Mavros, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Simultaneously, it targeted Tayarana with its golden palms, having learned to be cautious of engaging Han-Yeol directly after suffering the repercussions of Reflect. We're definitely buying a lot of time right now, Han-Yeol thought, glancing down while Mavros was avoiding the arms. Puck, 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 wahahaha, bring it on. The Horus raid party led by Mujahid and Maryam were swiftly dealing with the Zodiac monsters. Almost 70% of the monsters had been defeated, so they were going to be able to join the fight against the thousand-armed bodhisattva very soon. Just as they were getting used to the thousand-armed bodhisattva's pattern. Wuong, the boss monster suddenly stopped moving. Huh? What's going on? Han-Yeol wondered. Then, to everyone's surprise, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva deviated from its usual targets and launched a fierce attack against the Horus raid party engaged in battle with the zodiac monsters on the ground. Tayarana, realizing the dire situation, swung her sword with all her might at the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. However, despite the significant reduction in its arms, the boss monster still had a formidable number of appendages at its disposal. It possessed countless ways to attack the ground forces, even if Han-Yeol and Tayarana joined forces to try and stop it. The Horus raid party found themselves in a precarious position. Engaged with the zodiac monsters, they had limited mobility and were unable to evade the oncoming onslaught of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's arms. They faced the grim possibility of being wiped out by the boss monster while being overwhelmed by the zodiac monsters. Their options were limited, and they had nowhere to run. Han-Yeol, do something. Damn it. Tayarana was a hunter specializing in speed, so she was not going to be useful in these kinds of situations. Mavros, let's go block that bastard. Fly to the front. Kairyuk. Han-Yeol made an incredibly risky decision, but Mavros did not hesitate for even a moment as he swiftly flew toward the front lines. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol found himself in a face-to-face confrontation with the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, and it was in that very moment that he noticed the boss monster's lips curled up into a chilling smile. Don't tell me, now way, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly in horror. The boss monster unleashed its onslaught of hundreds of swinging arms, directed not only toward the zodiac monsters but also aimed at decimating the Horus raid party. It appeared that the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was determined to obliterate the human forces, disregarding the fate of the zodiac monsters in the process. Han-Yeol took out a big mana stone that he had gotten from a gigantic lizard and crushed it without any hesitation. Enhance, Wuong, thick, dense mana surrounded Han-Yeol's body, infusing him with newfound strength. Without wasting a moment, he swung his chain with the hammer attached at the end, determined to counter the onslaught of arms. The only solution that came to his mind was to unleash an area of effect skill that could obliterate the incoming limbs. Go, Tornado Smash! Han-Yeol shouted, exerting all his might as he launched the chain. Although the skill was still at F rank, he relied on the power of Enhance to amplify its effectiveness. True to his expectations, the skill unleashed a devastating force as it soared through the air. Kwaya! The chain destroyed the hundreds of arms flying toward him and the Horus raid party. Ding! 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 The rank of the skill Tornado Smash has risen. His skill's rank explosively increased after simultaneously destroying a multitude of arms, but, arg, there are too many arms. Han-Yeol's efforts fell short of annihilating all of them. Bam! 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 Tayarana swiftly soared through the air, cutting down the arms that Han-Yeol had missed. However, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva still possessed a substantial number of limbs. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a! Han-Yeol utilized his chain in his left hand and his gun in his right to dismantle the boss monster's remaining arms. Bam! 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 The seemingly insurmountable task gradually transformed into a feasible one as the boss monster's arm count significantly diminished. Gua! The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva emitted an unfamiliar sound. It appeared flustered as the pesky pests it tried to ensnare suddenly turned the tables and started decimating its arms, contrary to its expectations. Though the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva may bear resemblance to Buddha on the surface, it remained a monster at its core. Consequently, it lost its composure and failed to assess the situation rationally. Boom! 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 In the end, the boss monster resorted to using its golden palms once again. This is what I was waiting for? Han-Yeol exclaimed in delight at the appearance of the golden palms. He put his machine gun on his back and spread out his shield. There are 4 of them, so it's going to be tough, but... Reflect. Then, he absorbed all 4 golden palms at once. Cook. Gritting his teeth, Han-Yeol groaned in pain as he prepared to infuse his mana and retaliate against the 4 incoming golden palms. Boom! 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 4 powerful blue palms were shot out by Han-Yeol, flying straight toward the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Guo! The boss monster cried out when it realized its mistake. It immediately brought its hundreds of arms to the front to block the blue palms, but... Bam! 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 The blue palms, twice as strong as the golden palms, ripped through the boss monster's arms and continued their trajectory. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva defended with more of its arms, exhausting half of its remaining appendages before finally managing to stop the 4 blue palms. Although the boss monster successfully halted the attack, it had suffered significant losses. Hehe. You've lost quite a lot of arms. Weren't those your lifeline? Han-Yeol sneered. Guo. The expression on the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's face was concealed, but it clearly seethed with rage. The once calm and composed monster now spread its mana throughout its surroundings. Things were becoming increasingly dangerous, but Han-Yeol and Tayarana maintained their smiles in response to the boss monster's enraged reaction. It's getting flustered. It's definitely flustered. Getting flustered or confused during a battle would never be a good thing, and this was evidence that the battle was not going in its favor. PSSHT. 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 The hundreds of arms on the boss monster's back crumbled into dust after being hit by the blue palms shot out by Han-Yeol. Bam! 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 Quachik, 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 n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. The Horus raid party, led by Mujahid and Miriam, successfully eliminated the remaining Zodiac monsters. Despite their immense power, the Zodiac monsters were no match for the entire Horus raid party, especially after enduring Tairana's divine punishment. Furthermore, aside from Mujahid unleashing his full potential in the fight, the greatest contributor to their victory was undoubtedly Tairana and her ultimate ability. The battle against the Zodiac monsters came to an end with Miriam commanding the bull under her command to kill itself. Ding! Your level has risen. Han-Yeol experienced a significant surge in experience points when Tairana unleashed her ultimate skill, resulting in him gaining 8 levels. However, the real breakthrough came when the Horus raid party successfully eradicated the remaining Zodiac monsters. This accomplishment granted Han-Yeol another substantial amount of experience points, allowing him to further advance by 7 levels. In total, Han-Yeol's level increased by an impressive 15 levels solely from this battle. With his newfound experience, he finally reached an invoke level of 300, marking a significant milestone in his growth and power. Well, I don't think I'm in the situation to summon another demon, but, he thought. Thank you for buying us time. We will be fighting alongside you now. Wow, Hyungnim. We're going to fight together now. Great work everyone. Wahahaha, a battle truly boils my blood? Call me earlier next time. Everything is futile. With the Zodiac monsters defeated and the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva weakened by the loss of over half its original 1,000 arms, the remaining enemy that stood before them was solely the boss monster. The Horus raid party, along with Han-Yeol and his 3 demons, directed their undivided attention toward the formidable adversary. Previously, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva may not have felt threatened by the human forces. However, the tables had turned drastically with its diminished arm count, making it vulnerable and susceptible to the united assault of the Horus raid party. Guu. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was smart. It knew that it still had many of its minions remaining and that its body would recuperate over time. It prepared to make a run for it, but... Miriam, I think that bastard's trying to escape. I am aware. Fire. Yes, ma'am. Shwung. Kaboom! The time had come for one of the equipment sent from Egypt to make its debut. It was the secret weapon that Egypt had developed discreetly. While Tairana and Han-Yeol held the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's attention, Miriam had been busy setting up the weapons. These specialized devices, designed to shoot out large harpoons, were now deployed, flying toward the boss monster's legs and firmly embedding themselves within its flesh. As the harpoons connected with one another, they formed a netting, effectively ensnaring the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva and preventing it from moving any further. The boss monster was trapped, its attempts at escape thwarted by the ingenious Egyptian weapon. We are ready. All forces, attack. Yaaa. Wahahaha. Time to cause some mayhem. Mujahid seemed to be the most excited one as he led the charge. Yaaa. Then, the Horus raid party hunters followed him closely. It was a full-scale assault conducted by the Horus raid party. The battle persisted for another 8 hours, even though the boss monster had lost half of its arms and had been immobilized by the secret weapons. The Horus raid party swiftly transitioned into a 3-shift rotation, ensuring a continuous onslaught against the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva and inflicting further damage upon it. Huff, huff, huff. Even Mavros seemed to be exhausted as he perched on top of a tree or boulder and rested. In the end, the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva could no longer be called that. It had lost almost all of its arms. Avoid it. Uwa. Boom, 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 boom. However, that did not imply that it had become completely harmless. It remained a formidable boss monster, with several arms remaining on its back and its 10 main arms still intact. The monster persisted in launching its golden palms, but Han-Yeol promptly countered them with Reflect. Yet, he struggled to reflect every single golden palm due to his diminishing mana pool. Kwaaa. Madabaikia. Damn it. The 1,000-armed Bodhisattva retained its status as a formidable boss monster, demanding the prowess of a master-rank hunter to be defeated. Consequently, even with the combined strength of Tairana, Han-Yeol, Mujahid, and the Horus raid party, it was evident that the battle against this powerful monster would not be an easy one. Tairana, wielding her sword, couldn't help but shed a tear. Although she wasn't known for being warm or engaging in casual conversations with her subordinates, she carried a sense of responsibility for their well-being. As a leader, she wouldn't openly display her concern when her raid party members faced hardships, but she would quietly instruct Miriam to provide support from the shadows. The loss of 10 of her subordinates in this raid weighed heavily on her, bringing deep sorrow to her heart. Arg. Damn it. I could have saved them if they hadn't died instantly. Han-Yeol gritted his teeth and felt like his heart was being ripped to pieces after seeing Tairana shed a tear. There was a risk of his absence on the battlefield, but he was confident that he could heal anyone, even if they sustained fatal wounds, as long as they were still alive. However, the hunters hit by the golden palms were squashed flat and died instantly, leaving Han-Yeol with no time to heal them. He was deeply saddened by their deaths as he had grown quite close to them over time, but there was only one thing he could do right now. Tara? We have to kill him as fast as possible and put an end to this. I know. I will kill him. Mark my words. Wuong? Tairana was enraged, causing her mana to surge like a wild bull as she propelled herself forward. However, despite her intense emotions, she managed to maintain her composure and not let them overpower her. That kind of anger is always welcomed. Han-Yeol was relieved after seeing Tairana maintain her cool. Anger and emotions in a battle were always going to cause more harm than necessary. Let's end this with one strike, Terra. Alright. Both of them combined their strength. Han-Yeol started by crushing a gigantic lizard's mana stone and using Enhance on Tyrana. Shuang. Tyrana ascended into the stratosphere, ready to unleash the judgment of Horus once more. With only enough mana left for a single use of this powerful skill, she understood that her participation in the battle would end if this attack failed to defeat the boss monster. The weight of the situation was clear to her, as the consequences of her inability to fight would quickly escalate and potentially lead to the downfall of the entire Horus raid party. She knew that failure was not an option. Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. Mujahid approached Han-Yeol, his body covered in blood and wounds. It was evident that he had endured the most brutal injuries in this battle, and it was expected considering his role of evading the boss monster's attacks on foot while protecting Miriam and the rest of the Horus raid party. He bore the weight of this responsibility, pushing himself to the limit in the fight. Tyrana is preparing to deliver one last ultimate strike. I'll use Enhance on you as well, so do what you can to bring that bastard down. Yes? Leave it to me. Mujahid looked extremely tired, but he still maintained his carefree smile. Oh, but before that. Restore. Wuong. Mujahid's body was enveloped in a warm, healing light that mended his external and internal injuries. Although the battle was still ongoing, Han-Yeol's healing provided enough relief for Mujahid to unleash his full strength and continue fighting. Kwachik. Enhance. Han-Yeol crushed another mana stone and used Enhance on Mujahid. Oh, this feels really good. I can feel a powerful surge of mana empowering me. I'm really jealous that you can feel this feeling whenever you want, Hyungnim. Haha. That's a fucking expensive skill, asshole. Han-Yeol retained all of the mana stones they had acquired from hunting the gigantic lizards. The entire raid party had agreed to allocate the mana stones from the 12 zodiacs to Han-Yeol, enabling him to utilize his enhance ability during the raid. Since they were determined to confront the 1,000-armed bodhisattva at any cost, they saw no reason to be frugal with the mana stones. They were fully prepared to risk everything for the sake of achieving victory in this battle. The Horus raid party exhibited remarkable unity in these matters, making it easy for Han-Yeol to collect all of the mana stones. I'll leave it to you, Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. Tak. Mujahid propelled himself off the ground and sprinted toward the boss monster. With his mana fully restored, he felt rejuvenated and back to his prime after his injuries had been healed. Shwaye. Then, the fire embers on his back started to burn stronger. It's time to put an end to this. 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Han-Yeol steeled his resolve. Gu. The 1,000-armed bodhisattva roared threateningly after it felt the Horus raid party's determination to bring this battle to an end. Kwachik. Enhance. Han-Yeol used his skill on himself as well. This is my most powerful skill right now. Sword breath. Fwaye. After enhancing his mana, Mujahid unleashed his most powerful skill, relying on his trusty sword to deliver devastating blows to his enemies. Despite not being particularly fond of sword-wielding characters in his gaming days, he found an unexpected synergy with the sword after becoming a hunter. As he poised himself to deliver the final strike, a sudden burst of mana erupted in front of him, causing an explosion of energy. Kwaya, Mujahid? Han-Yeol knew the source of that explosion. All 5 embers on Mujahid's back combined into one, and a massive flame that wanted to devour his whole body completely engulfed him. Oh right, Han-Yeol suddenly remembered something and hurriedly ran to Miriam, who was still busy commanding the entire Horus raid party. Miriam. Han-Yeol-nim, why are you here? Since both of them were positioned in different places, it was rare for them to bump into each other during battle. Come here for a second. Kwachik. Enhance. Han-Yeol crushed a mana stone once again and used Enhance on Miriam since she was the one currently using the most mana. Despite not being a combatant that dealt one-hit attacks like Tyrana, Mujahid, or Han-Yeol, Miriam was using a significant amount of mana. The culprit behind her fast mana drain was none other than the brain network she used, on top of dishing out mental attacks on the monsters. Mana pouch. Han-Yeol took out all of the mana he had been saving and gave it to Miriam. Wuong. A warm blue light enveloped Miriam as Han-Yeol's mana seeped into her. She then gave a slight bow and said, "Thank you, no need for thanks. We require our main control tower to be strong in order to enhance our fighting capabilities. I will do my best." Alright, good luck. Tak. Han-Yeol swiftly returned to his position to engage in combat against the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. The telepathic network, which had been disrupted due to mana depletion, was successfully re-established, and everyone's consciousness was once again interconnected through Miriam. Focus, everyone. We are going to prepare for the final blow now, so get a safe distance away from the 1,000-armed bodhisattva and wait for the signal. You need to get away from the boss monster or else you could be swept away by the attack. I will personally chase you to the ends of hell if you die. Ha ha ha. Please do not laugh, Mujahid Nim. Haha, sorry. Haha. Han-Yeol and the rest of the hunters chuckled inwardly at the banter between the unofficial lovebirds. This light-hearted atmosphere proved to be a significant boost for the raid party, considering that all of them were physically and mentally drained from the prolonged battles. We are not a couple. Miriam let out a scream upon reading Han-Yeol's thoughts, but her outburst went unnoticed by the others. Whether they were a couple or not was of little importance to the rest of the group, as they unanimously agreed that watching their dynamic was highly entertaining. The focus was not on their romantic feelings but rather on the intriguing connection between them. Ha. Anyway, we will now commence the final attack. Please stay alert, everyone. Miriam stopped reacting since she knew that everyone was just joking around. Yes, ma'am. Okay, Roger. Sure. Mana explosion. Kwaya? Han-Yeol skillfully launched a grenade directly at the face of the 1,000-armed bodhisattva, causing an explosion that enveloped the boss monster's vision in a thick cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the momentary blindness, the Egyptian hunters swiftly retreated to a safe distance. Tak? The 3 Egyptian hunters who had used their enhancement abilities on Han-Yeol a while ago combined their strength once again. I will leave it to you, Vice Leader Nim. Please avenge our comrades. Han-Yeol Nim. Each member of the raid party had their own motivations, but they were all determined to push their limits in order to defeat the boss monster. They recognized Han-Yeol as a versatile individual who had the ability to inspire others to unlock their full potential. His adaptability aligned perfectly with the Horus raid party. Among the 3 hunters, they possessed both enhancement and combat abilities. However, they channeled all their mana into their enhancement abilities, as they excelled in that particular aspect. They believed in capitalizing on their strengths to contribute effectively to the battle. Don't worry, I'll make sure to defeat that thing. Pour out your enhancement abilities on me. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Our enhancement abilities might not be as good as yours, but they will still be quite helpful. Alright, I'll make sure this won't go to waste. Han-Yeol used sword breath. Fwayayayay. The flames burned with unprecedented intensity, surpassing their previous manifestations. The 3 Egyptian hunters concentrated their mana even further, channeling it solely toward Han-Yeol, recognizing that it was their only recourse in the current situation. Power up. Mana recharge. Reinforced mana. Wuong. As Han-Yeol's enhanced skill synergized with the multitude of enhancement and buff skills employed by the 3 hunters, their combined energies began to intertwine. The result was the emergence of an incredibly potent mana current that surged around Han-Yeol. The density of the mana was so substantial that even individuals without the ability to perceive mana would likely sense its presence if they were in close proximity. And in the midst of this intense mana envelopment, something truly remarkable occurred. Ding! A message popped up in front of Han-Yeol. Ding! The rank of Enhance has risen from A to M. Enhance has reached Master rank. A new subskill has been created, Enhancement Aura. Oh, it's a new skill. Han-Yeol read the messages, but he did not check the new skill out. His main priority right now was to finish the 1,000-armed bodhisattva and not check his new skill. This attack will determine whether the Horus raid party will survive this raid or not, he thought as he gritted his teeth. Han-Yeol, Tayarana, and Mujahid were squeezing out every ounce of their mana to deal the final blow. Throughout the raid, the party had managed to minimize the number of casualties by remaining vigilant and swiftly defending anyone targeted by the boss monster. However, they realized that if the 1,000-armed bodhisattva managed to survive this final attack, they would no longer be able to protect everyone effectively. The stakes were high, and the outcome of this decisive assault would determine the fate of the raid party. Kwayayaya. The first to step up was Mujahid. The large ember on his back started to burn brighter, and his fists were engulfed with blue flames. Bayam. A powerful shockwave enveloped his body. Titan's fist. Kwaya. A gigantic blue fist shot out from Mujahid's fist and slammed into the 1,000-armed bodhisattva's chest. Boom! The boss monster was still standing after taking the punch, but it seemed to be in severe agony from the damage. The attack was truly fearsome, but it was unfortunately not enough to defeat the Master rank raid monster. It was not the type of monster to go down from an attack like this. We're not done yet? Swoosh! Tayarana finished her preparation and descended from the skies with her sword drawn. Shwak! Judgment of Horus. She had already depleted a significant portion of her mana, but she managed to unleash one last potent skill, thanks to her innate physique and Han-Yeol's abilities. Awakening with an unusual physique unrelated to her own ability, she possessed a mana recovery rate 5 to 10 times faster than other hunters. This enabled her to replenish enough mana to execute her ultimate skill once again. In a breathtaking display, thousands of sword auras materialized in the sky and showered down upon the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Bam! 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 Guu! The boss monster let out a piercing cry of agony as the sword auras relentlessly assailed not only its body but also severed its remaining arms. Its sheer size worked against it, rendering it an easy target for this formidable ultimate ability. If it were smaller in stature, evading the onslaught of sword auras might have been a more viable option. Thud! Thud! The boss monster was still moving even after getting hit by the full brunt of Judgment of Horus, and it seemed resolute not to go down like this. Han-Yeol. Hyung-Nim. Mujahid's embers were completely extinguished, and Tayarana descended from the sky, depleted of mana. At this critical moment, Han-Yeol remained the sole hope to defeat the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. Failure on his part would result in the entire Horus raid party being annihilated. The stakes couldn't be higher as the fate of the team now rested squarely on Han-Yeol's shoulders. Phew! Han-Yeol let out a sigh before tapping Mavros on his belly. Let's go, Mavros! Keek! Quack! With incredible velocity, the black dragon soared toward the 1,000-armed bodhisattva. The boss monster seemed cognizant that its victory hinged on enduring Han-Yeol's assault and directed all its arms to strike him down. However, this was all part of Han-Yeol's calculated plan. He deftly shifted his sword, its blade wreathed in sword breath, to his side. Puuk! Suyuuk! Gua! Han-Yeol swiftly thrust his sword into the arm of the boss monster, maintaining a tight grip on the weapon. With determination, he kicked Mavros, the black dragon, urging it to accelerate even further. Kwachi-eek? He dragged the sword and cut the boss monster while Mavros was flying. However, that was not the end of Han-Yeol's plan. He flew around with Mavros and stabbed whenever he saw an opening, and he stabbed the boss monster in its chest, neck, and even face. However, Mavros soon ran out of gas, and they were crashing into the ground. Han-Yeol jumped off Mavros' back and aimed his right hand at the thousand-armed bodhisattva before shouting, "Explosion!" Gwa! The thousand-armed bodhisattva sensed that something was wrong with its body. Silence ensued. Whoosh! Kwaya! Then, a massive explosion came from every wound Han-Yeol had inflicted on the boss monster's body. There was not only one but numerous explosions all over the boss monster's body. The boss monster cried out in agony, but the sound of the explosions drowned its cries before swallowing its body whole. Is it over? Han-Yeol nervously gulped while watching the explosion. His mana reached rock bottom, and he could feel his body slipping out of his control. If he let his guard down even for a moment, he was certain that he would lose consciousness. He fought against the overwhelming fatigue, determined to stay awake until he could confirm the boss monster's demise. There was no time to relax. Not yet. Woong. Kwang? The sound of something crumbling reverberated throughout the mountains, and then it was followed by a familiar sound. Ding! You have successfully defeated the raid boss monster, thousand-armed bodhisattva n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. You have achieved an impossible victory. Your level has risen. 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 We1? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after reading the string of messages. Thud. Despite his best efforts, Han-Yeol succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. This battle was not like a game where his stamina would be automatically replenished through leveling up. Tayarana and Mujahid, having regained some of their mana, hurried to his side. They combined their mana and infused it into Han-Yeol, preventing him from succumbing to mana exhaustion and ensuring he would not perish. Go and protect Vice Leader Nim. Yes, ma'am. The Horus raid party's elation over their incredible triumph was short-lived, as they immediately shifted gears to evacuate Han-Yeol after his collapse from exhaustion. However, their focus was abruptly interrupted by another astonishing occurrence. Woong? What? Tayaranim. What's going on? Tayarana was suddenly enveloped by a bright golden light while the Horus raid party prepared to evacuate. Tayaranim. Miriam rushed to her side, but Tayarana stopped her from approaching and said, "Don't come near me. It would be dangerous for you if I triggered an explosion." With a firm resolve, Tayarana was acutely aware of the potential consequences based on reports of similar incidents. While this knowledge was not widely known among ordinary hunters, there existed a possibility that a hunter's mana would run rampant if they pushed themselves beyond their limits. This unstable mana had the potential to trigger a catastrophic explosion, endangering not only the hunter but also those in their vicinity. Even master rank hunters had fallen victim to these unleashed mana. Due to the destructive nature of such incidents, there was limited data available on the aftermath. The bodies of hunters whose mana went out of control were often disintegrated by the resulting explosion. However, through meticulous analysis of numerous videos captured just moments before the explosion, scholars were able to deduce the underlying cause. Being aware of this peril, Tayarana took preemptive measures to ensure that no one approached her, prioritizing the safety of those around her. What? She was surprised by what was happening in her own body. On the other hand, Miriam anxiously watched while blaming herself. I should be the one to die instead of Tayaranim. Her sole purpose in this world was to safeguard Tayarana, and she had made a solemn vow to perish alongside her liege if the need arose. However, a sense of unease washed over her as she detected something peculiar about Tayarana's demeanor. What's wrong, Tayaranim? My body. I can feel myself becoming stronger. What? Tayarana's words reverberated throughout the entire Horus raid party, leaving them utterly stunned. While she had already possessed considerable strength, her claim of feeling even stronger now suggested that something extraordinary had taken place, an occurrence that could only be described as a miracle. That means, Tayaranim is finally a RA rank hunter. Amazing. Tayaranim. Miriam immediately ran up to Tayarana after realizing that there was not going to be any explosion. She asked with a worried gaze, Are you alright, Tayaranim? Tayarana smiled in response. Despite Miriam being comparatively weaker, the unwavering dedication she displayed in protecting Tayarana amused her. It was evident to Tayarana that Miriam's actions stemmed from a deep affection and love for her, which she found endearing and adorable. What Miriam was unaware of, however, was that Tayarana regarded her as a sister. While Miriam felt a strong impulse to protect Tayarana, Tayarana reciprocated the sentiment and acted as a shield for Miriam as well. Their bond was one of mutual guardianship and care. Yeah, it's perfect. No, I actually feel much better. I can feel an even more powerful mana flowing inside me right now. Tayarana gazed at her own hands, alternating between clenching and relaxing them. Then, she cast a meaningful glance in Miriam's direction. Sensing the urgency in Tayarana's expression, Miriam promptly drew closer, realizing that Tayarana had something important to convey. I actually learned 2 new skills. What? How? Miriam blurted out an exclamation, but quickly recognized her error and fell silent. The words she had just heard were difficult for her to comprehend, so she mustered the courage to ask for clarification. How is it possible that you suddenly acquired 2 additional skills? There have never been any reports of such an event occurring before. Miriam had access to most reports submitted by academia to the royal court, and she made sure to read each one whenever she had the time. However, this was the first time she had encountered information about a hunter learning more than 3 skills after awakening. Han-Yeol was only able to acquire additional abilities due to his flexible awakening, so he is more of an anomaly. But there have never been any reports of an ordinary hunter suddenly gaining new skills after growing stronger, Miriam pondered. She couldn't fathom an explanation for what was happening to Tiarana. Driven by a sense of urgency, Miriam decided that they had to travel to Egypt as soon as possible. She believed that Egypt held the key to unraveling the mystery surrounding Tiarana's unprecedented development. I have no idea myself, but I have a hunch. What is it? A small hint was going to be extremely helpful to them, so Miriam listened intently no matter how unbelievable the hunch was. Han-Yeol. Miriam was once again taken aback when Tiarana mentioned Han-Yeol's name. With her intellect far surpassing that of most people, she immediately grasped the implications of Tiarana's words and began formulating numerous hypotheses in her mind. That means, no, that should not be possible. Miriam deemed the hypotheses in her mind to be seemingly impossible, no matter how much she pondered their validation. Yet, it was not just skepticism that held her back, she also harbored a deep-seated fear of the potential repercussions from academia if she were to acknowledge these hypotheses. While Han-Yeol appeared more intriguing than awe-inspiring, he possessed the potential to usher in a new chapter in the history of hunters if Miriam's hypotheses proved to be correct. Tiarana. Miriam looked at her with a serious expression. Tiarana knew what Miriam was going to say, so she simply nodded and replied, "Yeah, let's go pay a visit to Egypt once everything is wrapped up." "I understand, Tiarana." The Horus Raid Party's boss raid reached its conclusion with the triumphant defeat of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, and Tiarana ascended to the prestigious rank of Master Rank Hunter. Thankfully, Han-Yeol regained consciousness after 30 minutes. His fainting episode was primarily attributed to the rapid depletion of his mana pool, resulting from the excessive use of mana. As his body gradually replenished its mana reserves, he regained consciousness. "Are you awake, Mujahid?" The person taking care of Han-Yeol during his recovery was none other than Mujahid. Although Miriam would have been expected to attend to him, she was occupied in a discussion with Tiarana. As a result, Mujahid stepped in to fill the role in her absence. Waking up and immediately seeing a guy's face is the worst feeling ever. "You're being too mean, Hyungnim." "Ha ha ha, I'm just joking." Sure. Mujahid, despite being a prince, had a tarnished image. He didn't exhibit the expected demeanor of royalty. In fact, he was carefree, easygoing, and overly hyperactive, qualities that were not typically associated with someone of his noble status. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol did not look down on him. He recognized Mujahid as a shrewd individual who knew how to enjoy his wealth. On a whim, Mujahid would have his meals flown in from Europe, and he treated the most luxurious hotel in South Korea as if it were a mere motel. While carefree in nature, he possessed the ability to assert his wealth and authority over others. Mujahid extended his hand toward Han-Yeol. "It's time to get up, Hyungnim. The vice leader of the Horus Raid Party can't be lying on the ground during this historic moment we've achieved with this miraculous victory." "Well, I guess you're right." Tak. With Mujahid's support, Han-Yeol managed to regain his footing. Though he still felt a slight dizziness, it wasn't severe enough to prevent him from walking. As Han-Yeol raised his gaze, he noticed a line of trucks bearing the insignia of the Horus Raid Party. It appeared that they had arrived upon hearing news of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's defeat. "It's really over," Han-Yeol thought with a smile after realizing the impossible battle against the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva had ended with their victory. There was nothing left for Han-Yeol to do now that the battle was over. The Horus Raid Party established their base camp near the location where the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was defeated, and the Egyptian government promptly dispatched a group of specialists and porters to support them. The appearance of these boss monsters garnered significant international attention, particularly due to their exclusive occurrence in South Korea. Initially, the South Korean government and Hunters Association were filled with excitement, envisioning the potential benefits that could be derived from these bosses. However, their optimism soon turned to panic when they realized the formidable nature of the boss monsters. Furthermore, the failure of the Swastika Guild added to the chaos within the association, prompting them to desperately seek assistance from a foreign raid party. However, their confusion deepened when they received news of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's defeat by the Horus Raid Party, a group that did not include any master rank hunters. When manager Kim Cha-il reported that the Horus Raid Party was exerting their utmost efforts in raiding the boss monster, the association's higher UPS mocked them. After all, even the top raid party in Korea, led by the renowned Halazen monster Kim Tae-san, was still engaged in battling the volcano tortoise on Jeju Island. Needless to say, the Hunters Association was currently in a state of emergency. What? They refused to hand over the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's remains to us? Is that true? This became the primary source of the issue. Initially, the Hunters Association was in a state of disarray, but they saw an opportunity to conduct research on the boss monster since it had already been defeated by the Horus Raid Party. However, their plans took an unexpected turn when the Horus Raid Party declined to surrender the remains of the boss monster. Instead, the Horus raid party decided to dispatch their own research team from Egypt to analyze the boss monster. This decision surprised and puzzled the Hunters Association, as they had anticipated taking control of the research themselves. Why yes, that woman named Miriam personally contacted us. Bam? Damn it! How dare they covet what belongs to us? Do they have any idea how much that monster corpse is worth? The association's executive chewed his cigar in half and slammed his fist into the table. Hey, do we have any legal basis to snatch it away from them? I know they defeated it, but they're foreigners. This is South Korea. This is our country. That is. International laws dictate that the monster corpses and mana stones belong to the foreign raid party as long as they legally hunted the monster. We could forcefully take it away from them, but I think our diplomatic relationship with Egypt is going to take a hit. Our government has already invested more than $30 billion in Egypt, and all of that money could disappear if we do something rash right now. This will also severely damage our country's reputation. No, it will be tarnished beyond repair. We might even have to consider recalling all our hunters stationed in Africa, given Egypt's significant influence in the region. In the present era, even with the independence of nations, it was impossible to ignore international laws and treaties. While regional alliances had dissipated after the appearance of dimensional gates, countries still maintained amicable relationships through their respective hunters associations. The absence of regional alliances allowed countries the freedom to negotiate directly with one another. However, Africa stood as an exception due to its ongoing struggles with poverty. Egypt, as the primary provider of aid to African countries, held significant influence over the entire region. In fact, Africa was the only continent that had strengthened its regional alliance while others disbanded theirs. There was a saying in Africa that any country seeking to make deals with an African nation had to first go through Egypt. Africa boasted abundant hunting grounds that its own countries were unable to subdue, offering immense opportunities for developed nations to benefit from. South Korea was among the countries that greatly reaped the benefits of hunting in Africa. Given the limited land area of South Korea compared to its population, the country consistently faced issues of overcrowding in hunting grounds. To tackle this challenge, the government devised a solution, dispatching their hunters on expeditions to other countries in need, simultaneously addressing the problem of overcrowding in their homeland. Ugh, our economy is already in dire straits these days. It will be a nightmare if the supply of mana stones from Africa comes to a halt. That is indeed a valid concern. Sigh. Creak. The executive pulled down his necktie and leaned on his chair. What do you think? Are there any possibilities of negotiations? Yes, I believe it will be difficult. I instructed Manager Kim to attempt negotiations again, but they dismissed us and demanded that we retrieve the remains of the other 6 boss monsters if we wanted one. That bitch. I never liked her from the start. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. The retired association executive had been a B-rank hunter during his active years and had grown arrogant after securing his position within the association. In his personal life, he had divorced his wife for aging too quickly and had set out to find a younger replacement. Taking advantage of his ex-hunter status and executive position, he manipulated and toyed with numerous women who sought to be in his favor. However, when he first encountered Miriam, a B-rank hunter with a different charm than Korean women, she responded to his advances with a string of curses that left him deeply humiliated. But now, seeing her thriving with the Horus raid party, he couldn't bear to watch. After all, he was accustomed to always getting what he wanted. So, are you just going to stand and watch as a foreign raid party steals the first boss from right under our noses? Are you really that incompetent? He knew very well that there were going to be severe diplomatic repercussions if he forcefully stole the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva from the Horus raid party, but he could not simply sit by and watch them take it away. And no, I will be instructing Manager Kim to keep negotiating with them. I will definitely buy the corpse from them no matter how much it costs. That's the answer I want to hear. Now get out. Yes, Director Nim. The manager bowed and left the office. The executive angrily chewed what remained of his cigar while thinking, just you wait, Horus raid party. I'm going to definitely pay you back for this shame. He was not mad and was petty for being rejected by Miriam. Absolutely not. I'm bored, Han-Yeol grumbled after waking up early in the morning in Mount Toham. The hunt may have concluded, but the responsibilities of the Horus raid party were far from over. The corpse of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva held immense value, and it was crucial for them to safeguard it until the arrival of the research team and porters from Egypt. Huayiniang? Hurry up boys. We have a lot to dismember today. How do we dismember this? Beats me. The porters of the Horus raid party were up early in the morning, diligently dismembering the corpses of the 2 zodiac monsters summoned by the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva during the fight the rat and the bull. They quickly assembled a makeshift processing facility on the field to expedite their work. But where did Mujahid Nim go? I heard that he went hunting the remaining zodiac monsters with a detachment force. Wow, he's truly remarkable. He's back in battle again after fighting so much yesterday. I know, right? Han-Yeol inadvertently overheard the conversation among the porters, as the surroundings of Mount Toham were still relatively calm. He wasn't intentionally eavesdropping, but the conversation happened to catch his attention. That brat, Han-Yeol knew why Mujahid set out to hunt today. I'm sure he feels pressured after hearing that Tayarana might have awakened as a master rank hunter. He knew very well that Mujahid held great pride in his power and rank. While Mujahid knew he couldn't defeat Tiarana in a one-on-one battle due to their different combat styles, he was determined not to lose to her in terms of strength. However, her sudden advancement to a master rank hunter widened the gap between them, which likely left Mujahid conflicted. Well, hunting for another day won't make him instantly stronger, but I hope it brings him some peace. Han-Yeol strongly believed that releasing stress immediately was the best approach in life. After all, holding on to stress and letting it explode later at an inconvenient time would affect those around you. Alright, let's start filming from there. Yes, Uni. The Horus raid party's base camp was quite lively despite it still being daybreak. The Mulan crew members were busy filming the porters as they worked, while also conducting interviews with the Egyptian hunters. They had already hired 3 Arabic translators for Level Up TV, considering that most of Han-Yeol's hunts were now with the Egyptians. Naturally, Han-Yeol had to endure Yubai's nagging once again, as all 3 of the translators were women. I mean, it just turned out that the best candidates were all women. Han-Yeol felt wronged. He gazed at the tranquil day of the Horus raid party when a sudden recollection of the string of messages he had glimpsed before losing consciousness struck him. Fatigue from the battle had overwhelmed him at the time, discouraging him from investigating further. However, with his mind now clearer, curiosity peaked within him, compelling him to delve into the contents of those messages. I remember hearing a bunch of notifications. I wonder what it says. He remembered the piercing sound of the alarm ringing multiple times, accompanied by a flood of messages that filled his vision at that moment. Badump, 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 badump. Status window? With excitement coursing through his veins, Han-Yeol swiftly accessed his status window, his heart pounding in anticipation. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 267. Points, 500. STR, 323. VIT, 300. AGI, 305. MAG, 310 plus 219. LCK, 20. Invoke, 300. Charisma, 55. Skills, Dismember, B. Sword Mastery, M. Flash Strike, M. Head Cutter, B. Vicious Stabs, D. Walking, M. Mana Pouch, C. Mana Control, M. Mana Mastery, M. Sixth Sense, M. Restrain, M. Crowd Restrain, E. Body Strengthening, M. Berserk, E. Stab, M. Dagger Mastery, B. Chain Mastery, M. Tornado Smash, D. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, M. Fire Attribute, M. Fireball, D. Mana Explosion, B. Chain Smite, M. Marksmanship, M. Homing Bullet, D. Martial Arts, M. Enchant, A. Sword Breathe, M. Explosion, B. Restore, A. Healing Bullet, B. Enhance Healing, B. Summon Demon, C. Telepathy, M. Power Meditation, B. Psychokinesis, B. Force Shield, A. Catwalk, A. Mana Absorption, A. Demon Eye, A. Mana Strengthening, B. Mana Bullet, B. Reflect, A. Enhance, M. Enhancement Aura, E. Item Appraisal, C. Translation, F. Blood Drain, B. Taming, D. Hammer Mastery, E. Hammer Shock, E. W. What the hell is this? I gained 100 levels? Han-Yeol was absolutely stunned after seeing his status window. Adding to his exhilaration, he discovered that the majority of his skills had increased by 1 or 2 ranks. Awesome! He exclaimed inwardly. He had been fighting against formidable monsters in recent days and sensed that his stats were rather inadequate, but that ceased to be a concern after he acquired 100 levels at once. He prioritized enhancing his STR, AGI, and VIT through training instead of allocating the bonus stat points directly. However, he soon grasped that training had its limitations once he surpassed a certain level. Consequently, the surplus stat points obtained through leveling up provided him with myriad possibilities to enhance his strength. Additionally, upon inspecting his status window, he observed that it was in a complete disarray. At least, I'm like a hybrid game character but in a good way, he thought. Han-Yeol possessed the ability to engage in combat at melee, mid-range, and long-range distances, all thanks to his extensive skill set. His versatility as a fighter stemmed from his open-mindedness in acquiring various skills during the initial stages of his training. This allowed him to develop into a well-rounded combatant. It's good that I have a lot of skills, but I have quite a few that I don't need. It would be great if I could erase skills I don't need or have a way to tidy up my skill list, he thought while going through his numerous skills. Han-Yeol possessed many skills, which meant that he was bound to have a few he did not need. Initially, he thought there was no harm in having more skills, but over time, the number of his skills increased, including some that he had stopped using a long time ago. N/O/vel/B/C/om. I understand that it's similar to a game system, but there are significant differences compared to a regular game. Nowadays, many games offer players the option to buy items using cash in order to reset or erase specific skills. However, since I haven't invested any points in those skills, it would be a major mistake if they were to be reset. The saying that human greed knew no limits was the perfect quote to describe him. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol remained unperturbed by his own greed, as he considered it to be quite normal. A human being is bound to adapt to their situation and needs. Anyone will feel discontent once they settle in their situation? He soon shrugged the thought off. It could be said that this was both good and bad, as it meant that he was thirsty to become stronger. However, not being content was bound to cause him stress whenever he failed to solve a problem. That was the reason he came up with the mindset to ignore the things he cannot fix and focus all of his energy on things that he can fix. I should distribute my stats now. Which one should I focus on? Han-Yeol merrily thought. This was one of the moments that he looked forward to the most. I should invest 100 points into Invoke. He had approximately 100 invokes leeway to summon another intermediate demon, but he never knew when he would need another or a stronger demon. Therefore, he decided to increase his buffer to 200 invokes. Shwayay! A change occurred in the mana that surrounded his body after he invested 100 points into Invoke. The stat Invoke was technically the power of demons and held a darker attribute compared to mana. It was understandable why a change in Han-Yeol's mana would occur after he invested 100 points into this stat. I have 400 bonus stat points left. I should divide it equally among STR, VIT, and AGI. He quickly allocated the stats and felt a surge of mana in his body. Fwa! He felt exceptionally well. A distinct sensation of ecstasy engulfed his body upon investing all 300 points at once. With 100 bonus stat points left, he wondered, should I put this in mag or in charisma? It was quite the dilemma for him, as he could simply increase his mag by absorbing mana from mana stones, but then he would be using a lot of mana stones in the process. He was already using up a lot of the mana stones he hunted, thanks to Enhance, and a situation where he would use more mana stones than what he gained from hunts could occur in the future. Ugh, I guess there's no choice. I'm going all in on charisma? However, he decided to invest his stat points into charisma instead. It's unfortunate that I'll be using the mana stones, but I can hunt for them or purchase them with money. On the other hand, it's impossible for me to buy stat points. Selling mana stones to another person was officially illegal, but that didn't mean it was impossible. There were numerous loopholes one could exploit, or they could buy them from smugglers coming from other countries. I should probably depend on smugglers for the time being. There were several countries that did not change their government policies even after the dimensional gates appeared. For instance, the few remaining communist states only altered their economic stance to capitalism while maintaining their commitment to communism for social issues. These countries typically had a sufficient number of hunters to gather mana stones, but they were obligated to sell the mana stones to their government at a low price. In return, their government utilized the stockpile of mana stones to export various products to other countries or present them as diplomatic gifts to enhance their country's reputation. It was not an inherently negative narrative, but it created an opportunity for individuals to purchase mana stones from the hunters, albeit illegally, as long as they paid more than what their government offered. There were a significant number of hunters from these countries who preferred to sell the mana stones at a higher price rather than selling them to the government, as humans naturally prioritize their own well-being above all else. I should ask Albert to find me a dealer? He recalled hearing from somewhere that the majority of these smugglers preferred to conduct their transactions in US dollars rather than their own local currency. The likely reason behind this preference was that they used the proceeds to acquire superior equipment from first world countries. Flap, flap, Q. Mavrose flew up to Han-Yeol after he finished allocating his bonus stat points. Hey, Mavrose. Q. How are you feeling? Q. Flap, 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 flap. Mavrose flapped his wings to show that he was fine, and Han-Yeol could not help but find his pet dragon to be extremely adorable. 2 months passed quite quickly. It was revealed that the 1,000-armed bodhisattva was a treasure in itself after the research team from Egypt conducted their research on its remains. One of the biggest treasures in the 1,000-armed bodhisattva's body was the precious metal it was made of, and this precious metal was something that the metals found on Earth could not compare to. The Egyptian team of researchers coined the name mana metal for this newly discovered precious metal. The mana metal possessed much greater durability compared to normal metals, and it had the ability to generate mana by itself without receiving it from an external source. The research team was in a festive mood after their discovery. On the other hand, the Korean Hunters Association was about to die from envy. Still, the association did its best in the 2 months to better support their raid parties, and this allowed the master rank hunters to hunt down all 6 remaining boss monsters. The Korean government was elated after obtaining all 6 boss monster corpses, and they confidently proclaimed on the news that the looming financial disaster was going to be averted thanks to these treasures. The news was widely received by the general public, but that did not change the public's opinion as they knew that there were no benefits for them no matter how many boss monsters the hunters brought down. Why? Simple, everything the hunters hunted was monopolized by the hunters, the association, and the conglomerates. Tisk tisk, this is why Korea isn't developing. The people have realized that they have been lied to for far too long, and they have started writing negative comments on such good news. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue and grumbled while reading the news on his tablet PC. He had just gotten out of the shower and was now in his bathrobe. Han-Yeol had become one of the wealthiest people in South Korea, with a net worth of over 4 trillion won, and it was quickly approaching 5 trillion won. Tisk. This is why I don't feel like reading the news these days, he grumbled inwardly once again. As mentioned before, Han-Yeol had stopped reading the news due to being occupied with various interesting activities. However, the main reason behind his decision was that reading negative news and comments spoiled his mood and caused unnecessary stress. He believed it was unnecessary to subject himself to such negativity. Nevertheless, he still occasionally read the news to stay informed about current events, but he couldn't help feeling frustrated when he encountered distressing news articles. Despite his newfound wealth and status as one of the elite in the country, he had spent nearly 30 years living in poverty as a nobody. His financial success over the past year hadn't changed his mindset from that of a commoner to that of a noble. Suk. Han-Yeol swiped his finger across the tablet screen, turning to the next page. This time, he found himself in the entertainment section, and the headline immediately caught his attention. Yoon-nim has once again donated 1 million blocks of charcoal for the needy. Wow, this guy is really generous, he thought. As winter approached, South Korea was experiencing a drop in temperature, and the cold was becoming more pronounced. However, a concerning issue arose as the news article explained that many people were struggling with financial difficulties and unable to keep warm. The article highlighted that those who couldn't afford or lacked access to gas lines resorted to using blocks of charcoal as a means to heat themselves during the harsh winter. Should I donate charcoal too? He wondered. Ever since he was young, Han-Yeol had developed a habit of giving. Although the amounts he donated might not have been substantial, he made it a point to consistently contribute 30,000 won to non-profit organizations whenever he had the opportunity. However, his charitable giving came to a halt after his father fell ill and required hospitalization. Well, I guess 30,000 won can't be considered a significant donation now, he thought before he reached for his phone on his glass coffee table and called his lawyer. Ring, 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 ring. Ago Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, how have you been? Hello, lawyer Nim. Is it a good time for you to talk? Haha. Yes, I am free right now. The law firm is running smoothly, thanks to the lawyers we hired with your investment. My only job is to be on standby for anything you would require. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim? Ha ha ha. L law firm was on a roll these days, and it was the fastest growing law firm in the legal industry. The firm used Han-Yeol's initial investment of 1 billion won to grow its operations, and his additional investment of 100 billion won gave it the money to recruit the best talents available. It went without saying that its revenue was quite high as it was a law firm specializing in dealing with hunter-related matters, and the fact that it was legally representing and advising the Horus Raid Party in Korea catapulted it to the top of the industry. I'm thinking of making some charitable donations. Oh, that is indeed a noble act. The future of our country is bright since such an outstanding hunter like you has a heart for ordinary people. Ha ha ha. Han-Yeol thought that lawyer Han always had an intense personality. So, how much are you planning to donate? Han-Yeol pondered for a while. He never thought about how much he was going to donate, but there was that method he had read from books when he was young, and he dreamt of doing it himself one day. No, it was not by doing physical volunteer work as he could not be bothered to do that. In fact, the only time he ever worked as a volunteer was during his school days when he needed to gather community service points to pass. He was the type who preferred to donate money instead, and this worked quite well for him even in his younger days. He felt extremely good about himself whenever people praised him for being generous when he told them that he consistently donated 30,000 won without having to do any laborious work. Some people might call him out for being a hypocrite, but they would not be able to accuse him of being a bad person at least, since giving something was always better than giving nothing. Han-Yeol suddenly found it difficult to trust the charity organizations now that he had decided to donate his money. The only one I can trust is UNICEF, but I want my donation to stay in the country if possible, he thought. Quite a few international organizations were disbanded after the dimensional gates appeared, but important ones like the United Nations remained. One such organization was UNICEF, which was also a part of the United Nations. UNICEF was an organization helping children all over the world, so there was no need for it to be disbanded. Most countries made a fortune after the emergence of dimensional gates, thanks to the mana stones they harvested from them. However, there were still many people living in poverty. It was the same in the past. The Industrial Revolution and the 21st century signaled the start of the affluent era of the world, but poverty remained due to the concentration of wealth. This was no different after the emergence of mana stones, and that was the reason UNICEF remained one of the most important organizations in the world to this day. Han-Yeol would have donated to UNICEF without a thought, but he wanted to help his country this time. He saw a lot of things and learned a lot of things while working as a hunter, and he realized that South Korea might appear to be all well on the outside, but there were severe underlying issues hidden from the public's eye. The issue with porters is a huge one that needs to change. He personally experienced the severity of the problem after Yubai awakened and graduated from being his porter. Moreover, there were numerous discussions on community forums where people complained about the increasing difficulty, if not the impossibility, of finding porters these days. This was the reason Han-Yeol wanted to use his donation to address social problems rather than simply giving them to a charitable organization. I'm thinking of establishing a private school. What? A private school? Lawyer Han Min was taken aback by Han-Yeol's words. He had anticipated that Han-Yeol would donate a substantial sum to assist underprivileged children, but he never imagined that Han-Yeol would propose something like this. I don't intend to establish an ordinary private school, Han-Yeol stated. I want to establish a private school specifically for hunters and porters, a place where children can receive comprehensive elementary, middle, and high school education, and ultimately graduate as professionals in this industry. Haha, the way you think is on a whole different level. I thought you were going to donate a few $100 million to impoverished children, but I never imagined that you would think of something like this. I do plan to donate around 1 billion won to impoverished children and elderly living in poverty. As expected. Lawyer Han-Min nodded in agreement after Han-Yeol mentioned the donation he had initially expected to hear from him. Truth be told, Han-Yeol would have normally stopped after donating a few billion to help the poor. However, the problem was that he spent too much time with Tiarana and Mariam, which changed his way of thinking. The addition of Mujahid further accelerated that process. The group he associated with consisted mainly of societal leaders, and he was naturally beginning to be shaped into one himself. Oh, I don't plan to donate that money to an existing foundation. Then, I need you to establish a welfare foundation for me. With all due respect, it is unnecessary to open a foundation just to donate 1 billion won. There are many foundations in the country that pose as charitable organizations, but they were primarily established for the purpose of money laundering and embezzlement. However, I am aware of a foundation that maintains integrity, so you may donate your money there. What do you mean? Pardon me, I meant I was planning to donate 1 billion won every month. Kakahok? Monthly donation of 1 billion won. Yes, Han-Yeol nonchalantly replied while wondering why his lawyer was so shocked. Then, you are absolutely right that we need a foundation to manage all of that. Even a foundation with integrity is run by people, after all, so it will be hard for them to resist dipping their fingers in 12 billion won every year. It will be very difficult for most people not to embezzle that much money. Yes, that is the reason why I want to establish my own. I cannot stand the thought of those people using my money for themselves. There is also the issue of opening a private school, so I think we can solve both problems with this. Lawyer Han-Min was tongue-tied after seeing how Han-Yeol wanted to spend his money. He was flustered for a while, but he soon composed himself and sprung into action. This was the main reason Han-Yeol invested a huge sum in him. He was extremely good at doing the things Han-Yeol requested, and he was discerning enough not to stab Han-Yeol in the back for quick bucks. After all, he was not foolish enough to slaughter the goose that laid golden eggs. Yes, I understand. I will immediately start establishing the foundation, but you will have to decide on its name to speed things up. Of course, I can name it whatever I want if you want me to, but a foundation holds valuable meaning, so, you're right. Then, please name it Mavrose Welfare Foundation. Mavrose looked up at Han-Yeol and tilted his head in confusion upon hearing his name mentioned. Suk. Han-Yeol patted Mavrose while still on the phone. Then, the black dragon let out a satisfied cry as it went back to sleep. The black dragon was much more valiant and stronger than most creatures when it grew big, but it was quite cute in its small form. Yes, I understand. It will be difficult to finish it right away, as establishing a foundation that will run a private school is quite tricky. However, I will ensure that it gets done as soon as possible. I will send you a report once it has been established. Yes, I'll leave it to you then. Then, I wish you a pleasant day, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Yes, you too, Lawyer Nim. Goodbye. Beep. Han-Yeol ended the call first. He was 15 years younger than Lawyer Han-Min, but he was more senior when it came to their social standing, so Lawyer Han-Min had to wait for Han-Yeol to end the call first. After ending the call, Han-Yeol lay down on the sofa. He was not going out on hunts to rest, but that did not mean he was not busy. A hunter's schedule usually consisted of going out on hunts, but Han-Yeol had a lot of things he started, so he had to manage all of those. On top of that, he had been getting a lot of visitors in recent days thanks to his peculiar abilities. Ding dong, beep, 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 beep. A neatly dressed man pressed the doorbell instead of knocking before entering the passcode to Han-Yeol's house. It was the secretary whom Han-Yeol hired to kickstart his social activities. What's the matter, Secretary Kim? Han-Yeol asked. It is almost time for you to meet the delegation from the United States, Han-Yeol Nim. Oh, is it that time already? Yes. Han-Yeol personally picked Secretary Kim from a pool of candidates. He posted a notice on South Korea's largest job site, stating that he was hiring a personal assistant with an annual salary of 300 million won, along with bonuses and incentives. More than 12,000 people applied for the position. The man standing before Han-Yeol, Jason Kim, emerged as the victor in the fierce competition of 1:12,000. He graduated from Harvard with an MBA, making him an elite among elites. Numerous multinational corporations in the United States sought to employ him, but he chose to return to his birth country. However, South Korea did not prove to be as promising as he had anticipated. Jason found it extremely challenging to adapt to the rigid and toxic workplace culture of the country. Although it was now too late for him to return to the United States, he was left without a job. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Then, Han-Yeol's post appeared like a ray of salvation, prompting Jason to immediately apply for the position. He was confident that his credentials would secure him the job, but his spirits quickly dwindled upon arriving for the interview and witnessing the presence of numerous exceptionally attractive women. He is hiring a secretary, so even I would prefer a young, beautiful woman instead of a man. I mean, there must be something wrong with him if he chose a man, right? He lamented inside. However, he was soon surprised and overjoyed when he heard that he had been hired. He did not expect the work to be easy, as there was no way someone would offer a salary of 300 million won if the work were easy in the first place. But he was resolved to do whatever it took to keep his new job. Fortunately, his new employer was not as rigid as the people in Korean offices, which allowed him to easily adapt to his new workplace. Okay, shall we get going? I will prepare the car. All right, thanks. Secretary Kim bowed before going to arrange Han-Yeol's car and driver. Han-Yeol did not really like the idea of having someone chauffeur him around, but he was not going on a personal matter but a business matter, so he decided to hire one so that he could spend the time reviewing documents while on the way to the meeting. Frankly speaking, he did not hire a driver but paid an additional salary to one of the Gurkhas to be his personal chauffeur. Purva suggested having one of the Gurkhas become his driver since that would reduce their risk from hiring an outsider. He explained that the Gurkhas were trained bodyguards who were quite skilled behind the wheel, which easily convinced Han-Yeol. However, Purva refused Han-Yeol's offer to pay an extra salary to the Gurkha, saying that this was also part of their job. But Han-Yeol insisted on paying them more. In the end, his stubbornness to give more money further increased the loyalty these warriors had for him. After all, there was no way an employee was going to refuse more money from their employer, right? Han-Yeol got into the back seat of the car, and Secretary Kim got into the front passenger seat. How long will the drive be? Han-Yeol asked. It will be around 1 hour and 30 minutes. Tisk, we could have met in Seoul. Why did they insist on meeting all the way at Pyeongtaek? Haha, I wonder myself. Do they get a kick out of bothering people? Haha. The guests were referred to as guests from the United States, but they were actually members of the secret hunter organization that Han-Yeol was well acquainted with. He kept in touch with Scarlett after their last meeting, so he knew that she was not going to be present this time as she was currently busy on Jeju Island for another mission. Tisk. Too bad. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue in regret after not being able to forget the steamy night they had spent together. It was not the first time he had engaged in sexual intercourse, but it was the first time he had ever felt his entire body melting into hers. Then, he realized that it was the first time in his life he had experienced real sex. I want to spend the night with her again? Han-Yeol felt a bit awkward whenever he had these kinds of thoughts. He knew that Scarlett was an attractive woman, and he knew that she was way out of his league if he had never awakened as a hunter. However, the only feelings he had toward her were of sexual lust, and he did not particularly feel like being romantically involved with her. It's really strange. Scarlett is beautiful enough that I should be begging her to date me, but I don't really feel like dating her. Is this perhaps a side effect of my ability? He wondered. However, he immediately shook his head and thought, no, there is no way. I gave up on Yubai, but I had feelings for her back then, so that is not possible. In the end, he decided to give up on thinking about it. Well, what gives? He thought. I'm not going to get married now, and I still have a lot of time on my hands. Let's just go with the flow for now. It was revealed that a hunter could live up to 200 years old. Han-Yeol was only 30 years old, so he still had 170 years remaining to worry about being in a relationship. Yes. Time passed quickly as he patted Mavrose while the latter clamored for his affection. I would have reached Pyeongtaek in a heartbeat if I flew with Mavrose. He suddenly thought of inquiring with the government about the possibility of obtaining a flying permit for Mavrose. In the meantime, he used the time in the car to open his laptop and envision his plans for the future. I'll put my business with Yubai at the top of the list. Selling monster pets is quite a lucrative business, but I'm dealing with living creatures here. I can't abuse it for the sake of money. Han-Yeol was an animal lover, despite not looking like one. Of course, he believed that it was only right to kill all of the wild monsters since they attacked people. However, the monsters that he hatched from the eggs were no different from pets, which made him cautious about turning it into a business. He regarded it as sending pets to a forever home after selling them for 1 trillion won to his close associates. However, turning this into a business was going to require strict rules. Well, Yubai is growing quickly, so I should try making a proper business model for her, he thought. Han-Yeol had never considered starting a business before, as he was satisfied with the income he earned as a hunter. However, everything changed after he joined the Horus raid party and encountered Tiarana and Miriam. Through them, he discovered the pleasure of spending money and also the pleasure of making money. Subsequently, he quickly grasped the concept of making money work for him, fueling his desire to initiate a business venture. Besides, I have to strive to be the best if I start a business, right? Han-Yeol retained the same mindset he had when he first became a hunter. He possessed a determined nature, always striving to excel in any endeavor he pursued, be it academics, games, or even hobbies. However, it should be noted that he was not naturally talented in his studies, games, or even in having a hobby before his awakening as a hunter. Tap, 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 tap. Time passed quite quickly after he started typing on his laptop. Han-Yeol Nim. Yes, we have arrived. All right. Han-Yeol found himself in a noiseless electric sedan, a stark contrast to his usual preference for loud combustion engine sports cars. They were currently situated in a tranquil area of Pyeongtaek, characterized by a dense concentration of residential buildings. Tack, 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 tack. Even after the car came to a stop, Han-Yeol remained engrossed in typing on his laptop. Secretary Kim and the driver refrained from interrupting him, well aware that whenever the sound of his typing grew louder, it meant that Han-Yeol was in the midst of conceiving a brilliant idea. I completely forgot about it. It would be awesome if we could create a self-sufficient mana vehicle. The current mana vehicles on the market require the hunters to inject their mana into them from time to time, and that means the ultra-wealthy people who haven't awakened can't use them unless they hire a hunter. There were vehicles running on mana, but those vehicles were extremely inconvenient to use. Not all hunters possessed the ability to control their mana, so the number of people who could actually use them was quite limited. Additionally, their fuel efficiency was really bad, making their purpose more about showing off than actually using them as a mode of transportation. The vehicle has the potential to be extremely efficient if we design it properly, and this sounds like something that I should discuss with you by Tak. Han-Yeol finally closed his laptop after typing down all of his ideas. Secretary Kim. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. What time is it? It is 2:15. I see, we aren't late then. Yes, we are not. Han-Yeol got out of the car and used demon eyes to check his surroundings. He then spotted 3 hunters giving off powerful mana at the meeting place, but I guess the Americans always cover their bases, he thought after scanning his surroundings. He found that the 3 hunters were not alone despite being extremely powerful. There were 20 other hunters in the vicinity, and Han-Yeol could tell that these American hunters were together no matter how hard they tried to pretend they were not, thanks to demon eyes. Also, it was quite easy for him to tell as this area in Pyongtaek was densely populated with ordinary people, and it was quite rare to find hunters here. It was possible to see 1 or 2 hunters in the area, but seeing 20 at once made it quite obvious that there was something going on here. Not that it matters. He shrugged off the thought. He was not sure what was going to happen later on, but he was certain that the United States was not his enemy for now. He was currently closer with Egypt than the United States, but both of those countries were on friendly terms, so it did not really matter. However, the reason that Han-Yeol was not particularly concerned was that those 23 hunters won't be able to do anything against me now that I have gained 100 levels, he confidently thought. He was on good terms with the United States, but there was no way to guarantee that nothing was going to happen. Still, he was extremely confident that he could win against all 23 hunters lurking around. Let's go. You wait in the car, Purva. Yes, sir. Jason translated in English to Purva, and the mercenary bowed in typical Korean fashion to Han-Yeol before going back into the car. The Purva that was driving was different from the leader, Purva. It was quite common for Nepalese people to have the same name due to their culture, so it was going to be easier to differentiate the two by calling them driver Purva and team leader Purva. Han-Yeol went up the elevator with Jason and arrived at the meeting place. Ding. Dong. Who is it? My name is Lee Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol replied. He thought, look at these bastards asking that question when they know full, well that, it's me? He laughed in disbelief to see that they were feigning ignorance despite being aware of what was going on. Beep. A white-haired middle-aged man opened the door for Han-Yeol. Oh, hello. He greeted Han-Yeol with a hint that made it sound like he was oblivious of the meeting. Han-Yeol went into the unit and saw 2 men who were acting quite obviously like secret agents. He then thought, well, it could be because I already knew that they were secret agents? So, what does the United States want from Han-Yeol Hunter Nim? Of course, Secretary Kim was translating for Han-Yeol since that was his main purpose for tagging along to this meeting after all. Han-Yeol went straight to the point as he was not the type that liked to beat around the bush. I wish to congratulate you first. My name is Paul. Okay. I heard that you have successfully raided a boss monster that appeared in South Korea with only S-rank hunters. I think both South Korea and Egypt have a bright future ahead of them. Haha. Han-Yeol went straight to the point, but the American hunter decided to beat around the bush. Thank you, but we just got lucky, that's all. I was hoping to see Scarlet, but is she busy somewhere else? That did not mean that Han-Yeol was an impatient fool who only knew how to get straight to the point. He was quite skilled at beating around the bush if that was how his counterpart wanted to proceed with things. Secretary Kim tried his best to precisely translate everything Han-Yeol said. Most translators usually tweaked the words they were supposed to convey, but Secretary Kim was not a professional translator, so he focused on relaying exactly what Han-Yeol said word for word. Ha ha ha, I heard that Scarlet has a hot relationship with Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I guess it was true. Well, I can say it's not completely false. Their meaningless chatter went on for a while, and it was only when enough time had passed that they finally went for the main agenda. The United States wishes to purchase 10 monster pets from you. 10 monster pets. Our credible sources told us that Han-Yeol Hunter Nim possesses numerous other abilities aside from taming monsters, and we have decided to come to you directly for that matter. Oh, that's indeed great news. However, we would like to request that you only deal with our government when exporting any of your creations. We cannot risk placing such a valuable ability in the hands of a single private corporation. Well, I will think about it in a positive manner. Ha ha ha, you are quite easy to talk to. I would have asked you for a glass of whiskey if we were not meeting on official terms. Really? Yes? Ha ha ha. Fortunately, the discussion went smoother than Han-Yeol expected it to be. The requests of the United States were not as bad as what Han-Yeol expected, so he figured that granting them a few of their requests and making them his ally was not a bad idea at all. So, do you accept our request to purchase 10 monster pets? On the other hand, Han-Yeol had some concerns regarding this matter. The United States government, as he knew it, was likely not purchasing these 10 pet monsters with good intentions in mind. They were probably planning to use them as test subjects, hoping to determine if they could also tame monsters. Han-Yeol had already made up his mind to prioritize ethical considerations, but the current issue was that the other party held significant power. Although he had gained 100 levels and become vastly stronger compared to his previous self, it still wasn't enough to provoke the United States as an enemy. Well, it didn't mean that refusing to sell them the 10 monster pets would instantly turn them into enemies, but it would certainly lead to complications in the future. Well, I suppose I have no choice. I can't suddenly start labeling monster pets as animal pets and advocate for animal rights out of nowhere. Selling them for the highest possible price seems to be my only option. Han-Yeol felt a slight pang in his conscience, but he reasoned that immediate profit would outweigh ethical considerations. Yeah, monsters already fall outside the boundaries of ethics, so I can't pass up personal gains just because of that. He acknowledged that he couldn't always rely on his conscience to navigate this world. He needed to know when to set aside his moral compass for substantial gains. Moreover, animal testing had been prevalent worldwide, so acting on conscience in this particular case wouldn't make a significant difference. In fact, conducting tests could provide valuable insights into monsters, benefiting humanity as a whole and potentially safeguarding them from future dangers. Recent events, such as dimensional holes and rifts, had caused numerous strange occurrences, making every country in the world cautious about monsters. Han-Yeol chose to perceive the United States' interest in purchasing the monster pets as an intent to conduct tests on them. Upon making such a decision, he said, "All right, I will sell 10 monster pets to the United States government." Secretary Kim translated what Han-Yeol said directly to the American hunter. "Oh, as expected, you truly are a nice guy, Mr. Lee. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to make your decision on the spot. However, the price will be $3 billion per monster pet." The American hunter couldn't help but be astounded by the price tag mentioned by Han-Yeol. "We are certain that you charged $1 billion per monster pet to the 3 Egyptians, but why did the price triple in such a short period?" It was only natural for Paul to be offended by the sudden increase in price, but only amateurs in negotiations would think that way. It is only right for the price to increase. Why are you feigning ignorance? Still, $3 billion for each monster pet would amount to a total of $30 billion? That's too much. The grammar in the provided text is correct. The budget of the United States government was around $9 quadrillion, so $30 billion was a drop in the bucket for them. However, it did not change the fact that paying that amount to a single person was going to cause quite a stir. Nevertheless, the United States needed to acquire the monster pets at all costs for conducting tests. They were undoubtedly still the world's best, but in today's world where mana stones existed, there were numerous uncertain variables. When the dimensional gates first appeared 30 years ago, the world was plunged into great peril, and the United States experienced a deeply shameful moment in their history. Despite being hailed as the world's greatest superpower, they couldn't defeat a single monster on their own, dealing a severe blow to their pride. Having to depend on aliens and accept their assistance further exacerbated the damage to their reputation. The realm of mana was incredibly mysterious, rendering modern-day science useless in its presence. It was as if the world had to learn everything from scratch when it came to mana, and that necessitated extensive research on monsters. This was the primary reason why obtaining these monster pets was crucial for the United States government. $3 billion per pet. I will report it to my superiors for now, but please be aware that it is still a very burdensome price. The budget allocated to Paul for this mission was only $10 billion, so he needed to obtain permission from his government to agree to the $30 billion that Han-Yeol was asking for. Sure, as you like. On the other hand, Han-Yeol was not bothered at all since there were plenty of other customers willing to pay the amount he was asking for if the United States government refused to meet his asking price. Besides, he could hatch a monster pet anytime he wanted as long as he had a monster egg, the fruit, and mana, so losing a client wasn't a big deal for him. Oh right, Mr. Lee. Yes. I suggest that you visit the United States when you have time. Our country would be more than glad to welcome you. Haha, all right, I will think about it. I have always wanted to visit the United States, after all. Oh, that is truly good news for us. Ha ha ha. The discussion with Paul concluded. Han-Yeol felt a bit troubled by the fact that he sold the monster pets, fully aware that they would be used as test subjects. However, he chose to shrug it off since he ultimately benefited from the transaction. While the profit he stood to gain was significant, the most valuable outcome for him was establishing relations with the United States. They might attempt to negotiate the price, but in the end, he would remain firm, considering this a virtual monopoly market for him. The price will decrease if I sell a large quantity of them, so I'll have to sell them gradually at a high price to ensure that their value remains high. Moreover, if I know that there aren't many of them available, my conscience won't be as troubled. However, it would be a good idea to donate a portion of my profits to wildlife foundations. Han-Yeol understood that killing the goose that laid golden eggs was not an option, but he also recognized that refusing to take the golden eggs would be foolish. With the emergence of monsters, many people in the world were suffering. However, there were even more animals suffering due to the loss of their habitats and becoming prey to the monsters. Numerous organizations were dedicated to protecting these wildlife species, and Han-Yeol made the decision to donate to them in order to alleviate some of his guilty conscience. I hope we can meet again and have a great time. I hope so too, and I hope that Scarlet will be here to join us next time. Ha ha ha. Paul thoroughly enjoyed his conversation with Han-Yeol. Despite Han-Yeol's direct approach, Paul's experience helped lighten the atmosphere and made the conversation flow smoothly between them. They had a wonderful time together. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Then, I will take my leave now. Okay, please don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything from the United States. Thank you. Han-Yeol shook hands with Paul before leaving the unit. Secretary Kim's eyes sparkled with admiration as they traveled back to Seoul. You were truly amazing, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I had only seen you in videos, but I never imagined you would be so confident when dealing with the American government, he exclaimed, his gaze filled with reverence as he looked at Han-Yeol. What kind of country was the United States? They were the world's greatest superpower, unafraid to wage wars if it served their interests. They were both a righteous ruler and a tyrant, possessing unmatched power that no other country could stand against. China had long sought to surpass the United States as the global superpower, but they had failed to catch up in technology, particularly in harnessing mana stones, a crucial factor in determining a country's strength in the present era. In other words, the United States remained the strongest country in the world, whether before or after the emergence of the dimensional gates, and Han-Yeol stood on equal footing with their government. Secretary Kim, being born in the United States, knew firsthand how formidable they were. Seeing a single individual standing up to them made Han-Yeol seem godlike in his eyes. Well, it's not so strange considering they are striving to solidify their position as the greatest superpower. They weren't particularly respectful to me because of my strength or anything, but rather because they needed my ability, Han-Yeol replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Perhaps it was destined for the United States to become the greatest superpower, as the top 3 strongest master rank hunters in the world were all Americans. Of course, this ranking was unofficial, as master rank hunters never clashed with each other directly. The prohibition against clashes between master rank hunters was rooted in the understanding that such conflicts would result in cataclysmic destruction, capable of toppling mountains and rending the earth. Consequently, it was deemed illegal under international law for master rank hunters to engage in direct combat. Instead, any disputes were to be resolved through the International Hunter Tribunal, a legal requirement that all master rank hunters were obliged to abide by. However, despite these regulations, the age-old habit of ranking individuals persisted among people. The media, fueled by the desire for views and attention, played a significant role in creating and promoting rankings of master rank hunters worldwide. Nevertheless, according to various news outlets, the top 3 hunters in the world were all Americans. That does make sense. After all, the United States was the first country to establish negotiations with the aliens, granting them the opportunity to be the first nation to subdue the dimensional gates within their borders. Moreover, they quickly discovered the awakening process, enabling them to exponentially increase their hunter population during the early days. It's evident when you consider that they possess a third of China's hunter count, despite having only a 16th of China's population. But the crucial point here is that I am the only one capable of taming monster pets. Yes, and it has truly dawned on me how remarkable the hunter I am currently serving is. You're only realizing it now. Well, ha ha ha. Han-Yeol finally relaxed on the journey home after concluding the meeting with the Americans. Hyung-Nim. What is it, Mujahid? Are you really not going? I'm busy. Ah, don't be like that, Hyung-Nim. You haven't hunted for nearly 2 months now. Why don't we go and hunt together for old time's sake, or you can just cast in hands on me if you don't feel like hunting. Mujahid might be extremely easygoing, but he was not the type to cling to someone else. However, the reason he was pestering Han-Yeol to go hunting was none other than his enhanced skill. After all, anyone who tasted enhance would find it difficult to return to normal, and this was especially true for the prince. Mujahid, being a battle-obsessed maniac, was bound to become addicted to the effects of enhance. I can't. I'm busy. I will supply the mana stones. I'm really busy. Let's go next time. Mujahid was not simply a hunter, but he was a prince as well, so he was educated with basic mannerisms, and he knew when he had to back off. He was the son of a concubine, but that did not matter since all children of the pharaoh were considered legitimate heirs. This, in turn, ensured that he received the best education available. All right, I guess I have no choice if you're so adamant about not going. But you have to promise me that you're going to go hunt with me, okay? Sure. All right, let's go, Furion. Kaeo? A large black panther, nesting on top of a tree, jumped down at Mujahid's call and rubbed its head against his waist. For the past 2 months, Mujahid had been focusing all his efforts on making Furion grow stronger, just like he had witnessed Han-Yeol do. During the initial few days of hunting, the results were not abundant. However, Mujahid soon realized that Mavros had consumed the remains of the gigantic lizard, which technically belonged to the same reptile species. This prompted him to shift his focus to hunting monsters similar to Furion. Subsequently, Furion started to react in a manner reminiscent of Mavros, and the Black Panther finally evolved. Nonetheless, there was one striking difference between the two. Mavros had the ability to change his size at will, while Furion remained stuck at the same size. Fortunately, Mujahid was not the kind of person to concern himself with trivial matters like this. Han-Yeol, initially curious about his nonchalant attitude toward his pet's size, decided to inquire about it. However, the response he received was a true reflection of Mujahid's character. Because big is cool. Haha, is that so? Yes, Furion might resemble a black panther, but his large fangs and strong muscles set him apart from a typical black panther. Additionally, I cannot possibly fight alongside a weak black panther, but Furion is formidable and powerful. Haha. Han-Yeol felt relieved that Mujahid was bonding well with the monster pet he had purchased from him. However, at the same time, his conscience was starting to bother him. They're probably going to end up becoming test subjects once I sell them, he thought. Certainly, as long as the United States was willing to offer the right price, Han-Yeol's decision to sell the monster pets would not be swayed. But are you going somewhere, Hyungnim? I'm going to Yubai. I noticed that you're spending a lot of time with that woman named Yubai. Are you abandoning Nunam by any chance? What nonsense are you talking about? Is there something between Tayarana and me that I'm not aware of? Han-Yeol could not help but wonder after hearing Mujahid's question. It's nothing. Don't mind me, I was just joking. Ha ha ha, what was that all about? There was a peculiar expression on Mujahid's face, but Han-Yeol chose not to dwell on it too much, knowing that the prince could be quite playful at times. Han-Yeol promptly headed toward the area beside Sungjin factory, which now served as Yubai's workshop. The hangar he had initially constructed for her had gradually transformed into a space where she created intricate inventions, which led Han-Yeol to wholeheartedly support her endeavors. Secretary Kim. Yes, Han-Yeol Hunternim. What about the matter I asked about? We completed all the preparations 4 days ago. The unmanned security system from Germany is ready, and we have enlisted a regiment of Gurkhas to safeguard the factory. They are dressed inconspicuously, but they carry concealed weapons, Secretary Kim explained while handing a document to Han-Yeol. The document contained specifications, layout diagrams, and an operating manual for the unmanned security system imported from Germany. The subsequent pages provided details regarding the hired Gurkhas responsible for protecting the factory. In addition, we are currently in the process of recruiting retired low-rank hunters to further enhance our security. I will promptly submit a report once the recruitment is complete. Very well, I trust you with it. Thank you. Wow, it's really convenient to have someone smart working for you. Han-Yeol felt a sense of joy knowing that Secretary Kim was capable of fulfilling his desires and requests. BZZT? BZZZZT? Han-Yeol arrived at the workshop, which appeared quite ordinary from the outside. Inside, an average-looking production line was being set up. The purpose of this production line was not to camouflage the workshop as a regular one, as that would be futile. Instead, its goal was to prepare the workshop for mass production of Yubai's inventions once they were ready. However, the basement of the workshop was far from average. Beep, 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 beep. Identity confirmed. This was one of the security systems they had imported from Germany. It consisted of a biometric scanner designed to analyze a person's mana spectrum. Access to the basement was restricted, as it was impossible to enter unless one's mana spectrum was registered with the scanner. Beep. Authorized personnel, rank 1, Lee Han-Yeol Hunternim. Zeek. It was evident that Han-Yeol held the highest rank in the workshop. The reinforced titanium doors smoothly slid open. These doors were meticulously crafted by a renowned hunter known as the Metalmeister from Germany. The Metalmeister possessed the extraordinary ability to reinforce any metal using his mana. Furthermore, he had the skill to combine different metals, creating unique alloys. The Metalmeister's contributions to Germany's economy were substantial. The country became a leading exporter of various metals and reinforced alloys to other nations. Even with the advent of dimensional gates, Germany maintained its position as the strongest country in Europe. Huiyining? Although Han-Yeol successfully passed through the security system, he was aware that cameras in the elevator were still monitoring his every move. These cameras were designed with precision to capture every detail of their target, demonstrating the superiority of unmanned technology over human surveillance. The system left no room for errors, and it was equipped to react promptly in case of any abnormalities, unlike human intervention. Ding! The elevator arrived at the second basement floor, and there were a few other security measures Han-Yeol had to go through before he finally reached Yubai's main workshop. Zeek! The doors opened. Appa! Yubai greeted Han-Yeol with enthusiasm. Hey, Yubai! Both Han-Yeol and Yubai had become so close that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them siblings. Their relationship had blossomed even more after Han-Yeol let go of his romantic interest in her, allowing Yubai to open up to him without feeling burdened. How's everything? Han-Yeol asked. Yubai's abilities were the main catalyst behind their business venture. No matter how much money they invested or how well they marketed it, the business would have inevitably failed without her skills. I'm doing my best, but engineering is truly a challenging field. It feels like the more I delve into it, the more complex it becomes. But I'm determined to keep learning. Besides, I find it fascinating, so I don't think I'll ever get tired of it, Yubai replied. Ha ha ha. That's great, Han-Yeol muttered in response. He couldn't help but find it difficult to comprehend Yubai's mindset, as he was someone who despised the idea of studying. While he enjoyed reading books, analyzing, memorizing, and applying their contents posed a completely different challenge for him. I would have gone all in if there was a wisdom or intelligence-related stat. It's a shame, he lamented the fact that the mag stat did not increase his intelligence. But what brings you here today, Appa? Yubai asked. Han-Yeol would typically inform her in advance before visiting the workshop, so she couldn't help but wonder if there was a specific reason for his sudden visit. Well, you don't have a specific goal in your current research, do you? He asked. Yes, I'm just experimenting with a few things. They will all be weapons or equipment useful for hunting monsters, but I'm more inclined toward creating equipment at the moment. Weapons are a bit too challenging for me right now. Besides, my skill level isn't that high, so I can't guarantee creating a masterpiece even if I focus. Why do you ask? I've been thinking, and they say that studying is more efficient when you set a specific goal, right? Yeah, she nodded in response. Han-Yeol knew that Yubai shone the brightest when she was deeply engrossed in something. While she was charming when smiling in front of the camera, seeing her passionately analyze the machinery before her had a completely different charm. So, I was thinking, what do you think about starting with a monopowered vehicle? You can begin with an engine if creating an entire car seems too difficult. What do you think? Don't you think it would be revolutionary? An engine. This idea was the result of Han-Yeol's countless dilemmas over the past 2 months. He wanted to give Yubai a goal that wasn't too challenging yet had applications in various industries. Eventually, he settled on a Mana engine. The initial target was to develop an engine that could be used in vehicles before expanding to other industries. After all, the main mechanisms of an engine remained the same, with only a few adjustments required to adapt it for different applications. Han-Yeol believed that creating engines for other industrial purposes would be relatively easy once they had the basic design of the Mana engine. So, what do you think? Isn't it worth a shot? Han-Yeol asked. I don't think it's a bad idea, Yubai replied. Right. Yes, an engine can be used in various industries, so it would be exciting to study and work on it. Besides, even if we fail to produce our own vehicle, we can still sell the engine to an automobile company at a good price. Just like what the German Metalmeister is doing. I've heard of him too. I heard that all the metals used to construct the new research workshop came from him, right? Yes, that's correct. Yubai's eyes sparkled brightly. I want to become a world-renowned crafting hunter, just like the Metalmeister. Anyone with a life goal was bound to be attractive, and seeing Yubai radiate with enthusiasm after setting her own goal made her look like a shining angel. Yes, I'll help you achieve that. Hihi, then I'll trust only in you, Appa. Leave it to me, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. It had been a while since the two of them had such a heartfelt conversation. Han-Yeol believed that maintaining a strong relationship with her was crucial so that she wouldn't leave him in the future. Moreover, chatting with her was effortless as he genuinely enjoyed spending time with her. They chatted for quite some time until it was time for Yubai to go home. Look at the time. Yeah, time flew by quickly. Hihi, my work today was too easy. Hey, what are you saying? Just saying. Oh well, anyway, great job today. Shall we go grab dinner together? I want to, but I already made plans with my mother. I'm sorry, Appa. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about that. Your plans with your mother come first, after all. I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Han-Yeol was a bit regretful that they could not have dinner together, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. He then thought, Sungjin is busy these days, Tara and Mariam are back in Egypt, and Mujahid wants to do nothing else aside from hunting. I'm so bored. His social circle had drastically shrunk before he became a hunter, which limited the number of people he could hang out with. Then, I'll be off first, Yubai, Han-Yeol said. Okay, goodbye. Yeah, take care now. Han-Yeol left the workshop and headed towards the car where Secretary Kim, Purva, and Mavrose were waiting. Mavrose cried out and ran up to his embrace. The black dragon was now capable of staying by itself, but it still appeared reluctant to be away from Han-Yeol. It quickly climbed up and perched on top of Han-Yeol's head, its usual spot. Han-Yeol settled into the back seat of the car. Where shall we go? Secretary Kim asked. Let's take a drive around the outskirts of Seoul. I think I need some time to clear my head, Han-Yeol replied. Yes, sir. Secretary Kim relayed the instruction to Purva in English. Yes, sir. Purva understood the command effortlessly and began driving. As they passed by the campus of K University, something suddenly caught Han-Yeol's attention. We are against the expansion of the dormitory at K University. Secretary Kim. Yes, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Tell him to park at the side of the road. Yes, sir. It was an abrupt command, but Secretary Kim didn't question it, knowing that Han-Yeol was his employer. Purva drove the car into a parking lot and found a spot to park. As the parking attendant approached their car, Secretary Kim took charge of the situation. Han-Yeol had hired him precisely to handle such minor matters, freeing him from such inconveniences. Han-Yeol rolled down the window after the car came to a halt. Clang, 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 boom, 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 boom. The sound of cymbals and drums, causing a ruckus, filled the air, and Han-Yeol immediately recognized the cause of the protest. K University should ensure the survival of local businesses by halting the expansion of their dormitory. Stop the expansion. Stop the expansion. Stop the expansion. What do you want us to do if you build more dormitories? How will we feed our kids? Listen up, everybody. Let's scream on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yah. Boom, 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 clang, 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 clang. Despite all the commotion around him, Han-Yeol's sensitive ears caught snippets of a conversation between a university couple on the other side of the road. Aren't they being unreasonable? Yeah, the university wants to construct dorms for the students on campus, so what's their problem? If they care about the survival of businesses, they should lower the rent. Even a small, run-down room in this area costs 500,000 won per month. It's outrageous. Appa, if I don't get into a dorm, I might consider taking a year off. What do you think? Me too. Maybe we should take a gap year and work part-time to save up. Being a university student is so challenging. As expected, after listening to the couple's conversation, Han-Yeol's certainty solidified. He remembered reading online about real estate owners in the vicinity of universities forming unions to hinder the construction of new dormitories for students. These owners even resorted to threats against local politicians when the universities refused to comply. Recalling the articles, Han-Yeol felt a surge of anger. These individuals argued that their survival and livelihood were at stake, yet they charged exorbitant rents to students. Their audacity to claim concern for their own livelihood while exploiting every last penny from students was truly shameless. As Han-Yeol witnessed the protest firsthand, his anger reached its boiling point. I knew these protests happened, but this is the first time I'm seeing one in person, he thought, feeling his anger surge to the top of his head. This is the main reason why kids these days no longer want to be porters or hunters, he reflected bitterly. They're being squeezed dry by these shameless adults to the point where they can't even afford to have dreams. One can only dream when their basic needs are fulfilled. His own decision to become a porter had been driven solely by the desperate need to pay his father's hospital bills. If he had the means, he would have undoubtedly chosen a safer career path. This can't continue. At this rate, the country will be ruined, he seethed with anger, determined to take action. Secretary Kim. Yes, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I'll be going to Lawyer Han, so please give him a call. Yes, I will see to it at once. Then, Han-Yeol suddenly wondered, I wonder what Tara would do if she were in my shoes. Han-Yeol couldn't help but miss Yarena, thinking of her clear and mysteriously charming eyes. He wondered how the immensely wealthy princess would handle situations like the protests he had just witnessed. Upon receiving a call about Han-Yeol's arrival, Lawyer Han went down to the entrance of the law firm's building to greet him. Ha ha ha, it's quite a fortunate coincidence to have spoken to you in the morning and now meet you in the afternoon. I see no reason why not, Han-Yeol replied, accepting Lawyer Han's invitation. Let's go inside, Lawyer Han suggested, leading Han-Yeol into the law firm's building. It was inevitable that Han-Yeol would attract a lot of attention from the people around them. He was already extremely popular, but with Mavrose perched on top of his head, he became even more eye-catching to onlookers. Hey, look. Isn't that Hunter Han-Yeol and Mavrose? Wow, this is my first time seeing him in person. I heard he awakened as a hunter a little over a year ago, and his assets have already exceeded 4 trillion won. No one knows how much stronger he'll become as the world's first growth-type hunter. He's even the vice-leader of that raid party representing Egypt, the one owned by the goddess. Wow, I never thought I'd get to see the country's top hunter like this. Come on, he's still just an S-rank hunter after all. You can't compare him to the master-rank hunters. Those monsters can bring down mountains and split the ground with their power. How can you compare someone like him to them? Flinch? Those last few words got on Han-Yeol's nerves. Hey, you can't just look at combat power, you know? Besides, he's a growth type, so he will become stronger as time passes, and he's the only one who can tame monsters. Things might be quiet now, but I heard every single wealthy person is eyeing to buy a monster pet from him. Also, I heard he sold the monster pets to the Egyptians for 1 trillion won each. That means he can make 30 trillion won if he sells just 30 of them? That's almost our country's annual budget. Yeah, that's quite amazing. However, the rest of the conversation was more than enough to calm Han-Yeol down. It was quite normal for people to talk about him whenever he passed by, and that only meant that he was indeed quite famous now. After all, he was probably the first hunter that the media was so obsessed with in the first place. Only a few minutes had passed since Han-Yeol appeared, but a group of reporters with cameras was already on his tail. Where's Hunter Han-Yeol? They say he is the owner of the L law firm, renting the 30th floor all the way up to the 35th floor here. I think he has some business there. Alright, we're not going to let him go this time. This building doesn't have a helipad, right? Yes, it doesn't. Ho ho, I'm definitely going to score an interview with you this time. It seemed that the reporters were determined this time. Han-Yeol was currently the hottest topic among everyone in South Korea, and people were much more interested in him than any celebrity, athlete, hunter, or politician. However, nobody had been able to land an exclusive interview with him until now. This fact alone was more than enough to incite the reporters to try and become the first person to land an exclusive interview with him. In fact, some news outlets even announced that they were going to give a double promotion plus 100 million won as a reward to whoever could land an exclusive interview with him. Let's go. Yes, Senior Nim. The dozens of reporters rushed to the elevator and went up to the 30th floor where the L law firm was located. The 31st floor to the 35th floor was blocked as per the L law firm's request, so it was mandatory for everyone to go to the 30th floor first. Some reporters tried to be clever and went up to the 36th floor instead, but the staircase was designed to only be opened from the inside. In the end, they had to walk all the way down to the 30th floor just like the others. The L law firm was in chaos after the reporters appeared. You cannot do this. This place is a private law firm. So what? We know Hunter Han-Yeol is here? Open up so we can have an interview with him. And no, you cannot do this. Huh? Stop whining and open up. Every staffer in the law firm, excluding the lawyers, rushed to the door to try and block the reporters from coming in. Of course, the ruckus was so loud that both Lawyer Han and Han-Yeol heard what was going on, but Lawyer Han did not seem to be bothered at all. He was a seasoned lawyer who had gone through all sorts of troubles in life, and he knew the natural instincts of reporters better than anyone through his experience. Ha ha ha, I guess those reporters came swarming in after hearing that you were here. I think our staff is going to suffer today, Lawyer Han said with a laugh. Those guys must be quite free. Why would they want to follow a boring hunter like me? Han-Yeol joked. Of course, he was indeed joking. Han-Yeol was not stupid, so he knew his position in society. Ha ha ha, I know you are joking, but hearing you say that so seriously is going to make average people like me look like I am living a worthless boring life. Lawyer Han gave quite a big reaction as he laughed. It was true that what Han-Yeol said was quite funny, but the bigger reason was that Han-Yeol was his employer, after all. He might be earning a lot and getting a share of the profits, but he was still an employee at the end of the day. Still, it was indisputable that Lawyer Han was personally a huge fan of Han-Yeol. Most people would think that hunters are brave and valiant, but in reality, most of the hunters in this day and age placed great importance on their own safety, so they were not as adventurous or brave as they used to be. A lot of normal people, myself included, admired hunters. They risked their lives out in the open, defeating monsters that appeared from the dimensional gates, and some even went as far as to defeat boss monsters. Hunters were really cool when I was young, but they no longer look the same now. The hunters place great emphasis on safety and money, so anyone who tries to kill a boss monster is called stupid. People are now exhausted hearing about them. Hunters are no longer the once looked up to adventurers, but they are nothing more than a greedy bunch that risks their lives for money. However, it is different for you, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. You are the first growth-type hunter, possess numerous skills, and even tamed a monster as your pet. Your existence alone has rekindled the admiration most of us had for hunters. No, forget about normal people, even low-ranking hunters look up to you now. In fact, quite a lot of hunters come to our law firm simply because they look up to you. Oh my, it seems that I accidentally admitted our revenue is not because we are good but solely because of your popularity? Ha ha ha. Lawyer Han gave a long explanation. What Lawyer Han said about Han-Yeol was all true, and those were indeed the main secrets behind his explosive popularity. Well, it might be because of my popularity, but successfully running it is all thanks to you. I hope that you will continue to take care of this place for me, Han-Yeol replied. Please leave it to me. I will work myself to death to make the L law firm the best law firm in South Korea. Ha ha ha, Han-Yeol responded with a laugh. He thought, you really don't have to go that far, but I guess it's not a bad thing for me. Han-Yeol was planning to use the L law firm as the legal department of the group he was going to establish in the future, so he thought it was not a bad thing if the law firm grew bigger. After all, there was nothing wrong with having too much money. Oh right, I knew you were coming, but I was not informed why you came today. Is there something else you require aside from what you requested this morning? Lawyer Han asked. Han-Yeol was not an easily accessible person. He received most of the reports through written files, and he was the first to contact the law firm if he needed anything from them. However, Han-Yeol suddenly contacted them twice in a single day and even went as far as to pay them a visit. What happened to the thing I asked you to do this morning? It usually takes at least 2 months, but there is nothing we cannot do with money. I finished filing the paperwork, and we just need approval from the tax office to finalize it. Do you need it urgently by any chance? Donating 12 billion won a year was far from ordinary, but Lawyer Han knew that it was just a drop in the bucket for Han-Yeol. His total net worth was something only he and his financial advisors would know, but the media estimated that he was worth at least 5 to 6 trillion won. The richest man in Korea was the chairman of S Group with a net worth of 21 trillion won, and after him in second place was Kim Tae-san Hunter with a net worth of 13 trillion won. Some might think that Han-Yeol still had a long way to go to catch up to them, but they were probably overlooking the fact that he amassed his wealth in less than a year. The S Group chairman amassed his wealth by inheriting his business and running it for decades, while Kim Tae-san was one of the first awakened beings when the dimensional gates appeared. In particular, Kim Tae-san was able to amass his wealth thanks to all sorts of privileges from the government and from running his own guild. Han-Yeol was definitely earning money at the speed of light when those things were taken into consideration. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I was thinking of doing a non-profit business aside from donating to children and the elderly in need. Something that can make a bit of money while helping others, Han-Yeol said. That is still a business in the end, right? A charity focuses on not leaving a single penny as profit, Lawyer Han replied. I will ensure that all profit goes towards supporting other charitable works. Oh, then that will definitely qualify, but what business do you plan to do? I will choose 5 universities every year and build a large studio unit complex in their vicinity. Then, I will rent out the rooms to any university student who studies in the nearby university. Haha. Lawyer Han was flabbergasted after hearing Han-Yeol's plan. He knew that Han-Yeol was a good person, but he never knew he was this good. He's stronger, more famous, and kinder than most hunters. Who would have known that such a hunter was going to appear in South Korea? I have a feeling people will start calling him a hero from now on, Lawyer Han thought. South Korea was currently embroiled in all sorts of corruption and scandals in every aspect of its society, and many of its citizens were struggling with depression due to the media's constant reporting of these negative events. Things were looking incredibly grim for the country, to the point where experts suggested that even a small piece of good news had the potential to lift numerous people out of their depression. What if Han-Yeol's act of kindness suddenly appeared in such a situation? All of South Korea is going to call him a hero, and he might even be treated as its king, Lawyer Han thought. There had always been a figure who instilled hope and patriotism in the hearts of Koreans whenever the country faced peril, and Han-Yeol's acts of kindness were undoubtedly going to evoke the same sense of hope and patriotism in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lawyer Han was fully aware that he was a part of this movement, and he understood precisely what his role entailed. I have to make sure this goes according to what he plans, he thought with determination in his eyes. Yes, please leave it to me. I will definitely see to it that it gets done without any problems. Lawyer Han took care of everything related to the welfare foundation Han-Yeol wanted to establish. The welfare foundation might have been rushed and created on a whim, but Han-Yeol did not see any problem with that. The donation industry of South Korea was not so clean. A report by the Department of Statistics mentioned that there were 80,000 welfare foundations in South Korea, but only 2 of them were being run without a hint of corruption in their operation. This meant that 79,998 foundations had some sort of corruption, no matter how big or small they were. It might seem like not a big deal at first glance, but this was a huge problem as most of these foundations in South Korea depended not on large donations from corporations but on donations from normal working-class people. In the end, the hard-earned money that these people were donating out of goodwill was being misused for personal gains, and the donation culture in the country slowly started to deteriorate out of mistrust for these foundations. This, in turn, ironically made it difficult for those who were really in need to get help. Well, no reason for me to help them, but I need to have something to show after being in this position. If not, this newfound fame of mine could quickly turn against me, Han-Yeol thought. He was a huge fan of South Korea's most famous MC, and he recalled being in awe of him whenever he heard the news that the MC donated to the needy and less fortunate. I need to take care of my public image while it's still good. He knew he was fortunate enough to be able to help others. He had more than enough money right now, and he could earn more anytime he wanted to. He was currently taking a break after the vicious battle against the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, but he was planning to return to hunting very soon. Yes, Mavrose. We will go hunt together. He was especially looking forward to the numerous synergies he could create with Mavrose. Already quite strong thanks to his numerous skills, how much stronger was he going to be if he found a way to maximize their efficiency by flying with Mavrose? Han-Yeol could not help but look forward to hunting again. I should probably focus on resting right now. I need to rest to be able to work hard later, right? He knew that resting was vital if he wanted to be at his peak performance later on. He learned from his father that resting was the start of working hard. His father taught him a lot of things when he was younger, and he was still giving him a lot of advice these days too. He would tell him jokes, quotes, and even some words of wisdom from time to time, and Han-Yeol always took those words to heart since he respected his father more than anyone else in this world. Han-Yeol might have gone astray during his high school days, but he never forgot about his father's teachings, so he did not bully other kids just for his own entertainment like what most bullies would do. Chirp, 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 chirp. Han-Yeol looked out the window. The scenery outside was quite peaceful despite being located very close to Seoul. He looked around his mansion grounds and noticed that it was a bit empty for his liking. It's quite spacious but there are only 5 buildings here. He wondered what the original owners' plans were when they built this place. They only built 4 buildings in this large area, and the 5th one was added by Han-Yeol to house his vehicle collection. The hangar housing the vehicle collection was quite a large one, but there was still a lot of space left in the mansion grounds even after building the large hangar. Han-Yeol wanted to fill up the land with something. Some would argue that there was beauty in the void, but he preferred to put something there instead of keeping it unused. After all, he had the money to do whatever he wanted. Should I build a gold storage over there? He suddenly thought of the demon merchant. Delchant, quite a repulsive demon to deal with, but able to get various items that Han-Yeol would never dream of getting on his own. Indeed, a being he was going to summon from time to time in the future. Han-Yeol had no idea why the demon was asking for gold in this day and age where mana stones existed, but good for him since gold was cheaper than mana stone. He needed to have an ample supply of gold if going to use Delchant from now on rather than scrambling to get enough gold after using his services. I'll build a huge storage and commission the Shine Raid party to keep hunting gold for me? Han-Yeol was certain this was going to protect him from any variables that could suddenly appear if the golems suddenly stopped dropping gold. Some might think it was wasteful for him to store up gold that cost him money to procure, but Han-Yeol had already entered the upper echelons of society that whatever he spent to procure the gold was going to be chump change for him. He pressed the call button on his remote control after making up his mind. Beep? Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. An Egyptian staff working in the control room appeared on TV. The Horus Raid party may have returned to Egypt, but the Egyptians working for Han-Yeol remained in South Korea. Please call Albert for me. Certainly, sir. Beep. He switched the TV off and Albert appeared exactly 2 minutes later. Did you call me, Han-Yeol Nim? Yes, Albert. I wish to build a large storage on the empty plot of land over there. The hangar for the car is not even full yet, but you want to build another storage unit. No, this one is not for cars but for gold. Gold. Yes, you are already aware that I can trade with demons, right? Ho ho, I am. I am also an avid viewer of Level Up TV. Oh my, I suddenly feel burdened knowing that you are watching me. Ho ho ho. Level Up TV had evolved to the size of a broadcast station now and could no longer be considered a streamer's broadcast channel. In fact, its revenue started to rival that of most broadcast stations, thanks to the number of viewers tuning in. On top of that, there were the viewers who purchased V tickets, further boosting their revenues. Albert was one of those who purchased a V ticket. The demon asks for payment in gold, and the amount of gold they ask increases the better the quality of the item I buy is. For example, the item I bought last time cost me 10 tons of gold. I am not sure how long I will be able to keep procuring gold from monsters, so I figured it was going to be a good idea to keep a stockpile of them for whenever I need them. Albert nodded in agreement. Yes, that is certainly a wise choice. It is the same as how it is extremely inefficient for someone to work for cash whenever they want to buy something, and it becomes even more inefficient the more expensive that product is. I would have stored the gold in a place like a gold bank if this was before the dimensional gates, but nobody considers gold as a currency these days, so I have no choice but to build my own storage. I understand, Alfred said before he suddenly added, oh, what do you think of commissioning the work to Mujahid's construction company? I doubt he is going to pull some shady tricks like the Korean construction companies when you are the one requesting it. That's true. The world had gone through a drastic change, but the fact that Korean companies thought little of the consumers did not change. The Korean construction companies were infamous for inflating material prices, delaying construction, increasing labor costs, and all sorts of other shady tricks to squeeze whatever they could from their clients. Han-Yeol worked at a construction site during the days he was a porter and there was no work at the factory, so he was well aware of what kind of tricks the construction companies employ. He could not confidently say that the Egyptian construction companies were any better than the Korean ones, but he was at least going to be assured that the one owned by Mujahid was not going to try and pull a fast one on him. I'll speak to Mujahid directly. It seems that I'm the one who ended up with the work when I was trying to ask you to do it, Albert. Ho ho, I am greatly saddened that you do not need the services of this old man. Is that how it sounds? Ho ho ho. There was quite a big age gap between Han-Yeol and Albert, but they were still able to have fun conversations with each other. Albert was quite polite, smart, and patient with people, so Han-Yeol sincerely liked having Albert around. The conversation came to an end, and the old butler left to tend to his other duties. Han-Yeol immediately called Mujahid. Hello, are you finally going to hunt with me, Hyung-nim? No, I'm still resting. Whyy. What do you mean why? Anyway, I have a favor, Mujahid. What is it? Consider it done? I'll put my life on the line to make sure it gets done. There's no need to put your life on the line. I want to build a big and awesome storage unit in my mansion, and I was thinking of commissioning the work to your construction company. A big and awesome storage unit. Alright, do you have a budget in mind? Not really. Just do your best. Who knows? Maybe I'll be motivated to go hunt if you do a great job. Oh, okay. I'll whip the boys to build you a big and awesome storage unit as soon as possible. Mujahid was definitely fired up now after finding a reason to accept Han-Yeol's request. He was the type to go all out if he saw a reason to do it, and Han-Yeol's bait to go hunt with him was the perfect motivation he needed. Oh right, the storage unit will be used to store gold. Make sure you design it accordingly. Nov. L. B /JNN. Yes, I understand. Beep. Mujahid seemed to be in a rush to end the call. He normally would wait until Han-Yeol hung up first, but it seemed that he was really in a hurry this time. Han-Yeol was not upset about getting the call cut on his face, as he knew that Mujahid was quite the impatient one at times. Well, a part of him was hoping that he was not going to cause a mess after being too worked up. There were only 3 people in South Korea that could control Mujahid, and 2 of them were back in Egypt right now. The mess this guy causes will be on a whole different scale. It's going to be annoying to clean up after him, so I hope he doesn't do anything? Han-Yeol could only hope. Han-Yeol immediately called the Shine Raid party after he commissioned Mujahid to build the gold storage unit. Hello, it has been a long time, Mavrosnim. How have you been? The voice of the Shine Raid party's leader sounded as young as ever. They only spoke once over the phone, but Han-Yeol remembered the voice as quite unique. On the other hand, the Shine Raid party leader seemed to remember the alias Mavros as well. After all, Han-Yeol had paid them quite a lot for the work commissioned, so they were probably waiting earnestly for him to call again. I have been well, thank you. What about you? How have you been, Shine Raid party leader Nim? My name is Chu Si Hyung. You can call me Chu Si Hyung from now on. Chu Si Hyung? Han-Yeol suddenly thought of something. Excuse me. Yes, Mavros Nim. Do you have an elder brother named Chu Si Han by any chance? How did you know? Chu Si Hyung sounded flustered over the phone. Han-Yeol was certain after hearing the response. Well, I would be surprised too if someone suddenly told me about my family. Then, unable to resist, he smiled at this peculiar twist of coincidence. He was delighted yet saddened by the flood of old memories. He thought, who would have known I'd meet him like this? He then said, it's been a while, Si Hyung. How have you been? Who are you? Keek? It's me, Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol had felt the voice sounded familiar the first time he heard it, but he hadn't dwelled on it much at that time since he could not really put a finger on it. However, he finally realized why the voice sounded so familiar in the first place after hearing his name. What? Hyung? It's been ages since I last heard from you. How have you been? I'm doing okay, but what about Han? My brother was very upset that you suddenly disappeared. He's doing alright, but I'm not sure if he's still upset. Well, I'm glad he's doing alright. Anyway, keep this between ourselves for now. I'm going to go find him in person soon. Okay, I got it. You're as nice as I remember you to be, Hyung. I am not. Chu Han, one of the delinquents Han-Yeol used to hang out with in high school, possessed a high level of loyalty and had a propensity for laughter. However, he stood out as the most short-tempered member within the group. His approach to conflict resolution relied more on his fists than on engaging in conversations, often initiating fights with students from other high schools. If he learned that one of his schoolmates was being bullied by students from another institution, he would swiftly charge into their school. Han-Yeol, Sungjin, and 4 other friends consistently found themselves responsible for resolving the aftermath of his actions. Han was a troublesome friend who frequently caused problems. Nonetheless, their friendship meant more to them than the issues he brought along during those days. Well, it's a friendship from the past that I ruined, he thought. Honestly, when he initially reached out to Sungjin, he couldn't comprehend his own actions. Deep down, he knew that Han-Yeol was the one who had shattered the friendship among their group. Sungjin informed him that, following his sudden disappearance a few years ago, everyone else began to slowly drift apart. Since Han-Yeol had been the binding force that held the group together, it was only natural for them to disperse once that cohesive element vanished abruptly. Yeah, it's totally my fault, he relentlessly blamed himself for the situation, going over it countless times in his mind. He was convinced that the others would not be as forgiving toward him as Sungjin had been. Hyung. Yes, Hyung. Why did you tell me your name was Mavrose? Sorry about that? And no, you don't have to apologize. Keek. Alright anyway, you remember the request I commissioned last time, right? Certainly, that has been the best request I have received since I awakened. The gold mine dungeon happens to be the simplest dungeon for our raid party due to our composition. However, we were experiencing financial struggles as there wasn't much to gain from that dungeon except for gold, which holds little value nowadays. Hunting there proved to be rather inefficient, leading us to consider exploring other options. However, your timely contact provided a significant boost to our income. My friends were genuinely delighted with the request, and we all eagerly anticipate your next commission. Chu Hyung's raid party appeared to be one of those rare instances where a group of close friends formed their own party. Keek? Yeah, I called to commission another request, Han-Yeol said. Wow. I expected you to inquire through your lawyer, so I was surprised when you personally called. I'm glad you did because I wouldn't have realized it was you if you hadn't reached out directly. Yeah, my lawyer is a bit busy these days, so I decided to call you personally. I guess I'm connected by fate with your brother or something. I agree. How much gold will you need this time, Hyung? Hyung had anticipated that Han-Yeol would commission another 10 tons of gold, just like the previous time. However, he was open to a reduced amount as long as they could still profit from hunting in the gold mine dungeon. I'm uncertain about the exact quantity I'll require, so why don't you gather as much as possible? What? Hyung doubted his ears as he thought, you unlimited. The unexpected statement left him astonished, as he had initially anticipated receiving around 10 tons of gold. However, he quickly regained his composure and resolved to ask the essential questions. After all, despite his young age, he remained the leader of his raid party. Does that mean we are able to bring you as much gold as we can? Yes, that's correct. I do require a substantial amount of gold at the moment. Considering I paid you 10 billion won for 10 tons of gold previously, how about we set the price at 1 billion won per ton of gold this time? It will be our honor to work with you, Hyung-nim. It had been reiterated multiple times that gold had become practically worthless in the current era. Prior to the emergence of dimensional gates, the price of gold experienced significant fluctuations, with a single kilogram bar fetching over 50 million won during those times. In essence, 1 ton of gold would have been valued at a minimum of 50 billion won back then. However, the price had plummeted to the point where Hyung was content with the offer of 1 billion won per ton. In fact, the current market price for 1 ton of gold stood at half that amount, 500 million won. The Shine Raid party was being offered double the international market rates for this request, and they were undoubtedly motivated to gather as much gold as possible for Han-Yeol. The reason Han-Yeol avoided purchasing gold from the market was the cumbersome process of dealing with all the necessary legal paperwork to acquire the desired quantity. He preferred to pay twice the price to avoid the hassle of government dealings. Additionally, he chose to commission the Shine Raid party to hunt for gold instead of buying it directly from the market because most of the gold circulating in the market was not physical gold but rather paper gold. In other words, the amount available in the market did not correspond to the actual gold stored in vaults. Then, I'll leave it in your hands. I suppose we don't need to sign a contract, right? Yes, you're going to pay us by cash whenever we deliver the gold, right? Yeah, you're right. Then, I'll leave it to you. Just leave it to us. I'll make sure to deliver the purest gold available out there. Thanks. Beep. I suppose that's another thing I need to take care of. Han-Yeol muttered, slouching on his sofa. He gazed up at the voluminous ceiling above him. The building he currently occupied was a 3-story structure with a peculiar design that featured an open concept, allowing the ceiling to stretch all the way up to the 3rd floor. It resembled the layout of the library Han-Yeol used to frequent in his previous residence, where a large circular opening occupied the central area of the building. This outhouse appeared to have been designed with the intention of accommodating only a few residents, resulting in a relatively compact space. That's precisely why Han-Yeol had chosen this outhouse as his room. Q. As soon as Han-Yeol ended the call, Mavrose dashed toward him to enjoy his embrace. Despite the black dragon's substantial growth in size, his eagerness to play with Han-Yeol remained unchanged. Han-Yeol cherished this bond, finding solace and tranquility in hugging and petting Mavrose. I should probably apologize, right, Mavrose? Q. I betrayed their trust, and honestly, I'm scared. I have no idea how they will react to me. I was fortunate that things went smoothly with Sungjin, but the others aren't as forgiving as him. Han-Yeol sighed, weighed down by his concerns. He had ceased contacting his friends due to the exhaustion of caring for his father, but in hindsight, he recognized that he had been entirely at fault. Q. Mavrose cried out as if trying to say, I don't know what's going on, but don't give up, as he licked Han-Yeol's cheek. You really are the best, Mavrose. Q. The black dragon responded with a happy cry that seemed to say, isn't that obvious? After finding some comfort in the presence of Mavrose, Han-Yeol reached for his phone once again. Feeling a sense of relief, he decided to call Sungjin. Yeah, what's up? Are you busy? No, I'm free right now. I'm helping my father during the weekdays and going out on hunts during the weekends, so I'm not that busy these days. I got in touch with Si-Han's brother, Si-Hyung. What? Thud. A crashing sound echoed through the phone, indicating that Sungjin had been startled to the point of leaping out of his seat. While he assured Han-Yeol that the others were doing well, he was actually lying at that moment. In truth, Sungjin had limited knowledge about their current circumstances, only receiving sporadic updates here and there. As mentioned previously, the group of delinquents had disbanded following Han-Yeol's sudden disappearance. So, what about Si-Han? I'm not sure, but I told Si-Hyung to pretend that he didn't hear from me. I was able to easily contact you, but I don't think I can do the same to the others. Han-Yeol. Yeah, you knew that all of us got together because of you back then, right? Yeah, during that period, Han-Yeol had a strong affinity for Pirate Manhui, finding the protagonist's charismatic phrase, you should come join my group, incredibly cool. Inspired by this, he genuinely repeated the same line when recruiting his friends to join his own group. Initially, everyone viewed Han-Yeol as eccentric and avoided him, thinking he had lost his mind. However, his complete immersion in the manhui had left him oblivious to any sense of shame. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol's unwavering determination eventually paid off, much like the protagonist in the manhui. He successfully managed to recruit all 7 of his friends to join his group. Thus, whether they liked it or not, Han-Yeol became the central figure holding the group together, just as depicted in his beloved Pirate Manhui. It's a bit strange to put it this way, but you're the one that disbanded the group. Yeah, you're right. Ultimately, the decision of whether to reassemble the group rests with you. It's possible that the others have moved on with their lives, and some may even feel betrayed by your previous actions. They might respond with laughter, dismissing your return, or perhaps even label you a traitor for abandoning them. However, as the leader who once held the group together, it seems fitting that the responsibility of making this call falls upon you. Captain N/O/Bell/B/in.C//OM. Don't remind me of that past. Keek? Alright. Anyway, I'm going to a meeting now, so I'll talk to you later. Alright, good luck. Beep. Sungjin was the first one to hang up as usual. It's my decision to make. Well, I guess that makes sense since I was the one who brought everyone together and the one who ruined it. I don't plan to bring the group back anyway. I just want to apologize to them one by one, he thought. Suk. Sigh. Han-Yeol let out a sigh out of frustration. He was the one who had formed the group, but he came to realize that he had disbanded it in the wrong manner. He should have made the effort to call each person and explain his circumstances before abruptly cutting off contact. They had been the ones who stood by him through thick and thin for 3 years, so the least he could have done was to personally deliver the news to them. This is too difficult for me. He realized that dealing with people was the most difficult thing in life. Furthermore, he came to the realization that his preference for outgoing individuals stemmed from his own lack of extroversion. This became evident through the small size of his social circle. Then, he finally made his decision, let's go ahead and apologize. It's not about whether I can rekindle the friendship with them or not, but rather about acknowledging and making amends for the mistake I made. Even if they label me as a traitor, I should accept it. That's the least I can do to show my sincerity. Realizing that avoiding reality would not lead to any resolution, Han-Yeol took a step forward. He reached out to Si-Hyung, requesting Si-Han's phone number via a message. After 5 minutes, Si-Hyung replied with the requested information. However, Han-Yeol could not help but feel nervous now that he was about to call Si-Han, and Mavrose seemed to be cheering him on despite being unaware of what was going on. Han-Yeol called the number Si-Hyung gave him with trembling hands. He let out a sigh before pressing the call button. Phew. Ring. The ringing tone of the phone call seemed to stretch out into an eternity, despite only lasting for a short while. Who's on the line? The voice on the other end of the line was undeniably familiar. Despite the 10-year gap since last hearing it, Han-Yeol instantly recognized his friend's voice. However, this sudden rush of familiarity also stirred a deep sense of pain in his heart. "It's me," he said. "Fuck you. How am I supposed to know who you are if you just say it's me, huh? Tell me who you are, you fucking son of a bitch. That filthy mouth of yours never changed. Hey, are you picking a fight? It has been a long time, S.I. Han. It's me, Han-Yeol. What? Who did you say you were?" "I said it's me, Han-Yeol. We went to the same high school for 3 years and..." "Shut your mouth before I rip it open, you fucking son of a bitch. You're not a friend. The Han-Yeol I knew died 9 years ago when he severed all contact with me. I'm sorry." That was the only thing Han-Yeol could say as he was not able to come up with any excuses. Han-Yeol once again realized that he should have discussed his concerns about his financial difficulties with his friends rather than cutting all contact with them. Of course, there was no guarantee that they were going to help him, but that was the least he could do for friends who had been with him through thick and thin for over 3 years. "Don't call me ever again." Beep. That was the end of the call. I guess I have no choice, since this was all my fault, Han-Yeol muttered with a sigh before hugging Mavrose tightly. Of course, the hug was gentle so as to not hurt him. Q. Mavrose cried out and licked Han-Yeol's cheek after sensing that he was troubled. "Yeah, I'm alright as long as I have you. Let's become the strongest duo in the world together, Mavrose." Q. Han-Yeol regretted the fact that he couldn't restore his friendship with his old friend, but he decided not to dwell on it for too long. He was looking forward to the future rather than the past, and he had many things to focus on instead of dwelling on a failed friendship. "I have Sungjin. That's enough for me," he told himself that, as he tried to appease his heart spiraling into depression. A few days later, Secretary Kim came to Han-Yeol with a piece of news. "What did you say? The whole world is bombarding Sungjin factory with questions regarding when you will be holding an auction since you rarely step outside and that is the only place you have ties with." "Really? Yes. I guess even I would be desperate to get a monster pet that would increase my battle prowess." "I agree. There are quite a lot of not only wealthy individuals but even hunters who wish to obtain a monster pet, and the factory is probably getting calls about it as we speak. I know that you were busy so you could not hold the auction, but what do you think of doing it now?" Han-Yeol nodded in agreement. His ability was indeed like something out of a game, but the world he was living in was the real world and not a game world. He could not hunt 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, like a game character. He was quite busy and had a lot of things to do, but one of the main things he had to do was to create other income streams so that he could become someone truly wealthy. One of the income streams with the best potential as of the current moment was none other than the sale of monster pets. "How do you think we should proceed with the auction, Secretary Kim?" Han-Yeol asked without much thought. However, Secretary Kim was the serious type who did not joke around, so he began to sincerely ponder the question. He came to the conclusion that it was impossible to sell something as valuable as a monster pet with the archaic auction system Korea had. I have something I want to ask, Han-Yeol Nim. "What is it? Do you plan to keep auctioning the monster pets off?" Yeah, I don't see any reason not to, since I can create as many pets as I want as long as I fulfill certain conditions." Han-Yeol had the ability to supply one monster pet to every hunter on Earth if he wanted to, but there was no way he was going to do that. It was not only about the money, but more about his conscience he would have to deal with if the hunters started mistreating the monster pets en masse. Then, what do you think about opening your own auction house instead of contracting an existing Korean auction house to do it for you? "Opening my own auction house. It does not have to be exclusively an auction house. It could be a trading company that deals with various products too." "Oh, that sounds like a great idea." Han-Yeol was already working on establishing the Mavrose group of companies. He was envisioning turning it into a global enterprise instead of a local one, and having a trading company that would deal with auctioning things did not seem to be a bad idea at all. Han-Yeol Hunternim is going to start doing business, and it is not like you lack startup capital, so I think it will be much better for you to open your own company, even if you will face losses in the short run. Jason Kim might be working as Han-Yeol's secretary for now, but he was a Harvard MBA graduate who ranked at the top of his batch. He might have failed to integrate into the Korean work culture because of its toxicity, but it all worked out in the end as he liked his current job. Jason was determined to give his all to his new workplace. "My employer is not so picky and work is quite relaxed, but most importantly, he pays me a lot," Jason thought while reminiscing about his friends back in the United States, who were working themselves to death. After all, the United States was just as overworked as South Korea. I have a lot of things I need to do, but I lack talented individuals around me," Han-Yeol muttered. "What do you think of hiring en masse?" Secretary Kim suggested. South Korea had high unemployment, and recent statistics mentioned that around 10% of the youth were currently unemployed, along with 4% of the total working populace. Some might consider this figure to be quite low, but it was actually quite high when considering that the government included contract workers, temporary workers, part-time workers, and even freelancers in the statistics to reduce the unemployment numbers. This was the reason why Han-Yeol received a torrent of applications whenever he hired people, and the fact that he was paying above the industry average made the job opening extremely lucrative, even for those who already had a job. However, Han-Yeol didn't care whether the unemployment rate was high or not, as he had no intention of hiring from the market. Secretary Kim. "Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Do you have many friends?" "Pardon me. You graduated from Harvard MBA, right?" Yes, I did. Secretary Kim may have been working as a secretary after graduating from Harvard, but he still took great pride in both his work and his alma mater. There was a misconception that Americans weren't as focused on their school or grades as Asians, as they prioritized different things in life. However, Americans actually placed significant value on the university they graduated from, much more so than Asians. Not only that, Americans had a strong attachment to their alma maters, which was why many of them donated or gave back to their universities, unlike Asians. Secretary Kim was no exception to this. Then, do you know anyone from your university or class whom we can trust and hire? Are you planning to directly hire Harvard graduates instead of recruiting from the market? Yes, I'll be paying them above normal wages. So, do you have anyone in mind? Han-Yeol might not have started the Mavros group yet, but he was planning to turn it into a multinational corporation as quickly as possible. To do that, he would need many talented individuals, and the best place to find them was none other than the Ivy League universities in the United States. Anyone knows that the South Korean education system sucks, he thought. Han-Yeol searched for reasons not to go to university back when he was in high school, and one of the reasons he found was that the South Korean education system was flawed. In fact, everyone probably knew just how flawed the system was, but they had no choice but to study for the sake of obtaining a diploma. At that time, Han-Yeol considered it merely an excuse, but as he grew older, he realized the true extent of the flaws in the education system. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After a moment of deep thought, Secretary Kim replied, "Yes, I understand. I will inquire and source the best candidates." Secretary Kim pondered about his batchmates who were working in the United States. His batch was known as the Golden Generation of Harvard, and many companies were interested in hiring them. It wouldn't be easy to recruit them with just a conversation, but he still had to give it a try since it was his employer's directive. "I don't think it's going to work, but I guess I should give it a shot," he thought. Han-Yeol could discern Secretary Kim's thoughts from the expression in his eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. "Why don't we take a different approach instead of being rigid? What if you organize a reunion party for your batchmates?" "A reunion party?" Secretary Kim questioned. "Yes, invite them to Korea for a reunion gathering. They may not be willing to spend money to come to a small Asian country when they're busy with their own lives. So, let them know that we will cover all of their expenses during the trip. Present it as a casual event, not an interview of any kind. What do you think?" I think that's an excellent idea, and I should be able to invite many of them." What if we also invite individuals from other universities? Do you think we can convince them by offering substantial donations to their alma maters if they attend? There existed fierce competition among top universities in the United States, and these institutions required significant funds to succeed in their rivalries. It was common for them to organize galas or charity events to bring together alumni and potential donors to secure the necessary finances. Han-Yeol decided to capitalize on this by enticing them with a sizable donation and luring them to his party. "Then we'll seize the opportunity to recruit some of them, am I correct?" "Yes, that's precisely what we'll do. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? I need to at least break even on my investments." Han-Yeol understood the scarcity of exceptional individuals and acknowledged that talented people were worth the money he was willing to spend. If he could hire skilled individuals to oversee his companies through this event, he knew he wouldn't be at a loss. For Korean companies, hiring Harvard MBAs was exceedingly challenging, as most preferred not to work in a small Asian country. Moreover, no Korean company would be willing to offer the high salaries they demanded. "I need a nice rod and bait to catch good fish." Han-Yeol decided to shrug off the expenses the party was going to incur as an investment. For instance, Secretary Kim received a starting salary of 80 million won when he joined S Group, which was considered very high compared to other Korean office workers. However, this amount paled in comparison to what American conglomerates were paying their employees. Despite being Korean, Secretary Kim felt undervalued and mistreated by his company at the time. It was evident that non-Koreans would scoff at any similar offers made to them. However, Han-Yeol firmly believed in rewarding individuals based on their abilities and merits. "Well, we can't immediately host the party without facing the logistical challenges it presents. So, why don't you handle the auction first?" Han-Yeol suggested. Secretary Kim blinked a few times in response to the command but soon accepted it without hesitation, seeing it as his opportunity to shine. "Yes, please leave it to me," he exclaimed. Han-Yeol didn't feel a pressing need to urgently hire someone as he already had a highly talented person by his side, and finding a secretary wouldn't be difficult. "I will strive to prepare the best auction this country has ever seen," Secretary Kim exclaimed once again. "Why don't you seize this opportunity to showcase your capabilities?" Han-Yeol said with a smirk. "I will not disappoint you, Han-Yeol Nim," Secretary Kim replied with a passionate voice. While Secretary Kim busied himself with preparations for the auction, Han-Yeol immersed himself in his collection hobby. He indulged in collecting supercars, private jets, helicopters, and various other luxurious items during his newfound spare time. It was often said that money changed a person, and in Han-Yeol's case, this seemed to hold true. Even after becoming a hunter, he didn't pay much attention to luxury goods. However, everything changed once he started earning exorbitant sums of money. His income was so substantial that he could purchase products worth billions or even tens of billions of won without making a dent in his bank account. He even casually bought a private jet costing him 100 billion won while out shopping. The mansion is too small for me to thoroughly enjoy my hobby. Should I buy beachfront land and build a huge mansion over there? He wondered. Initially, Han-Yeol had concerns about how he would fully utilize the mansion due to its immense size when he first acquired it. However, as time went on, he began to feel that the mansion was not large enough for his needs. He had numerous buildings he wanted to construct and a plethora of items he desired to keep, and gradually he found himself running out of space. Should I also build my own vacation mansion at one of the most famous tourist spots in the world? He even went as far as thinking internationally. It appeared that Han-Yeol was finding it challenging to control his spending after his great success. However, the notable distinction between him and others was that he had earned all of his money through his own abilities, rather than relying on sheer luck. This was why he wasn't concerned about his spending, as he had confidence in his ability to replenish any amount he spent. Furthermore, there was potential for him to multiply his earnings moving forward. At a company's warehouse in Seoul, thud, 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 Han-Yeol was in a discussion with a man when someone suddenly approached him. Han-Yeol nim. Purva. It was the Gurkha mercenary in charge of the security of both Han-Yeol and his mansion. Most people would have the stereotype that soldiers were not that smart, but the Gurkha mercenaries were elites in Nepalese society, and most of them were quite intelligent. Purva was fluent in both Nepalese and English, and he was currently learning Korean as well. He had dedicated himself to learning Korean after hearing that his job would become extremely stable if he spoke the language, and he had been reducing his sleep every night just so he could study. A letter came to the mansion. Albert told me to bring it to you, Purva said. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. His pronunciation and grammar were a bit awkward, but it was more than enough for him to convey what he wanted to say. A letter. Yes, a letter. Who sends a letter in this day and age? Han-Yeol wondered. Most tasks were done over the internet after the 21st century, and the emergence of dimensional gates and monostones further fueled the IT industry and made internet access more convenient. Of course, it wasn't that people stopped using letters altogether, but the only letters Han-Yeol had ever received in his life were letters asking him to pay up. Who is it from? I don't know. The recipient is Han-Yeol. No, Han-Yeol nim. Purva seemed to be struggling with using honorifics for people despite studying hard. Han-Yeol opened the envelope given to him by Purva and inspected its contents. The letter was written on luxurious paper and neatly sealed with wax. Judging by its presentation, it seemed that this letter was not random. I don't think it's a bill. Maybe it's from some cult. Han-Yeol found the fact that there was no recipient highly suspicious, but he decided to open it since he did not find anything amiss or dangerous about it. An invitation? We invite you to the Hunter Assembly. Han-Yeol read the contents and discovered that it was an invitation to the annual Hunter Assembly, with the agenda for this year being Hunter Alliance. The Hunters Association was a public organization established to protect the rights of hunters, funded by the taxes paid by hunters. On the other hand, the Hunter Assembly was a completely private organization that received its funds from membership fees or donations paid by its member hunters. Oh right, I heard that there's a secret gathering of hunters somewhere. They must have been talking about this. Han-Yeol realized that he had heard about this gathering before. There were rumors that the top 200 hunters secretly gathered once a year, but Han-Yeol had not heard anything more than that. Nowhere could he find information regarding where, when, what, and why they were meeting. However, Han-Yeol received an invitation to this secret gathering. Does that mean I'm a part of the top 200 hunters now? He wondered, feeling pleased by the fact that he was invited. He pondered it for a little longer before ultimately making his decision. He shrugged his shoulders. I guess there's no harm in going. There was no reason for him to refuse. After all, it was not a criminal gathering in the first place, and there would be no harm in observing the top 200 hunters. I can go and expand my network, he thought. The only Korean hunter he personally knew was Yu-Bai. Well, it was a bit challenging to categorize her as a hunter since she was more of a crafting type hunter. Of course, the count of hunters he knew would increase to 2 if Sungjin awakened, but that didn't make the situation any different. A year has passed since I became a hunter, yet I only know one other hunter. Have I grown too complacent with the Horus raid party? He didn't see anything wrong with it. Besides, the Horus raid party was a formidable group, and having personal connections with Tiarana, Mujahid, and Miriam was a significant advantage in itself. However, Han-Yeol was still Korean at the end of the day. He felt most comfortable speaking Korean, so he wouldn't lose anything by befriending Korean hunters. Then, he suddenly became curious about something and thought, but why is this gathering so secretive? Being a hunter was not an occupation that operated illegally. In fact, they were regarded as a high-class profession by most people. I would have made it extravagant for everyone to see. I wonder what the Assembly Higher UPS are thinking? Having tasted fame for the first time in his life at 29 years old, Han-Yeol found it challenging to comprehend the Assembly's decision. It would have been understandable if they were keeping the gathering a secret due to engaging in illegal activities, but that didn't seem to be the case at all. He checked the date on the back of the invitation and discovered that the gathering was scheduled for next Tuesday. I suppose I can go hunting over the weekend, take Monday to rest, and then attend the gathering. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I might even find time to go shopping before the gathering starts. Han-Yeol's schedule was not bound by weekdays or weekends, given his immense wealth and numerous options. However, it was beneficial to have a schedule. Although he couldn't compare to the ultra-wealthy individuals out there just yet, Han-Yeol had confidence that he would surpass them once all of his businesses were up and running. After memorizing the content of the letter, Han-Yeol handed it to Purva. Purva received the letter and held onto it before taking a few steps back. "Oh, do you have any other models of this helicopter?" Han-Yeol inquired. "Which specific model are you looking for?" responded the sales representative from the Korean branch of Eurocopter, who immediately attended to Han-Yeol after he finished reading the letter. Eurocopter was a company established to compete against the United States Boeing company, and Han-Yeol was a crucial customer they were determined to win over in Korea. "I like the design and specifications, but it's too slow. Don't you have a faster helicopter?" Han-Yeol asked. He was currently in search of a helicopter that could be utilized during emergencies, where speed was undeniably crucial. Han-Yeol had asked the government if he could fly with Mavros occasionally, but their response indicated that making special arrangements for him would be challenging. Considering that Mavros was, at the end of the day, a monster, his presence could invoke terror among the general population when flying over cities, as his mana could be detected by monster radars. It was truly unfortunate that he couldn't freely fly with Mavros, but for the sake of public order, compromises had to be made. As an alternative, he had decided to opt for a high-speed helicopter that could transport him to the outskirts of urban areas before switching to Mavros. What do you think of the HEC 999 model if you're in search of a high-speed helicopter? This model is quite rare and expensive, but its specifications are among the best out there. We specifically designed this model for our VVIP customers, and currently, only a select few in developed European countries like Germany, Italy, and France are utilizing it. It can reach speeds of up to 300 km per hour with its 5 engines, and even if 3 of its engines are damaged, it can continue flying. Additionally, it is equipped with an alert system and reinforced armor plating capable of blocking most surface-to-air missiles, in case the automatic anti-missile guns fail to intercept any incoming missiles. Furthermore, it is completely soundproofed, providing isolation from external noise. The passenger cabin and cockpit are separated by a soundproof partition, ensuring that the pilot will only hear communication through the internal system. Lastly, the helicopter has dimensions of 5.7 m in height and 23.3 m in length, offering a spacious interior. After hearing the sales representative's explanation, Han-Yeol was captivated by the HEC 999. Its specifications were so impressive that it made the Apache helicopter seem like a mere tin can. "I like it. How much is it?" Han-Yeol inquired. "It costs 400 million euros, which is approximately 500 billion won, replied the sales representative. One helicopter would amount to 500 billion won. To be precise, it was 488,964 million won. The staggering figure made Purva flinch as he counted the numbers with his fingers. The annual budget of the Nepalese military was around 3.9 billion rupees, equivalent to 39 billion won when converted. While some might argue that Nepal was a relatively poor country, thus explaining their low budget, it was astounding that Han-Yeol's personal use helicopter would cost more than 10 times a country's annual defense budget. "What do you think, Purva? Isn't it awesome?" Han-Yeol asked. The cost of the helicopter wouldn't make a dent in Han-Yeol's pocket, considering his abundant wealth even if he didn't go hunting. Why yes. It is too much awesome, Purva replied. He thought to himself, the price is. The mercenary couldn't help but fixate on the helicopter's price tag rather than its specifications. It was a challenging feat for him, given that the helicopter's value surpassed his country's defense budget for over 10 years. Purva was suddenly reminded of his impoverished homeland. Nepal was a struggling nation that heavily relied on 3 main sources of revenue: drugs, tourism, and Gorkha mercenaries. However, with the rise of hunters, the income of their mercenaries significantly declined, leaving the country even more impoverished. Consequently, their economy teetered on the brink of collapse, with only drugs and tourism remaining as revenue streams. While drugs had the potential to generate substantial profits, they remained illegal and harmed a country's citizens in the end. We could have become rich if we focused our efforts on raising hunters, Purva thought. Unfortunately, fate was not in their favor, as Nepal lacked an abundance of hunting grounds. The country's sole hunting ground was situated near the border with Bhutan, and it was relatively small, incapable of sustaining an entire economy. Sigh, Purva let out a sigh. What's wrong with him? Han-Yeol wondered after seeing the mercenary sigh. Anyway, Han-Yeol proceeded to sign the purchase agreement for the HEC 999, totaling 500 billion won. He transferred 10% of the total price as a deposit and planned to settle the remaining amount upon receiving the helicopter. Additionally, the agreement included a clause stating that the company would reimburse him double the amount if they failed to deliver the helicopter within 3 months. The weekend came to an end, and the dreaded Monday arrived. However, Han-Yeol took his time leisurely, lounging around while savoring his geisha coffee and engrossed in a book. Whenever he read a book, his ability would activate, allowing him to enhance his skill level if the book was relevant to his abilities. Reading had become a habit for him, and he started exploring various books, even those unrelated to his skills. Due to his busy schedule, he hadn't been able to find much time for reading lately. But finally, on a Monday when everyone else was toiling away at work, he managed to carve out some precious moments to indulge in a good book. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Meanwhile, Mav rose peacefully slumbered, completely carefree. The book Han-Yeol had chosen to read that day was titled New World Order. Despite having numerous books on his shelf, he opted for this particular one. He firmly believed that he would become a significant figure in the country within a few years. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact moment, he was certain that it would come to pass as long as he continued leveling up and acquiring new skills. This conviction motivated him to prepare himself as both a hunter and a businessman. The book he held in his hands represented the first step towards realizing his lofty ambition. The familiar sound of softly flipping pages resonated in the air. Han-Yeol had a deep passion for gadgets, amassing various consoles in his collection. However, when it came to books, he preferred the tactile experience of reading paperbacks over ebooks. Although he did read ebooks for fictional web novels, as it was convenient to purchase them online chapter by chapter, he still cherished the tradition of visiting bookstores and having a multitude of books delivered to his home for his daily reading. Despite having a spacious 72-inch all-in-one smart TV capable of displaying ebooks, Han-Yeol stubbornly clung to the satisfaction of physically turning pages. It seemed that certain habits persisted even after amassing great wealth. Should I build my own library here? I mean, I still have a lot of space left, he thought while reading his book. Chirp, 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 chirp. The outskirts of Seoul were surrounded by trees and mountains, allowing the melodious chirping of birds to be frequently heard. The appearance of monastones brought about significant changes, including a cleaner environment. Scientists hailed monastones for their positive impact, as countries shifted away from polluting fossil fuels and embraced this miraculous and environmentally friendly energy source. With monastones as the primary fuel, emissions were reduced to less than 0.01 milligrams. Thanks to monastones, the Earth had undergone a transformation and major cities now enjoyed clear skies after years of healing. Han-Yeol turned the pages faster, finding that increased focus improved his task performance. Currently, he was reading the final chapter of the book Virtues of a CEO. A CEO's ability to comprehend the underlying messages and read between the lines is crucial. Failure to do so could result in falling into traps set by others, ultimately harming the company's well-being. He was busy reading the final chapter when a message suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Ding! The rank of telepathy has risen from A to M. Telepathy has reached master rank. There is a possibility of the skill evolving if certain conditions are met. You have successfully fulfilled the requirements to evolve the skill telepathy. The skill has started to evolve. Telepathy, M, has evolved. A new skill has been created, telepathy 2, F. Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion upon reading the messages. Although he had acquired numerous skills through various means, the evolution of telepathy this time felt different from the others. Most skills either disappeared, generated new skills, or developed sub-skills. However, telepathy evolved in a unique way, retaining its skill name while adding a Roman numeral beside it. Naturally, its rank dropped to F after evolving. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. What's going on? He wondered as he checked the skill's description. Telepathy 2, F. Type, active/passive. Description, an evolved form of telepathy, originally used to communicate with demons, now reveals its true potential in its second stage, telepathy 2. This skill enables the user not only to communicate with demons but also to transmit their thoughts to another person through it. Additionally, it grants the user the ability to read the minds of targeted humans. Hold on. Isn't this one of Miriam's skills? Is it possible for me to learn such skills too? Han-Yeol was taken aback by the whole turn of events. He acquired skills through his actions, and reading books was considered an action in most cases, enabling him to gain skills from them. However, he never imagined in his wildest dreams that he would be able to acquire mental skills like telepathy too simply by reading a book. Han-Yeol felt a mix of surprise and joy upon obtaining a new skill when he least expected it. He thought to himself, while telepathy 2 might not be directly useful in combat, possessing such a skill automatically elevates my status to that of a C-rank hunter. This is awesome. Describing it as awesome would be an understatement. Unlike most hunters with telepathic abilities who often had weaknesses in combat, Han-Yeol was an exception due to his exceptional abilities. Being a cheat character, he didn't face the same limitations and had the advantage of excelling in both telepathic skills and combat prowess. Wait a minute. If it's 2, that means there should also be 3 and 4, right? Does that mean my telepathic ability will become stronger as the number increases? Wow, I feel like I'm really cheating. It was undeniable that Han-Yeol's ability provided him with an unfair advantage over others. In fact, he couldn't help but question whether his ability could still be considered game-like, as acquiring skills in such a manner was beyond the scope of even the most advanced computer games. In most games, such an ability would either result in a ban or simply not be obtainable, as game developers placed great importance on maintaining balance. Yet, the game-like ability Han-Yeol possessed seemed to disregard balance entirely, relentlessly driving him toward becoming stronger. While other hunters might view his overwhelming power as unfair, Han-Yeol couldn't help but perceive it as a divine blessing. As long as I benefit from it, why should I care what others think? Indeed, Han-Yeol had a self-centered nature that persisted despite any criticism he received. While some may perceive him as selfish, his mindset remained steadfast and impervious to the opinions of others. Then, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. Thud, 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 thud. Han-Yeol, situated in his study room on the second floor, caught sight of his Egyptian attendant, Amir, strolling about on the ground below. He placed his finger on his forehead and decided to give his new skill a try, telepathy. Woong? He felt a slight vibration in his head after he used the skill, and then, "Ha, Tina, my love. When will I be able to see you again?" Oh, Han-Yeol's interest was piqued. Tina, one of the Egyptian maids employed by Han-Yeol, possessed remarkable beauty. Han-Yeol had developed a close relationship with her and engaged in frequent conversations. Through their interactions, he learned about Tina's popularity, and the presence of an infatuated colleague served as evidence of her charm. It looks like things will be fun from now on, Han-Yeol thought with a smirk. Reading someone else's thoughts without their consent was not only an invasion of privacy but also a clear violation of the law. However, I just don't have to get caught, right? Han-Yeol came to the realization that, in his perspective, only God was the witness to his actions, so he saw no reason to subject himself to the judgments of mortal laws. Moreover, he found the act of reading other people's minds to be rather entertaining, and he could now understand why Miriam often engaged in such behavior except when it came to Tiarana and himself. That sly girl. She was having all this fun while keeping a poker face? Han-Yeol snickered while thinking of Miriam. The way Miriam maintained a poker face gave the impression that she read other people's minds out of necessity rather than for fun, leading Han-Yeol to wonder if it was obligatory for her to constantly delve into everyone's thoughts. However, he soon realized that she probably did it because it was incredibly entertaining to be inside someone else's mind. Amir let out a sigh and departed, and ironically, Tina appeared just as he left. Hum hum hum, Tina hummed the tune of a K-pop song that she had been listening to lately while studying Korean. Oh, here's another target, Han-Yeol thought as he pressed his finger against his forehead and used his skill. Han-Yeol Nim is too much. I was getting close to Secretary Kim recently, but he suddenly sent him away for work. Well, I suppose it can't be helped since he is quite reliable, but... Kaya? He's so handsome and cool, but he's Korean and I'm Egyptian. There's no way things could work out between us. It's so sad, this is the first time I find myself resenting my nationality. Pfft. Han-Yeol almost burst into laughter after reading Tina's mind. Tina looked around her surroundings, startled by the sudden sound. Though she was a normal person now, she had previously served as a member of the Egyptian Army's Special Forces, and her training had instilled in her a constant awareness of her surroundings. Assigned as a top-class bodyguard for the mansion, she remained vigilant for any potential intruders. Upon seeing Han-Yeol standing there, her initial tension dissipated, and she greeted him with a respectful bow. However, she was wondering inside, it's a relief there's no intruder, but why did he make that sound just now? Was he laughing at my humming? Tina walked away, her various thoughts veiled behind a composed expression. On the other hand, Han-Yeol was close to bursting into laughter. Kakik. What the hell is this? Amir likes Tina, but Tina likes Secretary Kim. Still, Han-Yeol found it quite unexpected that Tina had developed feelings for Secretary Kim. It seemed like a love triangle straight out of a drama or online novel was unfolding right before his eyes. I know Secretary Kim is quite handsome, but is he handsome in the eyes of foreigners too? Han-Yeol wondered. He remembered contemplating whether to hire Secretary Kim or not, partly because of his handsome looks. However, in the end, Han-Yeol decided to hire him based on his exceptional talent and skills, realizing that his abilities were too valuable to overlook. I heard that K-pop is quite famous in Egypt too, so I guess they got used to seeing Korean features. One of the industries that benefited from the cooperation between Egypt and South Korea was the entertainment industry. South Korea, renowned as a global leader in entertainment content, seized the opportunity presented by the recent alliance to establish its presence in Egypt. Unsurprisingly, Korean media content enjoyed immense popularity in Egypt. I knew it. Handsome people will always make it in life no matter what happens, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol wasn't unattractive by any means, but he couldn't help feeling a pang of jealousy when he compared his appearance to Secretary Kim's. He knew that he would look like a squid next to Secretary Kim's stunning looks. Wow, this ability is so fun. Han-Yeol's face lit up with a childlike excitement, resembling a kid who had just received a new toy. He resumed reading his book near the window, occasionally employing telepathy too whenever someone walked by. Initially, he experienced a twinge of guilt for invading others' thoughts, but gradually, he became desensitized to it. In fact, it was more apt to describe his growing addiction to delving into the minds of others. On the other hand, Mavrose let out a sigh and shook his head while looking at Han-Yeol with a severely disappointed look. In less than a day, Han-Yeol's newfound hobby of using his telepathy 2 skill had propelled its rank from F to E. He indulged in utilizing the skill whenever he spotted someone passing by, continuing until the sun dipped below the horizon. With a new day dawning, it also marked the commencement of the Hunter Assembly. Naturally, Han-Yeol's first stop was the department store after a long break from shopping. Due to his newfound fame, he could no longer freely stroll into the mall as he once did. Instead, he had to inform them in advance of his visit, granting him exclusive access during that designated period. It went without saying that Han-Yeol generously compensated the mall for their accommodating arrangement. Sook, 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 Suk, are you going somewhere special? Hunter Nim, the luxury suit designer, inquired as he took Han-Yeol's measurements. The luxury suit designer stood tall with a neatly trimmed beard, round glasses, and slicked back hair. Naturally, he donned a flawlessly tailored suit that exuded a classic gentlemanly aura. He represented the renowned luxury Italian brand Zemlya and had been dispatched directly from their headquarters to cater to the South Korean market, known for its appetite for luxury goods. Yes, I have an important occasion to attend. I originally purchased this suit for its design, but it seems fate had it completed just in time, Han-Yeol replied. How marvelous! It appears that you are truly destined for greatness, Han-Yeol Nim. Haha, is that so? Absolutely, I'm not just saying this out of courtesy. Han-Yeol Nim truly stands out among the other hunters who visit us. It's gratifying to hear, even if it's just a courteous remark. Haha, it was quite uncommon for a luxury brand to send one of its designers overseas. Usually, they hired local designers and provided them with 1 to 3 years of training before managing their shops. This was especially true for Asian countries, where consumers preferred a touch of Asian influence in the designs rather than purely European styles. However, Zemlya Korea took a different approach to the market. They brought in a designer from their Italian headquarters, who spent time learning the Korean language and immersing themselves in Korean culture. This allowed them to provide a made-to-measure service. Typically, Zemlya branches in other countries would measure clients, send the details to Italy, have an Italian designer work on the garments, the factory in Italy would tailor-make the suits, and then they would be sent back to the clients. This entire process would take around 5 weeks, and any alterations would require an additional week or 2. However, thanks to Alberto, the designer already present in Korea, the time required for a made-to-measure order at Zemlya Korea was only 2 to 3 weeks. Suk. Alberto worked on tidying up the suit and putting the final touches on it. Then, he asked, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere, Han-Yeol Nim? No, I love it. It's really comfortable, and I love the design. Haha, that is truly a relief. It was impossible for Han-Yeol not to appreciate the suit's design from the beginning, as he had already tried it on before through the use of advanced 3D hologram technologies. Han-Yeol checked himself out in the mirror when Purva suddenly approached him. It is time now, Han-Yeol Nim. Already? Yes. All right, Han-Yeol replied, then turned toward Alberto and said, thank you very much, Alberto. He had already fully paid for his suit, so the only thing left for him to do was to express gratitude to the designer and take his suit. Haha, not at all. It is an honor for me to design clothes for someone as famous as you, Alberto replied. I feel honored that someone feels honored after working with me. I guess I've lived a good life. Ha ha ha. Han-Yeol chuckled. Q. Mavrose cried out and jumped onto Han-Yeol's head. Mavrose, Alberto immediately recognized the black dragon that had been quietly sleeping in the corner while Han-Yeol was getting his suit done. Despite being a designer, he had a keen interest in hunter-related affairs and possessed extensive knowledge about them. In fact, he was an avid fan of fiction and fantasy, regularly keeping up with the latest happenings in the world of hunters. Alberto could foresee that the first sighting of the monster pet was going to shock the entire European hunter community. As hunters climb the ranks, their thirst for power tends to intensify. This is evident in their obsession with increasing their mana capacity and upgrading their gear, as they are unable to expand the number of skills they possess. Obtaining monster pets undoubtedly enhances a hunter's power, and any high-ranking hunter who neglects to acquire one is hardly deserving of their high rank. Alberto, along with many others, had witnessed Mavro's battle form in the newspaper. Unbeknownst to them, it was actually a clever strategy devised by Han-Yeol to drive up the prices of monster pets. The tactic proved to be incredibly effective as soon as the article was published. Initially, the world viewed monster pets as mere test subjects or trophies. However, witnessing Mavro's fighting alongside Han-Yeol completely altered people's perception, particularly among hunters. The monster pets were now regarded as reliable comrades in battle, leading every hunter worldwide to fervently desire acquiring one. However, Han-Yeol had no intention of mass selling these monster pets to the general public. Then, have a nice day, Han-Yeol said, shaking Alberto's hand before departing from the shop. Alberto placed his right hand on his chest and bowed toward Han-Yeol like a butler from the medieval ages. He thought, I will be rooting for you. Han-Yeol could not help but smile as he left the department store. I see. So that's how it is, he muttered. Did you say something, Han-Yeol Nim? Purva immediately inquired, thinking that Han-Yeol had issued a command. However, due to his limited proficiency in the Korean language, he failed to hear it clearly. No, it's nothing. Let's hurry, Han-Yeol replied. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Fully suited up, Han-Yeol hopped into the car, and it drove him to the location specified on the invitation, Gangway Island. He couldn't comprehend why the event was being held in Gangway Island of all places. While he understood that it was meant to be a secretive gathering with only a select few individuals invited, they could have easily chosen a suitable location in Seoul for such an event. Well, I'm sure the organizers have their plans, he decided to shrug it off. Slurp. Sipping on his coffee, Han-Yeol scrolled through the internet news on his tablet PC. Although he could have chosen to read a book during the ride, he acknowledged the limited time available and opted for browsing the news instead. Furthermore, he made it a habit to stay informed about global current affairs, regardless of how busy he was. Suddenly, a headline on the hunter-related page caught his attention. The Hunter Assembly is going to host an open event for the first time in 15 years instead of their usual secret event. Huh? After reading the headline, Han-Yeol was left bewildered. He rubbed his eyes and briefly doubted what he had just seen, but the headline of the article remained unchanged. He thought, they kept it as a secret event for 15 years but suddenly made it an open one when I'm going for the first time. It was plausible that the timing of this sudden change was merely a coincidence. Maybe the decision to switch things up had been in the works for the past year, and they had chosen to announce it now. Alternatively, it could be a deliberate move after 15 years to bring about a change. However, Han-Yeol's instinct strongly suggested that this unexpected shift was directly related to him. The timing seemed too perfect to be coincidental. Moreover, the statement released by the Hunter Assembly appeared to be filled with superficial excuses, lacking any substantial reasoning behind the decision. Though their words were elaborate and vibrant, there was a notable absence of a genuine explanation for the alteration. The public's right to know? What a load of horseshit these bastards are, spouting, Han-Yeol grumbled. Despite being a hunter himself, Han-Yeol harbored a deep distrust toward his fellow hunters. His experiences as a porter had subjected him to countless betrayals, leaving him with an inherent aversion to placing trust in others within the hunter community. The Korean hunter industry, in its entirety, seemed to perpetuate a vicious cycle, porters being betrayed by hunters, these betrayed porters awakening as hunters themselves, and subsequently replicating the same patterns they had endured as porters. This never-ending cycle had given rise to a toxic culture among hunters in South Korea. Due to his desire to distance himself from this toxic culture, Han-Yeol made a deliberate choice to keep his interactions with Korean hunters to a minimum, instead preferring to collaborate with Egyptian hunters. I am certain that there is some hidden agenda behind all of this. It simply doesn't add up. Moreover, the fact that they extended an invitation to me while both Tiarana and Miriam were out of the country seems highly suspicious, he thought as he switched his tablet PC off. It was not the time for him to leisurely read the news while there was a conspiracy brewing around him. Tap, 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 tap. Lost in contemplation, he tapped on the armrest and a sudden realization struck him. Without wasting a moment, he swiftly retrieved his smartphone and dialed a number. Ring, 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 ring. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Hello, Suin. Are you busy right now? The person he dialed happened to be in charge of the Level Up TV broadcasting team. Level Up TV was currently the leading channel on Golem Mania TV, dominating the charts in all categories, top subscribers, top views, and top ratings. Their clips and videos on various streaming platforms were incredibly popular, boasting a staggering 16 million subscribers and a total of 800 million views. Level Up TV had firmly established itself as one of the major broadcasting channels in the industry, generating a jaw-dropping monthly revenue of 20 billion won. The channel's growth was exponential, prompting them to hire bilingual foreigners proficient in Korean and their native language for translating subtitles, aiming to expand their reach to 24 other countries. Despite being swamped with work due to the channel's rapid expansion, Suin couldn't possibly claim to be too busy when the channel owner called. The entire content of the channel revolved around Han-Yeol, so she had to be prepared to drop everything and go to great lengths if he summoned her. Moreover, the recent increase in manpower allowed them to work in 2 shifts, making it all the more feasible for Suin to promptly respond to Han-Yeol's call. No, I am not busy at all. Do you need something from our team, Han-Yeol Nim? I was wondering if you have seen the news. I am talking about the news that the Hunter Assembly is hosting an open event for the first time in 15 years. Yes. I saw it earlier. But why did they make such a sudden move? Their statement talks about believing in the public's right to information and advocating for better integration between hunters and the general population. However, it all seems like a convoluted aid to me. Frankly, when have hunters ever shown genuine concern for ordinary people like us? Ha 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 ha. Han-Yeol could not help but burst out in laughter at Suin's criticism. Coincidentally, Suin expressed the very same thoughts that had been running through Han-Yeol's mind moments ago, although there was no way for her to know that. However, as she realized that she had unintentionally cursed hunters while speaking to Han-Yeol, who was a hunter himself, she became flustered. That is. What I meant to say was, of course, you are an exception, Han-Yeol Nim. Haha. Ha ha ha. Keek. No worries, it's all good. The reason I laughed was not because of that. I actually chuckled because I had the exact same thoughts as you before I made the call. You are truly wise, employer Nim. Keek. This woman is really amazing. Han-Yeol found her to be quite a unique individual when he first encountered her. However, his current call wasn't intended for casual conversation. Anyway, the reason I called is specifically about the Hunter Assembly event. I've been invited to the event, and it would be a shame not to have cameras capturing my debut, don't you think? I've read the comments, and many people expressed their disappointment over the lack of footage from the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva raid. Indeed, our viewers do comprehend the challenges of obtaining footage from such a raid, but their disappointment at missing out is understandable. Just a moment. Are you saying that you were invited to that event, Han-Yeol Nim? Yes, and that's why I want you to bring your crew to P Resort in Gangway Island as soon as possible. It sounds like we will get some interesting content today. We will make our way there immediately. Alright, I'll see you there then. Beep. Han-Yeol ended the call, and his eyes were flashing with a hint of coldness to them. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm not the Lee Han-Yeol you guys used to know. I'm no longer the same porter, who will just sit around and get stabbed in the back, he growled inwardly. Calling his filming crew couldn't be deemed as an effective countermeasure, as hunters were not the type to be intimidated by cameras. Han-Yeol's intention in contacting the filming crew was simply to ensure an engaging event for his viewers. However, how he planned to handle the hunters would be entirely his own decision. Ring, 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 Han-Yeol's smartphone started ringing. He checked the screen and saw that an unfamiliar number was calling him. Who's this? He wondered. Being a person who didn't casually share his contact information, Han-Yeol found it rather peculiar to receive a call from an unfamiliar number. While he had previously provided his number to the Hunters Association and for official purposes before his rise to wealth, that was his old number. In order to safeguard his privacy, he had changed his number immediately after purchasing the mansion. Han-Yeol had delegated all official matters to Secretary Kim, and any necessary work was efficiently handled through Albert. His current number was known only to his close friends and family, with all their contact details saved in his smartphone. Suk, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was a bit strange, but Han-Yeol did not see any reason to be scared and not answer the call. Hello, Mr. Lee. The caller conversed in English, but their pronounced accent hinted at their non-native English-speaking background. Who's this? This is a warning. Don't be friendly with Egypt from now on. The man initially spoke in English but swiftly switched to Arabic. However, that was not of utmost importance at the moment. Han-Yeol, despite being threatened for the first time in a while, found the threat more amusing than intimidating. Who the hell are you? He retorted. That's none of your business. Consider this your final warning. Cease any involvement with the Egyptians and withdraw from the Horus raid party. Failure to comply will result in you experiencing the depths of earthly hell. That's funny. What did you say? Do you want to wager on who will experience hell on earth first? How foolish of you. You cannot prevail against us alone. We permeate every corner and bring forth total annihilation. Our targets shall be eradicated without a trace, leaving only utter devastation in our wake. Soon enough, you will come to comprehend the folly and arrogance of your words. The threat posed a despicable and cowardly method, suggesting harm to Han-Yeol's family and loved ones. It was an abhorrent tactic, aiming to instill fear and force a compromise. In the past, Han-Yeol might have been frightened for his family's safety and considered a compromise. However, he had grown stronger and was no longer intimidated by anyone. Oh, I guess I'll be scared if it were a master-rank hunter making this threat, he thought with a smile after realizing that he had indeed grown much stronger than before. I suppose sweet honey is bound to attract all sorts of pests, he thought with a shrug. All right. Let's see if you can carry out your threats or if I can find you first and feed your soul to one of my demons. You are far too ignorant and arrogant. We will make you regret this day for the rest of your life. Beep. The call ended. Han-Yeol Nim. Purva called out with a worried look from the front seat after overhearing the phone call. He was in charge of the mansion's security, and he could not simply turn a blind eye to the fact that his employer had received a threat just now. He believed that they should cooperate with local law enforcement forces to catch the culprit and bolster the security of the mansion until the culprit was caught. It's quite the hassle. I wonder why those terrorist bastards even bother to come all the way to Korea? Tisk. Tisk. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. The culprit did not reveal who he was over the phone, but Han-Yeol could easily tell judging from the way the threat was delivered that he was probably a member of some extremist terrorist group. In fact, Han-Yeol could even pinpoint, from the various facts, that the culprit probably belonged to the same religious extremist bunch as the terrorists he fought against the first time he met Tayarana. Egypt changed its stance to secularism in recent years, and this angered quite a lot of religious fanatics since the rest of Africa started to follow suit and adopt secularism just like Egypt. The religious extremists were up in arms over Africa's conversion to secularism as they knew that they were going to lose their foothold in the region once people started to think for themselves. That was the reason these extremists were currently trying their best to hamper the further growth and development of Egypt, and that was probably the reason why they started being active in South Korea since it was an allied country of Egypt now. It's quite concerning, I must say. I heard that there are a few awakened beings mixed in among those extremists, but the Gurkha mercenaries are all normal people, right? I apologize, Purva said with his head down. They were in charge of guarding the mansion, but even he knew very well that he was not a match against the awakened beings, no matter how well trained they were. After all, an F-rank hunter was already far stronger than a normal human being, and even a well-trained soldier was not going to last a minute against them. It's not your fault, Purva. The notion of a normal person fighting against an awakened being is absurd in the first place. Purva did not fully understand what Han-Yeol said, but he got the gist of what he was trying to say. Still, that did not make him feel any better as he was ashamed for being useless against the awakened beings. Although, Han-Yeol was not really bothered by the whole thing. Should I start that project earlier than expected? Han-Yeol had come up with many ideas in his head. However, he had to delay all of them as he was busy hunting and setting up his business. But now, he was thinking of implementing those ideas after getting threatened by the terrorists. Purva. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. There are many strong and loyal men in your country who are looking for work, right? Yes. Purva was slightly taken aback by the sudden unexpected question, but he immediately regained his composure and responded. Nepal was one of the countries that had failed to properly adapt to the age of the monastones, and its GDP was still one of the lowest in the world. Han-Yeol pondered for a while. Tap, 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 tap. Han-Yeol took out the laptop in the car and started typing something on it, and Purva kept quiet so as not to bother Han-Yeol. After a few minutes passed, Purva said, "We are almost at the P resort in Gangway Island, Han-Yeol name." Han-Yeol stopped typing and looked around his surroundings. He had to meet up with the Mulan team first, so he did not directly go to the resort. Gangway Island was a huge island with an area of 302 square kilometers, but there were only 60,000 people inhabiting it. Moreover, P Resort was located quite far away from residential areas, so the roads leading to it were practically empty. Also, the hunters participating in the Hunter Assembly event were all famous individuals in Korea, so all of them chose to fly in a helicopter instead of taking the road. Maybe I should have used my helicopter as well? Han-Yeol belatedly realized that the resort had a helipad he could have used. The Mulan team is coming over there, Han-Yeol nim. Yeah, I see them. Han-Yeol and the Mulan team exchanged short greetings before heading to P Resort, but they were soon stopped by the armed security at the resort's gates. The security, armed with a K2 rifle, approached the vehicle. He asked, "Which news outlet are you from?" It seemed that they mistook Han-Yeol for a journalist instead of a hunter. They could not be blamed for that as all 200 hunters participating in this event flew in with their helicopters, and the only ones that came by road were the journalists from various news outlets. It was at that moment when one of the security guards walked toward Han-Yeol that someone from the guardhouse suddenly shouted, "Hey, I thought all the invited news outlets had already arrived." Yes, that is correct. All 39 media, comprising 5 broadcasting stations, 24 channels, and 30 news outlets, have already arrived. It seems that some tabloid heard the rumors and decided to try their luck, just like a while ago. This is so annoying. I thought we already told those tabloids not to come here. Maybe they're acting on their own accord? There are always those morons trying to be a superhero from time to time. You know, those idiots who argue that the public has the right to know and other bullshit like that when all they want is a scoop to help their careers. These morons always find another way in if we chase them out, so what should we do? What else? Just chase them out. We were instructed to only let the invited media outlets come in and send the rest back. Can you imagine what's going to happen if we get on the Hunter Assembly's bad side? Yes, sir. I will chase them out this instant. The armed security guards were from a security company that the Hunter Assembly frequently hired. It was illegal for an individual to possess firearms in South Korea, but this company used a loophole to arm their guards with the K2 rifle since their CEO was a hunter. These guards were well aware that the Hunters Association and Hunter Assembly were not ones to mess with, and the security company they worked for was going to close down in the blink of an eye if they messed up on the job. The guard who seemed to be the leader of the group signaled the guards to chase Han-Yeol's party away, and the guard talking to Purva nodded in response. I don't know which media outlet you're from, but all the invited outlets have already arrived. Please go back, the security guard said. It was obvious from how the guards acted that the Hunter Assembly's statement to make it an open event was not as open as they made it sound to be. The public's right to know? The Hunter Assembly probably thought that the public should be satisfied with whatever information they threw at them. This person here is one of the hunters invited to this event. He is Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, and we are not from a news outlet, Purva replied. However, the security guard did not seem to be convinced. After all, there were always numerous journalists who tried to lie their way into important events like this, and this group was not the first one that tried to lie their way in today. What happened to those who tried to lie their way into the event? The security guards beat them up and chased them away. Of course, nothing was going to change this time. Nice try. There's no way that someone like him is going to drive all the way here. Do you know how rich he is? Do you really think he's going to use a shitty car like Han-Yeol? The security guard gasped in horror after seeing Han-Yeol in the back seat. Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. He immediately recognized Han-Yeol since he was all over the news and TV these days, and even those people not interested in the news had seen him a few times since he was often photographed together with Tiarana. It was rather strange for someone not to be able to recognize Han-Yeol these days. It's really him? The security guard was flabbergasted. Flabbergasted, the security guard immediately took out his walkie-talkie and said, "This is Pine Tree. The car at the gates is Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim's car. I repeat, the car at the gates is Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim's car. Open the gates now. BZZT?" There was no response from the other end of the walkie-talkie. It was only after 2 full minutes had passed that a response finally came. "Are you certain it's Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim?" "Why yes. I'm absolutely certain. I can also see his monster pet, Mavrose." Mavrose cried out in response after hearing his name. His cry was so loud that it was heard over the walkie-talkie as well. "BZZT? Approved. Open the gates." All right. Over. The gates finally opened, and the barricade was moved aside. There might have been a slight commotion, but Han-Yeol and his crew were able to enter the resort's grounds without any further problems. The Mulan crew's car looked quite different from the conventional broadcasting van that other news outlets used, so the guards did not notice them. They were not in the right state of mind to even check the Mulan crew's car as they were simply too stunned to do anything. After all, the fact that South Korea's currently most popular hunter came with a car instead of a helicopter, and they almost made the biggest mistake of their life, was simply too big of a surprise for them. Of course, they were still at fault for failing to check the Mulan crew's car no matter what the circumstances were, and they would probably have been court-martialed for failing to inspect the vehicle if this were the military. N/O/vel/B/C/om. This is where being famous has its perks, Han-Yeol said with a smirk. I agree, Han-Yeol Nim, Purva replied. But they mentioned that they aren't letting other news outlets enter, right? Yes, they did. So why didn't they stop the Mulan crew then? I do not know. What a strange bunch. Maybe they don't stop personal channels. Han-Yeol could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that the Mulan crew was able to enter simply because of a mistake made by the security guards. The security company contracted by the Hunter Assembly for this event was a renowned company that Han-Yeol himself had heard of. The company held the top position in the country's security industry and was called G-Force. Its owner was a famous hunter as well, and he held an executive position within the Hunter Assembly, making him an influential figure. G-Force, the security company, had managed to maintain its industry dominance for nearly 10 years, thanks to its contract with the Hunter Assembly. This was precisely why Han-Yeol hadn't even considered the possibility of the industry leader making such a rookie mistake. I will park the car over there, Purva said. Okay. The car was parked a few distances away from the media vans, and the Mulan crew's car was parked right beside Han-Yeol's car. Han-Yeol got out of the car, and, hurry up, move faster. The Mulan crew sprang into action to ensure Han-Yeol didn't have to wait for a long time. Do you have any orders for us, Han-Yeol Nim? Suin approached him and asked. As she was in charge of the channel, she placed great importance on Han-Yeol's plans so that she could devise her own filming strategies. Let's film the intro here and transition to a live stream once we're inside. What do you think? Han-Yeol replied. Yes, that sounds like a great idea. I will make an announcement that we'll be live streaming the entire event before we enter. Although I don't expect to have as many viewers as during our hunts, we'll easily surpass 50,000 viewers since we have our loyal subscribers. Well, that sounds good to me. Shall we start filming? Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Then, Han-Yeol suddenly thought of something. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Han-Yeol Nim. I don't really like what they're calling me right now. I should probably tell them to address me as the chairman once the Mavros group is established. He could not help but be annoyed by the fact that people were addressing him with different names or titles, so he decided to create a single title for everyone to call him. Let's go, Mavros. Q. Tack. Mavros jumped onto Han-Yeol's head after his name was called. Let's go, Purva. Yes, sir. They entered the main hall of P Resort, with the Mulan film crew following them closely, equipped with their normal cameras. This time, the V-ticket users were unable to switch screens as they usually did. The Mulan film crew had no choice but to limit the camera angles, as they were currently on private property with other people present, which raised concerns about privacy. Murmur, 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 murmur. Oh, it's Lee Han-Yeol Hunter. Lee Han-Yeol Hunter. One by one, the reporters waiting outside started shouting as they spotted Han-Yeol walking toward the main hall. All of them were from news outlets affiliated with the Hunter Assembly, tasked with writing positive articles about the event. However, they couldn't care less about it. People aren't interested in these boring gatherings of hunters. Everyone knows how arrogant hunters are and that they usually treat ordinary people like animals, so why would they care about some event? Tisk tisk. They still have no idea what the people think about them. The reporters cursed the hunters hundreds of times in their heads, but they couldn't voice their thoughts openly as these hunters belonged to famous raid parties and guilds. There were many ordinary people who watched the broadcasts of these hunters, as the videos of their hunts contained more action than most action or war movies. After all, a mere computer-generated graphic could never compare to the real skills exhibited by high-ranking hunters. However, the only aspect most people were interested in regarding the hunters was their hunting prowess, and they didn't care whether the hunters were hosting a pretentious and boring event for themselves or not. A few reporters started asking Han-Yeol absurd questions that he didn't feel the need to respond to. How do you feel now that the Horus raid party has returned to Egypt? Are you really in a relationship with Tiarana? They say that Tiarana is secretly your wife and Miriam is your concubine. Don't you think you're being too immoral? We've heard that you're receiving over 100 calls from all over the world for one of your monster pets. Do you have any intention to sell them? Please give us an answer. The major news outlets would have sent only a ragtag bunch out of formality if this were just the Hunter Assembly's event. However, upon hearing that Han-Yeol was attending, they dispatched some of their most tenacious reporters this time. Han-Yeol had become somewhat of a national celebrity thanks to his image as a just hunter who stood up for the weak, unlike most hunters known for their questionable personalities. Furthermore, the media were practically worshipping Han-Yeol as the key to ending South Korea's economic crisis, given his potential role as a mediator between the country and African nations, thanks to his connections in Egypt. While these were still unfounded rumors, they weren't entirely baseless, as Han-Yeol indeed had significant connections with key figures in Egypt. After all, Tiarana, the second highest ranking person in Egypt, happened to be Han-Yeol's closest Korean companion. I came to attend the event. I didn't come to give an interview, Han-Yeol replied. But you can still answer a few of our questions, right? That's right. The people have a right to know. It's your obligation to respond to our questions. Most famous people found it hard to deal with reporters, as a single article could potentially damage their reputation. This was especially true for celebrities and politicians. However, Han-Yeol was an exception to this rule, as his occupation did not rely on his fame or the public's opinion of him. That was why he could simply ignore the reporters, even if they threatened to write a negative article about him. Such actions wouldn't affect him significantly, and it was now the reporters who found it difficult to deal with him instead. Then you should agree to an interview when we ask you, one of the reporters said. Suddenly, Han-Yeol sensed a sharp object flying toward him at rapid speed. Shua, Puck, Hiek, Hyok. An arrow flew in an arc that defied all laws of physics and embedded itself in the ground between the reporters and Han-Yeol. Immediately, all of the reporters retreated upon seeing the arrow, but Han-Yeol was already locked in a gaze with the perpetrator who had shot it. The reporters followed Han-Yeol's gaze, their hearts filled with fear of another arrow flying toward them, yet there was only one thing on their minds at that moment. An exclusive. Everyone will be interested to see a fight between hunters. This is going to be a hit. The people are going to go nuts if it's a fight between a hunter and Lee Han-Yeol. Jackpot. If there was one thing that people constantly debated about on community forums, it was probably this. Who is going to win if Hunter A and Hunter B fought? People loved debating over who among the hunters of the same rank was stronger, and any post on the community forums would inevitably explode with discussions within a matter of hours. The fascination with comparing hunters was immense. However, these debates never progressed beyond the debate stage, as it was prohibited by law for hunters to engage in fights among themselves. It's the Bowmaster, Young-woo Hyun. That's the famous S rank who's nearly a master rank, right? They say he's quite short-tempered. Seems true, considering he shot an arrow before saying anything. I think we should be careful. The hunter with the arrogant title Bowmaster leaped down from his elevated position as Han-Yeol looked up at him. My bad, my fingers slipped, he said with a smirk, evidently provoking a fight. However, Han-Yeol simply smiled and replied, it happens. Then, he used psychokinesis to extract the arrow from the ground and returned it to Young-woo Hyun. Tak. Young-woo Hyun snatched the arrow that was floating toward him. He believed it would give him the upper hand and intimidate the newcomer, but it turned out to be a significant miscalculation. He had no idea about Han-Yeol's exceptional mental fortitude. Han-Yeol was tougher than most individuals, and he was not easily rattled by others. In fact, he excelled at getting under people's skin. These things can happen if you lack experience with a bow. I know a young kid who dreams of becoming an archer, and he frequently makes the same mistake. Han-Yeol smirked and sneered. What did you just say? Young-woo Hyun grimaced in response. Hiek. Hap. He taunted him. That guy's too reckless. Flash, 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 flash. The reporters unleashed a barrage of flashes as they captured photo after photo of the two individuals, but their breaths were held in anticipation of what would unfold next. You have a way with words, Young-woo Hyun growled. Really? I was simply describing things as I observed them, Han-Yeol replied, pretending to be oblivious. Young-woo Hyun, true to the reporter's perceptions, exhibited a short temper and aggression. While he had initiated the confrontation with Han-Yeol, he grew visibly agitated after losing the verbal exchange. Do you want to settle this? Young-woo Hyun shouted as he swiftly drew an arrow and knocked it on his bow. Creak, Hiek, Hyok. The reporters gasped in horror and hastily retreated after witnessing the volatile nature of the Bowmaster up close. They were acutely aware that, at such a close range, the arrow could easily penetrate Han-Yeol's heart with a simple movement of Young-woo Hyun's fingers. Young-woo Hyun was not fully utilizing his mana at that moment, with only a fraction of it emanating due to his anger. However, an arrow from an S-rank hunter still possessed lethal potential and could prove fatal to an ordinary person. Then, suddenly, a low voice said, "Quit it, Young-woo Hyun." The sound seemed to resonate right next to their ears, causing Han-Yeol, Young-woo Hyun, and the reporters to scan their surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. Thud, 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 thud. The entire place fell into a profound silence as a charismatic swordsman made his presence known. Gulp. The reporters nervously gulped upon seeing the swordsman, and then their voices erupted in exclamation. Young-soo Hyun. Yeah, if Young-woo Hyun is here, then Young-soo Hyun must be too. It seems the Hunter Assembly has gone all out for this event. Amazing. Initially, the reporters had attended the event somewhat reluctantly, mainly because of Han-Yeol. However, upon witnessing the presence of both Young-soo Hyun and Young-woo Hyun, a fire ignited within them. This gathering offered a rare opportunity to see numerous high-ranking hunters, who were not typically seen in public, all in one place. Young-soo Hyun maintained a stoic expression, but it was evident he was attempting to discern something through his piercing gaze directed at Han-Yeol. It appears my brother has acted impulsively. I apologize on his behalf for his immaturity, Young-soo Hyun said. Not at all. I must admit, your brother is quite the entertainer. I, on the other hand, envy the fact that you have siblings. I have none. Is it? Yeah. BZZT, 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 BZZT. It felt as though sparks were flying between the two, despite the calmness of their conversation. A battle of wits ensued between the hunters. The two S-rank brothers, Young-soo Hyun and Young-woo Hyun, attempted to pressure Han-Yeol, but there was no chance that he would back down from them. I can't back down now, even if I'm guaranteed to lose against them in a real fight, Han-Yeol thought. Nov. L. B /JNN. The two brothers were renowned for being S-rank hunters, just a step away from attaining the coveted master rank. They were acknowledged for their exceptional strength, comparable to that of a master rank hunter. However, their lack of versatility in abilities had led them to fail the master rank test on 3 occasions. Consequently, people often unofficially referred to them as SS rank hunters, despite there being only the S rank below the esteemed master rank. Just as the battle of wits was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle, someone in the vicinity abruptly commenced applauding. Clap, 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 clap. The 3 of them ceased their battle of wits, or rather, they were compelled to halt it upon hearing the sound of applause. Han-Yeol was convinced that the mere act of clapping contained a tremendous amount of mana, which instantaneously neutralized all 3 of them for a brief moment. It's a master rank hunter? Han-Yeol was certain who it was without having to look at the person. Thud, 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 thud. A man walked out from the main hall of the resort and made his way toward the reporters. Whoa. Then, the reporters swiftly dispersed in opposite directions, creating a path for the imposing man to walk through. Standing at a towering height of 190 centimeters, his dark blonde hair was slicked back, and he sported round glasses that concealed his sharp eyes. Ironically, despite his tall stature, he had a lean physique and was dressed modestly in a white t-shirt and jeans. However, the combination of his slender frame and piercing gaze emitted an unexplainable charisma and an undeniable aura of pressure, akin to a snake fixated on its prey. I believe that will suffice from the 3 of you, he uttered in a low, authoritative voice that brooked no disagreement. Master Hydra. Soo-Hyun murmured. Ho. You brothers always indulge in the same mischief with others. I believe this is your first time attending this event, Hunter Lee Han-Yeol, if I'm not mistaken. I kindly request that you show more respect to your seniors henceforth, Master Hydra said with utmost politeness and eloquence, yet his eyes fixated on Han-Yeol as if he were a potential prey. In an instant, Han-Yeol sensed that this event was not going to unfold as smoothly as he had initially anticipated. He thought, maybe I shouldn't have come. With his motto in life always prioritizing safety first, the current atmosphere made Han-Yeol exceedingly uneasy. Maybe I should have leveled up a bit more before coming. He clicked his tongue inwardly and regretted it. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol found himself in a predicament. He had already made his presence known and had managed to draw out Master Hydra. Walking away at this point would not only tarnish his image, but it would also be a blow to his pride. Drawing from his past experience as a porter, he understood that retreating now would only result in him being further relegated down the hierarchy. It's a hassle, but I guess I have no choice. He let out a sigh before raising both of his hands. I guess you are right. I cannot come and cause trouble on my first day, right? He said with a smile. Ho, excellent choice I must say. Now, what about you brothers? Master Hydra smiled and said before he turned his gaze toward the 2 brothers. Others might think that he was asking for the brothers' opinions, but it was obvious from his gaze that he was not going to take no for an answer. That's probably the gaze that all master rank hunters use, Han-Yeol thought while observing Master Hydra's eyes. A hunter who had ascended to the esteemed rank of a master hunter possessed the ability to exert dominance over those of lower ranks with a mere gaze. The intensity of their stare alone was enough to send shivers down the spine of anyone who found themselves at the receiving end. Tisk, I guess we have no choice. Let's go, Hyung. And, I'm going to kill you if I see you next time, Young Woo-Hyun growled. As you wish, Han-Yeol sneered in response. Let's go, Young Soo-Hyun said. Sure. Thud, 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 thud. The brothers, Soo-Hyun and Woo-Hyun, walked through the path opened by the reporters and entered the main building. They were invited to the event as well. Clack, clack, clack. A few reporters discreetly took photos despite the tense atmosphere. While a juicy fight may not have occurred, these kinds of standoffs still made for captivating headlines. It's fortunate that I came here when I would normally have refused. I have the opportunity to witness hunters I wouldn't even dream of seeing, and I experienced such intense tension between them. This is going to be an exceptional scoop. More than a dozen reporters were thinking along the same lines, as most of their scoop senses were tingling. I should probably start by thanking you for stopping me from getting into a fight on the first day, Han-Yeol said confidently. After all, he was not the type to suppress himself just because he was talking to a master rank hunter. Ho, I simply didn't want anyone causing a disturbance on this festive day. By the way, those 2 have quite the temper, so you might want to be careful out there, Master Hydra said before he returned to the main building. Han-Yeol stared at Master Hydra's back for a while before leading Purva and the Mulan film crew into the main building. The reporters, of course, were capturing pictures and videos of everything that unfolded, but they were a step behind. Wow, that was intense. Is he going to engage in a confrontation with high-ranking hunters? They didn't physically fight, but it felt as though I was witnessing a fierce battle. The intensity was overwhelming. Yeah, we were watching it online, but I got chills all over my body when I saw Master Hydra's eyes, as if he was glaring right at me. That was really amazing. But Han-Yeol Nim didn't even flinch in front of Master Hydra. He might not be a master rank hunter yet, but he is eventually going to become one. Then he's not going to lose to anyone. Yes, he won't lose. He will never die. Never. The Mulan film crew was already broadcasting everything live, while the reporters were busy contemplating which picture to use and what to write in the article about the intense standoff that had just occurred. Let's go, Purva. Yes, sir. Purva, like Han-Yeol, also looked at Master Hydra's back. However, there was a notable difference between them. Purva glared at Master Hydra. He couldn't accept that Master Hydra had directed such intense eyes toward his employer, regardless of whether he was a master rank hunter or not. His anger was not solely for Han-Yeol's sake but rather stemmed from the innate character of Nepalese people. When people thought of Nepalese individuals, bravery and hard work came to mind first. However, their greatest strength was not in their bravery or work ethic, but in their loyalty and resilience. Before the dimensional gates emerged, Nepal had been invaded by the British. The Nepalese people had fought with their lives on the line to drive back the invaders from their lands. Their tenacity had impressed the British, leading them to hire these warriors as mercenaries to fight under the British flag. The Nepalese had also fought as mercenaries during most of the Second World War and earned significant merits. This prompted the British to establish an entire regiment for them, and many Gurkha warriors brought their families to the United Kingdom, becoming naturalized British citizens. As a result, their loyalty shifted from Nepal to the United Kingdom. The Gurkhas' unwavering loyalty was always toward their family and their own people, but not necessarily toward their country, Nepal, due to certain internal political issues. A significant number of Gurkha warriors remained in the employment by the British government even after the Dimensional Gate incident, where soldiers were no longer in high demand. Additionally, some affluent individuals hired discharged Gurkhas as their personal mercenaries. Purva regarded Han-Yeol as his employer, and thus, he wholeheartedly dedicated his unwavering loyalty to him. This was the reason why he couldn't simply stand by and watch someone threaten his employer. I could have fought for Han-Yeol Nim if I was a hunter, Purva thought while cursing the poor infrastructure of his country in developing hunters. The reporters sensed a potential scoop lurking around Han-Yeol, but they hesitated to approach him recklessly, suspecting that he might be agitated by what had transpired with the brothers. Not a single reporter dared to obstruct Han-Yeol's path as he made his way toward the main building. They could only heave a sigh of relief once Han-Yeol, Purva, and the rest of the Mulan film crew had finally entered the building. Phew. It's great to get an exclusive story, but this place is too nerve-wracking for me. Yeah, logically, we know we won't get killed here, but the mana these hunters exude is just overwhelmingly intense. That's why they're hiring F-rank hunters as reporters nowadays. Hey, why are you bringing that up now? Because it's frustrating. An F-rank hunter was practically ineffective in battle. They had the strength to easily subdue an average person but struggled against even the weakest monsters like the Volaks. However, that didn't change the fact that they were awakened beings, which allowed them to easily find jobs that paid hundreds of millions every year. Although they couldn't become professional athletes like football players or mixed martial artists, they were in high demand in industries such as medicine, construction, journalism, and more. The media had become one of the hottest destinations for F-rank hunters, as numerous news outlets competed to secure the best scoops. It was widely known that a single F-rank hunter could accomplish the work of 10 ordinary reporters. One of the main reasons why F-rank hunters stood out was evident during this event. Only awakened beings were granted access to the main building, and that explained the absence of awakened reporters waiting outside the building. Some might say that this was discrimination, but none of the media outlets dared to make an enemy out of the hunter assembly, so the reporters were left beating their chests out of frustration. Wow, this is truly amazing, Han-Yeol muttered as he took in the interior of the building. From the outside, it appeared like an ordinary building, but the inside was adorned with lavish decorations and equipped with state-of-the-art technologies. Wow, let's go and capture a full shot from that side. Yes, Uni. Even the Mulan film crew felt their spirits lifted upon witnessing the grandeur of the building's interior. While there were numerous guards stationed outside the building, the absence of people inside made it convenient for the Mulan film crew to carry out their work. It was during Han-Yeol's walk that he suddenly sensed the presence of someone nearby. Who's that? Wuong. This person is strong. Han-Yeol detected the person's mana. It didn't appear as though the person was intentionally emanating their mana, but rather, Han-Yeol sensed it as a natural overflow from their body. Even this mere natural overflow was enough to make Han-Yeol feel nervous. The only person that can have this kind of powerful mana is. Don't tell me, Han-Yeol thought of the one person who he wished he would not meet if he came here. And that person was none other than. Oh, isn't it the rising superstar Lee Han-Yeol Hunter? Ah, damn it, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly after seeing the man smiling brightly at him. This man was none other than the hunter from Jeju Island, who was also known as the most powerful hunter of South Korea, Kim Tae-san. This is the one person I was hoping not to meet, Han-Yeol clicked his tongue inwardly. The burden of being the most powerful hunter in South Korea weighed heavily on Han-Yeol. However, what burdened him even more was the widespread rumors of his rejection by Tae-Rana. It was inevitable that Kim Tae-san would be upset when Tae-Rana turned him down, only to spend time with someone like Lee Han-Yeol. Regardless, Kim Tae-san warmly welcomed Han-Yeol, despite his apprehensions. Haha, it's great to finally meet our up-and-coming superstar. My name is Kim Tae-san, but people call me the Halazen Monster. Well, I find that nickname a bit embarrassing, but oh well. My name is Lee Han-Yeol. It's nice to meet you too, Han-Yeol replied. During their first official meeting, Kim Tae-san treated Han-Yeol with great kindness, which only served to deepen Han-Yeol's suspicion regarding the Halazen monster's intentions. I haven't personally met this guy, but according to the rumors, he isn't known to be a good person. It might be best for me to adopt a demeanor that makes him feel uncomfortable, given his character, right? Han-Yeol could not help but feel uncomfortable once again. Still, Kim Tae-san treated Han-Yeol quite warmly despite him having sensed that he was not comfortable. Let's go now. The event is about to start, Kim Tae-san said. Why yes. Han-Yeol accompanied Kim Tae-san to the main area where the event was taking place, as it was his intended destination. Throughout the journey, Kim Tae-san persistently pestered Han-Yeol, mentioning how he had seen him on TV, commenting on how well he appeared alongside Tiarana, and bringing up other topics that only served to increase Han-Yeol's discomfort. As a result, Han-Yeol became more convinced that Kim Tae-san was merely putting on a facade at the moment. I shouldn't let my guard down, Han-Yeol steeled his resolve. It's a pity, but we must part ways for now. You're a regular hunter, whereas I'm an executive of this assembly, you see. Wahaha. Alright. It was an honor to meet you. Han-Yeol and Tae-san bid each other farewell in front of the staircase leading upstairs. The assembly's executives occupied the VIP area, while Han-Yeol had to ascend to the second floor and find a seat in a secluded corner. As he glanced downward, he noticed something peculiar on the floor below. There was an open space that seemed strangely familiar. I hope it's not what I think it is, Han-Yeol nervously thought. A few moments later, the event started with a speech by Kim Tae-san. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yawn. The event proceeded as usual, with numerous speeches recounting the events of the year, presenting awards and acknowledgements to different hunters, and discussing the plans for the upcoming year's assembly. As a result, the viewers of Level Up TV started to leave in large numbers. I don't want to waste my time watching something so boring. Pibim Nim has left the chat. So boring. Bloody Magnet Nim has left the chat. Chow. Quilting Day Nim has left the chat. 3 boos for the assembly. Boo Assembly Nim has left the chat. Ugh. Damn it. Suin's stress level escalated each time a viewer left the channel. Despite the prior announcement that today's broadcast would not feature any action or fighting, Suin anticipated that the majority of the viewers would be Han-Yeol's true fans. Initially, there were 100,000 viewers tuned into the broadcast. However, they gradually started leaving one by one due to the monotonous speeches delivered by the assembly. As a result, only 31,000 viewers remained on the channel. It was likely that not all of them were actively watching, as they might have been engaged in other activities while the broadcast played in the background. Suin could discern this from the relatively empty chat room, despite the presence of over 31,000 viewers. Most of the conversations happening in the chat were unrelated to Han-Yeol, focusing on random topics like shopping experiences at the latest mall in Pyeongtaek. Have you tried shopping at the latest mall in Pyeongtaek? They say they have all sorts of things there. Me. Wow, that's incredible. I've heard that the place is suitable for both men and women, with over 50 activities specifically designed for men, making it quite enjoyable. And to top it off, they even have a car showroom featuring racing models. Wow, that's amazing. I should probably go see it for myself. Yeah, go give it a try. It's really nice there. Anyone wants to go together? Are you a girl? Nope. Fuck off. Since there wasn't much to watch during the event, the viewers resorted to chatting amongst themselves for the time being. While airing a single dull episode wouldn't bankrupt Level Up TV, Suin couldn't help but feel apologetic towards their V-ticket holders who had paid a significant amount of money for the channel. I'm starting to hate these bastards even more. Suin gritted her teeth at the Hunter Assembly. She was the responsible type, so the current situation was more than enough to elevate her stress and anxiety levels to new heights. On the other hand, Lee Han-Yeol, the owner of Level Up TV, was doing his best to appear attentive to the speeches while his mind wandered elsewhere. It was more accurate to say that he was distracted by various thoughts. It's a waste to just let Purva stay like that. I will need to expedite my plans once I finish with the auction. Oh, why don't I try starting that? Should I try to make the auction as extravagant as possible just for the sake of it? Wow, I keep thinking of places to spend money that I'm starting to feel scared of making money. Of course, Han-Yeol was on cloud 9 these days after making so much money. Anyway, he was very distracted right now as listening to boring speeches was definitely not his strongest suite. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed when a person holding a microphone appeared in the center. A clown. Han-Yeol muttered. Strangely enough, the individual was indeed a clown. Beep. The microphone's feedback reverberated throughout the hall. Hello, I am Joker, the trickster of the Hunter Assembly. I'm certain that all of you are weary from the mundane year you've had, constantly hunting and enduring the repugnant stench of those monsters. Without wasting any more time, we shall now commence the annual tradition of the Hunter Assembly. A small game will be initiated to put our abilities to the test. Let the fight match begin. Clap, 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 whistle, ho ho. I wonder who's going up against whom this time. Ha ha ha, I've been eagerly anticipating this. I thought I was going to die of boredom. The atmosphere immediately became lively as the principal was done with his speech. We will adhere to our tradition and invite our new joiner, Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, to the stage. Thud. What? Han-Yeol was flabbergasted by the sudden turn of events. He had been lost in his own thoughts, never expecting his name to be called out so abruptly. Boo. Get up and go to the center. You better accept the challenge. All sorts of jeers came flying at him from all directions. Ha, what the hell is this? Han-Yeol disliked how the assembly abruptly attempted to thrust him into a fight without providing any explanations. However, after having traveled all the way there, he couldn't simply walk away. They said, do as the Romans do when in Rome, so he concluded that the best course of action at the moment was to make the most of this event and try to gain as much as possible from it. Sook. Han-Yeol stood up from his seat and walked toward the center. Whoa, now that's a man. Wahahaha, good job. Han-Yeol stretched his neck and muscles. Although taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, he was not the kind of person to sit there in a daze while others jeered at him. Just do the best I can at all times, confidently, he vowed to himself, never to back down from a challenge, a conviction he held since his childhood days growing up in poverty. Now, please calm down, everyone. We are all aware that Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim possesses more than 3 skills. Though he may be categorized as a B rank hunter, his displayed combat prowess was so remarkable that the Hunters Association promoted him to S rank. Therefore, we shall only permit S rank hunters to engage in combat with Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Now, who among our brave hunters wishes to step forward and challenge our esteemed newcomer? This marks the first instance in our assembly's history where an S-rank hunter joins as a newcomer. Silence ensued for a moment before. I'll do it. Ha ha ha, he's as hot-tempered as ever. Oh, as expected, Yung Woo-hyun Hunter Nim has volunteered. The one who volunteered to fight against Han-Yeol was none other than the hunter with whom he had an issue outside the building, the Bowmaster, Yung Woo-hyun. A loud cheer erupted throughout the hall when the Bowmaster stepped forward. After all, a clash between 2 S-rank hunters was guaranteed to be an enthralling spectacle. With most of the hunters joining the assembly being a rank, this would mark the first duel between S-rank hunters in its history. Allow me to provide a brief explanation of the rules for this special event. First and foremost, this is not a death match, and it's crucial to bear in mind that causing the death of your opponent, even unintentionally, will subject you to legal consequences. The objective of this duel is to incapacitate your opponent or make them surrender in order to emerge victorious. Lastly, let's acknowledge that this is far from a simple match, isn't it? Keek, let's have some fun. Normally, we collect money from all of you to allocate as the prize money for the winner of the duel. However, considering that this is a battle between S-rank hunters, it would be inappropriate to offer them a meager sum, wouldn't it? Hence, the assembly has prepared something truly exceptional for this occasion. Flash, whoa, that's a unique item. Whoa. A spotlight illuminated a glass pedestal on the second floor, revealing a bow adorned with an intricately engraved dragon. The victor of this match will be bestowed with the honor of owning the unique item, the Dragon Bow. The assembly has spared no effort in arranging such a magnificent prize to inspire our participants. So, what are your thoughts? Isn't this becoming quite intriguing? Wahahaha, this is the best. The atmosphere grew even more vibrant as the unique item was revealed as the prize for this match. The crowd appeared eager to immerse themselves in the excitement and place bets on the upcoming battle between the S-rank hunters. It is now time to place your bets on your mobile application. Who will emerge victorious from this match? I'm looking forward to the fight between 2 S-rank hunters, someone said. The assembly executives at the VIP corner appeared to be enjoying the special event as well. They might have been the ones to plan it, but even they were betting on the match. After all, there was no better match to bet on than a fight between hunters. Who do you think is going to win? It's Woo-hyun without a doubt. But they're still the same rank, so won't Lee Han-Yeol be at an advantage? I mean, he has more skills, right? Everyone started to try and guess who was going to emerge victorious in this special event, and everyone seemed to have their own opinion on the matter. Ho, a hunter's skill and ability are important, but don't forget that Woo-hyun is not an ordinary S-rank hunter. He is almost at the cusp of becoming a master rank hunter, and he makes up for his lack of skills with his mana and combat sense. Nov. L. B //JNN. Oh right, there was that incident. I forgot. The executives smirked and nodded at those words. The skills were probably the lifeline of most hunters, but Woo-hyun was one of those that did not possess a great set of skills among S-rank hunters. However, both he and his brother, Soo-hyun, were undoubtedly one of the strongest S-rank hunters in the country. In lieu of that, this matchup was personally fixed by Kim Tae-san as he was confident that there was no way the newbie S-rank hunter, Lee Han-Yeol, was going to win against someone like Yung Woo-hyun. That is probably the reason that the chairman tasked Woo-hyun with teaching that newcomer a lesson. That newcomer scratched our chairman's pride after all. Tisk tisk. Why did he have to get on the chairman's bad side of all people? He really should know his place. Yeah, what a pitiful lad. All of this was a ploy devised by Kim Tae-san. He had spent months concocting this scheme to teach Han-Yeol a lesson, knowing well that it was against the law for hunters to engage in fights or kill each other. It was precisely what Han-Yeol had anticipated. Behind Kim Tae-san's smiling facade lay a malicious individual. Did you really think someone like you could loiter around that bitch, Tiarana, when she rejected me? Kim Tae-san gritted his teeth. Halazin Monster had a reputation for his insatiable lust. He had been married and divorced 10 times, fathering a total of 22 children. While most high-ranking hunters were aware of his scandalous lifestyle, the general public remained oblivious as he skillfully kept it under wraps. Kim Tae-san was the kind of man who would wake from his slumber at the mere hint of a beautiful woman nearby. This was precisely why he had attempted to make advances toward Tiarana, hoping to embrace her at least once. He had been consumed by curiosity, yearning to experience the allure of someone as exquisite as her. To his astonishment, Tae-Yarana had flatly rejected his advances, dealing a significant blow to Kim Tae-san. Being accustomed to never being turned down by any woman he pursued since awakening as a hunter, this rejection shook him to the core. Adding insult to injury, an apparently insignificant individual suddenly emerged and began hovering around Tae-Yarana, further fueling Kim Tae-san's animosity toward this weakling. Tae-Yarana embodied the beauty that Kim Tae-san desperately coveted for himself. Even his own wife, who had once ranked among the top 100 models in the country, now paled in comparison to Tae-Yarana's allure. The encounter with the Egyptian goddess had left an indelible mark on him, forever etched in his memory. It was precisely for these reasons that he harbored an unforgiving grudge toward the weakling, Han-Yeol. The chatter of the crowd and VIPs held little significance to the two competitors, Han-Yeol and Woo Hyun. "I have been waiting for this moment, you arrogant bastard," young Woo Hyun said, his face adorned with an arrogant smirk. He was eager to teach Han-Yeol a lesson for his perceived arrogance. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol was determined to crush Woo Hyun in retaliation for instigating the fight. He aimed to show everyone that he was not someone to be trifled with. In a peculiar way, Han-Yeol saw this as an opportunity, despite his disdain for becoming a public spectacle akin to a circus monkey. When would I ever get the chance to fight against real hunters? He thought as he stretched his muscles. Fighting against fellow hunters was strictly prohibited by law, and there were no organized sports or competitions that pitted hunters against each other. In essence, this event was the only opportunity for Han-Yeol to engage in a battle against another hunter. I guess they used their influence to make this possible, Han-Yeol thought as he was quite curious how they managed to do it. As he unsheathed his sword, a wild vibration coursed through the blade, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Woo-ung! It was undeniable that the hunters present in the hall could feel the intense vibration emanating from Han-Yeol's sword. Being highly ranked hunters in the country, they immediately recognized the extraordinary power possessed by his weapon. What kind of sword is that? The mana emanating from it is extraordinary. It carries a gentle yet destructive aura. Who could have crafted such a sword? I must get my hands on that sword. This sword was distinct from the one Han-Yeol had previously used. It had been specially forged 2 months ago using rare materials obtained from the body of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. When Han-Yeol had approached the dwarf's workshop with the unique metal, they agreed to craft a new sword for him. Excitement coursed through him as he received the finished sword from the dwarf's workshop. As he examined it, he couldn't help but tremble with anticipation. The owner of the workshop even praised the exceptional quality of the material he had brought, remarking, "This is the first time I've encountered such astonishing metal." Sword of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Rating, Unique. Type, Sword. Mana Amplification, 5,000 to 6,000. The user's concentration will increase by 15% thanks to the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's mana. The user's mana regeneration will increase by 3%. The chances of seeing invisible things will increase. This sword possesses the skill Mana/M. Mana/M. Type, Active. Description, allows the user to channel their mana into the sword and send out a wave of mana. The strength of the skill depends on how much mana was channeled into the sword. The sword in Han-Yeol's possession was undoubtedly a top-tier unique item, ranking among the finest swords available. It stood as a testament to his status as the first person to create an item using materials derived from the corpses of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. While the Horus raid party had acquired most of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva's remains, it was anticipated that a few items crafted from these materials would soon appear in the market. However, they would undoubtedly come with a hefty price tag. Furthermore, harnessing the full potential of these materials required an exceptionally skilled blacksmith, a rarity to find in present times. Haha, that blacksmith really did it this time, Han-Yeol thought with a smile. The dwarf's workshop had shuttered its doors for nearly 6 weeks to complete the sword commissioned by Han-Yeol, a venture that cost him a staggering 1 trillion won. However, the veteran blacksmith's decision to temporarily close his shop was not solely motivated by the payment he received from Han-Yeol. It was his burning desire to fully immerse himself in working with the precious and rare special metal that fueled his dedication. Aware that the reappearance of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva was uncertain, the scarcity of the special metal in the world became evident. This realization alone ignited a fervor within the veteran blacksmith's heart. With unwavering passion, he poured his heart and soul into the crafting of Han-Yeol's unique sword, resulting in the remarkable weapon now in his hands. The sword of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva emitted a formidable aura of mana, leaving young Woo Hyun feeling somewhat intimidated. However, his pride refused to allow him to back down. How intriguing. You seek to intimidate me with your item because you lack confidence in your own skill. Woo Hyun sneered. What the hell is he talking about? Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion as he had no plans to intimidate anyone with his sword. The sole reason Han-Yeol had drawn his sword was quite obvious, he intended to engage in combat. Tack. The referee was getting ready to start the fight, since the two hunters were prepared. Creak. Young Woo Hyun pulled out an arrow from his quiver and knocked it, while Han-Yeol gripped his sword in preparation to attack. Are you ready? Woo-ung? Both of them started to channel their mana. Fight. The referee finally gave the signal. Everyone anticipated the melee fighter, Han-Yeol, to make the first move, but they were surprised when the archer, young Woo Hyun, made the first move instead. Eat this. Shwoong. The typical way to shoot an arrow was to aim it directly toward the target, but Yung Woo-hyun deviated from the norm and shot the arrow to the side instead. Many would assume he did so impulsively, but Yung Woo-hyun was renowned as the bow-master. Among the hunters, there were no master-rank individuals who specialized in archery, and most bow-wielding hunters fell below the S rank. Therefore, Yung Woo-hyun's title as the bow-master was not entirely unfounded. Shak! The arrow followed a U-shaped trajectory, soaring toward Han-Yeol's blind spot. Ha! As if. Han-Yeol scoffed as his sixth sense kicked in. Clang! It was a piece of cake for Han-Yeol to perceive the incoming arrow, even though it flew from his blind spot, thanks to his sixth sense ability, which made everything move at an extremely slow pace. When Han-Yeol deftly parried the arrow, Yung Woo-hyun was slightly flustered at how easily his attack was blocked. However, he gritted his teeth, took 3 more arrows from his quiver, and exclaimed, "Try blocking this." He unleashed his multi-shot technique. Creak! Schwung! 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 It was not a skill but rather a self-developed technique that enabled him to shoot 3 arrows simultaneously at his target. The arrows dispersed in different directions, with the middle one heading straight for Han-Yeol's head, while the other 2 formed an arc, targeting both of his sides. This highly challenging technique was Yung Woo-hyun's specialty, which he had used to dispatch numerous monsters. It was also the technique that endeared him to his devoted fans. It's definitely difficult to block something like this with ordinary defensive skills, Han-Yeol thought while observing the 3 arrows. Most defensive skills were of the shield type, capable of protecting only a single direction, while those offering full-body defense were exceptionally rare. Yung Woo-hyun's arrows, which could target the entire body, proved to be a truly lethal technique against most opponents. Han-Yeol possessed his own defensive skill, but he saw no reason to employ it at that moment. Swinging his sword, he thought, it will be easier for me later on if I stick to one concept instead of showcasing all of my skills. Schwaak! Clang! 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 All 3 arrows flew in different directions, yet Han-Yeol effortlessly swung his sword once and blocked all of them. Crack! Gritting his teeth and feeling frustrated at his blocked technique, Yung Woo-hyun knew he couldn't afford to stand idly by. He didn't have the luxury of dwelling on his disappointment. It's my turn now. Get ready, Han-Yeol declared after successfully deflecting 2 attacks from the bowmaster. Tack! Knowing that he couldn't maintain a purely defensive stance indefinitely, Han-Yeol kicked off the ground and swiftly charged toward Yung Woo-hyun. Unbeknownst to Han-Yeol, Yung Woo-hyun still had a few tricks left to unleash. As Han-Yeol closed in on him, Yung Woo-hyun readied himself to shoot his arrows once again, but this time with a significantly more potent attack. "I'll show you what true rapid fire is," Yung Woo-hyun exclaimed, determined to make a lasting impression. Pack! 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 This time, Yung Woo-hyun pulled out 5 arrows from his quiver and swiftly released each one in rapid succession toward Han-Yeol. Accomplishing the seemingly impossible, he managed to pull back his bowstrings 5 times in a matter of seconds. Gulp! Han-Yeol nervously gulped after seeing the bow shoot out arrows like a gun. He thought, what kind of speed is that? Ironically, the arrows shot by the bowmaster seemed to be much more powerful than bullets. Tack! Han-Yeol came to an abrupt halt, his focus shifting entirely toward evading the incoming barrage of arrows. "Did you truly believe that I am limited to shooting curved arrows and multi-shots?" Yung Woo-hyun proclaimed, his voice carrying a note of triumph. "That's why he was so confident in facing me one-on-one, even though he was at a disadvantage due to his weapon," Han-Yeol thought, feeling impressed. It was quite rare for someone to possess the ability to shoot arrows at such rapid speeds, and this was the true secret behind Yung Woo-hyun's overconfidence in dueling against Han-Yeol. "Alright, I guess I should stop warming up and get serious now," Han-Yeol thought and smirked. "Woo-ung?" Han-Yeol abandoned the idea of closing the distance with the bowmaster and channeled his mana into the sword of the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Gulp! Yung Woo-hyun nervously gulped after sensing the mana being channeled into the sword. A unique weapon can call forth disaster, so I need to be careful against that. He might have been arrogant and overconfident in his abilities, but Yung Woo-hyun was well aware of the immense destructive potential of a unique weapon. The reason he agreed to this duel was not only because he disliked Han-Yeol and due to Kim Tae-san's request, but also because the prize for this event was none other than a unique bow, a perfect weapon for someone like him. Among hunters, only a few used bows, as most ranged combatants preferred guns over bows. This lack of demand made bows cheaper than most weapons, discouraging crafting-class hunters from investing their precious materials and time into crafting a weapon that would likely go unsold. The bow currently wielded by Yung Woo-hyun was subpar for an S-rank hunter. He had compensated for his weapon's shortcomings with his technique until now, but there were numerous instances where he nearly lost to formidable opponents due to his inadequate equipment. The situation was no different now. Despite maintaining the upper hand throughout the duel, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness when Han-Yeol began channeling mana into his sword. Nevertheless, Yung Woo-hyun was not one to back down or cower. "I will crush your item with my technique," he roared, pulling an arrow from his quiver. This particular arrow differed from the usual ones, with a thick arrowhead shaped like a small axe. Yung Woo-hyun, being a regular hunter, had only 3 skills at his disposal. However, he had devised numerous techniques and combinations to surpass his limitations and eventually attain the prestigious S rank. His growth wasn't a sudden power-up, rather, his fighting style had evolved over the years. Yet, the primary catalyst for his success was none other than the bow itself. The bow proved to be an incredibly versatile weapon capable of utilizing various types of arrows, allowing the power of the bow to be significantly amplified depending on the arrow employed. Eat this, you bastard. Swoosh, bang. As soon as the arrow was released from the bow, it emitted a gunshot-like sound, courtesy of its thick arrowhead. The arrow generated shockwaves in its wake as it hurtled toward Han-Yeol with tremendous speed. Han-Yeol quickly assessed the arrow's trajectory and readied himself to employ the skill of the Sword of the Thousand-Armed Bodhisattva. Mana slash, Wuung, Shuayayak. A crescent-shaped energy burst forth from the sword, obliterating the arrow in its path before continuing its trajectory toward Yung Wuhyun. Damn it! Yung Wuhyun cursed, stunned to witness his mana-reinforced arrow being effortlessly destroyed by a single energy wave emanating from a sword. However, he couldn't afford to stand idle, for the crescent energy was now hurtling directly toward him. Reacting swiftly, he leaped out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the mana slash. A shiver ran down his spine as he realized that failing to evade it in time would have resulted in being cleaved in half. Ha, ha. Ha, Yung Wuhyun's breathing became labored. The leap itself did not strain him excessively, but the realization that he had narrowly escaped death's door was enough to send a surge of tension coursing through his body. Wow, this skill is quite good. On the other hand, Han-Yeol found himself impressed with the prowess of his new sword's skill. Despite infusing only a small amount of mana into it, as he had limited expectations, he was pleasantly surprised by its remarkable power. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Han-Yeol couldn't help but taunt his opponent with a smug smirk. What are you doing? Planning to stay down all day? Under normal circumstances, such taunts might not have had a significant impact, but given the Bowmaster's current shaken state after narrowly escaping death, they struck a nerve. Yung Wuhyun, losing his composure, roared in response, "Damn you, you won't leave here alive." Whoosh, creak. Yung Wuhyun swiftly retrieved an arrow from his quiver, knocking it with precision. As he prepared for his next move, he began channeling his mana not only into the arrow but also into his eyes. Gradually, his eyes transformed, growing increasingly transparent as he focused his mana into them. Tisk. People with those eyes tend to be quite tricky to deal with. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. Wuung. A formidable surge of mana enveloped Yung Wuhyun's entire being, coalescing into an intense concentration within the arrow. Sensing the potent aura of mana, Han-Yeol prepared himself by assuming a lowered stance, aware that this forthcoming attack would be substantial in its impact. Eat this, arrow of infinity. Yung Wuhyun bellowed, unleashing the arrow with all his might. Shwung. The arrow this time appeared rather ordinary, unlike the thick arrow he had shot earlier. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol's instincts warned him that this was not something he could simply annihilate with a mana slash. Consequently, he made the decision to evade the incoming arrow by swiftly leaping to the side. However, haha, you're dead. Yung Wuhyun jeered. Swoosh. Han-Yeol managed to successfully evade the initial arrow, but to his astonishment, the arrow that should have sailed past him abruptly halted mid-air. It then split into two separate projectiles, both hurtling toward him once more. What in the world? Han-Yeol cried out in horror, instinctively evading the dual onslaught of arrows once again. However, you're done for today, punk? Ha ha ha. Yung Wuhyun triumphantly declared, exuding confidence in his impending victory. Swoosh, yuk. Han-Yeol groaned as he witnessed the two arrows split into four, each hurtling toward him from distinct directions. What the fuck, he exclaimed, scrambling to evade the incoming barrage. Unfazed by Han-Yeol's reaction, Yung Wuhyun shouted with excitement, "Where do you think you're going?" He continued to unleash a relentless stream of arrows, which joined the multiplying projectiles in their pursuit of Han-Yeol. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-san and the other VIPs observed the duel with gratification, their smiles reflecting their satisfaction with the unfolding spectacle. Ho ho ho, based on the rules of this fight match, you're not permitted to intentionally kill your opponent. However, if, in the heat of battle, an accidental death occurs, we can't place blame on someone for such an occurrence, can we? Kim Tae-san thought. He was undoubtedly pushing the limits. The rules explicitly stated that there would be criminal consequences for killing one's opponent, regardless of intention. However, Kim Tae-san, confident in his influence, believed he could easily circumvent any such repercussions. After all, his position as the assembly's chairman was not without reason. In a discreet manner, Kim Tae-san signaled to Yung Soo-hyun, who was observing the duel. The hand signal implied that they were free to eliminate Han-Yeol if they so desired. Yung Soo-hyun acknowledged the message and conveyed it to Yung Wuhyun through gestures. Although they lacked a specific secret code, the brothers' shared experiences as porters and lifelong hunting partners allowed them to understand one another solely through nonverbal cues. Yung Wuhyun nodded in response. It's annoying that Kim Tae-san is ordering us around, but our raid party needs his help to become even stronger than we are right now, he thought. The one requesting the favor was none other than South Korea's most powerful hunter, which made it the most advantageous connection they could hope for in the country. It went without saying that this best connection was exactly what they needed to ensure their success from this point onward. First things first, I have to get rid of this tactless bastard. Yung Wuhyun redirected his sights on his opponent. Driven by his desire to teach his opponent a lesson and bring the fight to a swift end, Yung Wuhyun unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. However, damn it, why is he so slippery? He cursed inwardly. 16 arrows trailed Han-Yeol, and Yung Woo-hyun had already fired his 20th arrow at him. Despite this relentless assault, Han-Yeol narrowly evaded each arrow as it whizzed past him. Yung Woo-hyun, the bowmaster, had calculated that the arrogant opponent should have met his demise by now. Yet, he couldn't help but feel flustered as the situation unfolded contrary to his expectations. On the other hand, Han-Yeol was busy studying the trajectory of the arrows. These arrows may be fast and come from all directions, but they're riddled with openings when I observe them in slow motion. Damn. I can't help but feel that this sixth sense skill is like cheating. Han-Yeol possessed a diverse range of skills, some of which could be considered outright cheat skills. This gave him a strong sense of confidence, assuring him that he wouldn't easily be outmatched by others in terms of abilities. Now, shall we stop playing and go dash his hopes and dreams? He thought. Initially, Han-Yeol felt greatly flustered when he witnessed the arrow splitting into two, but upon careful examination of the trajectory and pattern, he quickly realized it was nothing extraordinary. Although the arrows were undeniably swift and plentiful, their patterns appeared rather simple and straightforward. However, this perception was only possible due to the enhanced abilities of Demon Eyes and Sixth Sense. An ordinary hunter would have likely been turned into a bloody pincushion long before reaching the 16th arrow. Tack! Han-Yeol suddenly kicked off the ground and jumped toward Yung Woo-hyun. Hyok! Yung Woo-hyun gasped in horror as he witnessed the arrogant punk effortlessly evade all 32 of his duplicating arrows and rapidly approach him. Instinctively, he reached into his quiver, a reflex he had relied on countless times in dangerous situations throughout his life. However, Nov. L. B /JNN. Tack. Tack. I am out of arrows? Yung Woo-hyun was currently facing the worst possible danger. He had one fatal weakness, running out of ammo. A gunner could carry numerous magazines to reload, but his quiver could only hold 40 arrows at a time. However, Han-Yeol skillfully evaded his arrows while constantly taunting him, causing Yung Woo-hyun to become overly agitated and exhaust all of his arrows. Yung Woo-hyun could engage in melee combat using his bow, but he was up against an S-rank hunter who specialized in close-quarters combat. There was no way he could match his opponent. After all, the bowmaster excelled in ranged combat, so he was at a distinct disadvantage when it came to fighting in close quarters. Arg! Yung Woo-hyun gnashed his teeth in anger. It's over, Han-Yeol said in a cold voice before he swung his sword. He was about to cut Yung Woo-hyun's bow in half to put an end to this duel, but... He suddenly sensed someone coming toward him at great speed. Then, that person blocked his sword just before he could cut the bow in half and subsequently pulled Yung Woo-hyun back to safety. What happened? Why is Yung Soo-hyun there? Murmur. 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 Murmur? The audience was confused after seeing Yung Soo-hyun step in. Everyone could tell that Han-Yeol had already won the duel, but they were surprised when Yung Soo-hyun suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interfered in the duel. They were further surprised when they saw Yung Soo-hyun take a stance as if he were willing to fight as well. The audience was just baffled by what was going on, but the viewers of Level Up TV were outraged. Hey, that fucking bastard. That's Yung Woo-hyun's twin brother, Yung Soo-hyun. Why are you interfering in a match that has already been decided? That's cheating? How can they bring someone else into the fight? What despicable losers? Don't you have any shame at all? Wow, that's horrible. I need to re-evaluate those two. Shall we go terrorize their social media accounts? Up to you. Han-Yeol's Level Up TV was the sole broadcasting channel streaming the entire Hunter Assembly event live. None of the other media outlets had obtained permission from the assembly to broadcast the event in real time, making Level Up TV the only platform for people to watch unfiltered coverage. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Consequently, the chat room became chaotic as fans of Han-Yeol and the twins engaged in arguments. Even these fans recognized the difficulty in defending the twins' actions at that moment. It's extremely embarrassing that they interfered in a duel, so I should probably keep my mouth shut. I'm the only one who's going to lose if I open my mouth, and they will also kick me out of the channel? This is how most of the twins fans were thinking. Wow, now that's interesting. I never knew people could interfere in a one-on-one duel here, Han-Yeol sneered. Yung Soo-hyun's expression did not change one bit despite Han-Yeol's sneering. Instead, he held his sword up and seemed ready to let his sword do the talking. However, he was only putting up a front as he felt incredibly ashamed deep inside. Damn it. Why do I have to step in just to take care of this bastard? Indeed, he knew that what he was doing was quite shameful, but this was not the time for him to think about himself, as the future of their raid party rested on their shoulders. If they failed to defeat Han-Yeol here, they would become a laughingstock. We're already a laughingstock right now. I might as well reap the profits if I'm going to end up as a laughingstock either way, Yung Soo-hyun thought as he tightly gripped his sword. The Halazen monster, Kim Tae-san, had specifically requested the twins to ensure that Lee Han-Yeol was thoroughly trampled and died in this event. Yung Soo-hyun knew why the Halazen monster had made such a request in the first place. He made quite the headline after getting rejected by that African goddess, who is starting to get cozy with this bastard, Lee Han-Yeol. Yung Soo-hyun admitted that he was extremely jealous of Han-Yeol as well, but that was the end of it, as it didn't matter to him that much. However, the same couldn't be said for Kim Tae-san, as he treated Han-Yeol as his arch-nemesis for stealing his woman. That was the reason Young Soo-hyun was certain that Kim Tae-san would definitely reward them, no matter what method they used, as long as the Halazen monster got the desired result. The duel was unfair from the start. Now that I think about it, Young Soo-hyun said. What nonsense are you spouting? Han-Yeol grimaced and asked. It was quite obvious that Young Soo-hyun was making excuses, as it seemed like his brother was about to lose. Can't you come up with something more convincing? Han-Yeol asked with a smirk. Young Soo-hyun swallowed the shame welling up inside him and said, You don't seem like an S-rank hunter now that I think about it. What nonsense is it this time? Your mana capacity, movement, and skills are all in the realm of a master rank hunter. You might not have taken the master rank hunter test, but you're no different from a master rank hunter. That's why it's unfair that you're fighting one-on-one against my brother, who only has 3 normal skills. It's only fair that we fight you 2-on-1 to even things out. Don't you agree? Did he hit his head or something? What kind of bullshit excuse is that? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly in disbelief. However, he knew that there was some truth to what Young Soo-hyun had just said. Han-Yeol was strong enough to fight against an S-rank hunter even before he raided the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Gaining 100 levels after defeating the boss monster certainly catapulted him to the upper echelons of the S-rank, or perhaps even to the boundaries of the master rank. The difference between the S-rank and the master rank was only a single rank, but that did not mean they were close to each other. The gap between a master rank and an S-rank was as vast as the ocean, making it impossible for Young Woo-hyun to win against Han-Yeol in the first place. Han-Yeol shrugged and looked at the referee. Hey, Mr. Referee. So, what are you going to do now? Are you going to proceed with the duel as a 2-on-1, or are you going to disqualify them? Han-Yeol asked. He didn't give a damn about Young Soo-hyun's reasoning, as he was already quite satisfied with simply knowing that he could hold his ground against another hunter. He had no problem fighting 2-on-1 against the twins, but he didn't like how things had turned out this way. You should have fought 2-on-1 from the start then. They simply have different names, but there's essentially no difference between the association and the assembly? He grumbled inwardly. They said that the apple did not fall far from the tree, and that saying accurately described the situation of both organizations. Ahem. The referee appeared extremely confused at the moment. They had officiated numerous one-on-one duel events for the Hunter Assembly for over a decade, but this was the first time someone had interfered and demanded it be changed to a 2-on-1 duel. Furthermore, since the entire event was hosted by the Assembly's chairman, the referee technically had no authority to decide how it should proceed. The referee found themselves caught in a difficult situation, but fortunately, an announcement came to their rescue, relieving them from the predicament they were in. It has been determined that Lee Han-Yeol hunter is not a typical S-rank hunter, as the abilities he just displayed could qualify him as a master rank hunter. Therefore, it is unfair for someone of his caliber to engage in a one-on-one duel against a regular S-rank hunter. We shall proceed with the match using a 2-on-1 handicap for Lee Han-Yeol hunter, pitting him against both Young Woo-hyun and Young Soo-hyun this time. The Hunter Assembly will award him both the unique bow and a mana jewel known as the Blood Diamond. Oh, that sounds tempting, Han-Yeol muttered, his mood instantly lightening at the added reward. The name Blood Diamond might sound sinister and scary, but the mana within it was neither evil nor cursed, as most people would assume. The Blood Diamond was an extremely precious and expensive jewel that could be attached to a weapon by an experienced blacksmith, thereby increasing the weapon's attack power by at least 2-fold. All right, I accept the terms, Han-Yeol said. Excellent choice. The mood in the chat room of Level Up TV instantly shifted after Han-Yeol accepted the new terms. All of them wanted Han-Yeol to win the duel, but it was also important for them to get their money's worth after purchasing the V-ticket. His fans were not worried at all, as they believed that Han-Yeol was going to win the 2-on-1 match without any problem. They were glad that they would get their money's worth from what they thought would be a boring event. Wow, who would have imagined that someone would take on those S-rank twins all alone? Fighting against 2 S-rank hunters would probably be difficult enough, but fighting against those twins who have fought together their entire lives is probably a different kind of challenge. Awesome. Wow, Han-Yeol Hunter Nem really knows how to please his viewers. Hey, dumbass. He's doing it for the Blood Diamond, not for us. What does it matter as long as we're having fun? Yeah, that's right. Shut up. Let's focus on the match. Go win this shit. The viewers were extremely happy that they were going to witness something that probably would not happen ever again. Shall we start the second round then? Phew, are you ready? Are you ready? The referee asked all the combatants. Take this, Young Soo-hyun said as he threw a new quiver to his brother. Tak? Thanks, Young Woo-hyun said as he threw his empty quiver and replaced it with a new one holding 50 arrows. He put on a serious face and asked, is that bastard really a master rank hunter? Young Woo-hyun couldn't believe it. After receiving the request from Kim Tae-san, he had made sure to conduct a thorough background check on the bastard. Ironically, the dumb bastard had video records of all his fights, making it extremely easy to study his every move. Young Woo-hyun reviewed all the available footage on Level Up TV's channel and deduced that the bastard was probably an A-rank hunter considered as an S-rank hunter due to the variety of skills he possessed. The Bowmaster was extremely confident that he could defeat Han-Yeol, but he was shocked when he almost lost to him without even forcing him to use his trademark skills. It seems like he grew stronger after hunting the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Damn it. We should probably focus on hunting and avoid the public eye for a while after this. Yeah, I agree, but remember this, there's no honor in this fight, so we need to finish it as soon as possible. Alright, Hyung. Tak. Creek. Young Soo-hyun drew the longer of his two swords from his back, gripping it tightly with both hands. He lowered his stance, preparing to charge at Han-Yeol as soon as the match began. There are two of them, so I should probably use two weapons, right? Han-Yeol murmured. Clack. He held his new sword in his right hand, while his unique chain with a hammer attached to its end materialized in his left hand. The crowd began to murmur noisily once again at the sight of the chain. Oh, so we're finally going to witness the weapon he always uses in his videos. I wonder what he's going to show us this time. There were probably no hunters in the crowd stronger than the twin brothers, except for those in the VIP area. Both of the twin brothers were S-rank hunters and possessed excellent battle senses. Tak. 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 Kim Tae-san grimaced and tapped his finger in discontent. I don't like the look of this. Does it make sense for both of the twins to need to gang up on that kid? These growth-type hunters are truly terrifying. I should eliminate him before he grows any stronger and becomes a master-rank hunter. The Halazen monster was relieved that he had instructed Young Soo-hyun to kill the bastard, as he would have probably gone berserk if he had to keep seeing Han-Yeol's smug face. I will show you the price you have to pay for wielding those powers that you don't deserve, he thought with a smirk, looking quite evil unbeknownst to everyone. Surprisingly, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Kim Tae-san might have had a good image with people, but he had a secret that only those extremely close to him knew. And that secret was that he had eliminated numerous hunters who had a bright future, were handsome, or were in a relationship with one of the women he had his eyes on. This information was not made public, as most of their deaths were disguised to look like natural causes or hunting accidents. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more tense as everyone held their breath the moment the referee raised his hand. Fight. Tak. The first one to make a move was Young Soo-hyun. The twin brothers were both extremely strong, but their strength almost tripled whenever they fought together. There was a reason for this. They synced extremely well as twins, and their experience from hunting with each other their entire lives made them familiar with each other's abilities. However, the biggest reason was that both of them awakened at the same time with a specific ability, the ability to share their senses with each other. Young Woo-hyun's sight and hearing were extremely good since he was an archer, while Young Soo-hyun's reflexes and reaction speed were excellent since he was a swordsman. Their ability allowed them to share their senses with each other, giving both of them a huge boost to their combat prowess. Gust slash! Young Soo-hyun exclaimed. Kwaeok? Oh? The crowd went wild after witnessing Young Soo-hyun's trademark skill, which enabled him to unleash a sharp and deadly gust of wind, traveling at absurd speeds toward his target. It's over, Kim Tae-san thought with a smirk. The fact that Young Soo-hyun utilized that skill indicated that he had no intention of prolonging the fight. I like these two. I should use them as my pawns for now. Kim Tae-san decided to take the twin brothers and put them in charge of doing all sorts of dirty and illegal things for him. The Halazen monster had many pawns under his control, but nobody knew what would happen tomorrow, so he didn't mind acquiring a few more disposable pawns under his command. However, clang! Young Soo-hyun's eyes shot wide open after feeling the heavy blow. Most hunters, excluding those of master rank and a few S rank, barely managed to avoid his sword, but no one could outright block it. However, Han-Yeol had effortlessly blocked his sword. What? Young Soo-hyun exclaimed. Is that all you've got? Han-Yeol asked with a smirk. Young Soo-hyun might have launched a preemptive attack to catch Han-Yeol by surprise, but it was nearly impossible to surprise him thanks to his cheat-like skill Sixth Sense. Hyung. Shwung. Young Woo-hyun promptly shot an arrow upon witnessing Young Soo-hyun's blocked attack, his seriousness evident as he had already recognized that Han-Yeol was not an easy opponent. Whoosh. Bam. Kwachik. Ak. Young Woo-hyun was confident that his arrow would hit its target. Han-Yeol had been using his sword to block the arrows until now, but currently, his sword was occupied defending against Young Soo-hyun's sword. However, complacency resulting from repetitive behavior was bound to have consequences. Young Woo-hyun had never faced Han-Yeol's chain before, so he drastically miscalculated the potential outcome. Han-Yeol blocked the arrow with his hammer and unleashed hammer shock, causing an explosion right next to Young Soo-hyun. Cough. Young Soo-hyun immediately jumped back to safety and coughed up blood. Hyung, are you alright? Young Woo-hyun asked. Suk. Young Soo-hyun wiped the blood off his mouth and asked, I'm alright, but what was that damn skill just now? Fuck. Who the hell is that guy? Young Woo-hyun cursed out of frustration. Han-Yeol held a sword and a chain in both hands, emitting an aura that made him appear unapproachable. I guess we have no choice, Woo-hyun. Why, Hyung. We have to use it. But we only use that for boss monsters. Yes, but we have no other option, right? I guess. Alright, I want to tear that bastard apart, so I don't mind using that skill. We have to kill him anyway, so we might as well do it properly. What did they say just now? They will kill me? Han-Yeol heard them. He was certain that the brothers had said they had to kill him, and this fight had now become personal to him. Han-Yeol had a guess who was the mastermind behind all of this. It must be Kim Tae-san's doing. Kim Tae-san was the top hunter of South Korea, but there were a lot of rumors flying around that his personality was trash. Han-Yeol already had his suspicions the moment Kim Tae-san welcomed him with a bright smile and open arms. He looks quite normal on the surface, but he is capable of plotting something like this. Kim Tae-san, despite being over 50 years old, bore no resemblance to an old man. In his early 30s, he was already remarkably handsome, and he managed to maintain his youthful appearance after awakening, which earned him popularity among ordinary people. However, those within the hunter's industry were well aware of the true nature of Kim Tae-san behind his charming facade. This is quite the pickle I'm in. What should I do about this? Han-Yeol found himself in a dilemma. He pondered for quite a while, going back and forth, only to arrive at the same conclusion repeatedly. If they were to kill me, they would likely claim it was an accident. However, if I were to kill either of them, they would relentlessly pursue me. Therefore, my only choice is to incapacitate them completely without causing any fatalities. Han-Yeol gritted his teeth and slowly started to emit killing intent. Initially, he viewed this duel as an opportunity to test his skills against another hunter. However, that mindset had changed, and he was now determined to utterly crush his opponents. Let's go, Woo Hyun. Okay, Paeok? Han-Yeol observed that the brothers had altered their movement pattern this time. They sprinted in opposite directions, simultaneously firing an arrow and hurling 3 shurikens at him. Swung, huish, 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 what are you, a ninja? Han-Yeol grumbled in disbelief before lightly swinging his sword to block the attacks. Clang, 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 clang. Although it may have appeared effortless, executing such a maneuver was only achievable for someone capable of wielding their sword at nearly the speed of sound. Quack. Then, the brothers positioned themselves on opposite ends of a straight line, with Han-Yeol in the center. Young Woo Hyun took the initiative to launch an attack, extracting an arrow from his quiver and commencing the gathering of his mana. Ultimate attack? Wolf's arrow, he exclaimed, releasing the arrow imbued with mana, propelling it forward. Shwoong, a woo, the arrow soared through the air, transforming into a wolf that emitted a resounding howl as it surged toward Han-Yeol. Undoubtedly, it was a formidable attack capable of obliterating its target upon contact. However, it was evident that Young Woo Hyun had depleted all of his mana with this assault. Thud, ugh, Young Woo Hyun fell to his knees and collapsed, thinking, damn it, why can I only use this skill once a day? The ultimate skill came with the drawback of requiring him to rest for an entire day after its use. The crowd watched with anticipation, but those positioned directly in the wolf's path swiftly moved to avoid becoming collateral damage. After all, they had no desire to risk their lives for the sake of a better view of the match. Wow, did that arrow truly transform into a wolf? It's been ages since I last witnessed that skill. They mentioned it's a technique exclusively reserved for boss raids, but it appears they're truly determined to win this time. You clueless fool, can't you see? Those brothers are desperate because they're no match for Han-Yeol Hunter. But that's not all. Young Soo Hyun swiftly infused his sword with mana immediately after the arrow transformed into a wolf. In an explosive display, his sword emitted a powerful burst as he exclaimed, "Eat this, wolf's sword." Krua! A wolf emerged from Young Soo Hyun's sword and made a beeline for Han-Yeol. Tack. Most individuals would likely worry that the brothers might unintentionally harm each other with their wolf attacks. However, their shared senses ensured that their wolves would not inflict harm upon one another. This implied that their triumph was all but assured if Young Soo Hyun's wolf successfully pinned down Han-Yeol while Young Woo Hyun's wolf charged toward him. Yet, the brothers had made a critical mistake this time. They had chosen the wrong opponent. Swoosh, what? Puck, kahok. Han-Yeol threw his chain and struck Young Soo Hyun on his stomach with the hammer. See crack? Arg. Then, the sound of Young Soo Hyun's ribs cracking reverberated across the hall. Hyung. Young Woo Hyun shouted. Ironically, the response he received was Han-Yeol's face suddenly right in front of his own. Hyok. Whoosh, Sukok. Han-Yeol swung his sword without an ounce of hesitation. Gasp. The crowd gasped in horror, fearing that Young Woo Hyun would be cleaved in two. If that were to happen, Han-Yeol would secure victory in the match. However, the rules of the event explicitly forbade killing one's opponent, which meant that Han-Yeol would ultimately lose, facing additional consequences. However, thud. What Han-Yeol severed was not Young Woo Hyun's body, but rather his bow. And no. Young Woo Hyun cried out in agony upon witnessing his bow split in half. The bow could be considered his most treasured possession, as finding a high-quality bow was an incredibly challenging task. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol had no intention of heeding the cries. Without hesitation, he swung his chain and struck Young Woo Hyun's face with the hammer. Pukok? Aak. It was a regular attack, devoid of any mana infusion. While it might have been potent enough to kill an average person, it fell far short of being able to slay an awakened individual protected by their mana. However, this did not imply that they would be spared from the excruciating pain caused by Han-Yeol's remarkably high STR. Hunters were still human, thus susceptible to experiencing agony. In truth, this was likely one of those instances where dying would have been preferable to surviving. I'm just getting started, Han-Yeol said with an evil grin. Puck, 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 ak, Han-Yeol swiftly corralled the brothers together in one location and proceeded to pummel them relentlessly, akin to a drum. Any attempt at retaliation from either of them would be met with an immediate response in the form of hammer shock. Hiek. Hammer shock. Quachik. Quachiek. Aak. Han-Yeol meticulously avoided targeting any critical areas of their bodies, focusing instead on their shoulders or legs to prevent inflicting fatal injuries. It was undeniably a gruesome spectacle to witness. However, what truly constituted cruelty was healing bullet. Bang, bang, bang. He employed his healing skill, capable of not only mending external wounds but also mending broken bones. After healing them, he would promptly resume his assault on the brothers with his hammer. If either of them failed to learn their lesson and attempted to retaliate, he would unleash hammer shock once more. And then, as if nothing had occurred, he would restore their injuries with his healing ability. This relentless cycle persisted until the brothers were mentally shattered. Please, spare us. Please, spare us. No, just kill us already. Both of them were S-rank hunters, possessing considerable social standing. However, they were completely broken by Han-Yeol's intense and outright malevolent actions. The scene of the brothers desperately pleading, their faces stained with tears and mucus, was being watched live by millions of people. It was truly a pitiable sight, where these once proud hunters abandoned all traces of their pride merely to ensure their survival. That's what the hell is going on? Ho ho. It seems the newcomer easily subdued two S-rank hunters. He did it in the blink of an eye. Wow. The crowd were stunned at the turn of events, but the VIPs were even more shocked. See Chairman Nim. Kim Tae-san ground his teeth in anger. While not evident to everyone, his longtime associates understood the extent of his fury. If Kim Tae-san no longer cared about public perception, the entire hall would likely have been reduced to rubble. However, South Korea remained a democratic country, regardless of the significance placed on hunters. The nation was obligated to prioritize the well-being of its people, as failure to do so would render them a laughingstock in the international community. The power of democracy lay in the fact that even the most influential individuals could be held accountable by the masses. This was precisely why most people with power and influence preferred to operate from behind the scenes, concealed from public view. Another factor preventing Kim Tae-san from acting as he pleased was that he was not the sole master-rank hunter in South Korea. There were 5 other hunters of equal influence to the Halazen monster, and each possessed an unwavering pride. While Kim Tae-san could handle a one-on-one confrontation with any of them, he knew that he would undoubtedly be defeated if he faced 2 simultaneously. Moreover, each of these master-rank hunters commanded their formidable guilds, meaning that a single misstep born from anger could swiftly escalate into a full-blown war. Lastly, there was a solitary master-rank hunter who would undoubtedly oppose him at any cost, and that was none other than Master Hee-yoon. That bitch is already getting on my nerves, but this bastard popped out of nowhere and dared to ruin my plans? Kim Tae-san gnashed his teeth in anger. Master Hee-yoon held the second position in the ranking of Korean hunters and served as the leader of the Night Guild. She posed as the most formidable opposition Kim Tae-san encountered whenever he sought to take action. Already burdened by the severe limitations imposed on his freedom by the Hunters Association and Master Hee-yoon, Kim Tae-san found himself further stressed by the sudden emergence of Han-Yeol, this infuriating brat who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. While others might not deem it significant enough for the Halazen monster to stress over, Kim Tae-san was a proud man accustomed to getting his way. Consequently, any setbacks to his plans added to his mounting frustration. Certainly, if there was anything generating more heat than Kim Tae-san's anger at present, it would be the fervent discussions taking place in the Level Up TV chat room. Wow, I don't know what to say anymore. I'm speechless. Wasn't he a C-rank hunter when he first started this channel? Then why is he suddenly a master-rank hunter within less than a year? He's not yet a master-rank hunter, but he's already toying with 2 S-rank hunters. I don't think he will have any problems passing the test, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Then, does that mean that South Korea is going to have its 7th master-rank hunter? The 3-on-3 balance is finally going to be shattered. Wow, I hope this serves as a wake-up call to those damn hunters. Our hunters are the worst. They're still better than some other countries. The praises of Han-Yeol slowly turned into disgruntlement toward the South Korean hunters, and there were even some who compared them to foreign hunters. However, that was not what was important right now. A wind of change was blowing throughout the world with Han-Yeol's appearance. Thud. Kim Tae-san stood up from his seat, still gnashing his teeth in anger, with his eyes filled with rage and killing intent. "See Chairman Nim," stammered the incompetent executives of the Hunters' Assembly who only knew how to suck up to Kim Tae-san. They immediately noticed his displeasure and began doing what they did best, sucking up to him. That kid just got lucky. A master-rank hunter? Huh? What nonsense are they spouting? He's just a kid with a few skills. Compared to you, Chairman Nim, he's still suckling on his mother's teats. Normally, Kim Tae-san would have relished their flattery, but his mood had already been soured by Han-Yeol. The rage that had erupted because of Han-Yeol now shifted toward Young Soo-hyun and Young Woo-hyun. Those incompetent individuals? They have the audacity to seek my favor, yet they can't even accomplish a simple task like this? Henceforth, I shall mercilessly dismantle any raid party or guild associated with them. Kim Tae-san gnashed his teeth and clenched his fists before he left the VIP room. He no longer had any reasons to stay here. See Chairman Nim. Of course, the incompetent executives rushed after him. On the other hand, the atmosphere of the crowd was completely different from the VIP room. Huiini? Wow, we just witnessed the beginning of a new master rank hunter. How long do we have until the next master rank test? I think around 3 months. I can't stand the thought of a hunter becoming stronger than me, but it's definitely good news that our country's getting another master rank hunter. We are going to catch up to our neighboring countries. Yeah, we're going to catch up to those damn bastards. I believe this match clearly demonstrated the disparity between a master rank hunter and S rank hunters. I'm certain those who argued that the S rank and master rank were merely one tier apart are now hanging their heads in shame. The hunters on one side sneered at those on the other side. Haha. Yes, we are all S rank hunters, but I wouldn't dare make such brazen statements. Tisk tisk. The S rank hunters were divided into two factions due to various reasons, and one faction took great pleasure in sneering at the other. Well, thanks to this event match, we no longer have to tolerate those idiots. Ha ha ha. I completely agree with you. Ha ha ha. Moreover, I can't wait to see our neighboring rivals trembling in fear. Oh, me too, me too. It was evident that the relationship between South Korea and Japan remained strained. The world might have changed with the emergence of dimensional gates, but deep-rooted animosity toward Japan still persisted. While South Korea and Japan were excellent trade partners that relied on each other, the same couldn't be said for their political and historical aspects. Japan had been governed by the same political party for a considerable period of time, leading to the belief that the opposition consisted of a group of clueless individuals. The ruling party manipulated the social structure of the nation and diverted the attention of young people away from historical facts, focusing instead on other aspects such as fashion, food, animations, and so on. Being one of the most developed nations in the world, Japan boasted 15 master rank hunters and over 7% of its entire population consisted of hunters. This made them one of the most powerful nations globally, as most developed nations only had 5% of their population as hunters. On the other hand, South Korea lagged far behind Japan, possessing only 7 master rank hunters. The situation in the country was so dire that it had become increasingly difficult to find individuals willing to work as porters these days. But the best news is that Han-Yeol, the hunter, is not done growing. Yeah, he achieved the master rank in just a year, so I wonder where his limits are. I think they will have to create a new rank just for him. That sounds really good for us, doesn't it? The top hunters in South Korea held favorable opinions about Han-Yeol becoming a master rank hunter. This was probably one of the few positive aspects in the fact that hunters couldn't grow stronger than their current levels. Although the hunters still felt envious whenever someone awakened with a higher rank than theirs, they collectively regarded anyone stronger than them as one of their own, regardless of the circumstances. This was especially true when a master rank hunter emerged, as it brought immense pride to the country. Puck, ugh, gwa. The Young brothers were beaten to a pulp by Han-Yeol, and some in the crowd started to wonder if it would be possible for them to continue working as hunters after enduring such a brutal defeat. However, the crowd gave Han-Yeol a standing ovation despite witnessing the brutal display. Clap, 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 huiaini. They were congratulating him for becoming a master rank hunter. Thank you, Han-Yeol thanked the crowd after he vented his anger on the brothers, and then he turned to the referee and asked, "This isn't going against the rules, right?" And no, it is not. We only have one rule and that is not to kill your opponent. We do not care as long as both parties are alive, the referee replied. That's great, then I guess it's clear who the winner is. Oh of course, the referee replied before he announced, and the winner of this fight match is Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. The referee raised Han-Yeol's hand and announced him as the winner. Whoa, clap, 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 clap. The crowd cheered with enthusiasm at the announcement. Wow, this was so satisfying. His swag is so cool. You are the best, Han-Yeol Nim. This is why I can't help but fall in love with this channel. You're so cool. Take me and make me yours, Appa. And, of course, the chat room was ablaze with excitement after Han-Yeol was announced as the winner. After the match concluded, Han-Yeol no longer paid any attention to the brothers. They were carried away by other hunters they were acquainted with. The brothers glared at Han-Yeol in anger, but they quickly flinched and limped away as fast as they could when Han-Yeol returned the glare. They should be grateful I didn't kill them, Han-Yeol thought as he did not feel guilty at all. If they had encountered the brothers in the hunting grounds instead of this location, he would have disposed of them without a trace. But is this the end of the event? He wondered. However, this was not the end. There was still a party to be held beneath the hall, where an even larger hall was located. This party served as a welcome celebration organized by the assembly for Han-Yeol. He felt a bit concerned that Kim Tae-san or the other executives would confront him during the party. However, his worries proved to be unfounded, as none of them attended. Their absence helped him relax and allowed him to fully enjoy the party without any further concerns. His mood was further elevated when he received the Dragon Bow and Blood Diamond as awards before the party commenced. Additionally, numerous renowned hunters approached him to introduce themselves, adding to his excitement. Ha ha ha, I enjoyed your match today. You really taught those twins a lesson. I am ashamed to have shown such a cruel side of myself simply because I got worked up, Han-Yeol replied. Not at all. Ha ha ha. The party continued until late at night, and it was only at daybreak that Han-Yeol finally arrived home. Thank you for your hard work, Purva said upon their arrival home. Purva's eyes sparkled as he looked at Han-Yeol. Although not a hunter or remotely connected to the industry, Purva had read extensively about hunters and knew just how amazing Han-Yeol's accomplishments were that day. Not at all, you worked even harder than me today, Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol truly enjoyed his time that day. Defeating two S-rank hunters to a pulp made him realize that he had finally become a master rank hunter. I should try taking the master rank test this year, He thought of the test taking place 3 months from now. I will become one of the strongest hunters in the world if I officially become a master rank hunter. He clenched his fist at the thought. Han-Yeol was already famous in South Korea, but if he managed to officially become a master rank hunter, his name would spread worldwide, making him a renowned hunter on a global scale. If that happened, he would no longer be confined to South Korea alone. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Please have a good rest, Han-Yeol nim, Purva said. Yeah, you too, Purva, Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol bid farewell to his bodyguard and went to wash up, preparing for bed. Due to his awakened state, he didn't require as much sleep as an ordinary person, but it was still beneficial for him to rest well and maintain optimal conditions. Besides, he personally enjoyed sleeping. Han-Yeol settled into bed. Meanwhile, while Han-Yeol was sleeping, videos of the live broadcast from the event, filmed by the Mulan film crew, were spreading all over the world. The once F-rank hunter, Lee Han-Yeol, is now a legend after becoming a master rank in less than a year. Is this the end of the growth for Lee Han-Yeol, the growth-type hunter? The Hunter Assembly that approved the 2-on-1 match. What kind of organization is it? The Hunter Assembly has been exposed. A new master rank hunter appears. On a busy weekday morning, despite everyone's engagements, a flood of comments poured into internet news articles. Nearly every news outlet had already published a story on the matter, and the entire internet was consumed with discussions about Han-Yeol. Some individuals even made absurd comments, claiming that this generation belonged to Lee Han-Yeol. However, it was unanimously agreed that a Lee Han-Yeol syndrome was brewing worldwide. The birth of a master rank hunter was already considered a blessing, but what if this master rank hunter had once been an F rank hunter and achieved master rank in less than a year? What if this exceptional hunter came from a humble background? While Han-Yeol peacefully slept, numerous reporters tirelessly sought out people who knew him during his early days. They were already busy producing news articles that would contribute to his legendary story. Ironically, the person who became extremely busy due to Han-Yeol's newfound fame was not Han-Yeol himself, but rather his father. Han-Yeol had cut off contact with almost everyone he knew, making it impossible for anyone to reach him as he changed all his contact information to ensure privacy. On the other hand, his father had been using the same mobile number and email address for nearly 20 years, making it effortless for people to contact him. Furthermore, Han-Yeol's father had frequently boasted about his son since his childhood, so most of his friends were already aware of Han-Yeol's achievements. Ring, 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 ring. Hello. Hi, Hyungnim. It has been a long time. How have you been? This is Cheol-gab. Hi, Cheol-gab. It's really been a long time. Ha ha ha, I should have called you sooner. I apologize, Hyungnim. As you are aware, the economy is terrible these days, so, yeah, I understand, but why are you calling this early? Ha ha ha, there is no particular reason, Hyungnim. I mean, we are close enough to call each other whenever, right? Ho ho, yeah, I guess you're right. Han-Yeol's father maintained a friendly demeanor as he responded to Cheol-gab, but deep inside, he wasn't feeling nice at all. Cheol-gab had been someone very close to him, but he was also one of the first to sever ties when Han-Yeol's father had faced financial difficulties. While Han-Yeol's father had experienced many people cutting ties with him during that time, the sudden calls from those individuals these days made it clear to him why they were reaching out all of a sudden. Han-Yeol's father was not naive. While he was friendly and beloved by those around him, he wasn't foolish enough to offer unconditional help to others without reason. This was precisely why he became cautious when Cheol-gab reached out to him after a long period of silence. You must be quite busy these days. Haha, yeah, the billiard place I run has turned into a franchise, so I'm quite busy because we're planning to launch our second and third shops simultaneously. Thanks to Han-Yeol's unwavering support, Han-Yeol's father's business was experiencing rapid growth. Moreover, with billiards being chosen as one of the sports for the upcoming Berlin Olympics, there was currently a billiard boom in South Korea. The sudden surge in the billiard industry proved to be a tremendous opportunity for Han-Yeol's father. He wholeheartedly invested in his shop, attracting numerous inquiries from individuals interested in franchising the brand. The billiard shop was now consistently packed throughout the day, generating substantial profits without requiring Han-Yeol's assistance any longer. As expected of Hyungnim, you were quite the shrewd person back in the day. No need to exaggerate now. Haha. So I was thinking, why don't we gather like we used to back in the day? Mr. Kim and Mr. Choi also miss you a lot, Hyungnim. Mr. Kim and Mr. Choi used to be his closest drinking buddies, but they, too, had severed ties with him during his financial difficulties. His current friends were those he met after recovering from his illness or those who supported him throughout his illness. If they were to learn that Cheol-gab suddenly called him out of the blue, they would likely be extremely angry. They would likely reprimand Cheol-gab for having the audacity to reach out and warn him to stay away, or else face the consequences. Ego, I should see you sometime, but I'm really busy these days. I don't think I'll be free anytime soon, so why don't I just give you a call when I'm free? Is that so? Alright then. Please give me a call when you're free, Hyungnim. Alright, I'm busy now, so I'll hang up. Okay, Hyungnim. Beep. If his friends were to hear how he abruptly ended the call just now, they would probably look at him in a strange manner. It looks like those two put him up to it, judging by what he said, he thought. They never changed at all. Whenever they gathered, they would always ask him or Gab to handle the difficult tasks while they themselves simply sat back and enjoyed the fruits of their labor. It's probably a relief that they cut ties with me. He realized that it was indeed a blessing in disguise that he was able to get rid of such friends without even having to do it himself. Judging by this event, it was evident that Han-Yeol's positive mindset was likely inherited from his father. Phew, he let out a sigh and decided to start working again when ring, 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 ring. His troubles were only getting started. While Han-Yeol peacefully slept alongside Mavrose, his father was busy dealing with the sudden influx of friends, relatives, and acquaintances who had contacted him out of nowhere. Indeed, Han-Yeol slept soundly and woke up feeling refreshed. He was now heading to the S Hotel to inspect the venue where his auction would be hosted. Meanwhile, he was grumbling while on the way to the hotel. I mean, does it make sense that we don't have any 7-star hotels when our country has developed so much? The participants in this auction were truly affluent individuals. They weren't just rich, they were either powerful hunters themselves or individuals who controlled numerous powerful hunters. Given this fact, Han-Yeol deemed it crucial to host the auction at a high-quality venue. However, he couldn't find any 7-star hotels in the country that matched the ones he had seen on the internet in other countries. While the title 7-star didn't carry much weight and was primarily a marketing gimmick, it was still a distinction reserved for hotels that truly stood out in terms of luxury. After failing to find a 7-star hotel, Han-Yeol attempted to search for a 6-star hotel but met with no success in that regard either. In the end, he reluctantly decided to book the main hall of South Korea's best hotel, the S Hotel, to host the event. Secretary Kim will take care of it, but I have to check it out with my own eyes to be satisfied, he thought. It was not a good habit for an employer to nitpick the work done by their employees, but it was quite irresponsible for them to be unaware of what was going on as well. This auction held great importance for Han-Yeol, and he wanted everything to be perfect, ensuring a seamless and error-free process. Upon arriving at the hotel's entrance, a bellman opened the door for him, and Secretary Kim stood beside them. Welcome, Han-Yeol Nim, Secretary Kim greeted him with a bow. Han-Yeol inquired, how's everything going? It is proceeding smoothly. We have already reached an agreement with the S Hotel to serve our VIP attendees, and we are meticulously attending to every detail to ensure the entire event is flawless. That sounds good. Can you walk me through it right now? Most certainly. Please, come this way. Although Han-Yeol wasn't particularly interested in the minor details, he followed Secretary Kim as they headed straight to the main hall. Suddenly, a gentleman appeared beside him and asked, Are you Lee Han-Yeol Hunter Nim by any chance? Yes. Han-Yeol responded. Ho ho, it is an honor to meet you. I am Choi Chung-hyeon, the general manager of this hotel. It's nice to meet you too, Han-Yeol replied, and they shook hands. I would like to express my gratitude for choosing our hotel to host your important auction. The S Hotel is South Korea's finest, so it is only fitting for the best hotel to host the best people. Ha ha ha, your kind words mean a lot to me as the general manager of a hotel I have dedicated my entire life to. Please don't mention it. Han-Yeol didn't hold back on praising the general manager because it didn't cost him anything to say those words. Instead, it allowed him to establish a personal connection with the general manager, increasing the chances of a successful auction. However, it was evident that the S Hotel was already putting in their best effort, considering that this auction event would be the center of attention for all media outlets. This was evident in their busy preparations to refurbish the entire place. They replaced all the old decorations with brand new ones and cancelled bookings for their most luxurious suite rooms to accommodate the auction guests. Additionally, they ensured that their top chefs would be working with the finest ingredients for the event. While the S Hotel may have been the best hotel in the country, their reputation outside of the country was not as well known. This was precisely why the hotel was going all out this time, recognizing it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to establish their name on a global scale. Tack, 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 tack. Hey, hammer these nails properly. Move the tables here. The ongoing interior works in the main hall of the S Hotel created a bustling atmosphere. Initially, Han-Yeol had only planned to decorate the space, but the hotel noticed certain areas that appeared aged and decided to renovate the entire hall. They wanted to demonstrate their dedication in ensuring the auction's success and to dissuade Han-Yeol from considering other venues. It seems quite busy here, remarked Han-Yeol. Yes, the main hall was previously used for large parties and was not suitable for hosting an auction. However, we are currently working tirelessly to renovate the entire space, making it suitable for auctioning various items and hosting different events, explained the general manager. The S Group, the parent company of the S Hotel, had a deep understanding of Han-Yeol. As the leading conglomerate in South Korea, they had solidified their position by knowing when and where to seize profitable opportunities. The group had significant involvement in the hunter industry, and one of their family members happened to be Master Hee-yoon. Being a global company riding on their status as South Korea's top conglomerate and benefiting from having the country's second-ranking hunter as a family member, there was no chance that the S Group would overlook the potential financial gains from Han-Yeol. Although they learned from various sources that Han-Yeol was planning to start his own business, they chose not to approach him from that angle. Instead, their strategic team concluded that establishing a strong relationship with him alone would be sufficient to profit from their association. Their chosen method was to support Han-Yeol in various aspects that he may encounter difficulties with once he embarked on his business venture. It's obvious that this big event is not going to be a one-time thing, the general manager thought. Not only did he hold this belief, but the CEO and directors of the hotel shared the same perspective. The news articles had reported that Han-Yeol had the ability to hatch an unlimited number of monster pets, which solidified their certainty that there would be more auctions in the near future. To successfully host all of these auctions, their approach was simple: they had to ensure that the first one proceeded flawlessly. This would set a high standard and establish a reputation for their ability to handle future events. All of the other auctions will be ours as long as we can successfully complete this first one. The general manager recalled what the hotel's true objective was. The general manager guided Han-Yeol through the entire main hall and the other facilities around it, allowing him to personally see everything. What do you think? The general manager asked. It looks good, Han-Yeol replied. He thought, it's a bit lacking compared to what I really wanted. However, he decided to be content with what he had, knowing that it was impossible to find a hotel in the country that would satisfy all of his requirements. Besides, his main goal was to sell the monster pets to the highest bidder, not to prioritize the accommodation of the attendees. I want their money, but I'm not the one in a rush, he smirked. He could simply go out and hunt diligently to make money if he chose not to sell the monster pets. However, the attendees had no other option to purchase the monster pets except from Han-Yeol. This marked the key difference between being replaceable and irreplaceable. Secretary Kim. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. The auction will be a week from now, right? Yes, you are correct. This was not the original date for the auction, but they had to make a slight alteration to accommodate all of the attending VIPs. Let's do our best, shall we? Please leave it to me, Secretary Kim replied with a bow. Then, he thought, I will definitely make myself stand out to Han-Yeol Nim through this opportunity. Being the right-hand man of someone greatly increased one's chances of succeeding in life, and this was especially true when serving someone like Han-Yeol, who was currently one of the most famous hunters in the world. Han-Yeol entrusted all the responsibilities to Secretary Kim and leisurely counted the days until the auction. Meanwhile, the ultra-rich and master-rank hunters from all over the world began arriving in South Korea one by one after being notified of the auction's date. Incheon International Airport and Gimpo International Airport were so crowded that they could no longer accommodate private jets, forcing some attendees to park their jets in China or Japan before taking a regular flight to South Korea. The international community criticized the South Korean government's incompetence in handling the situation, and the government couldn't refute most of the claims as they were mostly true. The door opened, and 10 white males wearing suits and sunglasses walked in. Despite the daytime crowd, these 10 men stood out due to their matching outfits, though they didn't particularly care about the attention they received. So this is South Korea? The man at the front asked in Russian. Yes, the monster pet auction will take place 6 days later at the S Hotel. Alright, we will have to acquire at least 2 of those. Yes, boss. These men were from the Red Mafia of Russia, and the man at the front was the second in command of the Red Mafia. However, it was widely known that he was stronger than the first in command and was the true leader of the organization. The Red Mafia had a strict rule that stated the second in command had to execute the first in command as soon as they became weaker. However, this man was both ruthless and easygoing, so he didn't bother enforcing that rule. He preferred to live a free life as the second in command rather than tying himself down as the official boss of the organization. Ironically, this was the only reason the first in command was still alive. Kakik? It looks like things are going to be quite entertaining here. This man was always on the lookout for new challenges and exciting experiences, so getting his hands on the monster pet was an absolute must for him. Nov. L.B//JNN. Known as Yvonne, he was the first to arrive in South Korea among the attendees, and soon others followed, including other influential individuals attending the auction. A total of 310 influential figures from 24 different countries registered for the auction, and that number didn't even account for the numerous assistants and servants they brought along. These 310 people held enough influence to wipe South Korea off the map if they whimsically decided to do so. However, it was quite ironic that they personally traveled all the way to this tiny country just to secure one of the 10 exclusive tickets for the rights to obtain a monster pet being sold by Han-Yeol. The common people welcomed the sudden influx of foreigners to the country as they boosted the local economy in various ways. However, the local hunters were not so happy about it. It's annoying that those foreigners are running around in our country. They might be the best hunters in their own countries, but this is our home turf. 4 master rank hunters gathered together to express their discontent with the situation. In South Korea, there were 6 master rank hunters, evenly divided into 2 groups. 2 of them were loyal followers of Kim Tae-san, while the other 3 cooperated with each other but did not consider themselves teammates. The other 3 master rank hunters were also members of the Hunter Assembly, but they never participated in any events or were seen near the assembly. To most people, it seemed like a stalemate in terms of power balance. However, those who were well informed knew the truth behind the matter. Kim Tae-san's faction was slightly stronger due to their cooperation, while the other 3 hunters were independent. Don't you think we should do something about this, Chairman? One of the hunters asked, addressing Kim Tae-san with respect. Kim Tae-san was the top-ranking hunter in South Korea, hence the formal title. Can you say something instead of muttering like that? Don't you think we need to take action against these foreigners trying to act like big shots in our country? The master rank hunters despised the foreigners for what they perceived as an invasion of their country, leaving marks everywhere they went like dogs. There's nothing we can do about it. Over 300 master rank hunters have come to Korea, and we're just 4. What can we possibly do? Hey, I didn't say we should take action right now. I'm just frustrated with the whole situation. I've told you countless times to control your temper. You never seem to listen. These 2 bickering master rank hunters were childhood friends. They had awakened their abilities at different times, but their friendship remained intact. Hey, Chairman, don't you think that Han-Yeol kid is hogging all the limelight? I feel like we should have taken the risk and eliminated him when he was dueling the twins. Crack. Kim Tae-san clenched his teeth. I will crush that punk. I won't be so forgiving the next time an opportunity arises. Good luck with that, the hunter muttered under his breath. They had gathered to discuss the influx of foreign hunters into South Korea, but the conversation inevitably shifted to Han-Yeol. It was unavoidable to talk about him since he had captured the interest of both awakened and ordinary people, monopolizing their attention. Han-Yeol was a disruptive force, shaking up the long-established hunter community in South Korea. The executives of the hunter community, who were resistant to change that could potentially strip them of their power, would never warmly welcome him. Days passed, and finally, the day of the auction arrived. Han-Yeol took the opportunity to fully rest and recover until the day of the auction. He was aware that resting too much wasn't beneficial, but he still felt fatigued from the raid against the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva. Loitering around his spacious mansion felt like a slice of heaven, but he couldn't stay at ease indefinitely. The burning desire to go out and engage in battles lingered within him. I should probably go hunt with Mujahid after the auction, he thought as he felt bad for neglecting Mujahid. He had accepted Mujahid as his disciple, yet he hadn't gone on any hunts with him. Mujahid had been pleading to go hunting, but Han-Yeol had turned him down in favor of rest, adding to his sense of guilt. Knock, knock. Albert knocked on the door and informed him, it is now time to go, Han-Yeol nim. Thanks, Albert. Han-Yeol could have waited until the evening before leaving his mansion, considering that the auction was scheduled to take place then. However, Secretary Kim informed him that some of the VVIPs had already gathered in the main hall of the S Hotel, and others were exploring the premises. Therefore, Han-Yeol had to go and greet them as a matter of formality. I guess they really want to get their hands on a monster pet, Han-Yeol thought with a smirk. Q. Flap, 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 flap. Mavrose was engrossed in devouring a whole raw chicken, but as soon as he sensed Han-Yeol's imminent departure, he swiftly flew toward his head. The black dragon had grown to a point where he could fly without shifting into combat mode, although his miniature form limited his flight duration due to his small wings. Haha, don't worry, Mavrose. I'm not going to leave you behind, Han-Yeol reassured as he affectionately patted the black dragon's head. Since the auction focused on selling monster pets, it made perfect sense for Mavrose to accompany Han-Yeol. He wasn't an ordinary pet but a combat-capable monster pet. News and rumors about Mavrose actively participating in battles acted as a magnet, attracting VVIPs from around the world to this auction. Powerful hunters were aware that their growth potential was predetermined, prompting them to invest significantly to enhance their combat prowess, even if by a small margin. Moreover, they were already wealthy enough that money was no longer an obstacle as long as it contributed to their quest for greater power. Hence, a monster pet capable of aiding them in combat was nothing short of a treasure in their eyes. As the car came to a halt, Purva hopped out to open the door for Han-Yeol. Thanks, Han-Yeol acknowledged. You're welcome, Purva replied, his eyes brimming with respect for Han-Yeol after the incident at the Hunter Assembly event. Haha. This guy, Han-Yeol found Purva's gaze to be a bit burdensome, but he completely understood how the man felt. Welcome, Han-Yeol nim. Hi, Secretary Kim. Secretary Kim was already outside waiting for Han-Yeol. Once Han-Yeol entered the hotel lobby, he was suddenly approached by someone. Han-Yeol Hunter nim. Han-Yeol turned toward the familiar voice. Oh, hi, the person said with a wink. Wink? Scarlet. The agent assigned to a mission on Jeju Island stood before Han-Yeol. She wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her figure and cleavage. With a smile, she approached him. Hehe, you look very surprised, she remarked. What are you doing here? I thought you were on a mission in Jeju Island, Han-Yeol inquired. Both of them led busy lives, resulting in infrequent contact. However, they maintained communication to keep each other updated. Their relationship was primarily physical, resembling friends with benefits rather than a couple. Ho ho, I had no plans to come here, but the higher UPS asked me to attend this auction. It seems they want me to keep an eye on your every move. That sounds good to me. Han-Yeol walked toward her and embraced her. Scarlet, around 10 centimeters shorter than Han-Yeol, complimented him nicely in height. I've been frustrated lately, so shall we spend some time together after the auction? Oh, I'm always up for a night with Han-Yeol. Great. Han-Yeol exclaimed happily. Scarlet smiled, unable to hide her blushing cheeks. Hunters were known to possess higher libidos than ordinary people, but the pleasure derived from their encounters was the same, despite differences in stamina and strength. Scarlet regarded Han-Yeol as having quite the prowess in bed, and she believed he would rank highly if hunters were ranked based on their performance in that realm. She always welcomed a night spent with a man like him. Together, Han-Yeol and Scarlet entered the S Hotel. The hotel buzzed with a diverse crowd that would undoubtedly attract media attention. However, Han-Yeol ensured that the auction would proceed without the presence of any media outlets. The auction attendees comprised influential figures who preferred to avoid the spotlight. Consequently, the hotel made every effort to restrict media personnel from entering the premises. It was something the hotel would have never done since the media backlash could deal quite a blow to their image, but that did not matter this time as they could simply say that their customer, Han-Yeol, requested for such actions to be taken. There was not a single reporter around the hotel's vicinity, so nobody was able to get this exclusive scoop on Han-Yeol and Scarlett. Wow, she's beautiful. He can nonchalantly wrap his arms around a beauty like her. He is indeed on a whole different level. However, the hotel staff observed the physical intimacy between the two of them. Scarlett, arguably more beautiful than most Hollywood actresses, elevated Han-Yeol's appearance, making him appear even more successful. It should have been the other way around, considering Scarlett was a B-rank hunter while Han-Yeol had achieved the status of master rank hunter. However, the hotel staff didn't focus on their respective ranks. Instead, they were intrigued by the fact that an average-looking man like Han-Yeol managed to capture the attention of a beauty like Scarlett. Oh right. You can only speak Arabic and Korean, right, Han-Yeol? Yeah, but does your organization dig up those kinds of information too? Of course. You better not look down on our organization's ability to gather intelligence. Han-Yeol knew that Scarlett's code name was Black Swan, but he had no idea what her organization's name was as she had never disclosed it to him. Ugh, I don't appreciate your tendency to pry into other people's secrets, but I'll overlook it for now to avoid making an enemy out of the United States. Besides, I know that telling you to stop won't actually make a difference. Bingo? I'm just following orders as well, so I hope you won't have any hard feelings over it. Sure, how can I say anything against what our beloved American brothers are doing? Hehe. It may not be much, but I'll be your translator for the day, so don't be too upset, okay, she offered. We have guests from all over the world today. Can you handle all of the translations? Han-Yeol inquired. Han-Yeol had already arranged for translators from the hotel. While he was confident in his ability to communicate with guests from the Middle East, he recognized the need for translators to assist with guests from other countries. However, he never expected someone to volunteer to be his translator for the day. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. I may be a B-rank hunter, but my agent ranking is A, you know? I'm quite fluent in most major languages around the world, Scarlett proudly stated. The organization she belonged to was not a combat-oriented group. Instead, it resembled the CIA, consisting of awakened beings rather than ordinary individuals. Their agents were deployed worldwide to carry out covert operations. While their agents were capable of undertaking assassination missions, such assignments were extremely rare. They would only resort to such actions when absolutely necessary. If possible, they preferred to delegate assassination tasks to specialized organizations. The United States had an assassins guild that operated as mercenaries, offering their services to eliminate targets globally in exchange for a fee. The US government utilized them to carry out target eliminations discreetly. I'll appreciate it if you can assist me. It saves me from constantly changing translators every time I interact with someone from a different country, Han-Yeol replied, shrugging. He then called out, Secretary Kim. Yes, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Secretary Kim responded. Inform the hotel that I won't be requiring their translators anymore, Han-Yeol instructed. Yes, I will relay your message to them immediately, Secretary Kim replied with a bow before promptly heading off to convey the message. Oh, right. Hey, Scarlett. You know that your government ordered 10 monster pets, right? Of course, I know about that. That's probably the reason why they asked me to watch you today. Why are they being so difficult? Can't they just pay me and buy it directly? They're probably just testing the waters at the moment, but you'll see that won't be the case for long. I have a feeling you'll be able to secure more than 3 trillion won today. Do you think so? Without a doubt. Scarlett's opinion seemed to be different from that of the United States government. The Americans were probably hoping to negotiate a reduction in the price of 3 trillion won that Han-Yeol asked for. They were aware that he had sold the monster pets to Tiarana, Mariam, and Mujahid for 1 trillion won each. It wasn't that they didn't recognize the value of the monster pets as weapons, but rather they needed them for research purposes, not for combat. That was why the American hunters who wanted to use the monster pets in combat were staying at the hotel right next door to the hotel. The United States government seems to want me to reduce the price to 1 trillion won per monster pet, but should you be saying something like that when you're an American? Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion. Scarlett suddenly took his side when she should have been supporting her government. It's all right. The United States is my motherland, but I have to be realistic, you know? Does it make sense to ask someone to hand over something worth 3 trillion won for just 1 trillion won? That's not even half the price, Scarlett replied. She was quite objective and realistic, knowing that the 1 trillion won price tag her country was offering was quite shameless to begin with. Keek, you've just become more attractive, Scarlett. Thank you. They walked toward the main hall when Han-Yeol suddenly stopped in his tracks. What's wrong, Han-Yeol? No, it's just that the mana in the air is quite dense. Maybe it's because a bunch of master rank hunters are gathered in one place, Han-Yeol said. He was now highly attuned to the mana in the air, unlike before. He could feel the weight of the mana emanating from the hall where numerous master rank hunters had gathered. In fact, the entire hotel resembled a simmering reactor due to the multitude of master rank hunters congregating in the main hall and occupying the hotel rooms. A master rank hunter possessed the ability to influence the density of mana in the air just by breathing, and Han-Yeol, though not officially a master rank hunter, possessed a similar sensitivity to mana, allowing him to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in his surroundings. Han-Yeol let out a sigh. What's wrong all of a sudden? I'm just getting excited. Omo, you're such a pervert. Scarlet blushed and covered her face. Not about that. Han-Yeol immediately retorted after getting hit by her unexpected comeback. Scarlet found Han-Yeol to be quite cute, but she stopped teasing him and got serious. Hehe, I'm sure that wasn't what you were talking about. You're probably excited to see all of the other powerful hunters, right? Tisk, you have a knack for surprising people. Oh my, that's only natural, don't you think? I can't just change myself either, you know? I've heard there's a saying in Korea that you could die if you change too drastically and too quickly. Why is an American talking about a Korean saying? Ho ho, I'm a special agent, so it's my duty to adapt to the country I'm in. Scarlet, technically a hunter, had initially undergone grueling and rigorous training as a special agent. This training prepared her to survive in harsh climates like rainforests, deserts, deserted islands, freezing tundra, the North Pole, the South Pole, and more. Her training enabled her to adapt to different places around the world. Such training was standard for all special agents, but Scarlet had to undergo additional specialized training due to her linguistic talents. She was compelled to live with a remote African tribe, where she had to fluently speak their language within a mere 3 months, without any assistance from literature or translators. Though it may seem absurd to expect such a feat in only 3 months, she astonishingly completed her special training in a record-breaking 2 months and 15 days. Her extraordinary achievement left even the executives of her organization astounded and incredulous. This remarkable talent of Scarlet's, both as a hunter and a special agent, was evident. Where do you plan to go first? She inquired. The main hall. I've heard that most of the guests there are VVIPs, and if they catch wind of my presence, I'm certain the other VVIPs will come looking for me. They were all esteemed guests who had gathered to purchase the exceptionally rare and valuable monster pets that Han-Yeol was selling. It was likely that at least one person would remain in the main hall to promptly inform them whether he had appeared there or not. Han-Yeol was confident that once word reached them about his presence in the main hall, most of them would swiftly flock to his location. Oh, you're quite smart. I know how to use my brains for something this simple, you know. Han-Yeol got into the elevator while bantering back and forth with Scarlet as they headed toward the main hall. Ding! The elevator doors opened and a hotel staff quickly greeted him. Hello, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. I heard a few of the VVIPs are already at the main hall. Is that true? Yes, around 12 of them are already in the main hall waiting for the auction to start. We have tasked the band to start playing music. We also served them wine so they would not get bored while waiting. Excellent, Han-Yeol replied with a smile. He was delighted by the fact that the hotel had taken matters into their own hands without him having to ask them. Let's go, Han-Yeol. Sure. Scarlet urged him, and they entered the main hall together. The hotel staff couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty and the alluring scent of her perfume. While she might not be as stunning as Tiarana, even with her full makeup, Tiarana's absence allowed Scarlet's beauty to shine without any overshadowing comparison. She resembled a magnificent white rose, proudly standing out in the garden. Han-Yeol and Scarlet entered the main hall. Thud. As soon as Han-Yeol stepped foot into the main hall, the doors swung open, and a powerful surge of dense mana enveloped him. The air is heavier here compared to other places. You think so? Yeah. Even Scarlet could feel the density in the air of the main hall. All eyes in the main hall darted toward Han-Yeol after he made his entrance. Wow, isn't that the main star of this event, Mr. Lee? Han-Yeol could hear someone speaking in English, and the person approached him. Unfortunately, Han-Yeol was not familiar with foreign hunters, as he had devoted most of his time to studying monsters, gates, mana stones, and Korean hunters. Consequently, he had no idea who the person was. Fortunately, he was currently accompanied by an exceptional special agent. He is Master Gordon, Scarlet explained. He is a British hunter, the top hunter in their country. He is also renowned as the world's best chef, and he is a master of dual blades as well. She discreetly whispered to Han-Yeol, this is a secret, but according to the information our organization received, Master Gordon is not only a master of dual blades. They say he has the ability to use sound not only for attacks and defense but also to confuse his opponents. By the way, this is not a secret, but I'm sharing it with you since you're not familiar with foreign hunters. It is said that anyone who eats his food receives a temporary boost to their stats. Really? That's incredible, Han-Yeol responded, surprised by the revelation. Although taken aback, he refrained from making any impulsive outbursts. Despite the other hunter being British, Han-Yeol decided to be cautious with his words, considering the possibility that they might have their own translators present. Yet, he is a master rank hunter, but he is recognized as a special master rank hunter. Wow, the ability to cook food that can temporarily boost your stats sounds incredible, and considering he's the best chef in the world, it must be delicious too. But on top of that, he can control sound? That's just mind-blowing, Han-Yeol exclaimed. Yeah, I have no idea how he acquired those skills, but based on our intelligence, the extent of the stat increase depends on the quality of the food he cooks, Scarlet revealed. The information Scarlett was sharing with Han-Yeol at that moment was classified information from her organization, pertaining to the strongest hunters in various countries. Han-Yeol himself was considered a special hunter by the Korean Hunters Association, so they were taking great care to keep his information contained. However, the level of secrecy surrounding the most powerful hunter of a country would be even greater. Scarlett's organization, backed by the United States government, was able to obtain such classified information. Her manager would likely have a fit if they found out she casually divulged this information to a foreigner. Nevertheless, she was remarkably open with Han-Yeol, ensuring that he was aware of even the smallest details. Wow, he's got a cheat skill, Han-Yeol muttered. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Yay, it's something like yours, I guess, Scarlett replied. Haha. Master Gordon possessed the remarkable ability to increase the stats of anyone who consumed the dishes he cooked. The magnitude of the stat increase depended on the quality of the dish. However, this was not a concern, considering he was the world's top chef, ensuring that his dishes were of the highest quality available. It was widely known that the bonus stats provided by his food could last for up to 10 days in some cases, and not to mention, his dishes were exceptionally delicious. However, there was a drawback: the effects of the food would not stack, regardless of the number of dishes consumed. The effect of the first dish would always prevail until its duration expired. Nevertheless, despite this drawback, the benefits of his skill were simply too remarkable to overlook. It was no surprise that his guild ranked as the top guild in England, and his restaurants were renowned worldwide. Master Gordon truly embodied excellence as a hunter, chef, and businessman. Approaching Han-Yeol, he extended his calloused hands and said, "It's nice to meet you. My name is Gordon Foster." He sounds gentler than I thought, Han-Yeol thought. He initially expected him to be very aggressive and expressive, but he gave off the feel of a British gentleman from the way he greeted him. "It is nice to meet you too." Han-Yeol shook Master Gordon's hand with a smile. Though Han-Yeol may have struggled with English, he had learned the language during his elementary and middle school years, enabling him to hold his own when exchanging greetings with someone. However, that was the limit of his English proficiency, and beyond that, he relied on a translator for communication. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Lee, and I am extremely delighted to finally get the chance to meet you in person. I was looking for something that will ignite the flames of passion in my heart once again aside from cooking, and you came at the perfect time with your auction. It is truly a shame that you will only be auctioning 10 monster pets, but that is not a problem at all. After all, I will be taking them with me back to England." Master Gordon exuded confidence. His vast guild and multitude of restaurants ensured a constant flow of cash from around the world, and there wasn't a single high-ranking hunter in England who hadn't experienced the pleasure of his culinary creations. Even his stat-enhancing dishes were available for takeout, albeit with a slight decrease in effectiveness. Most hunters in England indulged in his food, resulting in a steady stream of income on a daily basis. If only exporting his food overseas were possible, his earnings would have been even more substantial. Master Gordon's fame extended beyond England, attracting European hunters who traveled great distances solely to savor his cuisine. This influx of visitors significantly bolstered the country's foreign currency reserves. In essence, Master Gordon was an incredibly wealthy hunter with bank accounts on the verge of overflowing, thanks to his diverse sources of income. He had attained a status akin to a national hero in England. Such were the miracles brought about by dimensional gates and mana stones, giving rise to new tycoons and oligarchs in numerous countries. After hearing Scarlett's translation, Han-Yeol smiled sincerely. He couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of joy. There was no reason for him to harbor ill will towards someone willing to pay an exorbitant amount for the product he was selling. This was the first time they were officially showcasing the monster pets in public, and he shared in the excitement of the moment. "I hope this auction is going to help me establish a good relationship with you, Mr. Lee. I have seen some of your combat videos, and I must say that it is quite interesting how you are growing stronger every day. The fact that you possess numerous skills is quite fascinating too." While there were many hunters who had their own streaming channels, it was quite rare to come across videos featuring a master rank hunter. "This may be our first meeting, Mr. Gordon, but I do hope to have the opportunity to taste your renowned cooking, which has garnered praise from so many," Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol, like any other food enthusiast, had a love for delicious cuisine. In the past, he often relied on inexpensive meals to get by, but the occasions when his friends treated him to a delectable feast were some of his fondest memories. That's why he held a strong interest in Master Gordon and his culinary skills. "Haha. It is delightful to hear that Mr. Lee is interested in my cooking. I would love to invite you to England one day, and hopefully, I will be able to serve you with one of my masterpieces that time." "Thank you." The two shook hands once more before parting ways, as Master Gordon was not the sole VVIP guest eager to engage with Han-Yeol. There were other distinguished guests in the main hall awaiting their turn to converse with him. Han-Yeol had the responsibility of personally greeting each and every one of these VVIPs, which necessitated his departure from Master Gordon's presence. The renowned chef hunter from England was just the beginning of a long list of outstanding guests. Among them were royalty from the Middle East, presidents of African nations, top-ranked hunters from South America, famous hunters from the United States, and even the boss of a Mexican cartel. It was truly a diverse composition of guests from all around the world. However, what surprised Han-Yeol the most was Scarlett's interpretation skills. Amazing, she's able to interpret every single language. It was impossible for him to determine if she was telling the truth or not, but she explicitly mentioned that she did not possess any translation skills like Han-Yeol. She claimed to be exceptionally talented when it came to languages. Amazing. You're truly amazing, Scarlett, Han-Yeol whispered. Thank you. I think it's the first time I've been praised for my linguistic abilities, Scarlett replied. What? Why wouldn't anyone praise such an incredible talent? Han-Yeol asked in disbelief. Heh, Scarlett let out a soft laugh upon hearing Han-Yeol's words. After exchanging brief greetings, Han-Yeol followed the hotel's general manager to the designated waiting room prepared for him as his personal space. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and he had spent most of his time greeting the guests. There was only 1 hour left before the auction was scheduled to start. As Han-Yeol sat on the plush sofa in the waiting room, watching the live footage of the main hall on the monitor, a hotel staff member approached him. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, Mujahid Nim has just arrived on the first floor of the hotel, the staff informed him. Tisk, I told him there was no need for him to come here personally, Han-Yeol grumbled. Oh, and he also wanted me to let you know that he came here out of sheer boredom, given your response, the staff member added. Sigh, is he protesting just because I won't entertain him? Han-Yeol said, annoyed, shaking his head, puzzled by Mujahid's unpredictable behavior. Hyung Nim, Mujahid shouted as he arrived at Han-Yeol's waiting room, which was located on one side of the main hall. Creak, creak. An object covered in cloth was also wheeled in behind him. I told you that you didn't have to personally come here, Han-Yeol said. Haha, I thought about it as well, but today I felt like spending time with Hyung Nim rather than hunting. Besides, it's been a while since I've watched an auction, Mujahid said. Are you participating as well? Han-Yeol asked. Of course not. Hyung Nim has clearly stated that an individual can only control one monster pet apart from yourself, the skill user. Besides, I have Furion, and it's more than enough, Mujahid said. Mujahid was deeply fascinated by the Korean language and studied to become incredibly proficient in it. On the other hand, Tuyarana was not interested in anything other than Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol was impressed with Mujahid's efforts. The prince would regularly watch Korean variety shows and dramas to practice his pronunciation, and he would carry around a vocabulary book to memorize words while hunting. His progress was remarkable. One could say the biggest reason for his improvement was mainly due to the guidance and support of highly skilled Korean teachers who were generously compensated for their services. The privilege of constantly receiving top-tier private tutoring undoubtedly played a significant role in his rapid progress. I'm only here to enjoy the show. Besides, the atmosphere of the auction house is always refreshing, Mujahid said. Well, do as you please, Han-Yeol said. Oh, by the way, you haven't forgotten about going hunting after the auction, right? Mujahid asked. Of course not. I'll take you to the hunting ground of your choice after this is over, so you better be prepared, Han-Yeol said. He, understood, Mujahid laughed, wearing a satisfied smile after obtaining a firm promise from Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol's amplification skill provided a euphoric sensation to Mujahid, akin to that of a drug. Although he had never used drugs himself, the descriptions he had read about the experience people felt while under the influence seemed familiar to the feeling he experienced when he received the amplification skill from Han-Yeol. By the way, Hyung Nim, just who is this beauty next to you? Mujahid asked. Oh, Han-Yeol said. Hello, my name is Black Swan. I am a black agent from the Secret Hunter Organization of the United States. It's an honor to meet you, Mujahid Nim, Scarlett said. Amazing. I guess even the mighty United States wouldn't let someone like Hyung Nim slip away. And being a black agent means you're a top-tier agent operating with full autonomy. It's quite impressive that they've assigned a black agent just to keep an eye on one person. You're certainly better than me in every possible way, Hyung Nim, Mujahid said. One could argue that it might seem like Mujahid was praising the United States a bit too much, but he was not someone who cared about political issues. He was simply sincerely admiring Han-Yeol. He loved his country, but complicated matters like politics and diplomacy were not something he cared about. Well, politics is something that my father or the other politicians can take care of, Mujahid thought. He believed that his sister, Tuyarana, should become the next in line to be the president. Neither of them were particularly interested in inheriting the position of the presidency from their father, and Mujahid always felt that it was only right for his sister to inherit the seat of power since she had a more formal lineage than him. Of course, there would be a referendum among the royal hunters to choose the next president, but that wouldn't matter much as Faye Fatter had an overwhelming approval rating of 83%. So, the candidate he supported was likely to become the new president. The only thing Mujahid was interested in was fighting, and fighting alone. In fact, he only ran his companies as a hobby and as another means to amass wealth that would allow him to hunt more monsters. Plop? Mujahid nestled himself on the comfy sofa next to Han-Yeol, and then a hotel staff member approached him. Would you like to have some tea? The staff member asked. I want a cup of strong cappuccino with a generous amount of whipped cream, okay, Mujahid replied. Yes, it will be ready in a minute, the staff said. Thank you, Mujahid said. By the way, thank you Mujahid. Thanks to you, I was able to reduce some of the tedious work, Han-Yeol said. Haha, don't mention it. I did it because I was already hunting anyway. I don't think it's something to be praised for, Mujahid said. The cloth-covered object brought by Mujahid contained the monster egg, which was the main attraction of today's auction. Initially, Han-Yeol had only planned to auction off the ownership of the monster pets. However, he thought it would be more impactful to show the process of hatching the monster egg in real time. Therefore, instead of just resting, he asked Mujahid, who was fighting inside the hunting ground, to obtain the nutritional fruits and monster eggs for him. Of course, he paid Mujahid for the trouble, as he believed that the closer the relationship, the more thorough the monetary relationship should be. Knock, knock, clack. Secretary Kim entered the room after knocking on the door while Han-Yeol was leisurely drinking his tea and chatting with Mujahid. Han-Yeol Hunter Nim, the auction will begin in 10 minutes, Secretary Kim said. It's already time. Han-Yeol said. The waiting room where Han-Yeol was staying had 6 CCTV monitors that displayed the main hall where the auction would take place. His task was simple, hatch the egg once the bidding had closed, as the auction would be conducted by a veteran auctioneer. The main hall was illuminated by a state-of-the-art lighting system, but the room still maintained a slightly dim atmosphere. People who attended these types of events preferred not to expose their faces too much. Murmur, murmur. The main hall was filled with approximately 310 VVIPs, accompanied by their entourages, with only 5 minutes remaining before the auction began. Some guests, who wished to keep their identities concealed, wore masks and sat in the darker areas of the hall. As the time for the auction approached, the lights in the hall dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the stage with a flash. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Beep. The microphone was turned on, and the veteran auctioneer recruited by Secretary Kim stepped onto the stage. Greetings, my name is Choi Jin-ki, and I will be in charge of today's grand event. It is an honor for me to personally stand in front of esteemed guests, Choi Jin-ki said. He primarily spoke in Korean, but each of the guests wore earpieces that directly translated every word into the language of their choice to assist them in the auction. Normally, when the host appeared and introduced themselves, people would give a round of applause. However, this auction was no ordinary event where wealthy individuals came to purchase expensive toys. No, this was another battlefield that would determine whether the top-tier hunters would be able to acquire a monster pet that was expected to become a trend in the near future. Everyone in the hall understood the importance of these monster pets. Those who did not possess one would be at risk of being left behind by their competitors. That was why the atmosphere in the hall was heavy and serious from the start. A typical person might have been flustered and embarrassed by the deafening silence. But Choi Jin-ki was a veteran auctioneer who had undergone rigorous training and experienced various situations throughout his career. He knew exactly what to do in these kinds of situations, and that was to dispel the tense atmosphere by clearing his throat. Ahem. Without further ado, I will proceed with the auction right away. As you all know, this auction will feature the ownership of 10 monster pets. Please consider the price carefully and bid accordingly. Now, we will commence the first ever monster pet ownership auction. The starting bid will be 100 billion won, with a minimum bid increment of 100 billion won as well, the auctioneer explained. The starting price and bidding increment were set at an astonishing 100 billion won, which was unprecedented in any other auctions organized by a single individual. This alone indicated the immense value of the monster pets possessed by Han-Yeol. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The attendants brought by the VVIPs hurriedly raised the paddles they held as soon as the auctioneer finished speaking. The competition was so intense that some people didn't even bother lowering their paddles. 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion, 400 billion, 500 billion, 600 billion, 700 billion, 800 billion. We are about to surpass 1 trillion, 1 trillion and 100 billion, 1 trillion and 200 billion. Choi Jin-ki dramatically exclaimed as the bidding heated up. The bidding was intense right from the start. Only the ultra-wealthy, who had amassed their wealth from monastones, could participate on this scale. In a matter of seconds, the price tag of 1 trillion won spent by the Egyptians was quickly surpassed. Han-Yeol watched the intense bidding from the monitor in the waiting room, his mouth agape in astonishment. Finally, the time has come for my dream of becoming a chaebol, is coming true, Han-Yeol thought as he imagined himself becoming a chaebol very soon. Then, a slight wave of sadness washed over him as he realized he didn't have any siblings. He couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be to have someone to share this moment of joy with. Yubai held a special place in his heart, like a younger sister figure, but having a blood-related sister would undoubtedly be a unique and cherished experience. Well, I've heard that father's relationship with that woman hasn't been good since I was born, so I guess it can't be helped. Maybe I should ask him to remarry and give me a sibling, Han-Yeol thought to himself. Han-Yeol's father was now leading a much happier life compared to the past. There were times when his father seemed downcast whenever he saw a young couple at the billiard hall. These couples often came to support their aspiring child who dreamed of becoming a professional billiard player. Han-Yeol could see the shadow that would occasionally fall upon his father's face as he watched those happy families. Having personally witnessed his father's loneliness on numerous occasions, Han-Yeol felt a strong desire to ensure his father's happiness for the rest of his life. He didn't want his father to be alone. Father has lived a life full of suffering, and he deserves happiness from now on. I won't let him be alone for the rest of his life. And as his son, I know there will be no shortage of suitors, Han-Yeol thought, not intending to sound arrogant. He understood that excess in anything, including humility, was not beneficial. However, he was well aware of the respect his father commanded wherever he went, as he was the father of the soon-to-be wealthiest man in all of South Korea. Considering all these factors, Han-Yeol couldn't help but think that his father would soon become the most eligible bachelor in the country. He knew how much his father meant to him and believed that everyone else recognized his father's worth as well. Should I start building a new mansion for my father's honeymoon? Han-Yeol was already letting his imagination run wild. In the meantime, the auction price continued to rise until it reached an astonishing 3 trillion won. This bid came from a hunter from the United States. As time passed, the VVIPs began to give up one by one. While they were undoubtedly extremely affluent individuals at the pinnacle of wealth, spending a staggering 3 trillion won in a single auction was undeniably burdensome even for them. 3 trillion and 200 billion. 3 trillion and 300 billion, the auctioneer went on. Whoosh! Then, an attendant next to a masked hunter raised the paddle once again. 3 trillion and 400 billion, the auctioneer said. The bid eventually surpassed the 3 trillion won mark and instantly reached an astonishing 4 trillion. In the end, Master Gordon won the bid for 4 trillion and 200 billion won. Ho ho, spending over 4 trillion may seem excessive for a monster pet, but when you consider the fact that it can help me establish a good relationship with Mr. Lee, this 4 trillion and 200 billion won is not really a waste, Master Gordon thought. Even for someone as exceptional as Master Gordon, 4 trillion and 2001 was not a small amount. However, the reason he invested a fortune was not solely for the monster pet, but also to establish a good relationship with Han-Yeol. The reason many VVIPs were not actively participating in the auction was due to one key factor: the randomness of the monster that would hatch. While they desired to own a monster pet, these wealthy individuals, with fortunes worth trillions, were extremely cautious about overpaying. Contrary to the public belief that all wealthy people are reckless with their money due to their immense wealth, in reality, they were more strategic and disciplined in their spending than the general public. Most billionaires achieved their wealth through meticulous financial management, not through lottery wins or lucky real estate investments. 4 trillion and 200 billion. Final call? 4 trillion and 200 billion. 3 calls and the auction will be closed. Going once? Going twice? Sold. Choi Jin-ki exclaimed as he slammed the gavel. Bam! One chaebol basically means someone that's uber wealthy in Korea. Think something like an oligarch except it's in Korea. Yes? Master Gordon triumphantly raised his fist after winning the bid. He ended up spending much more than he had originally planned, and some might even say that he had overpaid for the monster pet. However, he was absolutely delighted and satisfied after winning the bid. In a situation where there were winners, it was inevitable that there would also be losers. Damn it! Is he crazy? Why the hell would he spend 4 trillion on a monster pet? I know it's a pet, but 4 trillion is too much. Every individual participating in the auction was extremely wealthy, but it didn't imply that they were all equally affluent. The earning potential of each person, be it a hunter or a businessman, was bound to vary greatly from one individual to another. In fact, the VVIPs participating in the auction might have been influential figures in their home countries, but most of them possessed a wealth slightly exceeding 10 trillion won. It would certainly be a considerable strain on their finances if they were to spend half of their entire fortune just to acquire a single monster pet. I guess this auction is over for me. Who knew it was going to be this intense from the start? I should probably aim for the next auction. I would have just got up and left, but almost a third of the VVIPs had already withdrawn from the auction, yet they remained seated, making an effort not to display their disinterest outwardly. However, their pride prevented them from standing up and leaving, as doing so would essentially announce to everyone that they lacked sufficient funds to continue bidding. For individuals like them, pride and honor held as much importance as their very lives, and they were determined to avoid any action that would make them appear inferior to others. This explains why the VVIPs remained seated despite having given up on the auction, while the proceedings continued regardless of their preferences. Congratulations, Master Gordon Nim. As the winning bidder, we would like to invite you onto the stage, exclaimed Choi Jin-ki, maintaining a professional tone. All right, replied Master Gordon, rising from his seat and making his way toward the stage. Creak, 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 creak. Han-Yeol stepped onto the stage accompanied by Secretary Kim, who was pulling a cart carrying the precious monster egg. 2 hotel staffers joined them, their outward appearance showing composure, but inwardly trembling with the fear of mishandling and potentially breaking the egg, valued at over 4 trillion won. The next 4 generations of my family will be ruined if I break this. They were well aware that the sum was something they couldn't accumulate even in 4 lifetimes. However, it was important to note that the value of the egg itself did not amount to 4 trillion won. Its true worth lay in Han-Yeol's unique abilities. Unfortunately, such knowledge was beyond the comprehension of a hotel staffer. Ha ha ha, we are meeting again so soon, Mr. Lee. Scarlett remained in the room, choosing not to join Han-Yeol on the stage. As a secret agent, she understood the importance of maintaining a low profile, especially in front of influential figures who could potentially become adversaries to the United States. Despite her apparent composure, she remained vigilant. Instead of being physically present, Scarlett opted to assist Han-Yeol by translating through an earpiece. It allowed her to provide her expertise while minimizing her visibility in the public eye. Upon their reunion, the 2 hunters exchanged a handshake, marking the significance of their encounter. It is nice to see you again so soon, Master Gordon. Ha ha ha. Likewise, Mr. Lee. The other guests might grow bored if we continue chatting like this. Shall we shorten our greetings and proceed? That sounds good to me. Han-Yeol opted to avoid explaining the same thing multiple times, so he addressed the crowd using a microphone, ensuring everyone could hear his instructions. He stated, "You can administer the injection in this manner. I cannot guarantee what may occur if the injection process is interrupted, so please remain focused until the procedure is complete." Although the overall process seemed simple and straightforward, it was difficult to guarantee absolute safety. Mana had the potential to exhibit either docile behavior or transform into a ferocious beast depending on how it was controlled. Han-Yeol added, "Furthermore, once the monster hatches, it will recognize me as its parent due to my skill being involved in its birth. However, I can transfer ownership to Master Gordon using my skill, so there is no need to worry." "Alright, I understand. Shall we get started?" "Yes." Quack. Han-Yeol removed the cloth covering the cart, unveiling the monster eggs for everyone to observe. "Please select a color you like and inject your mana into the chosen egg." "Oh, I never thought I was going to have trouble choosing a color." Master Gordon contemplated for a full minute before he finally made his choice. "I love the pink center of a medium rare steak, so I will go with that." Pfft. As expected of a chef? Han-Yeol laughed inwardly as he found the chef to be cute. Despite being over 40 years old, the fact that Master Gordon selected his color based on such logic was rather amusing. "Now, please inject your mana into the egg." "Alright." Master Gordon infused his mana into the pink monster egg resting on the cart. As a master rank hunter, he possessed exceptional control over his mana, making it relatively easy for him to inject it into the egg. However, he had heard rumors that this particular step was of utmost importance, as it could ultimately determine the quality of the hatched monster. Recognizing the significance, he concentrated all his focus on injecting his mana. In fact, Master Gordon appeared as if he were facing a life or death situation, exerting an intensity that surpassed even his most challenging encounters with monsters. This level of concentration surpassed any he had ever experienced in his entire life. Wuong? Han-Yeol could not help but admire Master Gordon's mana. Wow, a master rank hunter is really different. The immense amount of mana Master Gordon injected into the monster egg caused the entire main hall to shake. While mana itself was intangible, an excessive accumulation of pure mana within a confined space could start affecting the surrounding area. Master Gordon lived up to his reputation as the most powerful master rank hunter in England, demonstrating the sheer magnitude of his mana reserves. Don't perceive the monster egg as your adversary. Instead, envision yourself warmly embracing it. The egg is not your enemy but your ally. Phew. Master Gordon focused his mana once again as per Han-Yeol's instructions, and the pink monster egg slowly started to react to his mana. Rustle? The egg began to shake and emit a rustling sound, eventually cracking open. Oh, the long-awaited hatching finally commenced, capturing the eager attention of Master Gordon and the VVIPs. This pivotal moment held immense significance for everyone in the hall, particularly Han-Yeol, as it would determine how the auction would unfold for the remaining 9 monster pets. The type of monster that Master Gordon obtained from his egg was entirely unrelated to the other 9, as it was determined purely by chance. However, humans were inherently simple creatures who tended to associate their prospects with the outcomes of others. If the person before them received something desirable, they would instinctively believe that they too would obtain something favorable, and vice versa. This tendency was evident in lotteries, where individuals often bought tickets after hearing news of someone else's win, believing they too could be lucky. Regardless, Han-Yeol held hope that a remarkable creature would emerge from Master Gordon's egg, igniting even greater excitement within the auction. Although it might pose a risk for the master rank hunters to acquire powerful monster pets, given that they were all competitors of Han-Yeol, he remained unworried about the matter. "I will continue to grow stronger while they remain stagnant. There is a limit to their potential, and I am certain that I will emerge victorious in the end," Han-Yeol thought to himself. He held unwavering confidence in his ability to surpass everyone in the hall. At that moment, his sole focus was on selling the monster pets at the highest possible prices. Crack! The thick shell of the monster egg cracked open, revealing the creature within as it made its long-awaited appearance. Finally, with eyes brimming with excitement, Master Gordon exclaimed in awe as he watched the newborn creature with admiration. Woo, woo, gorilla. Surprisingly, the monster that emerged from the egg was a baby gorilla, but it bore a striking dissimilarity to a typical gorilla. It possessed unusually large eyes that resembled those of a human, giving it a unique appearance. Additionally, it exuded a remarkable handsomeness that surpassed that of a regular gorilla. Despite the unexpected outcome, Master Gordon appeared content and satisfied with the monster that had hatched from the egg. "Oh, a gorilla? It looks like a powerful and dependable companion. Now, may you please transfer its ownership to me, Mr. Lee." Master Gordon remembered the fact that the monster, immediately after hatching, belonged to Han-Yeol. Taming. Transfer ownership to Master Gordon? Han-Yeol used his skill while looking at Master Gordon. Ding! Do you wish to transfer the ownership of Intelligent Gorilla to Master Gordon? Yes, transfer it. The ownership of the Intelligent Gorilla has been transferred to Master Gordon. You will no longer exercise any authority on the Intelligent Gorilla. No problem. The ownership of the gorilla was successfully transferred to Master Gordon. Congratulations, Master Gordon. This is an intelligent gorilla, and based on its name, I believe it will develop remarkable intelligence as it grows, Han-Yeol explained. Wow, this is incredible. I hope this creature can develop intelligence akin to humans. Given its impressive hands, I look forward to teaching it how to cook in the future. Haha, you truly are the world's greatest chef. Only you would come up with the idea of teaching a pet and a monster how to cook, Han-Yeol remarked, genuinely impressed by Master Gordon's eccentric yet enthusiastic reaction. While Master Gordon's plans may sound peculiar, it was not entirely implausible to teach the gorilla how to cook, considering it likely possessed similar intelligence to gorillas depicted in movies or animations. In fact, it was possible that this intelligent gorilla could be considered a genius compared to its counterparts in fictional portrayals. Congratulations. Thank you. Coming here seems to be well worth my time. I am quite happy with the result, and it was well worth my money. Han-Yeol and Master Gordon exchanged handshakes, both wearing expressions of utmost satisfaction with the result. As the two shared this moment, Choi Jin-ki observed their interaction and seized the opportune moment to rally the crowd. Wow, an intelligent gorilla? They're often depicted as being as intelligent as geniuses in fiction novels. Could it be that this gorilla possesses the same level of intelligence? If that's the case, Master Gordon is undoubtedly a fortunate hunter. A monster hatched from the mana of a master rank hunter is bound to be anything but ordinary. I can't help but feel a surge of excitement as I imagine how incredible this gorilla will become once it evolves. He's good, Han-Yeol thought with a smirk while looking at Choi Jin-ki. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Choi Jin-ki appeared to be improvising his lines, as Han-Yeol was unaware of any scripted dialogue. Moreover, Secretary Kim, known for his preference for simplicity and cleanliness, would unlikely have approved such a script in the first place. This realization led Han-Yeol to acknowledge Choi Jin-ki's skill in stirring up excitement by embellishing details. Now, let us proceed with the auction. 1 out of the 10 monster pets has already been sold, leaving us with 9. Let the bidding commence. The intelligent gorilla climbed up Master Gordon's legs and clung to him, finding comfort in his embrace as it peacefully closed its eyes. While gorillas could be intimidating and dangerous, a baby gorilla possessed an inherent cuteness that could soften the hearts of even the toughest individuals. Master Gordon swiftly gave instructions to his attendants. Hire the best experts in England immediately to identify hunting grounds with primate-type monsters. Yes, Master Gordon. Since news of the method to evolve monster pets had already circulated extensively, Master Gordon promptly sprung into action. Han-Yeol contemplated keeping the secret to himself, but he ultimately concluded that revealing it would be essential for generating heightened interest and driving up the prices of the monster pets. As anticipated, the response was explosively enthusiastic. The confirmation of Han-Yeol's claims, reinforced by Mavro's majestic evolution, further ignited excitement among the crowd. Murmur. The auction grew even more intense after Master Gordon acquired the intelligent gorilla. The master hunters who took part in the auction all prided themselves on being much stronger than Master Gordon. So, that half of a hunter, Gordon, managed to get that intelligent gorilla. Well, I should be able to acquire something even better than that guy. The Vice Guild Master didn't really care about obtaining a monster pet, but our hunting speed has been slowing down lately. It would be amazing if we could get a monster pet like Mavro's. That would surely boost our hunting speed. Alright, I'm definitely going to obtain the next monster egg. The master rank hunters were fired up because of a few words from an ordinary person, and this was an extraordinary sight that one would never have the chance to witness anywhere else. Now, the bidding will commence once again. 100 billion. We're starting at 100 billion won. Choi Jin-ki exclaimed enthusiastically and slammed his gavel. Bang! The auction blazed like a molten furnace after the VVIPs personally witnessed the intelligent gorilla hatch. Figures that would never typically appear at ordinary auctions were soaring around as if they were inconsequential. 4,800 billion won. Going once? Going twice? Sold to the gentleman for 4,800 billion won. Choi Jin-ki concluded the second bid with a resounding slam of his gavel. Tang? Yes? Ha ha ha. The victor of the second bid happened to be Abdul Rahman, an Arab man in his 30s and the second son of the King of Saudi Arabia, who was next in line for the throne. Unlike Egypt, Saudi Arabia remained a monarchy where the throne was inherited through generations. However, since the dimensional gates emerged, a significant change took place. The most formidable hunter among the royal family was selected as the next king. The order of succession held little significance in the kingdom, as the most powerful hunter among the royals was chosen to ascend the throne. In fact, the current king held the esteemed rank of an S-rank hunter, while his second son, Abdul Rahman, was a master rank hunter. Consequently, as long as Abdul Rahman did not meet an untimely demise, his position as the future king was assured. The Saudi people wholeheartedly supported Abdul Rahman's ascent to the throne, recognizing the value of having a mighty hunter as their king. As the crown prince, Abdul Rahman possessed immense wealth, but he still hesitated when it came to indulging in a monster pet, unsure of its true worth. However, all doubts vanished when he witnessed Master Gordon acquire a rare monster as his companion. It went without saying that once the crown prince set his mind on winning the second bid, nobody could surpass him, for it was exceedingly rare for anyone to outmatch the Middle Eastern royalty in a contest of wealth. While the notion of oil money had become a tale of the past, the Middle Eastern royalties leveraged their positions of power to control the mana stones gathered by the hunters. This enabled them to sustain their wealth even after the emergence of the dimensional gates, multiplying their riches to a much greater extent than before. Please come this way, Your Highness. Ha ha ha, sure. Abdulrahman had gained a reputation for his arrogant attitude, yet he made a point to show courtesy toward Han-Yeol. The crown prince was someone who generally disregarded others' opinions of him, but he understood all too well that Han-Yeol was not someone he could belittle. Congratulations, Your Highness. Thank you, I will be in your care then. Shall we start right away? All right. Abdulrahman infused his mana into the monster egg, following in the footsteps of Master Gordon. While Master Gordon's mana emanated warmth and gentleness, reflecting his amiable personality, Abdulrahman's mana exuded authority and charisma, befitting his future role as the kingdom's king. The Crown Prince's mana possessed a distinctiveness that set it apart from Master Gordon's blend of gentle yet charismatic energy. Both Gordon and Abdulrahman are truly intriguing individuals, Han-Yeol realized, recognizing the multitude of things he could learn from observing this auction. Although he couldn't directly witness the power of a master-rank hunter, he could discern their strength indirectly through the sheer aura of mana they emitted. This experience was undoubtedly invaluable for him. Crack. Geek. The monster that came out of the egg this time was n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Oh, how can this be? Oh. Everyone in the hall, including Abdulrahman, gasped in amazement upon witnessing the emergence of the baby monster from the egg. The falcon held symbolic significance in many Arab countries, beloved and revered in the region. It was treated distinctively compared to other animals, requiring a passport to cross borders into different countries. Ha 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 ha, this is marvelous. Outstanding. Abdulrahman couldn't contain his laughter upon realizing that the monster pet he had acquired was none other than the beloved falcon of the Arab world. Abdulrahman had a certain level of expectation for a good monster to hatch from the monster egg. However, he never anticipated that he would receive a falcon, the cherished symbol of Saudi Arabia, among all the possible monsters. This news brought him immense joy, as there was likely no other monster pet that could solidify his position as the kingdom's future king better than a falcon. Furthermore, it was evident that this falcon would not be an ordinary one, considering its status as a monster. Once it underwent its first evolution, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of a typical falcon. Now, let's proceed with transferring ownership to me. Haha, very well, Your Highness. After confirming that the payment of 4,800 billion won had been deposited into his account, Han-Yeol transferred ownership of the monster pet to Abdulrahman. Initially, the falcon remained loyal to Han-Yeol as its master, but upon Han-Yeol using his skill, it swiftly took flight and perched on Abdulrahman's shoulder. Then, it cried out in delight as if to greet its new master, Geek. Haha, congratulations on becoming my partner, little one. Abdulrahman went back to his seat with his baby falcon on his shoulder. The Arabs are quite well known to lavishly spend on their pets without reserve, so I guess I won't have to worry about that guy, Han-Yeol thought. He was indeed selling them for a profit, but he still felt a slight concern for the monster pets he had hatched using his skill. However, he could take solace in the fact that the falcon, at the very least, would be well fed, as there was no possibility of the crown prince running out of money. As the auction grew even more intense, the remaining monster pets found their rightful owners. The following is the list of successful bidders who acquired the monster pets. 1. Master Gordon, Intelligent Gorilla. 2. Crown Prince Abdulrahman, Monster Falcon. 3. German Prime Minister Lucas, Battle Bull. 4. Mexican cartel boss Christine, Death Peacock. 5. Amir Khalifa, Death Falcon. 6. America's wealthiest man John Smith, Twin Lion. 7. China's top hunter Wang Wenin, Giant Panda. 8. Italy Prime Minister Alberto, Silver Wolf. 9. South America's Lord of the Night Big Mama, Cobra. 10. India President Kumar, Killing Mammoth. From Han-Yeol's perspective, this auction was a jackpot. The bidders were highly content with the rare monster pets they acquired, each of them being exceptionally unique. The crowd gasped in awe as the final winning bidder, President Mukherjee, hatched the killing mammoth from the monster egg. Everyone was astonished to witness the presence of a mammoth, an extinct creature that had vanished from the face of the earth. However, in comparison to Han-Yeol's partner, Mavrose, these 10 monster pets paled in comparison. They were vastly inferior to the black dragon, as ordinary creatures could never surpass the sheer majesty of a dragon. To outshine Mavrose, it would require the emergence of a godlike or another mythical creature from the monster egg. A prime example of this would be Tairana's griffin. In any case, the VVIPs in attendance spared no expense in their bidding, and the winning bidders returned home with the honor of being the proud owners of the highly coveted monster pets. Undeniably, the auction was an intense affair, comparable to an indirect world war. It was a rare occasion where influential figures from across the globe congregated in one place. Wow, it's a really impressive lineup now that I think about it. Han-Yeol sat in the waiting room, engrossed in reading the report submitted by Secretary Kim after greeting the VVIPs who had participated in the auction. Who would have imagined that these individuals would come just because I invited them? I should consider laminating this report and preserving it as a family heirloom or something, he pondered, recognizing the significance of the report and deeming it worthy of long-term preservation. Still, it's a relief that giving away the monster pets doesn't affect my charisma stat. I was genuinely worried about what would happen if the hatching failed due to my insufficient charisma, he thought, relieved that his lack of charisma didn't hinder the successful hatching and subsequent transfer of the monster pets to others. Despite not possessing enough charisma points to retain 10 monster pets, Han-Yeol managed to hatch and give away all 10 without any negative consequences. His personal charisma level did not impact the process. In the end, Han-Yeol amassed approximately 50 trillion won through the auction, propelling him into the ranks of the top 10 richest individuals in South Korea. While there were corporations with greater assets, it was a rarity for an individual to accumulate such vast personal wealth in the country. Congratulations, Han-Yeol. I heard you have more than 50 trillion won in your pocket now, Scarlett said. It's quite hard to believe. 50 trillion won is such a massive number that I can't even write it down without losing count of the zeros. It feels surreal to think that's how much I have, Han-Yeol replied. I suppose that's normal. Even I have no concept of how big 50 trillion is. Anyway, I just wanted to congratulate you on becoming very rich. Thanks. No need for thanks between us. While 50 trillion won wasn't enough to consider himself one of the richest people in the world, there was no denying that Han-Yeol was now a wealthy and famous hunter. After all, it was unprecedented for anyone to earn 50 trillion won in just a few hours and catapult themselves into the ranks of the super rich. If this auction had been publicly held, it would have undoubtedly gone down in the history books as the most expensive auction in mankind's history. However, due to its closed nature and invitation-only attendance, it would be challenging to have it officially recorded. Some attendees might spread rumors, but those who participated in the auction alongside the VVIPs were elites who were unlikely to casually disclose such details. Ultimately, nobody would confirm or deny what had truly transpired in the auction, so the specifics would remain as mere rumors from now on. Haha, you've become richer than me in a matter of a few hours, Hyungnim. Mujahid exclaimed in surprise. He had anticipated that the monster pets would sell for the same price he had bought Furion, 1 trillion won, but he never expected the prices to soar to over 5 trillion won. Indeed, it was an amount that even someone like Mujahid would find burdensome to spend. How much I have isn't important. Besides, you can easily earn it if you put your mind to it, right? Han-Yeol responded, brushing off the significance of his newfound wealth. Keek, that's why I'm congratulating you, right? Thanks anyways. Then shall we go hunting now since the auction is over? Yeah, I did promise you. Yes, you did. Mujahid gazed at Han-Yeol with eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. His adorable face and sparkling eyes made it incredibly difficult for Han-Yeol to resist his request. However, Han-Yeol had no intention of indulging Mujahid's attempts to appear cute, as Mujahid was not a woman. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol didn't decline the request to hunt together this time, as he had already made a promise and intended to keep it. Sure, let's go hunting together. It's nothing too challenging, after all. Why don't you make the schedule and let me know? Han-Yeol responded. Ho ho, thank you, Hyungnim. I've been eagerly waiting for the day to hunt with you again. Don't exaggerate now, Han-Yeol grumbled. While his words may have sounded like a reprimand, Han-Yeol was actually laughing. After all, despite Mujahid being a prince, he was more like a cute little brother to Han-Yeol. Is this a side of him that he only shows to people he's close with? I don't think he acts this way in front of others though. Well, what does it matter? Han-Yeol thought and shrugged. It didn't matter which side Mujahid showed as long as he remained honest with Han-Yeol. I will prepare the best hunting trip ever, Mujahid exclaimed before rushing out of the door. He was likely planning to gather all the experts he knew and assign them the task of creating the most exceptional hunting schedule South Korea had ever witnessed. It was undoubtedly the right decision, considering that Mujahid was not as familiar with the hunting grounds in South Korea as he was with those in Egypt. Haha, he's certainly full of energy, Scarlett remarked with a smile, her eyes forming a crescent shape. Egypt's royal family was a force even the government of the United States was reluctant to meddle with. President Phaepator was revered as the reincarnation of a pharaoh and held the title of master rank hunter, making him the individual the United States was most wary of. In addition, Egypt boasted the largest number of unique items and held the position of leadership on the African continent. It was only natural for the United States to strive for a positive relationship with Egypt while also maintaining caution. After all, the United States was determined not to jeopardize its own position of power. As an Egyptian princess, Tayarana, who was widely recognized as the goddess of Africa, further emphasized the importance of the United States' careful treatment of Egypt. Given Scarlett's awareness of these circumstances, she was greatly surprised to discover Han-Yeol's close and personal relationship with the Egyptian royals. Beep. Scarlett received a message while she was talking to Han-Yeol. Is it the message? She discreetly checked the message while Han-Yeol was not looking. The White House has convinced Congress. 30 trillion won will be offered to Mr. Lee in exchange for 10 monster pets. Ho ho, as expected, she thought with a smirk after reading her superior's message. She had anticipated the situation unfolding exactly as it did, so she wasn't surprised in the least. The offer to sell the monster pets, which had fetched over 5 trillion won each in the auction today, was an incredible discount. Any government officials who missed out on this enormous opportunity would be compelled to resign from their positions. After noticing Scarlett's smiling face while looking at her phone, Han-Yeol asked, "What does the message say that has you smiling so much?" "It appears that my superiors are currently in a state of panic," she replied with a smile. I'm referring to the 30 trillion won proposal you made to our organization for the 10 monster pets. Oh, that one. Han-Yeol nodded, realizing what she was talking about. Yes, that one. I suspect that one of the VVIPs who participated in the auction was actually an agent sent from our organization. Based on the timing of this order being sent to me immediately after the auction concluded, it seems they were providing real-time updates. Scarlett shared information that she didn't necessarily have to disclose. Her mission was to establish a close relationship with Han-Yeol and ensure he viewed the United States as an ally. However, she had developed personal feelings for Han-Yeol, so she made the decision to be as open as possible when dealing with him. This would typically disqualify her as a black agent, but she no longer cared about such things. Being as intimate as possible with Han-Yeol is all for my motherland, she thought. Scarlett was far from being an emotionless robot, and she had no intention of simply carrying out the tasks she was assigned. She possessed the ability to think independently, and she firmly believed that establishing a relationship with Han-Yeol based on trust was truly in the best interest of the United States. Han-Yeol is undoubtedly going to grow even stronger than he is now, acquiring additional skills along the way. Keeping secrets from him could create a rift between us, potentially leading to losing him to the Egyptians. As a true patriot, Scarlett recognized that her current objective should be to persuade Han-Yeol to align himself with her country. Moreover, her wariness toward Egypt was not unfounded, given Han-Yeol's apparent inclination toward them over his own country, South Korea. I must make every effort to remain by his side and ensure that any missteps made by my country do not disappoint him, she resolved, acknowledging that transparency was the key to forging a strong bond with him. So what are you going to do? Are you going to sell the monster pets to my government? She asked. I guess I should, Han-Yeol nonchalantly replied. Is it all right though? What is? You sold one monster pet for more than 5 trillion won today. You're losing out on at least 20 trillion won by making this trade. I was the one who initially offered the price, so I must honor that commitment. By the way, please inform them to dispatch 10 hunters as soon as possible. They may already be aware of this, but the presence of hunters is essential for hatching the monster eggs. Additionally, ask them to procure the monster eggs and nutritional fruits, as I prefer not to deal with that myself. Of course, I will relay every single word you said. Having closely followed the entire auction process, Scarlett was well aware of her responsibilities. Without delay, she messaged her superior, providing a detailed list of Han-Yeol's requirements. Beep. A response came. Okay. The entire deal proceeded quite smoothly after that. The American government mobilized the hunters they had in their embassy in South Korea to procure the monster eggs and nutritional fruits, and they delivered all of these to Han-Yeol exactly 7 hours after the deal was finalized. Wow, that was really fast. Han-Yeol was impressed by how quick the Americans moved. Furthermore, the Americans promptly dispatched 10 hunters a mere 3 hours after delivering the monster eggs and nutritional fruits. Haha, I never knew the Americans were so impatient, Han-Yeol laughed in disbelief. Despite suffering significant damage from the emergence of dimensional gates, the United States demonstrated remarkable resilience, enabling them to rise once more and maintain their position as the most powerful nation on Earth. Nonetheless, they had concerns about potentially losing their leading status to another country due to a lack of breakthroughs in research. However, the advent of monster pets presented them with an opportunity to once again widen the gap between themselves and other nations. The United States will collapse the moment they are pushed out of the top spot, Han-Yeol thought. The harsh reality was that while the United States had many allies, they also had more enemies than allies. Presently, numerous countries sought favor with the United States due to its status as the strongest nation on Earth. However, all these nations were likely to turn their backs on the United States the moment it faced a downfall. In light of this, several countries were vying to usurp the United States' position. China, for instance, tirelessly invested in monostone research. Russia was making strides in technology to catch up with the United States, and the control of Africa's abundant resources by Egypt posed another concern. Additionally, India and the European Union were also contenders. However, India, despite experiencing the same damage as the United States from the dimensional gates, struggled to recover as swiftly. Their reconstruction efforts were plagued by various issues, causing them to become a developing nation within 30 years. Meanwhile, the European Union, once a potential contender for the crown, saw its influence significantly diminished as its member nations adopted a more inward-focused policy following the emergence of monostones. Nov. L.B//JNN. With numerous countries aiming to overthrow the United States, it desperately needed something to safeguard its throne from these challengers. Hello, Mr. Lee. My name is Mark Rupert, and I am the current ambassador of the United States to the Republic of Korea, introduced an American man in his 30s, fluently speaking Korean as he extended his hand toward Han-Yeol. It is an honor for me to meet you, Mr. Ambassador, replied Han-Yeol, shaking his hand. Han-Yeol was taken aback by the unexpected visit. While he knew the 10 hunters were coming, he did not anticipate the ambassador accompanying them. Ha ha ha, it is an honor for me to meet the most renowned hunter of our time, Mark exclaimed. Mark's fluency in Korean left Han-Yeol wondering if he truly was an American or not. So, Mr. Lee, please, just call me by my name. I believe it would be more comfortable for both of us, right, Mr. Ambassador? You're right. I suppose I've spent so much time in South Korea that I've grown accustomed to the culture here. In that case, I'll accept your offer and get a little more comfortable with you. Haha. Wow, he's quite a cool guy, Han-Yeol thought. Charisma and charm were two highly significant attributes for an ambassador. A single word or action from an ambassador had the potential to bring either great benefits or consequences to their country, making it a position reserved for exceptional individuals. When diplomatic issues arose, the ministers invariably turned to the ambassadors for guidance. It could be confidently stated that Ambassador Rupert possessed considerable charm and charisma. Additionally, he was an adept communicator and possessed the gift of the gab. I can feel that he's around D or C rank judging by his mana. Han-Yeol could judge a hunter's rank solely from their mana after reaching the realm of a master rank hunter. In Han-Yeol's perception, Mark was just an ordinary hunter. However, being an ambassador compensated for his lower rank, highlighting the significance of his role. This situation exemplified the United States' power, as they had the capability to appoint a hunter as their ambassador, a feat not easily replicated even by China, which boasted the highest number of hunters. Certainly, it was only a matter of time before Egypt caught up, given its rapid growth as an African nation. However, closing the gap would take some time, ensuring the United States retained its dominant position for the foreseeable future. While many countries aimed to challenge the United States' supremacy, it remained unrivaled as the United States. So this is the true strength of the United States. Han-Yeol was impressed. He believed that a country full of patriots was a truly powerful country. Are these the hunters who will be receiving the monster pets this time? Han-Yeol inquired. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that, being starstruck by you and all. Haha. Mark replied. Han-Yeol could sense the ambassador's dishonesty. He knew that Mark was waiting for him to mention the hunters first, but he decided to overlook it for now. These are special hunters who are members of the United States Special Hunter Department. They have undergone rigorous training and would have been deployed all over the world, undertaking various dangerous missions, if not for the monster pets. I suppose their role will change due to the presence of the monster pets. Yes, that is correct. Another impressive aspect of the United States was that a significant number of their hunters actively served in the military. In contrast, most hunters in South Korea preferred to join guilds or raid parties to pursue monetary gains, reflecting the money-oriented nature of South Korean hunters. The exception in South Korea were the few odd ones without combat capabilities who worked as civil servants. However, the United States differed greatly in this regard, with both combat-oriented and production-type hunters willingly joining the military out of a sense of patriotism. It could be confidently said that the future was exceptionally bright for the country. But we have a small issue, Han-Yeol said. What is it? Your country delivered the monster eggs to me just 3 hours ago, so it will take at least a week to fertilize and hatch them. In anticipation, Han-Yeol had requested Mujahid to collect the monster eggs and nutritional fruits in advance to facilitate the fertilization process for the auction earlier on. Oh, please don't worry about that. They will be kept in the embassy for now, so there's no rush at all, Mark assured, extending something to Han-Yeol. Is this your calling card? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, exactly. I will return in a week, but please feel free to contact me if anything arises or if you have anything to discuss. The United States always keeps its doors open for talented individuals. Well, thank you, Han-Yeol responded. In that case, I'll see you in a week, Mark concluded. With his primary purpose of meeting Han-Yeol and conducting his checks fulfilled, Mark shook hands with Han-Yeol once again before departing for the embassy. Finally relieved after seeing off the Americans, Han-Yeol's tranquility was disrupted when Secretary Kim suddenly arrived at the mansion. What's the matter? Weren't you busy with the post-auction arrangements? Actually, a few VVIPs have refused to return to their countries. They are currently insisting on meeting you, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. What? Han-Yeol scoffed in disbelief. Why do I have to meet them when the auction is already over? He grumbled inwardly. By now, it should have been evident that Han-Yeol's intention was solely to sell the monster pets through the auction. He held a disdain for the idea of anyone and everyone possessing combat-ready monster pets, so he aimed to control their population while ensuring their price remained high. If the Americans had intended to utilize the monster pets for combat purposes, Han-Yeol would have hesitated to sell them. However, their research-oriented plans made it easier for him to agree. Additionally, he couldn't simply refuse the request of the powerful United States, fully aware of their influence. I apologize. Initially, I refused them, but I now believe it's not up to me to decide, so I came to report the matter to you, Han-Yeol Hunter Nim. Why are these VVIPs so free? Don't they have any work? Han-Yeol grumbled. He had intended to cut his vacation short and resume his role as a hunter after a brief rest, but the VVIPs demanding to meet him shattered his plans. However, none of these VVIPs were the auction winners, as they had already returned to their respective countries to focus on their own monster pets. This situation was likely a consequence of inviting influential figures from each country, with some of them undoubtedly exhibiting arrogance and entitlement. So, what do you suggest we do about them, Han-Yeol Nim? Secretary Kim inquired. Frankly, Han-Yeol felt like crying at this moment. He was confident in refusing ordinary individuals who demanded to see him, regardless of whether they were presidents or prime ministers. However, the hunters demanding to meet him now posed a challenge for Secretary Kim, who was just an ordinary person. What else can we do? Simply refuse them, Han-Yeol replied nonchalantly. Pardon me. To be honest, what do I gain from meeting them? Did they really think I would drop everything just because they want to see me? I agree, Han-Yeol Nim. They're annoying, so just ignore them if they persist. Clearly inform them that I have refused their request, as they're bound to pester you about it, Han-Yeol instructed. I understand. Secretary Kim's shoulders slouched at Han-Yeol's words. Han-Yeol looked at the man with eyes full of pity. I'm sorry, but I don't have anything to tell them, nor do I have a reason to meet them. It's really obvious what they're going to say, so I don't have the time or energy to waste on them. Ah, I understand. Then, I wish you a pleasant rest, Secretary Kim said with a bow. Nov. L. B /JNN. Ah, you too. Thank you, Han-Yeol Nim. Secretary Kim was going through the most difficult time of his life while working for Han-Yeol, but he knew that he did not deserve to be beside Han-Yeol if he could not overcome this tribulation. Han-Yeol was paying his employees quite well, and he planned to give them bigger tasks in the future as well. Secretary Kim knew all of this, so he understood that he had to prove himself to gain even more trust from Han-Yeol in the future. Moreover, the economy was in a bad state these days, and there were many people willing to work if given the chance. Secretary Kim couldn't afford to lose his position to them. The next day, Han-Yeol enjoyed a simple breakfast of French toast and an Americano. Usually, he would have a standard Korean breakfast, but occasionally he craved a Western-style meal too. As he savored his well-toasted French toast, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Albert, he called out to his trusty old butler. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Albert responded. We have quite a large number of people working in the mansion, don't we? Ah, yes, you are correct. Initially, it was only me and 5 other Egyptians working here. However, due to the vastness of the mansion, we had to hire an additional 10 people. On top of that, you hired mercenaries to guard the property, bringing the total count to 46. Furthermore, we are planning to recruit 5 more workers and 30 additional mercenaries next month, which will bring our total to over 80. Some might argue that there were too many people working in the mansion, and they would likely be correct. Han-Yeol and his father were the only residents, each occupying a separate building. However, there were other structures on the mansion grounds, such as the workers' quarters, storage facilities, hangars, and garages. Hiring a considerable number of people was a necessary decision to effectively manage and safeguard the expansive estate. After all, the mansion was simply too vast, and having more workers made the tasks easier, while additional guards enhanced security for the entire property. I was just wondering how the workers and mercenaries were fitting inside the small accommodation. Ah, that is. Albert paused for a second before he looked at Han-Yeol with a strange look. Why are you hesitating? Is something wrong? Han-Yeol asked. Actually, I should have informed you earlier, but the recently arrived mercenaries are not residing within the mansion grounds. We have rented an inn at some distance from here for their accommodation, Albert finally revealed. Huh? Don't tell me it's that inn, Han-Yeol muttered. He could only think of one inn in the area, and it was a place he was quite familiar with. There was a single road connecting the mansion to Seoul, and on that road, there stood only one inn. Han-Yeol remembered it distinctly because despite being situated on the route to an area filled with luxurious mansions, the inn appeared rundown. In fact, it was so old and dilapidated that it felt like a ghost might emerge from it at night. Han-Yeol recalled how he would click his tongue and shake his head whenever he passed the inn on his way to Seoul. That. Yes, it is that inn, Albert confirmed. Albert. Han-Yeol shouted at the old butler, a rare display of anger. Albert kept his head down, having no excuses to offer. He didn't want to find himself in a situation where he had to lower his head before Han-Yeol, but he knew he had no choice at the moment. Nevertheless, Han-Yeol couldn't entirely blame Albert for the situation. You should have informed me if there was an issue, Han-Yeol stated. I apologize, but you appeared to be enjoying your rest, so I decided to postpone reporting it. Unfortunately, it got delayed repeatedly until it escalated to this extent, Albert replied. Sigh, no, it's fine. I know I don't have the right to be mad at you right now. I should have taken care of this myself since I hired them, Han-Yeol admitted. Not at all. Initially, I planned to inform you, but Purva mentioned that it was acceptable and suggested letting you rest for the time being. He explained that the houses in their hometown were even more rundown than the inn, so we agreed to postpone reporting it, Albert explained. Albert served as the manager of the entire mansion and Han-Yeol's personal butler. With Han-Yeol being occupied with numerous construction projects on the mansion, Albert took charge of overseeing everything he initiated. Moreover, Albert was facing the challenge of managing the workload with limited workers, and the hired workers weren't as skilled as the Egyptian ones, resulting in reduced efficiency. However, regardless of the circumstances, Albert acknowledged his mistake regarding the mercenaries' accommodation issue. As a butler, his role was to handle minor matters on the mansion grounds and report them to the master once resolved. It was a mistake he probably wouldn't have made if he were a few years younger, but it seemed that time had taken a toll on him as well. Ho ho, I think the time for me to retire is getting near, Albert bitterly thought. He hadn't felt the burden of time weighing on him all these years, but now he realized that it was time for him to retire, especially after making a mistake he wouldn't have made in his younger days. Albert. Han-Yeol called out. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Albert responded. You mentioned that the land adjacent to the mansion is empty, right? Ah, yes, that's correct. The owner of D Group hastily fled overseas before an arrest warrant could be issued for tax evasion and embezzlement. The land is currently up for auction, but due to the unfavorable economic conditions, it has failed to sell 3 times. It will probably be auctioned off after the 5th attempt or so. While Han-Yeol was busy gaining all the attention in South Korea, there was another piece of news regarding the arrests of the owners of D Group for tax evasion and embezzlement. However, the news about D Group was overshadowed by Han-Yeol's path to international fame. Despite the public's lack of interest, the media continued reporting on the matter. It appeared that the owners of D Group had incurred the wrath of the current government. The media, prosecution, tax office, and even other conglomerates relentlessly attacked D Group in an attempt to completely dismantle them. As a result, some of the owners managed to escape overseas before they could be arrested. The news of the D Group owners evading capture and the prosecution's failure to bring them to justice caused some public outcry. However, a few individuals in the business world welcomed the news with open arms. Since the owners of D Group were now technically fugitives, influential figures were eager to divide the company's assets among themselves. The companies and subsidiaries of D Group were absorbed by other conglomerates, and the owners' assets were put up for auction. The land beside Han-Yeol's mansion belonged to the second daughter of the D Group's chairman, who had plans to construct a beautiful Versace-style grand mansion with a large garden and fountain. However, her plans were abruptly halted due to the ongoing issue. That place is quite ugly and is getting on my nerves. It's great news that it's up for auction this time. What do you think if we purchase it and convert it into accommodations for our workers and mercenaries? Han-Yeol suggested. Are you sure about that? Albert asked cautiously. Han-Yeol had earned a substantial amount of money from his recent monster pet auction, but that didn't mean his employees were entitled to his wealth. Many employers believed that paying salaries was already a significant contribution to their employees' well-being. Why not? I actually feel bad for not being able to take care of this earlier, Han-Yeol replied nonchalantly. These individuals were working for him, and he felt a sense of responsibility towards them. He wasn't the kind of person who would spend without thought for others, but he was certainly someone who generously invested in his people. Albert's face brightened with a smile as Han-Yeol reaffirmed his decision and gave him the green light to proceed with the project. Bowing respectfully, Albert said, I understand. I will immediately take the necessary steps to purchase the land and develop accommodations on it. I leave it in your hands, Albert. Oh, and please feel free to make decisions regarding our mansion employees. I regret not being able to take care of them personally this time, but I won't have the time to attend to their welfare, Han-Yeol added. Yes, please leave it to me, Han-Yeol Nim. Once they finished their conversation, Han-Yeol went back to enjoying his breakfast, but, Woong? Is it Mujahid? Han-Yeol sensed Mujahid's mana fast approaching him. Mujahid disregarded the main gates and simply leaped over the mansion walls, causing chaos among the security team. Beep, 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 beep. Naturally, the alarm was triggered as soon as the intruder vaulted over the walls, and the blaring alerts echoed throughout the entire mansion grounds. Han-Yeol swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie and urgently transmitted a message to the security team. PSSHT, the infiltrator is Mujahid. Turn off the alarm and go back to your posts. PSSHT, yes, I understand. Tisk tisk. This Mujahid. Why does he only do things that people hate? Han-Yeol could not help but wonder. Mujahid was undeniably a mischievous troublemaker, but he likely had no comprehension of the extent of the troubles he caused for others. Well, he couldn't care less about whether the commoners liked him or not. Bam! Then, the doors to Han-Yeol's dining room swung wide open. Hyungnim, I've prepared the best schedule you have ever seen in your life. How long will it be? It will be for 4 nights and 5 days. That sounds all right. Han-Yeol had promised to meet the Americans 6 days later, so there was not going to be any problems if he hunted for 5 days. Where is it? I decided on Cheol 1. Cheol 1. Yes, that's quite random. Haha, do you really think so? Yeah, I mean, it's rather peculiar that someone from a country with a year-round summer would opt for the coldest region in South Korea, renowned for its brutal winters, don't you think? Quack. Mujahid tightly clenched his fists in response to Han-Yeol's words. He declared, that's precisely why I chose Cheol 1. I want to prove that the Prince of the Desert can conquer the frigid inferno of South Korea. Can you even fathom the magnitude of this accomplishment? Sure, but Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. Are you aware that the monsters inhabiting the Cheol-1 hunting grounds, such as yetis and ice trolls, are impervious to physical damage? What? Mujahid exclaimed in horror, his voice trembling. Are you certain, Hyungnim? Yes. It seems you had no knowledge of this. Despite assembling the best advisors, it appears they neglected to inform you. Or perhaps, after hearing that the Cheol-1 hunting grounds were an icy hell, you chose to disregard everything else they said. You are indeed correct. Before Mujahid could respond, a voice in Arabic echoed from outside the dining room. The door opened, revealing a tall gentleman clad in a sleek black suit as he stepped into the room. Wow, he's huge, Han-Yeol muttered in amazement. The man stood at an impressive height of approximately 190 centimeters, and his sharp eyes were accentuated by the frameless eyeglasses he wore. His long hair was neatly tied back in a ponytail, enhancing his already charismatic appearance tenfold. Despite his striking looks, he displayed remarkable courtesy toward Han-Yeol. Oh, I had the impression you were of Asian descent for some reason. Are you Korean? Han-Yeol inquired. Yes, I went to Egypt during the First Korea-Egypt alliance and that's where I met Mujahid Nim. I worked closely with him during my time in Egypt, but, sigh, I deeply regretted working for him. If I had known what a troublemaker he was, I would have declined his offer, the man lamented. Ha ha ha, I guess this employer and employee are quite alike, Han-Yeol thought while snickering. Hey, Yukyung, is that something you should be saying about your master? Mujahid retorted, trying to defend himself against his employee's candid remarks. However, his response proved to be ineffective. Please, Mujahid Nim, just be quiet. I explicitly informed you 3 times about the 5 monsters inhabiting the Jeolwon hunting grounds, the snowman, yeti, ice troll, ice goblin, and ice demon. I specifically emphasized that the snowman, yeti, and ice troll were impervious to physical attacks. But you completely disregarded my words after hearing that it was a snowy hunting ground year-round. Do you not remember? Yukyung exclaimed in exasperation. Ha ha ha. Did you really say it 3 times? I don't quite recall. Mujahid feigned ignorance in response. Yes. Kakik. He appears remarkably charismatic, especially when dealing with Mujahid. Yet, there's an endearing and comical element to their interactions. Well, I suppose an ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance in controlling that troublemaker, and they would likely have quit their job long ago, Han-Yeol thought while snickering. He was indeed correct. Shin Yukyung, the tall gentleman, proved to be a genuinely kind person despite his stern appearance. He took great care of Mujahid, treating him as if he were his doted-upon younger brother. Snowman, yeti, ice troll, and then the ice goblin and ice demon. Han-Yeol seemed to be thinking about something. The Jeolwon hunting ground was a place that Han-Yeol had never visited, even during his time as a porter. It had gained notoriety for its high level of difficulty, housing terrifying monsters within its borders. Many hunters dreaded taking on this challenging ground due to its harsh weather, treacherous terrain, and occasional blizzard storms. One of the main creatures inhabiting the hunting ground was known as Seolin in Korean. In English, it was essentially referred to as a yeti. However, to avoid confusion with another monster in the same area, it was officially called a snowman. Some people mistakenly believed that the snowman was a lovable and amusing creature, akin to the beloved snowman character Olaf from a certain animated film. In reality, the snowman was anything but lovable and funny. It was a colossal beast adorned with razor-sharp claws and a body covered in thick snow and fur. This led to debates about the monster's name, as some argued that calling it a snowman could mislead people into thinking it was harmless. However, despite these concerns, Han-Yeol couldn't help but feel a strong attraction toward the Jeolwon hunting ground, as if something was pulling him toward it. Hey, Mujahid. Yes, Hyung-nim. Mujahid responded. If the monster's resistance to physical attacks is a problem, perhaps you should consider making some adjustments to your fighting style, Han-Yeol suggested to Mujahid. Of course, if you want to continue as a brawler, you might have to forego venturing into the Jeolwon hunting ground. But if your goal is to explore this hunting ground, then it's worth considering a change in your current fighting style. What kind of change do you have in mind? Mujahid asked with great enthusiasm. Twinkle, twinkle? Han-Yeol couldn't help but feel burdened as soon as he finished speaking, as Mujahid unleashed his puppy eyes attack on him. This proves it, Han-Yeol thought to himself. This sinister fellow is fully aware that his puppy dog eyes attack is extremely effective against others, and he also knows how to make full use of his face as well. He felt truly envious of Mujahid. Han-Yeol never considered himself to be incredibly good-looking, but he also didn't consider himself ugly either. If someone were to be asked whether he was ugly or good-looking, they would say he was good-looking, but not incredibly so. Mujahid's cute face, capable of attracting the maternal instinct of women, could be something Han-Yeol would feel jealous about, but he wasn't jealous at all. Well, maybe he was a bit jealous, but this was the same jealousy most men would feel toward handsome men. That being said, Han-Yeol wasn't so obsessed with looks that he would consider undergoing plastic surgery just to enhance his appearance. He would have considered undergoing surgery to charm a wealthy woman and achieve success in life if he weren't a hunter. However, the person he had become didn't require such actions to succeed. After all, he was already quite successful and the object of envy for most men. What do you think about using a weapon that allows you to strike and slash? Han-Yeol suggested. Perhaps something like a blade knuckle? It would enable you to attack in various ways while still maintaining your original fighting style. You wouldn't have to be so selective about the types of enemies you engage. I see. Mujahid pondered deeply upon hearing Han-Yeol's suggestion. Despite having many talented individuals around him, some even smarter than Han-Yeol, this was the first time he had received such a proposal. Most people simply advised him to avoid monsters that were immune to his attacks, which had prevented him from considering altering his fighting style. After all, Mujahid's primary fighting style involved absorbing the enemy's strength by enduring damage and then returning it to them manifold. That is indeed a fascinating idea, muttered Shin Yukyung, appearing impressed, unlike Mujahid, who was lost in thought while stroking his chin. Shin Yukyung, likely the brains behind Mujahid, found Han-Yeol's suggestion intriguing. We used to avoid hunting monsters immune to physical attacks, but Mujahid Nim realized that ignoring his weaknesses isn't always the best approach, especially after attempting to hunt the gigantic lizards, Shin Yukyung remarked. Yeah, he's right, Mujahid muttered, sounding defeated. He had never felt such helplessness in his life. He hadn't expected the second most powerful monster, apart from the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva, to be immune to physical attacks. However, the experience had some value, as it made him consider changing his fighting style, something he would never have contemplated if he hadn't felt so helpless against the gigantic lizard. It wasn't just the fact that his attacks were ineffective against the monster, it was the overwhelming sense of despair that his striking skills, earned through blood, sweat, and tears, had become utterly useless due to the monster's attributes. Mujahid felt he had nothing to lose by trying a weapon like a claw, as it wouldn't necessarily require a complete overhaul of his combat style. Take your time to think about it and let me know if you're going to choose a different hunting ground or change your fighting style and continue with the plan you made. It doesn't really matter to me either way since I've already decided to entrust the planning to you. After all, I don't really have a particular preference on which hunting ground we should go to, Han-Yeol said with a shrug. I'm extremely envious of you, Hyungnim. Haha. Han-Yeol didn't have any notable weaknesses, as he possessed a wide range of skills including striking, slashing, shooting, and even explosives. Furthermore, he was proficient in combat at melee, mid-range, and long-range distances, making him akin to an overpowered character in video games. While it would be a stretch to claim that Han-Yeol was the most powerful hunter in the world, he was determined to keep growing stronger. In essence, Han-Yeol's current rank held little significance. This is what it feels like to be a strong and capable person, Han-Yeol thought while feeling content with this newfound sense of confidence. Ugh, Mujahid muttered under his breath. To an outsider, it might appear trivial to contemplate, but changing the fighting style he had used since the day he awakened was not an easy decision. However, if Mujahid can overcome this trial, then, he has the potential to one day become an even greater hunter, Han-Yeol thought. He believed that a person reaches the most important stage of personal growth when they are willing to set aside their pride for the sake of improvement. Mujahid sat there, pondering Han-Yeol's words, when suddenly he raised his right fist and slammed it onto his left palm, his eyes burning with passion and conviction. Okay, I've made up my mind. Mujahid exclaimed as he stood up. I can already guess what your decision will be, Han-Yeol said. Yes, as Hyungnim suggested, I will change my fighting style. To be honest, I've realized that relying solely on my physical abilities has its limitations when hunting high-level monsters, Mujahid explained. I've come to understand that in order to hunt more aggressively and efficiently, I must not only rely on striking skills but also learn how to stab and slash my enemies. I'm glad you've decided to improve yourself, Han-Yeol said, smiling. Haha, thank you, Hyungnim, Mujahid replied. Han-Yeol still found it amazing to have such a relaxed and friendly conversation with someone like Mujahid. Their camaraderie had started unexpectedly when Mujahid approached Han-Yeol and asked to become his student. They ended up going on a hunt together, and despite Han-Yeol's naturally reserved and shy personality, they developed a close bond. Mujahid seemed overjoyed at the idea of developing a new fighting style and appeared ready to start immediately. However, his aide, Shin Yukyung, who often took on the role of calming his fiery nature, brought him back to reality. Now, Mujahid Nim, it won't be easy to acquire a claw weapon before the hunt since you're leaving this afternoon, Shin Yukyung said. It might be possible if you're fine with using any claw, but the quality of melee weapons can vary greatly depending on the material and craftsmanship. Finding a claw befitting an Osiris rank hunter like you, Mujahid Nim, in just a few hours would be impossible. May I suggest that you first procure a suitable claw and choose a different hunting ground for now? It was true that the Cheolwon hunting ground was a top-tier location with rare monsters and valuable treasures, but there were plenty of other high-level hunting grounds throughout South Korea. However, the real reason Mujahid insisted on hunting in the Cheolwon hunting ground was his strong desire to see the snow for the first time. But upon hearing Shin Yukyung's cold response, he felt disheartened, and his mood instantly soured. I wanted to enjoy the snowy scenery and go hunting while feeling the cold and refreshing air of the Cheolwon hunting ground. Can't we just get any claw weapon and use it? Mujahid protested. No, that won't do. Entering a high-level hunting ground with a low-quality weapon can be dangerous. You could potentially lose your life if it breaks or fails to perform, Shin Yukyung explained. Ugh. All right, I understand, Mujahid sighed in resignation. He was fully aware that at times he could be simple-minded and incredibly stubborn, but he also knew that he was not stupid. He wasn't just a reckless and bloodthirsty warrior, he possessed the ability to discern when to fight and when not to. However, the main issue was that his rational side seemed to only emerge during battles and not in everyday life. I know of a reputable workshop with a skilled craftsman. They might have a suitable claw weapon in stock if you're lucky. I can give you the location, so why don't you go there and take a look? Han-Yeol suggested. Thank you very much, Hyungnim, Mujahid exclaimed, gazing at Han-Yeol as if he had just saved his life. Han-Yeol couldn't help but laugh at the humorous sight. Shin Yukyung left the room with Mujahid after receiving the address to the workshop, and Han-Yeol suddenly remembered what he needed to do. He made his way toward the backyard of the mansion. Cue. Flap, flap. Mavros playfully circled around Han-Yeol, flapping his dainty wings. Han-Yeol had come to his backyard to utilize the excess invoke he had acquired from his recent power leveling by summoning another demon. I would love to summon a high-level demon right away, but I honestly have no idea how many levels I would need to raise to meet the insane requirements for summoning one. Besides, focusing solely on one stat while neglecting the others isn't really my style. If his main class were a demon summoner or something similar, he would have allocated all his bonus stat points into invoke without hesitation. However, he couldn't blindly do so because his main class was not that of a summoner, regardless of being a hybrid character. His main combat strength relied on his personal combat skills and abilities, although he greatly benefited from Balrog and the Void Devils. To compensate for my lack of combat strength, I can raise my charisma to acquire more monster pets without relying solely on the demon's power, Han-Yeol pondered. Although he couldn't be certain, he had a feeling that monster pets could further evolve after their initial stage of evolution. His instincts told him that the conditions for the second and third stages of evolution would be much more complex than the first stage. This was why he wasn't in a rush to summon a high-ranking demon at the moment. He believed that making the most of the tools at his disposal was the best course of action, and thus, he decided to summon another intermediate-ranking demon. I already have enough combat-type demons, so it's time to consider summoning a support-type demon to create a well-balanced and harmonized demon lineup, he concluded. He went through great efforts to find a suitable demon for his plans, manually scouring every entry in the demon encyclopedia application he often used. It was not reliable to rely on automatic suggestions to find what he was looking for. After a thorough search, the result of his efforts was finally in his hands. Han-Yeol retrieved the demon's sigil from his pocket, which he had prepared in advance for the summoning ritual. Lord Satan, Archlich, to manifest. This I respectfully. Lord Satan, may you deem me worthy, Father. Fwaaaaaa. The temperature of the entire backyard instantly dropped below zero. BZZT, and the well-maintained grass and beautifully blooming flowers in the backyard froze and withered away lifelessly. The gardeners employed by Han-Yeol put in immense effort to manage and maintain the backyard. It wouldn't be surprising if they were overcome with the urge to harm him upon witnessing the scene of all their hard work going to waste. Sigh. I'm really sorry about this, Han-Yeol sighed apologetically. He was incredibly sorry, but he had no other choice. After all, he could not delay his growth and not summon the demon just to accommodate the feelings of his employees. The demon Han-Yeol summoned was called an Archlich. Archlich, a pitiful lich that scoured through the world for centuries in search of a peaceful death only to be transported to the demon world and turn into a demon. The Archlich's malevolent magic is fatal to the living. Not bad, Han-Yeol was impressed. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He could discern that among all the intermediate ranking demons, the lich would be the most efficient and useful support type demon. It was a bit disappointing that the Archlich was not a pure-blooded demon but instead, an undead that had somehow transformed into a demon. However, Han-Yeol found a silver lining in this situation. The lore discrepancy made it possible for him to summon the Archlich at a lower cost. Gu! A powerful wave of mana gathered around the sigil of the Archlich. Oh, Quaak? Quaaak? The Archlich appeared standing on top of its sigil as everything in its surroundings was frozen solid in ice. I wonder if the Archlich's ice attribute will harmonize well with Balrog's fire attribute. The Void demons should be an exception since they possess the Void attribute. Han-Yeol started to ponder. He was slightly taken by surprise when the Archlich turned out to be an ice attribute demon, as this information did not come up while he was researching the demon. Still, he quickly shrugged off these thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. Well, I'm sure it will work out somehow. Han-Yeol decided not to dwell on it too much. He decided that it was much better for his mental health to keep things simple and not overthink about the matter. Ha! The Archlich breathed in and out, releasing a chilling frost breath from its bone-formed jaws. Welcome to the human world, great Archlich Nim. Clack! The Archlich replied, here. Is it a human's world? Yes, that is correct, Archlich Nim. It appears vastly different from my previous dwelling. I suppose time has elapsed significantly, or maybe this human world is distinct from the one I once inhabited. The Archlich, once a regular magician, had ascended to become an intermediate demon, imbued with an extraordinary life force. Consequently, it retained fragmented memories of its human existence and the world it once knew, albeit somewhat blurred. Nonetheless, upon being summoned, it found itself in a world remarkably distinct from its recollections. I surmise, Archlich Nim, that this world is entirely dissimilar to the one you recall. I see. Well, it doesn't matter. Human, I suppose that you summoned me because you want to enter into a contract with me. Yes, I wish to hunt monsters together with you, Archlich Nim. All right. I want fresh monster corpses and mana stones in return. That sounds good to me. The contract is enforced. Ding! You have successfully contracted the intermediate demon, Archlich, that freezes everything in its vicinity. You have obtained the attribute Ice. A new skill has been created, Ice Attribute, F. You have gained 30 mag stat as a reward for successfully entering into a contract. Oh, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Having successfully entered into a contract with the Archlich and acquiring 30 mag stats from it, he felt content. However, what surprised him the most was obtaining the new skill, Ice Attribute. While he already possessed the useful fire attribute, the ability to gain new skills intrigued him, prompting him to collect as many attributes as possible. It was worth noting that he could employ lightning energy through hammer shock, but that only represented the skill's capability rather than his own ability to wield the lightning attribute. Fire and ice. I think I'll be able to inflict tremendous damage if I find a way to use them together. Han-Yeol was already thinking of a way to use the two attributes together. After all, combining different elements together had the potential to be extremely powerful when done right. I will call you again when I need you for the hunt, Archlich Nim. I look forward to it. Shwaaaa. After being engulfed by a blizzard, the Archlich vanished, leaving behind frozen and withered vegetation that showed no signs of revival in the demon's absence. Looks like I won't be calling upon that demon anytime soon. Han-Yeol shrugged, recalling his plan to venture to the Cheol-1 hunting ground with Mujahid. While the hunting ground's climate would greatly benefit the Archlich, the presence of ice attribute monsters rendered the ice demon less useful in that particular environment. Han-Yeol contemplated summoning the ice demon for assistance, but he understood that summoning a demon came at a cost. He was already expending a significant number of mana stones to sustain the two void devils, who protected his father. Balrog, being a shield demon, didn't demand as many mana stones, given its focus on combat. However, the Archlich, being a magician-class ice demon, would undoubtedly require a substantial amount of mana stones in exchange for its services. For this reason, Han-Yeol hesitated to summon the ice demon in an inefficient environment like the current one. Should I try out my new skill this time? Han-Yeol was suddenly reminded of the good old times. Initially unaware of how his game-like ability functioned, he persistently explored and experimented, exhaustively attempting various methods to acquire skills. As a result, many of the skills he presently employed were ones he had crafted during that period of experimentation. Let's test it out now, he thought. He figured that he still had time before Mujahid came back, so he decided to make full use of the time while waiting. Suk. Han-Yeol raised his right palm toward the sky and channeled his mana into it. Woong. Then, a condensed ball of mana swiftly accumulated at the palm of his hand. The mana felt notably distinct from when he previously channeled the fire attribute, reflecting his current possession of mana comparable to that of a master rank hunter. Alright. I just need to infuse the ice attribute into this mana. He carefully activated his skill and infused it into the ball of mana. Crack, crack, crack. The mana transformed into a piercing icicle, instantly reducing the temperature of its surroundings to absolute zero. As a result of transitioning away from coal and fossil fuels as the primary energy sources, the Earth's environment healed, eliminating the threat of climate change. Consequently, South Korea returned to experiencing 4 distinct seasons throughout the year. However, despite it still being autumn, the mansion's backyard plunged into a wintry chill. Phew, I need to exercise caution when testing my skills, he realized, acknowledging his transformation from an F-rank hunter and the amplified power of his abilities compared to before. Now, how can I combine the ice attribute with fire? He began by reviewing his fire attribute skill, along with the other skills he employed in conjunction with it, such as mana explosion, sword breath, explosion, and fireball. 2 melee skills, 1 mid-range, and 1 ranged. It's quite a dilemma. I can't easily determine how to integrate the ice attribute with them. Ugh. He groaned in frustration, scratching his head. No, let's reconsider. The reason fire attribute is formidable lies in its intense, scorching flames. That means the true strength of the ice attribute lies in its extreme coldness. Therefore, the ideal skill to complement the ice attribute would be. Then, he suddenly saw a tree in the backyard, an expensive tree that had been imported all the way from North Korea. The workers are going to hate me for this, but I don't have any other target to test it out. He decided to use the expensive tree as his training dummy. Then, he realized that he probably had to build a training facility for him to test out his skills. He thought, I should probably build a facility beside Yubai's underground facility or something. That quandary could be addressed later, as he currently required a target. And that target happened to be the precious tree situated in the backyard. Han-Yeol intensified his mana output even more. Woong, see crack? He touched the tree with his mana-infused hand, causing the once splendid tree to instantaneously turn white and freeze solid. Amazing? Han-Yeol was thoroughly impressed by his new skill. If this skill allowed him to freeze enemies by mere touch, he envisioned numerous applications for it. This will be incredibly advantageous, he mused, contemplating the combination of fire with his sword and ice with his chain. He imagined dual wielding fire in his right hand and ice in his left. Using the lightning attribute with his chain posed no issue. In fact, it proved advantageous to pair the ice attribute with the chain, as the lightning attribute was presently limited to hammer shock. Considerations of combining both skills with his chain quickly dissipated, as ice and electricity were not compatible. In other words, even if he discovered a way to employ the two skills together, there would be no discernible benefit. First, I should transform this technique into a skill, he resolved, dedicating approximately 10 minutes to touching and freezing everything within reach. The backyard provided an abundance of objects, serving as ample targets for his touch. In the end, he transformed the entire backyard into a frozen garden, surely causing frustration for the workers who labored to maintain it. I should probably give them a hefty bonus this month, he muttered inwardly while feeling extremely guilty. Still, he continued going around and touching everything for 10 more minutes until, ding! Your repeated actions have resulted in a skill being created n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. A new skill has been created, Freeze Hand. Oh, finally? Han-Yeol rejoiced after seeing the message he had been waiting for. Freeze Hand, F. Type, Active. Description, reduce the temperature of anything the user's hands touch after activating this skill. The target will slowly return to normal if the user takes their hands off before the target has been completely frozen, but the target will suffer decreased movement speed while they are frozen. The rate of freezing will be much slower if the target is a living thing, and this skill's effect will become stronger when its level increases. Awesome! This is the skill I was looking for? Han-Yeol clenched his fist victoriously. The newfound skill possessed the potential to function as both an offensive and supportive ability, while also excelling in crowd control. Han-Yeol felt immense joy at acquiring such a versatile skill, yet his satisfaction remained fleeting. His ambitions drove him to persistently create new skills, particularly after attaining an elemental attribute skill following an extended period. With 100 levels gained and an array of new skills at his disposal, he no longer perceived himself as lacking in prowess, solidifying his status as a master rank hunter. Yes, let's just keep this up, he exclaimed inwardly as his eyes burned passionately. He used his imagination and knowledge to come up with different ways to create new skills. This is harder than I thought it would be. The ice attribute constituted one of the primary elemental attributes, yet it proved far more challenging to wield compared to its depictions in animations. Creating ice out of thin air, as often seen in animated portrayals, was a task far from easy in reality. Additionally, crafting ice shields or ice sabers held no particular appeal or goal for Han-Yeol. Oh well, whatever. I should gain a better understanding by experimenting with it, right? Ultimately, Han-Yeol decided to unleash his imagination and explore the full extent of the ice attribute's capabilities. He raised his left hand, summoning his primary weapon, the chain. I should infuse the ice attribute into my chain and maximize its cooling effect. Crack, crack. The pitch-black chain slowly started to turn white after he infused his mana into it. Ice attribute energy has been detected. The ecosystem Carvis responded to Han-Yeol's mana. Oh, hi, Carvis. Hello, Han-Yeol Nim. It has been a long time. Yeah, it's really been a while since we last talked. You're now the chain itself, so what do you think? I'm trying to combine the ice attribute energy with the chain, do you think it will work? It sounds like a good idea. The chain was a bit bland whenever you used it, but the ice attribute is definitely going to kick things up a notch. Give me an example why. For example, by freezing your target, you can unleash double crowd control effects instead of merely restraining them. Additionally, with the ice attribute, you can inflict greater damage instead of simply striking your target with the weapon attached to the end of the chain. I firmly believe that, when used correctly, the chain has the potential to surpass your sword in strength, especially when sword breath is activated. Moreover, the chain itself is a unique item with me integrated into it, making it inherently more versatile and efficient than your sword. Perfect? I have no other words for it. Han-Yeol's primary weapon had always been the chain, as opposed to the sword. However, in recent times, he had relied more on the sword, as the chain proved effective only against weaker monsters. Nevertheless, if he could achieve what Carvis had suggested, this dynamic was bound to shift. Moreover, the chain served as an incredibly flexible weapon, allowing him to wield it in conjunction with his sword. Undoubtedly, this would significantly amplify his combat prowess, multiplying it several times over. This is really awesome. I think so too, Han-Yeol Nim. He. Motivated by Carvis' advice, Han-Yeol persevered in his pursuit of creating new skills, particularly those involving the ice attribute in combination with his chain. Why is it so challenging, though? However, he soon realized that things were not as straightforward as he had anticipated. The unique nature of the chain made it less receptive to external mana. In fact, it seemed as though the chain actively resisted the mana Han-Yeol attempted to infuse into it. Han-Yeol, after a long while, focused for the first time on infusing the ice attribute into his unique chain. His white frosty mana made repeated attempts to merge with the unique chain, but the chain steadfastly rejected the mana. After all, being a unique rated item, it appeared to possess considerable pride. The chain is not showing any reactions. Damn it. I'm also doing my best. This was the first time Han-Yeol was struggling to control his mana after becoming an S-rank hunter. Woong? This is quite difficult. Han-Yeol gritted his teeth. He was not the type to give up merely because a challenge was difficult. Granted, he might abandon an endeavor if it entailed significant risks, as his life motto always prioritized safety first. However, acquiring a new skill posed no immediate danger to him, so he began to find pleasure in the challenge. This being difficult means that the rewards will be worthwhile? He smirked as he believed that he was currently in the process of reaping the benefits. Hap? Woong? Han-Yeol drew out his mana from the depths of his cells and channeled all of it into the chain. Crack, 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 crack. Just a bit more. You are almost there. Carvis' voice rose a tone, and Han-Yeol could discern from her tone that she was nearing the finish line. Boom, arg. The chain unleashed a mana explosion, causing a sharp pain to surge through Han-Yeol's head, eliciting a grimace and a groan. However, what ensued after the pain was a piece of good news. Ding! You have successfully imbued your ice attribute into the unique rated chain. A new skill has been created, Cold Chain. The rank of ice attribute has risen from F to E. The messages appeared before his eyes, accompanied by the voice of his ecosystem. Congratulations, Han-Yeol Nim. You have successfully created the skill. Thanks, Carvis. It's all thanks to you? Not at all. You were the one that did all the work, Han-Yeol Nim. The process was quite tedious and agonizing, but Han-Yeol had no complaints as he was successful in the end. He checked the details of his newly acquired skill. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Cold Chain, F. Type, Active. Description, a skill that allows the user to imbue ice attributes into their chain. All of the chain's attacks will inflict ice attribute damage, and the target's movement will be slowed by 10% and restricted if any restraining skill is used with the chain. The skill's effect will become stronger the higher this skill's level becomes. Wow, this is really awesome! Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly after realizing that cold chain was even better than his current main weapon, sword breath. It was not as destructive as sword breath or explosion, but Han-Yeol knew that cold chain was definitely a step above those skills when used together with his other chain skills. Well, I don't really have to compare the two since they're both my skills and I'll be using both of them. I guess it's decided that I'm going to be a true dual wielder from now on. Han-Yeol had predominantly relied on sword breath as his primary weapon, with his chain serving more of a supportive role. However, with the inclusion of cold chain into the equation, he was now able to utilize both his sword and chain as his primary weapons. I'm really glad I was able to make this happen, since I was getting concerned that my chain was starting to lag behind my sword. But this is not the end of it. He knew that there was something more important right now. He might have gained 3 skills, Ice Attribute, Freeze Hand, and Cold Chain, but he was not satisfied with 3 skills alone. I need at least 5 skills to be able to deal with any kind of situation. He knew that Freeze Hand was the only skill he could use in combat among the 3 new skills. Cold Chain, technically speaking, functioned more as a buff or enchantment rather than an offensive skill. Consequently, Han-Yeol recognized the necessity for additional offensive and defensive capabilities. However, he wasn't in search of generic skills since he already possessed several formidable ones. Explosion stood out as his most destructive offensive skill, while Force Shield and Reflect provided protection by warding off damage and reflecting it back to the attacker. What he truly sought were specialized skills that fully harnessed the power of the Ice attribute. Nevertheless, the creation of such skills posed several limitations. While he could generate countless generic skills, he had no desire to clutter his skill list with ones he knew he would never employ. Moreover, he harbored concerns regarding a potential cap on the number of skills he could possess, prompting him to refrain from embarking on a skill creation spree. The best Ice attribute skill will be something that could limit my enemy's mobility or freeze them to death. That means the most effective skill will be. Han-Yeol pondered again and again until he looked around his surroundings. Almost the entire backyard was now in ruins thanks to him. Haha, I don't think this can be fixed. The workers are probably going to be pissed if they saw this. Geez, why did I have to lay waste to this entire place? Hold on, he suddenly thought of something brilliant. I was able to lay waste to my surroundings by simply reducing the temperature. This means that I can finally gain a skill that I've always wanted but did not know how to get. Quack. Han-Yeol reverted his chain back to a tattoo. Phew, I wouldn't have dared attempt this if I was still a weakling, but... He composed his breathing, gradually gathering all of his mana into his core, before unleashing it in one powerful surge, channeling the Ice attribute. And then, something truly astounding transpired in his surroundings. Everything froze. Crack, crack, crack. Han-Yeol's previously drab and colorless mansion had been transformed into a vibrant paradise, thanks to the diligent efforts of his workers. However, his newly acquired skill rendered all their hard work futile, freezing everything solid in his vicinity. If the workers were to witness this scene, they would likely be horrified and mourn the loss. Yet, any other hunters who beheld this spectacle would marvel at the sheer devastation he had unleashed. This was no ordinary offensive skill, rather, it served as a testament to the raw power one could wield solely through their own mana. Just a bit more. A bit more? Han-Yeol gritted his teeth and ramped up his mana. Crack, 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 crack. The frost began to encroach upon the walls of the mansion. Han-Yeol took great care to confine it within a 5-meter radius around himself, ensuring that no one inadvertently became entangled in its icy grip. After all, the frost possessed formidable power, capable of instantly freezing any living being that dared venture into its path. Ding! A new skill has been created, Frozen Field. Yes? Han-Yeol exclaimed in delight after seeing the message. Typically, it would take Han-Yeol a significant amount of time to refine something he accomplished into a fully developed skill. However, fortune appeared to favor him on this particular day, as he achieved it in an instant. Han-Yeol harbored a strong conviction that today was undeniably his lucky day. Frozen Field, F. Type, Active. Description, a rare field skill that spans 5 meters around the user and completely freezes it. Anything that steps into the field will have their movement speed reduced by 10% and sustain frost damage per second. The area, effect on speed, and frost damage will increase the higher this skill's level is. Excellent, marvelous, what I wanted has materialized into a skill. Han-Yeol rejoiced after gaining 4 skills in a short period of time. If most hunters were to witness this sight, they would likely be filled with overwhelming envy. However, for Han-Yeol, this was just another ordinary day in his life as a hunter. There was a time when he would become extremely ecstatic upon acquiring a new skill, but over time, he had grown accustomed to it, finding contentment in the simple joy it brought him. One of the most unsettling traits of humanity was perhaps their capacity to adapt. Anything that initially brought immense happiness would inevitably lose its luster once familiarity set in, prompting individuals to seek out new sources of stimulation and potentially leading to corruption. Fortunately, Han-Yeol remained far from succumbing to such corruption, and he had no intention of allowing it to taint him. Let's see. I just need one more skill and I'll stop working on this ice attribute. I wonder what I should get this time, he wondered. He was trying to come up with a skill when he suddenly sensed a familiar mana. Oh, it's Mujahid's mana? Is it already time for us to leave? Han-Yeol checked the time after sensing his mana. Wow, I thought only 30 minutes passed, but 3 hours passed already? Time really does pass really quickly if I focus on my mana, he thought in amazement at how fast time had passed while clicking his tongue. He probably had to delay gaining another skill now that Mujahid was here. Well, I'm not in any rush, so, he figured that they were going to the Jeol 1 hunting ground, so he was not in a rush to get any more ice attribute skills. After all, it was more effective for him to use his fire attribute skills against those monsters instead of the same element. Surprisingly, this time Mujahid appeared to lack his usual sense of urgency as he entered the mansion through its gates in a proper manner. The security personnel expressed their gratitude that he refrained from leaping over the mansion walls, a habit that had previously thrown the entire estate into chaos whenever he did so. With a sigh of relief, the guards allowed Mujahid to enter, engaging in a casual conversation among themselves. I always get nervous whenever Mujahid Nim comes. Yeah, my family back home is quite comfortable now thanks to this job, and I'd hate it if anything happens and we lose this job. Hey, they say that your words can become reality, so be careful what you wish for. Oh, right. Let's be careful with what we say from now on. The mercenaries assigned to guard the mansion were determined not to lose their current employment. They had previously worked as mercenaries for England, India, and Brunei, allowing them to earn a decent living. However, the shift in the world's order had left them without work for a considerable period. This predicament left them acutely aware that if they were to lose their present job, they would undoubtedly face significant challenges in finding new employment. The mere thought of Mujahid breaching the mansion walls caused their hearts to sink, for they knew the consequences would be dire if they were to be dismissed from their positions. Hyung Nim. Hey, Mujahid. Did you find a suitable weapon? Yes. The dwarf workshop had a fine claw that was commissioned by an S-rank hunter. However, since that hunter hasn't come to claim it for nearly 3 months, they agreed to sell it to me instead. That's great news. Then, are you ready to go to the Jeol 1 hunting ground? Of course. Ha ha ha. There were numerous hunting grounds available in South Korea, making it somewhat unusual for him to be so elated about this particular one. However, once he became engrossed in something, he was the type to stubbornly insist on pursuing it. If he couldn't hunt in his chosen hunting ground, he would become greatly frustrated and upset. Some might suggest going on another outing, but Mujahid's unwavering dedication to hunting surpassed everything else. Moreover, he had a notorious reputation for his impatience. Shall we prepare to depart? I am already prepared, Hyung Nim. In fact, I have already brought our porters for the hunt, and they are all stationed outside the mansion. Haha. Mujahid had both hunters and porters under his command, but they were not officially registered as a team. The reason for this was that their roles were not to fight alongside Mujahid, but rather to support him with logistical issues so that he could fight to his heart's content. These porters and hunters were more like salaried workers for a company rather than active hunters on the hunting grounds. What about your gear for the frost? Han-Yeol asked. I've prepared the best. Mujahid confidently replied. That's great. Is it alright if the Mulan team tags along? Are you talking about your personal filming crew? Yeah, I usually bring them along whenever I go hunting, so I was wondering if it would be alright for them to tag along when they're not hunters or porters. Han-Yeol was not worried about the Mulan team because the Jeol 1 hunting ground was cold. He could always go to the Hunter Mall and buy the best thermal apparel available. The thermal apparel sold at the Hunter Mall was not the same as those sold outside, as these thermal apparel were made by awakened beings with mana coating, and they were extremely expensive. These thermal apparel could only be afforded by hunters, wealthy people, or researchers exploring the North Pole or the South Pole, and it was going to cost Han-Yeol a fortune if he equipped every single member of the Mulan team with them. However, the cost was not going to be burdensome for him at all, as he could immediately make the money back once he switched on his broadcast. Well, I heard it can be a bit dangerous, but we can always proceed with caution, right? We also have the option of not bringing them along if you're worried about them. You don't have to worry about my subordinates, as all of them are trained to withstand all sorts of extreme climates. The porters that Mujahid brought along were not simple porters. All of them were soldiers who underwent extreme training in the Egyptian military, and their mission was to assist Mujahid to the best of their abilities until they awakened as hunters. Then, they were free to decide if they wanted to be independent or if they wanted to join one of the raid parties operated by the government. This was the reason why Mujahid's personal team and the Horus raid party's porter slots were always full, even though they selected only the best of the best. Should we do that? Han-Yeol would have brought along the Mulan team if they were going to a normal hunting ground or if this was an excursion from the Horus raid party. However, the Jeol 1 hunting ground had many lurking dangers, making it quite risky to bring these untrained civilian women there. Yes, I think that is for the best, Mujahid said. I guess we have no choice, Han-Yeol replied with a sigh. Han-Yeol really enjoyed his broadcasts, so he wanted the Mulan team to tag along whenever he went out on a hunt. He also heard from Suin that she had finally found a suitable host to replace Yubai, which Han-Yeol was looking forward to as well. The Mulan team will definitely think it's a shame they can't come this time. Those girls are willing to go through hoops on fire if it means they could film something good, Han-Yeol said with a laugh. Mujahid shrugged in response and said, but there's nothing we can do about it, Hyung Nim. I mean, Who will take responsibility if they die while trying to film? Their families might get a huge payout because you've insured them quite well, but what's more important than life itself in this world? Yeah, I guess you're right. Han-Yeol nodded in agreement. It was good for Han-Yeol to consider the Mulan team's desire to film and broadcast his hunts, but bringing civilians to a hunting ground that even seasoned hunters found dangerous was pushing it. Alright, we're the only ones going this time. Yes, Hyung-nim. Then, I hope both of you will take care of yourselves over there, Shin Yu-kyung said with a bow. His main duty was to assist Mujahid and act as his brain, so he had no business tagging along the hunt since he was just a normal civilian. Oh, you can go home now, Yu-kyung. I was about to do that. Wow, lucky you. Your employer is going to suffer for 5 days, but you're already thinking of taking the week off. Mujahid sneered in his typical fashion. Then, a blood vessel popped on Shin Yu-kyung's forehead after hearing those words. It was true that he was going to take the week off while Mujahid was away hunting, but that didn't mean he could nonchalantly relax without a care. Mujahid was different from the average hunter. He was a prince of Egypt and a successful businessman with numerous companies under his name and a personal net worth of more than 30 trillion won. Surprisingly, all of his companies ran smoothly even without him lifting a finger, and the main reason behind that was none other than Shin Yu-kyung. That was the reason Shin Yu-kyung couldn't help but be pissed off when he heard the carefree chairman tease him for taking the week off. Mujahid Nim. Yu-kyung is upset again. I'm so scared. Well, I'll be going first, Hyung-nim. Mujahid sneered once more before running off as fast as he could. I wonder when he'll grow up. I apologize for the commotion, Han-Yeol Hunter-nim. I feel that I have only been showing you unsightly scenes ever since we met. Haha, don't worry about it. It's actually nice to see the employer and employee getting along so well. In fact, I'm jealous that Mujahid has someone he can trust beside him. It was mentioned before, but Mujahid was not someone who showed his true colors to just anyone. He usually acted quite charismatic or even cruel toward other people, but he revealed his true personality to only a select few. He showed his mischievous, carefree, and cute self to those he fully trusted, and that was why his subordinates had complete trust in him. I will leave Mujahid Nim in your care, Han-Yeol Nim. Don't worry about him. He is strong enough to survive even if I don't help him. Yes, I agree with you. Shin Yu-kyung was well aware that his employer was quite strong, but he couldn't help but worry about him since the hunting grounds were unpredictable places where anything could happen. Mujahid's companies would be in danger if something happened to him, and the livelihoods of the millions of people he employed would be at risk. Shin Yu-kyung once had a younger brother who dreamed of becoming a hunter, but he tragically died in an accident while working as a porter. A single time of experiencing such pain is more than enough for me, he thought as he saw Mujahid as his little brother. Then, I'll be off now. Yes. Please have a safe trip, Han-Yeol Nim. Okay, thank you. He's quite a nice guy, Han-Yeol thought after reading Shin Yu-kyung's mind with telepathy. He bid farewell to Shin Yu-kyung and departed from the mansion. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by the workers, and then he boarded the vehicle that Mujahid had prepared in front of the mansion gates. The trucks carrying the porters followed closely behind in a convoy. We're going to depart now, Hyung-nim. Sure, let's go. Move out. Yes, sir. Mujahid's knight, who was also his team's manager, gave the signal to set out. After Han-Yeol left the mansion, the highest-ranking female worker in the mansion, Tina, happily hummed as she went about her tasks. Like every day, she was heading to the backyard to tend to the plants. The Egyptian workers were exceptionally well-trained and diligent. They never slacked off in managing the mansion, ensuring that even the smallest details were taken care of. While their employer may not be concerned with these minor aspects, they strive to maintain the mansion in perfect condition. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I wonder what kind of concept the backyard should go with for this winter? Tina wondered while walking toward the backyard. The backyard was quite an important part of the mansion, so it needed a lot of care and attention. Where am I? Wasn't this the backyard? Tina muttered while tilting her head in confusion. She came here almost every single day to tend to the plants, so there was no way she could be mistaken. However, this place was definitely not the beautifully maintained backyard she knew. The plants were frozen and withered, giving the entire area a desolate appearance. It seemed as if the entire place had reverted back to its original state. 1, 2, 3. Kaya Han-Yeol Nim, she screamed at the top of her lungs after realizing who the culprit behind this mess was. A rumor began circulating among the workers that Han-Yeol wasn't summoning demons due to his ability, but instead, he was the devil himself. Vroom, thud. Mujahid's team and Han-Yeol zipped through the highway. Hum. Mujahid seemed to be happy about something as he merrily hummed a tune. Are you that happy? Han-Yeol asked. Yes. Egypt is quite arid, so it's impossible for it to snow there. Forget about snow, it's quite rare for us to even get rain. We would have suffered droughts if not for the Nile River. But with recent technological advancements, we no longer face the risk of running out of water. Anyway, snow is something I'm always eager to see because I come from such a place. You won't believe how excited I was when I first came across snow in Europe. Well, I guess that makes sense. Han-Yeol found it difficult to understand why Mujahid was so obsessed with snow. Seoul was always knee-deep in snow during winter, and there were many accidents because of it. However, he somewhat understood how Mujahid felt, as there were some things that he himself longed to see at least once in his life. Let's sweep that hunting ground clean, Hyungnim. Keek, sure, let's run wild. Oh yes. Han-Yeol was slowly starting to itch for a fight after resting for a long time, and he needed an outlet to vent all the mana he had stored up so far. He was certain that the Cheol-1 hunting ground would be an excellent outlet for him. The first hunting ground I'm going to after obtaining the ice attribute skill is an ice field. It can't get any more ironic than this, he laughed inwardly as life seemed to be quite interesting these days. Whoosh, the temperature is dropping now that we're almost at the ice hell? Han-Yeol was not affected by the cold since his mana kept him warm, but he was more sensitive to changes in temperature than anyone else. He noticed that the temperature was dropping as they neared the hunting ground. PSSHT, we will be arriving at the Cheol-1 hunting ground in 10 minutes. Put on the clothing you've prepared. PSSHT, roger that. Mujahid's team grew busier as they approached the hunting ground. Their roles were quite different from those of a normal team, so they had many things to prepare before the hunt. Their objective was to ensure that Mujahid could hunt in peace, so they had to flawlessly prepare everything in advance. Hyungnim. Yeah, I heard it too. Click. Clack. Han-Yeol loaded the pistol in his waist, then checked his HSK 447P on his back. Alright, I'm ready to roll. Han-Yeol possessed a versatile arsenal of skills that enabled him to excel in both melee and ranged combat. His proficiency with guns was particularly lethal, as he had the ability to infuse his mana into the bullets. Creak. We have arrived, Mujahid Nim. We're here, Hyungnim. Okay, let's go. Thud. Han-Yeol was the first to get off the vehicle, followed by Mujahid. Thud, thud, thud. The rest of the team followed suit and they immediately moved about frantically. Take this equipment. Hey, hurry up. Hey, where did you put the cartridges and ammunition boxes? The porters were especially busy, hastily setting everything up while Mujahid busied himself with stretching and warming up. Then, 10 team members suddenly gathered around Mujahid. They're probably the hunters, Han-Yeol thought. With a single glance, he could tell that they were awakened beings, judging by the presence of their mana. Although their mana wasn't overwhelmingly strong, it was pure and dense, indicating that they were not just a random group, but rather highly trained hunters. We greet the prince. The hunter at the front greeted Mujahid, and the 9 others behind him followed. I hope all of you are ready for your trip to hell. Yes, sir. We will go to the depths of hell itself if it is with the prince. Good. These hunters were somewhat looked down upon by the Horus Raid Party hunters, but they held unwavering loyalty toward Mujahid. Egypt's strength lay in the unwavering loyalty of its people toward their rulers. Many foreign countries criticized this practice, considering it a form of dictatorship or the promotion of outdated traditions. However, the Egyptian people did not mind worshipping Fayfater and his family. They recognized that Fayfater had rescued the country from the brink of collapse and elevated it to its current position. With a population of over 100 million, the Egyptians were prepared to follow any command given by their pharaoh, Fayfater. Their unity and dedication to their leader promised a bright future for the country. Manager. Yes, Prince. One of the porters rushed over at Mujahid's call. How's the preparation? We are ready. Good, let's move out. Yes, sir. The team entered the Cheol-1 hunting ground, known as Ice Hell, with Mujahid and Han-Yeol leading the way. As they advanced, the Korean soldiers guarding the entrance noticed the team and rushed out to meet them. However, something unexpected occurred when one of the soldiers stationed at the entrance unexpectedly blocked Han-Yeol's path. Excuse me, the soldier muttered. Yes, what is it? Han-Yeol responded. The soldier was set to complete his mandatory military service in just 2 days, and he decided to act on a whim, breaking away from his usual military protocol. Please give me your autograph. Huh. Han-Yeol was taken aback. I'm a huge fan of yours, Han-Yeol Nim. Once I'm discharged, I hope to become a porter and become a hunter just like you. Unfortunately, anyone becoming a porter was exempt from their mandatory military service. However, they couldn't change their circumstances while serving. Ha ha ha, I'm delighted to hear that you're a fan of mine. I'll gladly give you my autograph if you can find me a pen and paper. Initially taken aback by the soldier blocking his path, Han-Yeol's mood instantly shifted upon realizing that the soldier simply had a light-hearted request. Suk, 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 suk. Han-Yeol signed the piece of paper with a signature he had practiced in high school with his friends. Thank you very much. Loyalty. Haha, loyalty. Han-Yeol entered the Cheol-1 hunting ground with a smile, feeling good about himself. 10 minutes had passed since the team entered the Cheol-1 hunting ground. Creak, creak, creak. Creak, Huaying. Han-Yeol led the way, with Mujahid following closely behind him. The hunters followed behind them, while the porters and their vehicle maintained a distance behind the hunters. The team had brought caterpillar-type tractors this time, as regular wheels would have sunk in the thick snow. However, even the caterpillar tractors struggled to make progress in these harsh environments, forcing the 3 porters to walk behind the tractor. Huff, huff. After walking for only 3 minutes, they were already exhausted. The waist-high snow greedily sapped away at their stamina. The porters swiftly completed the final touches on the tractor, and once they were done, all of them hopped onto the luggage compartment of the tractor. Ha, this is quite the environment we're in. Seeing snow for the first time is quite the experience, but I already feel like I hate this place. I want to go home. The porters, being born and raised in Egypt, were initially excited when they entered the Han-Yeol hunting ground. However, it didn't take them long to grow to despise the snow, wishing they could wield a gigantic flamethrower to melt it all away. But their feelings didn't hold much significance in the grand scheme of things. The team had already reached a location known as Kongpori within the Han-Yeol hunting ground. I think you can use your observation ability now, Hyungnim, Mujahid said. Okay, Han-Yeol replied. Then, he used his skill, Demon Eyes. His eyes turned red and everything within 10 kilometers around him entered his vision. It's over there. Han-Yeol spotted a target. With his demon eyes, Han-Yeol could pinpoint the location more accurately as the mana density increased. In the Han-Yeol hunting ground, it was particularly easy for him to spot the monsters due to their powerful mana. If the monsters possessed cloaking abilities, it would have been a different story, but such abilities were rare among monsters. Han-Yeol Nim. I see a monster that appears to be a yeti at 1 o'clock, approximately 800 meters from here. You heard that? Yes, sir. The information was quickly shared with the entire party, marking the official start of the hunt. Mujahid and Han-Yeol, being powerful enough, had no intention of dying in this hunting ground. However, it was a different story for the hunters and porters who accompanied them. Nevertheless, the hunters and porters showed no signs of worry. They had spent a significant amount of time with Mujahid, becoming accustomed to facing death's door on numerous occasions. Let's go, Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. It was imperative that the entire team understood each other from now on, so Han-Yeol and Mujahid switched back to using Arabic. Sniff, 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 Q. Kairyuk. The black dragon on Han-Yeol's head, Mavros, and the black panther at the back of the tractor, Furion, cried out at the same time after sensing that it was time to fight. Change to combat mode, Mavros. Kuyu. Wuong. After Han-Yeol gave the command, Mavros let out a cry and began to slowly grow in size. Quack. In an instant, the baby black dragon disappeared, replaced by a majestic and charismatic dragon. Grr. Let's do our best today, Mavros, Han-Yeol said while caressing the black dragon's snout. Keek. Mavros cried out gleefully as he rubbed his snout on Han-Yeol's face. Mavros loved Han-Yeol more than anything in the world, caring only for him and disregarding anyone else. The reason he was able to love Han-Yeol so wholeheartedly was because he had been loved in the same manner by Han-Yeol first. Han-Yeol never treated Mavros as a mere tool for battle but genuinely cared for him. The black dragon knew without a doubt that he was cherished by his owner. Let's go, Furion. Kaeong. While Mujahid and Furion might not share the same closeness as Han-Yeol and Mavros, they still regarded each other as companions. Shall we take one each to warm up, Mujahid? Sounds like a fun idea, Hyungnim. I would love to make a bet to see who can kill the yeti first, but unfortunately, I don't wager with master rank hunters. Ha ha ha. Tisk. Anyway, I'll lure them in. Yes, Hyungnim. Click. Clack. There was no need for them to approach the yetis when the monsters could come to them. Han-Yeol drew out his HSK 447P, a weapon capable of killing a target within a range of 500 meters or inflicting significant damage within 1,200 meters. He spotted two yetis approximately 800 meters away. They presented a sizable target, and Han-Yeol felt confident in his ability to hit them. Taking aim at one of the yetis, he pulled the trigger. Ratatatata, tack, 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 kuu. All of Han-Yeol's bullets hit the yeti accurately on the head, thanks to the homing bullet skill. However, despite the precise hits, the distance between them was too great, and the yeti's hide was so thick that the damage inflicted was not enough to kill it. Instead, the bullets triggered the already violent and aggressive nature of the yeti, causing it to focus its attention on Han-Yeol and the rest of the team. Quack, quack. The yeti cried out to its companion. The gazes of the yetis followed the direction from which the bullets came until they landed on Han-Yeol and the rest of the humans. With a furious roar, the yetis charged madly toward them. Mujahid. It's finally time for me to test out my new weapon. Shak, shak. Mujahid swung both of his arms, causing sharp claws to protrude from his hands. Oh, ho ho ho. These are the Sai blades I purchased from the dwarf workshop. These aren't made out of ordinary steel, but they're crafted from the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger. These claws are stronger than ordinary claws, and it's much more durable in comparison. These are definitely rare items that are hard to find these days. Wow, you seem to have gotten lucky. The Sai blades were exquisite claws crafted from exceptional materials. It was quite a fortunate discovery considering that Mujahid had purchased them hastily. I can't lose to you now, can I? Han-Yeol said with a smirk before he pulled out his sword. Shiying, if Mujahid's Sai blades were crafted from the fangs of the boss monster, saber-toothed tiger, then Han-Yeol's sword was forged from the skin of the thousand-armed bodhisattva, the most formidable boss monster the world had ever witnessed. To say that the two weapons should not be compared would be an understatement. They were truly incomparable from the start. Furthermore, Han-Yeol possessed a fire attribute skill, which happened to be the attribute that the yetis detested the most. Sword breath. Fwaya. The thousand-armed bodhisattva's sword was set ablaze. Bring it on. Mujahid and Han-Yeol lowered their stance as they waited for the yetis charging at them, but n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Whoosh. Something swiftly passed by Han-Yeol, and he soon realized that it was none other than Mavros, the black dragon that was supposed to be behind him. Mavros. Han-Yeol exclaimed in surprise. It appeared that the black dragon was equally impatient as its owner, as it charged at the Yetis without hesitation. Han-Yeol was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He was about to rush in and assist Mavrose, but the battle took an unexpectedly intriguing course. Geek. Kwayok. The Yetis and Mavrose clashed almost instantaneously as they charged toward each other. As Mavrose closed in on them, one of the Yetis infused its fist with ice energy. While some might perceive the Yeti's attack as straightforward, it would be a grave mistake to underestimate it. As a high-ranking monster, the Yeti possessed formidable strength and abilities. Among high-ranking monsters, there were no easy opponents. Each one possessed skills and intelligence that far surpassed those of normal monsters. Mavrose. Han-Yeol was extremely worried that the black dragon would be hurt, but what happened next completely erased those worries from his mind. Whoosh! Quack! The Yeti was startled when its vision turned pitch black, and it was pulled by a powerful force. Mavrose easily dodged the Yeti's fist, bit its leg, and dragged it up into the sky. Quook! The Yeti screamed in agony as it flew for the first time in its life, but there was no way that Mavrose was going to let go of it just yet. Whoosh! 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 Mavrose. Han-Yeol was speechless. Mavrose was spinning in the air with the Yeti in tow, and the Yeti appeared to be losing its mind from being taken on a ride by the black dragon. The sight was so absurd that the remaining Yeti on the ground halted its run and gazed at the bizarre spectacle of its companion being flailed around. Cakewalk? The Yeti on the ground appeared to be concerned that it might also be dragged into the sky, so it cautiously edged closer to Mujahid, attempting to avoid the black dragon. All monsters possessed an uncontrollable bloodlust toward humans, and while the Yeti was slightly wary of the black dragon, its instinct as a monster urged it to continue pursuing the humans. Mavrose flew to Han-Yeol's side and hurled the Yeti toward him, prompting Han-Yeol to instantly grasp Mavrose's intentions. Oh, aren't you too perfect, Mavrose? Geek. Tak. Sheeing. Han-Yeol propelled himself off the ground and leaped toward the oncoming Yeti. With his sword ablaze from sword breath, he swung it with precision. Sukok? Kuu? The dazed Yeti cried in agony after it felt something hot slash its waist. But that was not the end of it. Geek. The Yeti let out another shriek as the wound on its waist grew hotter and hotter. However, screaming at the top of its lungs wouldn't make the pain subside in any way. Explosion? Kaboom! An explosion was triggered on the Yeti's waist where it had been wounded moments before, causing the monster to collapse lifeless on the ground. Han-Yeol had managed to hunt down one of the primary monsters in the Cheol-1 hunting ground with a single slash. In reality, Mavrose had done 80% of the work, and Han-Yeol simply delivered the final blow. He was only able to land a clean hit on the Yeti because his black dragon had completely incapacitated the monster. Geek. Suk. Suk. After the Yeti was defeated, Mavrose nudged his head toward Han-Yeol, requesting pats on his head. It was as if the black dragon was asking, "I did well, didn't I?" through his gestures. Han-Yeol responded by affectionately patting Mavrose on the head. Hey, Mujahid. What's taking so long? That's cheating, Hyungnim. You would have made a fool out of me if I agreed to the wager. Who knows? You're mean. Ha ha ha. You should try cooperating with Furion as well. I was about to do that, Hyungnim. Let's go, Furion. Kaeo. Furion finally unleashed the ferocity it had been concealing. The Black Panther appeared quite docile when it was with Mujahid, but in reality, it was a cruel and vicious beast, much like its owner. One could say they were a perfect match, as Mujahid also transformed into a completely different person once a fight commenced. Mujahid unchained Furion, and the Black Panther began to unleash its primal mana. Oh, that's quite impressive, Han-Yeol thought while observing Mujahid and Furion. Han-Yeol had fought alongside Mujahid in the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva raid, but he hadn't had the chance to observe him in combat as he was preoccupied at the time. This presented him with the perfect opportunity to witness Mujahid's fighting style and learn more about it. Han-Yeol had already discovered that the Cheol-1 hunting ground was sparsely populated with scattered monsters. As they delved deeper, only the types of monsters changed, while the density of mana remained constant. The current hunting party consisted of only 2 damage dealers, Han-Yeol and Mujahid. Venturing deeper into the hunting ground with such a composition was undeniably risky, but that didn't mean they would refrain from exploring further. Furion. Kaeo. Both Mujahid and Furion were melee fighters. Han-Yeol may not have been aware of it, but Mujahid and Furion had diligently hunted together even after the Black Panther reached its first evolution stage. They had even trained to cooperate seamlessly in battles, moving in perfect unison as if they were a single entity. Keek! The Yeti cried out in agony after Furion scratched its face with its powerful claws. Mujahid seized the opportunity and swiftly dashed behind the Yeti, driving both of his claws deep into the monster's neck. Puik! Keek! The Yeti became completely disoriented after being attacked from both the front and back. Hunting down the towering, upright primate-like monster was certainly no easy task. However, Mujahid and Furion's combined assault swiftly put an end to it, preventing the duo from even having the opportunity to showcase the full extent of their abilities. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Yeti continued to put up a fight, flailing its arms around even with both claws deeply embedded in its neck. While subdued and no longer a direct threat, its stubborn tenacity prevented it from succumbing quickly. Mujahid let out a sigh of relief while watching the Yeti trying to cling to life. This monster. If it didn't die from this and it's immune to striking damage, then would I have been able to kill it without using that skill? Mujahid primarily relied on his fists in combat, but he possessed one skill that differed from his striking techniques, a peculiar pressure shockwave he used against the zodiac monsters. However, this skill required him to have at least 2 embers on his back, and it consumed an exorbitant amount of mana. Consequently, using it on a single monster proved highly inefficient. Mujahid felt relieved that he had recently acquired the claw and modified his fighting style just before the hunt. Otherwise, he would have resorted to punching the Yeti as if it were a mere sandbag. If the monster stubbornly persisted in not yielding, Mujahid would have to rely on Han-Yeol to deliver the final blow. Ugh, the thought of it alone is scary, Mujahid grumbled inwardly. The infamous battle maniac couldn't help but shudder at the thought of being unable to contribute anything in the hunting ground, becoming nothing more than dead weight to others. The prospect of such a scenario sent chills down his spine, as he was certain that it would be a shock from which he would never recover. What are you doing? Hurry up and finish it off. Ah, yes, Hyungnim. Mujahid ceased dwelling on the worst-case scenario and snapped back to reality upon hearing Han-Yeol's voice. Gathering his monstrous strength, he readied himself to deliver the final blow, intending to bring an end to the Yeti's life. Shwick. Mujahid may have appeared carefree and aloof in Han-Yeol's presence, but he was far from being a simpleton. His battle instincts alone surpassed Han-Yeol's, and he had been committed to rigorous training since childhood, never skipping a single day. Although it was his first time using a weapon like the Sai Blade, his innate battle maniac DNA instantly made it feel familiar in his hands. As a result, he improvised a new attack on the spot. With a powerful leap into the air, Mujahid descended upon the Yeti, both hands aimed at its vulnerable point. He executed a spin in midair, landing on the monster with remarkable precision. Kwachiik, kiik. The Yeti, despite its tenacity, stood no chance of surviving an attack that left its neck in utter disarray. Surprisingly, it still fought to cling to life, attempting to grab the human on its neck and pull him down. However, the relentless interference from the Black Panther prevented it from grasping hold of the human. As a result, the Yeti's neck was gruesomely mangled by Mujahid's assault, leaving it in a dire state. Thud. The monster fell dead to the ground with its eyes rolled back. Crunch, 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 crunch. Mujahid got off the Yeti's back and stepped on the snow. It was an overwhelming victory. Some might argue that Mujahid was weaker compared to Han-Yeol, who managed to defeat the Yeti in a single strike. However, it's important to note that Han-Yeol was on par with master rank hunters and possessed the formidable skill Explosion, which was highly effective against a single target. Naturally, the explosion skill consumed a significant amount of mana, making it impractical for frequent use. In fact, the mana consumption was so substantial that only a few individuals, lacking the mana regeneration cheat-like skill possessed by Han-Yeol, would be able to employ it even once. In contrast, Mujahid didn't use any skills at all. He didn't ignite any embers on his back, nor did he exhaust his mana in attacking the Yeti. Although it took him longer to defeat the Yeti compared to Han-Yeol, the fact that he accomplished it solely with his raw strength was truly remarkable. While it's true that Mujahid was still weaker compared to Han-Yeol, no one would dare underestimate him simply because he took a bit more time to dispatch the Yeti. Nice skills you have there. Haha, one Yeti is not even a warm-up for me. Yeah, looks like it. Then, should we kick things up a notch? I would love to. Haha, tack. In response to Han-Yeol's slight taunt, Mujahid slammed his fists together. He wasn't the type to back down simply because he was competing against a master rank hunter. He possessed a competitive spirit and had great confidence in his own strength. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I will grow stronger if I can beat Hyungnim, he thought. Although it didn't show on his face, Mujahid had been feeling troubled recently. His sister, who held the same Osiris rank as him, had suddenly advanced to RA rank and returned to Egypt. The fact that she left him behind in Korea wasn't a concern, as they didn't often travel together. What really bothered him was the realization that Tiarana had achieved something unprecedented in the entire history of Egypt. Mujahid wasn't foolish, in fact, he was highly intelligent. He tirelessly pondered day and night, seeking to comprehend how Tiarana had accomplished something of such magnitude. Eventually, he narrowed it down to a single reason. There was only one difference my sister had compared to the other Osiris rank hunters, and that was the fact that she hunted alongside Hyungnim. This was the theory Mujahid came up with. Han-Yeol was a growth-type hunter, which meant that his emitted mana carried traces of his growth-type ability, whether he intended it or not. Mujahid firmly believed that hunting alongside Han-Yeol would influence his own mana and enable him to grow stronger. I can become a RA rank hunter, just like my sister, if I hunt alongside Hyungnim, and that means I can acquire 2 more skills. Mujahid clenched his fists. He was already envious of Tiarana for becoming a RA rank hunter, but the fact that she gained 2 more skills intensified his jealousy. Gaining 2 more skills would make fighting even more enjoyable? It's frustrating to think that she can have more fun than me now. True to his nature, Mujahid's mind was consumed with thoughts of combat, showing little concern for becoming stronger. All he cared about was pushing his limits in battles against formidable opponents. He knew that acquiring 2 more skills would greatly enhance his efficiency in combat. In short, Mujahid felt extreme jealousy that Tiarana could experience more excitement than him. Ha! Mujahid let out a sigh. Then, the Egyptian manager suddenly approached Han-Yeol, cutting into their conversation. Excuse me, Han-Yeol Nim. Yes, I think I should report this to you, but the corpse of the Yeti you killed with explosion just now has lost its value, and it will be classified as F-grade and sold for almost dirt cheap. I am not telling you to stop hunting, but I just felt that you should be aware of it. The manager was speaking as carefully as he could. Han-Yeol was just a foreigner to him, but he was well aware of Han-Yeol's relationship with his employer, Mujahid, and Han-Yeol was someone who belonged to a completely different class compared to him. Therefore, the manager tried to speak as carefully and courteously as he possibly could so as not to offend Han-Yeol. Haha, sorry about that. I wanted to test out my skill, so I didn't hold back. I'll make sure to clean it up next time, so you don't have to worry about it. Thank you, Han-Yeol Nim. Also, I would like to apologize if I offended you. The manager was slightly taken aback by Han-Yeol's response, but he quickly bowed his head and apologized. Not at all. It's good that you brought it to my attention. Thank you, and please feel free to speak comfortably to me. It's not necessary for you to speak respectfully toward me when you're friends with Mujahid Nim. Should I? Han-Yeol initially found it difficult to speak comfortably to others, even if asked to, but he had slowly started getting used to it by now. Thank you, Han-Yeol Nim. I'll now go back to my post. Sure. The manager gave a bow before going to the porters dismembering the Yeti. Hey, manager. Han-Yeol called out to the manager. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. We're going to be hunting for 5 days, so just throw away any corpses you think are F-grade. We will be hunting to our heart's content, until we can't fit any more in the tractors, so feel free to discard the corpses and just collect the mana stones. Why yes, I understand. The manager awkwardly nodded in response to Han-Yeol's instruction. It was the manager's first time going on a hunt where they were told they could hunt to their heart's content, not stopping until they couldn't carry any more, and to dispose of low-grade corpses. It was quite a peculiar instruction, but the manager chose not to dwell on it too much since Mujahid hadn't voiced any objections. After all, a manager's duty was to fulfill their employer's wishes. The manager proceeded to instruct the porters to collect the mana stones and discard the Yeti's corpse, which had been completely destroyed by the explosion. Han-Yeol's eyes turned red as he scouted his surroundings. Let's kick it up a notch this time. Haha, you know I'm up for that, Hyung Nim. Keek? Mavrose cried out while looking up at the sky. He was usually calm, but today he appeared agitated after experiencing the taste of blood. His transformation was evident in the aggressive flapping of his wings. What's wrong, Mavrose? Keek. You want to fight more? Keek. It was as if he was responding yes to Han-Yeol's question. Wait a minute. Mavrose played quite the role during the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva raid, right? Don't tell me. Han-Yeol thought as he immediately brought up Mavrose's status screen. Mavrose, Mini Black Dragon. Level, 51. Traits, Darkness, Poison. Innate ability, Dragon Breath, Mode Change. Stats, STR, 309. AGI, 380. VIT, 520. Flying, 720. Flight speed, 220 n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Skills, Magic, D. Dragon Buff, D. Dragon Fear, F. Dragon Fear, F. Type, Active. Description, it is a wide area debuff skill of dragons that incapacitates the enemies in its vicinity. However, the effectiveness of this skill is diminished against stronger foes. The debuff effect of this skill becomes more potent as its level increases. Wow, no wonder he seemed too strong. Han-Yeol was certain that Mavrose was at level 12 the last time he checked, and there was no way he could have reached level 51. He had completely forgotten about the Black Dragon's level since he hadn't received any notifications whenever it leveled up. Geek. Han-Yeol patted Mavrose's head while smiling brightly. Grr. On the other hand, Mavrose seemed to be hinting of his desire to fight a monster as soon as possible. He acts like a dog or a cat at times. He's really cute, Han-Yeol thought while patting Mavrose. He might look like a scary dragon in the eyes of others, but he was still an adorable pet in Han-Yeol's eyes. After all, Han-Yeol was extremely biased toward Mavrose since he had always wanted to raise a pet. This is excellent, Mavrose. You're stronger, and I'm stronger now, so we can truly go all out on this hunt. Let's savor every moment and enjoy this hunt to the fullest. Geek. Mavrose gleefully cried out in response to Han-Yeol's words, but he was not the only one delighted by what Han-Yeol had said. Oh, does that mean we're done warming up? Yeah, Mavrose seems to be itching for a fight, so I think it's time for us to get serious. Yes. The porters were already done working on the Yeti corpses, so Han-Yeol and Mujahid went for their next target. Han-Yeol already scouted 10 Yetis in the distance, and the team made their way toward them. Mavrose. Keek. Can you see those 10 Yetis 500 meters from us? Keek. Mavrose cried out and nodded. The Black Dragon was undoubtedly not an ordinary monster. It possessed exceptional senses, and its nose could detect the scent of mana from a distance of at least 20 kilometers. However, only Mavrose knew about this, as the Black Dragon couldn't communicate through words. Even Han-Yeol, its owner, only had a vague understanding that the Black Dragon's senses extended far due to its strength. Shoot a poison arrow over there to lure them in. It would be fantastic if you could also inflict poison damage on them. Keek. Quack. Mavrose nodded before spreading his large wings. Tack. Then, he shot into the sky almost instantaneously. Hyungnim, I know Mavros is strong, but won't it be a bit dangerous for him to go against 10 Yetis? Yeah, it will be dangerous if he fights them 1 on 10. Then why did you send him alone? I asked Mavros to shoot at the Yetis from the air and lure them over here. He's quite smart, so I'm sure he understood what I meant. I see. Mujahid nodded, understanding Han-Yeol's plan. While the Yetis were formidable monsters, they lacked the means to attack a flying enemy, ensuring Mavros' safety as long as he maintained a safe distance from them. Though it would be challenging for Mavros to kill the Yetis using poison arrow due to their thick hides, he would certainly be able to damage them and lure them in. Schwung! A sudden surge of mana occurred where the Yetis were clumped up. Bayam! The mana sent shockwaves when Mavros started his skirmish against the Yetis. But will Mavros lose? Han-Yeol could not help but wonder. It was impossible for Mavros to defeat all 10 Yetis alone, but Han-Yeol's instincts were telling him that the Black Dragon was capable of hunting all the enemies single-handedly. Nah, there's no way, he thought with a laugh and shook his head. He might trust his instincts and be biased toward his pet monsters, but there was one thing he always did when his instincts told him something completely illogical. While his instincts were correct 99% of the time, that did not mean they were right 100% of the time. After all, even a shaman could not be accurate all the time, so there was no way Han-Yeol could rely solely on his instincts. A few minutes passed. Hyungnim, why isn't Mavros coming with the monsters? Give me a second. Demon eyes. Woong? Han-Yeol's eyes turned red as he scanned where the 10 Yetis had been a while ago. What awaited him was a shocking sight. Mavros hunted all of them alone. He was certain that he had seen 10 monsters a while ago, but now the mana of a few of those monsters was nowhere to be seen, and the remaining mana was slowly fading away. There was only one conclusion: Mavros had hunted all 10 Yetis alone. Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. I think I was mistaken. Didonti tell me. Yeah, it seems that Mavros killed all 10 Yetis alone. Wow. It seems that Mavros is also a growth type just like you, Hyungnim. That's something even Furion can't do. I think so. Sorry, Mujahid. I'm actually aware that Mavros is a growth type just like me, Han-Yeol thought. However, what was important to Han-Yeol was not whether Mavros was a growth-type monster pet or not, but rather the fact that he was powerful enough to single-handedly fight against 10 Yetis. Of course, Han-Yeol himself was capable of taking on 10 or even 20 Yetis alone, but he never expected Mavros to grow so strong so quickly. Ha ha ha, Han-Yeol laughed inwardly in disbelief. Let's go take a look, Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. Han-Yeol, Mujahid, and the rest of the team proceeded toward the location where the 10 Yetis were supposed to be, as they had completed their tasks in their previous area. The place where Mavros had battled the 10 Yetis might have been only 500 meters away in a straight line. However, the terrain of the Han-Yeol hunting ground was rugged and mountainous, making it challenging to traverse. Additionally, the thick snow covering the entire area reflected the sunlight, forcing them to squint their eyes and making it difficult to keep them open for extended periods. Creak, 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 creak. On top of that, the tractor Mujahid's team had made a lot of creaking sounds. The team finally arrived at their destination, and what awaited them was a truly surprising sight. Ha ha ha, Mujahid laughed in disbelief. Keek. Quack. Mavros appeared to have been patiently waiting for Han-Yeol and Mujahid to arrive. As they approached, he let out a triumphant cry and proudly spread his wings wide while perched on top of a tree. The ground was tainted with poison, and the area was strewn with the corpses of the Yetis, their blood staining the surroundings. The devastation caused by Mavros resembled the destructive scenes often depicted in fictional dragon tales. Mavros was undoubtedly showing off at that moment, and the Egyptian porters and hunters stood with their mouths agape, gazing in awe at the charismatic and majestic creature. How can this be? I know the monster pets are strong, but how can a single one cause all of this? Amazing. The hunters and porters were not a haphazard group oblivious to the ways of the world. They were seasoned elites who had honed their skills alongside Mujahid, possessing considerable experience in this line of work. While some had remained as porters for what felt like an eternity without awakening, it did not diminish their status as veterans in the industry. Each of them fully comprehended the significance of Mavros' recent feat. The monster pets are even more remarkable than I had imagined. If this had been broadcasted live, its value would have skyrocketed. Well, there will be other opportunities to showcase it to the world, right? Isn't that simply astonishing? It's utterly astonishing. Wow. The Egyptians could only express their awe at the spectacle before them, as it was undoubtedly the most extraordinary sight they had ever witnessed in their entire lives. Han-Yeol was undoubtedly a phenomenal person. No, he was a master-rank hunter who had the potential to become an even more extraordinary phenomenal hunter. Additionally, he possessed the ability to summon demons to assist him in combat and could hatch monster pets from monster eggs, which allowed him to earn easy money. The monster pet he owned was known as a mini-dragon, surpassing the strength of most high-leveled monsters. I don't care what people say. He's a phenomenal hunter. The phenomenal hunter, Lee Han-Yeol. This was going to happen in the future, but everyone present in the Han-Yeol hunting ground would start referring to Han-Yeol as the phenomenal hunter once they finished the hunt. It was a common practice for people to give nicknames to hunters based on their abilities or traits, but it proved challenging for them to come up with one for Han-Yeol due to his multitude of skills. It was the Egyptians who eventually coined the term phenomenal to accurately capture Han-Yeol's exceptional qualities, and this term quickly gained popularity. I'm going hunting with the phenomenal hunter? The Egyptians grew excited at the prospect of hunting alongside Han-Yeol. While it could be argued that Mavros played a role in this whole situation, it was Han-Yeol who received the praise of the people, as he was the one controlling the Black Dragon. Stop spacing out and go dismember the monsters Mavros hunted. Yes, Manager Nim. The porters immediately sprang into action upon receiving the command, and most of them appeared to be content with their job. While some Korean porters might have grumbled about being overworked, the Egyptian porters showed no signs of complaining whatsoever. However, this didn't imply that the Korean porters were slacking off compared to their Egyptian counterparts. In fact, the Korean hunters were known for their diligence and superior skills compared to the Egyptians. After all, Koreans were culturally inclined toward hard work, making them naturally more industrious than the Egyptians. Nonetheless, the most significant distinction between the two groups lay in the incentives they received. The incentives provided to the Egyptian porters brought smiles to their faces, while the incentives given to the Korean porters often resulted in tears or complaints. Developed countries like the United States, Germany, and others focused not only on incentivizing hunters but also on providing benefits to porters. Working as porters in these countries allowed people to enjoy a good standard of living. Egypt also made similar efforts to improve the pay and living conditions for all porters. They witnessed a remarkable 12% increase in porter applications within just 1 month after announcing their initiative. Their approach involved offering decent wages and incentives to porters, and those who failed to awaken after 4 years were recognized as veteran porters. These individuals were then recruited by guilds or government raid parties, which offered significantly higher wages. Come here, Mavros. Geek. Mavros' charisma was strong enough to overwhelm anyone in the vicinity, but he turned into a docile puppy the moment Han-Yeol called him over. Good job, Mavros. Geek. It was said that praises could make even a whale dance, and this proved to be true as the Black Dragon was elated after receiving Han-Yeol's praise. It seemed as though the dragon was on cloud 9. Mavros' temperament resembles that of a hunter. Could it be because he is a dragon? Why did he feel the need to engage in a fight that was unnecessary for him? Han-Yeol was able to learn more about the Black Dragon's temperament through this opportunity. Should we go have more fun, Mavros? Geek? In response to the question, Mavros cried out as if to say, ready when you are. After witnessing Mavros' power, Han-Yeol, Mujahid, and the rest of the team ventured deeper into the hunting ground. With Han-Yeol's watchful eyes on their side, they had no concerns about being ambushed or overwhelmed. There are 12 Yetis, 2 snowmans, and 3 ice trolls 3 kilometers in front of us. They are at our 2 o'clock. Yes, Hyungnim. Get ready, you guys. Yes, sir. Click. Clack. Even though the monsters were still 3 kilometers away, the porters prepared their guns. This was the hunting style they had become accustomed to while hunting alongside Han-Yeol and Mujahid. They followed a different approach to hunting, where the monsters would come to them instead of the other way around. Mavros. Geek. Quack. Schwung. Mavros spread his large wings and swiftly soared into the air, gradually ascending until he transformed into a mere dot. Meanwhile, a mana vortex materialized in the sky, indicating the Black Dragon's accumulation of mana in preparation to unleash its innate ability. As mana filled his lungs, Mavros' chest expanded, and the energy ascended to his mouth, gathering there. A moment later, he released the gathered mana toward the location where the monsters had gathered. Shwayayayay. Despite being a considerable distance away from the Black Dragon, Han-Yeol, Mujahid, and the team members could sense the powerful surge of mana permeating the air. Poison breath. Mavros' innate ability as a dragon surged fiercely toward the monsters, unleashing its devastating force. Shwayayayay. Kaboom! The resounding explosion, accompanied by slight tremors, echoed from the 3-kilometer distance, a testament to the immense power of Mavros' skill. Gulp! Amazing. Is that even possible? The Egyptians were stunned once again as they watched the thick green smoke rising up in the distance. But that did not last long as thud, 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 T-theory coming. Prepare to fire. An enraged horde of monsters charged toward the team, kicking up snow in their wake. The porters swiftly readied themselves to open fire, aiming to fend off the approaching creatures. Secretly, they held a glimmer of hope that the bullets they discharged would be the catalyst to awaken their own hidden potential. Han-Yeol suddenly had this thought while watching the porters will be treated better if they can shoot mana bullets and deal damage to monsters. The primary reason for the mistreatment and disdain toward the porters stemmed from their inability to inflict any damage on intermediate-level monsters, regardless of the number of bullets they fired. While this, in itself, was not a significant issue, what frustrated the hunters was the legal obligation to give the porters time to shoot, allowing them a chance to awaken as hunters. The Hunters Association staunchly upheld this rule, leaving the hunters with no recourse, despite their annoyance. The porters persisted in their work, enduring mistreatment, driven solely by the hope of awakening as a hunter. Even if they were to awaken as F-rank hunters, it would secure them a minimum annual wage of 100 million won from companies. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In the present era, F-rank hunters had ample opportunities to earn substantial sums of money without having to risk their lives on the hunting grounds. Corporations sought their services to expand into industries that would otherwise be perilous for ordinary individuals. While it was undeniable that the true essence of being a hunter lay in hunting in the dangerous hunting grounds, some F-rank hunters found contentment in the earnings they made, without the need to risk their lives fighting against monsters. Ultimately, these reasons alone were more than sufficient for the porters to endure and hold on to the hope of awakening, even if it meant achieving the rank of an F-rank hunter. What a great country I live in, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. South Korea considered itself a developed country, but its politics were worse than those of most underdeveloped nations. In recent years, the country had suffered from severe mismanagement and was plagued by numerous scandals. This situation had led to the current shortage of porters in the country. As the monsters closed in, Han-Yeol became momentarily distracted. However, it appeared that manager was a competent individual. He timed the command to fire perfectly, waiting until the very last second before the monsters entered the firing range of the porters. This strategy aimed to maximize their accuracy in dealing with the approaching threat. Fire. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. Hundreds of bullets flew toward the monsters. Kaeo. Kuo. What's going on? The manager had a sense that something was amiss as he witnessed the monsters' reaction to the bullets. They shouldn't have reacted at all to the impact of the bullets, yet some of them cried out in pain upon being hit, and their speed even diminished. Don't tell me. He immediately looked at Han-Yeol after remembering something he had heard about him. As expected, Han-Yeol was one of the rare kinds of hunters who used guns, and he was quite proficient with it too. I totally forgot about it. The manager laughed in disbelief. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the HSK-447P emitted a blue spark whenever it was fired. Unlike a normal gun, which produced bright red sparks upon shooting a bullet, Han-Yeol's gun discharged mana instead, resulting in the blue spark. He's truly remarkable. While there were many hunters who engaged in long-range combat, it was relatively uncommon to find a hunter who possessed exceptional skill with guns. Moreover, most of those who relied on guns for combat were low-ranking hunters. However, this conventional logic did not apply to Han-Yeol, as he proved to be an exceptional and versatile character, defying expectations and possessing an array of exceptional abilities. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. They're coming. The manager gave the signal when the monsters were in close proximity, prompting the porters to gradually stop firing. They quickly moved to the back lines, ensuring they wouldn't obstruct Han-Yeol and Mujahid in the ensuing battle. The fierce duo eagerly stepped forward as the porters retreated, with the other hunters providing support from the rear positions. One of the Egyptian hunters raised his hands and shouted, crying shockwaves. Wuong, Wuong, Wuong. Han-Yeol could sense a subtle increase in the density of his mana following the hunter's skill usage. He was confident that this enhancement would result in more potent attacks, knowing that his denser mana would augment his offensive capabilities. It was then. Ding! Your attack power has increased by 2% due to the crying shockwaves effect. The system's confirmation of his suspicions brought a sense of reassurance to Han-Yeol. However, he couldn't help but feel perplexed as the system had remained silent during the numerous buffs he received in the past during the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva raid. Despite the strangeness of the situation, Han-Yeol chose to overlook it, considering it as a peculiar yet positive occurrence. This is nothing compared to the buff Mav-Rose gives me, but it's quite useful since it stacks. 2% was nothing by itself, but the important part was that it stacked with the other buffs. Mujahid. Yes, Hyungnim. Tak. Kaeong. Despite knowing that taking on a group of 17 monsters with just the two of them was a formidable challenge, Mujahid fearlessly charged into the midst of the crowd alongside Furion. In typical situations, he would have considered such encounters highly dangerous and opted to retreat. However, this particular hunt was different because he had a reliable backup in Han-Yeol. With this reassurance, Mujahid harbored no concerns for his own safety. Hayop. Kaeong. Kuu. Just as Mujahid, Furion, and the monsters were on the verge of clashing, a colossal figure plummeted from the sky. Mav-Rose, with his immense presence, forcefully body-slammed into the midst of the monsters, sending some of them flying and preventing Mujahid and Furion from being surrounded. His intervention ensured their safety and disrupted the impending clash. Shall I start joining the fray? Han-Yeol thought as he walked toward the monsters with a smirk. Quick! Han-Yeol conjured his chain and decided to use something he had not used for quite a while now, the claw. He held his chain in his left hand and his 1,000-armed Bodhisattva sword in his right hand, which was set ablaze with sword breath. Tak! He kicked off the ground and lunged at the monsters at lightning speed. Kwaeok! Blinded by their bloodlust for humans, the monsters bared their fangs at Han-Yeol after sensing him, and all of them growled in preparation to devour the incoming prey. Crowd restraint. Han-Yeol shouted and threw his chain. Kwaeok! The chain was divided into 10 pieces and bound up 10 of the monsters. 10? Han-Yeol was surprised when his chain, which originally split into 5, suddenly split into 10. Is it because the skill leveled up? He realized that this was the first time he was using the skill after it leveled up to E rank. His skills were highly volatile, so it was no longer strange that such a thing could happen simply because the skill went up a rank. Does this mean the skill duration increased as well? Han-Yeol aimed at the frontmost Yeti and slashed it across its chest with sword breath. Sukok? Sukok? Keek. The Yeti cried in agony after an X-shaped wound appeared on its chest. For the finale. Head cutter. Sukok? Thud. Han-Yeol cut off the Yeti's head in one fell swoop, and its head fell with a thud on the ground. The three-step combo Han-Yeol had just used was quite a difficult skill to execute, serving as proof of how much his control over his body and mana had improved recently. The Yeti was a tough and tenacious monster, making it extremely difficult to kill in one fell swoop. However, the X-shaped wound on its chest disoriented it for a moment and forced it to concentrate all of its mana to defend that area. Han-Yeol seized that opening in the monster's defense and swiftly employed Head Cutter to sever its defenseless neck. Thud! The Yeti's headless body fell to the ground, a mere 3 seconds after facing the human. Kook! The other Yetis roared in anger, witnessing the demise of one of their own right before their eyes. It was as if they were issuing a threat to Han-Yeol, indicating that they would not spare him for what he had done to their kin. However, their anger only served to blind them from their surroundings. Their entire focus became fixated on Han-Yeol alone, causing them to forget that he was not their only enemy in this fight. Hap! Quack! Mujahid swung his sai blades and stabbed them into a Yeti's chest. Kook! Whoosh! The Yeti roared in pain after being stabbed and immediately swung its fist in anger. However, it failed to hit the battle-crazed maniac as he nimbly evaded the punch. This only served to further enrage the Yeti, fueling its determination to attack the puny human once again. It seemed resolute in its intent to squash the human this time. But, Kaeong! Keek! A black panther suddenly popped out from nowhere and bit the Yeti's neck before twisting its entire body like a screw. Quachik! Ki! Eek! The black panther's attack, carrying its full weight, could only be described as gruesome. Its powerful fangs and jaws clamped onto the Yeti's neck, refusing to let go even as it spiraled around its prey. This twisted not only the monster's neck but also its body. Kook! But the fight was far from over. This time, an ice troll joined the fray, targeting Mujahid. Unlike the normal trolls with green skin, the ice troll possessed light blue skin. It wielded a spear in its right hand and a blunt weapon adorned with human skulls in its left. If the Yeti was the monster that welcomed the hunters to the Jeol-1 hunting ground, then the ice troll was the primary threat. Ice trolls shared the regenerative innate ability of normal trolls but also had an ice attribute that nullified striking damages against them. This was a distinct contrast to the Yeti and Snowman, which had high defense and near immunity to striking damages. The ice troll, on the other hand, was completely immune to striking damages due to its unique trait. If the ice trolls were not present, Mujahid wouldn't have had to alter his combat style for the Jeol-1 hunting ground. He could have simply pummeled the other monsters, considering them nothing more than a group of highly durable sandbags. Ah, so you're the bastard who forced me to change my combat style. Kaeo. The ice troll was a remarkably intelligent monster, although it had no capability to speak or comprehend human language. The reason it roared back at Mujahid was simply because it was preparing to kill its prey and planned to decorate its club with the human's skull. With a swift motion, the ice troll swung its spear at Mujahid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Despite towering over 3 meters tall, the monster's movements were surprisingly quick and agile, a stark contrast to its imposing size. Oh, you're quite skilled with the spear. I thought you were just a dumb troll. Haha. Kaeo. The ice troll roared in frustration when its prey continued to avoid its attacks. Meanwhile, Mujahid gave a hand signal to Furion, and the both of them immediately went to their positions to launch another joint attack they had practiced together. Let's fight for real now, troll bastard. Kaeo. On the other hand, Han-Yeol was slicing through the Yetis like a hot knife cutting through butter. Sukok? Keek. Sukok. Kook. Of course, he couldn't always sever their heads in one swift motion, but that didn't bother him much. He wasn't in a hurry to finish them off. There were numerous rumors circulating that Han-Yeol was actually a swordsman, judging by the grace and flair of his sword movements. However, he never once considered himself a swordsman. I only care about winning or losing. It doesn't matter what kind of hunter I am. Han-Yeol never viewed himself as a swordsman because he didn't consider the sword to be his primary weapon. He had used a chain before the sword, so to him, the sword was merely a secondary weapon supporting his primary weapon, the chain. Restrain. Shuienik. Han-Yeol's main weapon simultaneously bound 2 Yetis' legs. Keek. Thud. Both Yetis fell to the ground after having their legs tied up while running at full speed. Han-Yeol was not one to miss such an opportunity as Flash Strike. Flash Strike. He instantly appeared before the Yetis and viciously stabbed the back of their necks with his sword, and the sword penetrated through their necks and snuffed out their lives. Whoosh. However, there were still many Yetis remaining, and they gave him no time to recover as they charged at him. Han-Yeol paid no attention to the closest Yeti and simply raised his left hand, opening it toward the oncoming monster. Kairuryuk. The Yeti was confused while running toward the human. Then, a fireball shot out from the human's palm that was aimed straight at the Yeti. Keek. The Yeti flinched in surprise upon seeing the fireball hurtling straight toward it. It desperately attempted to halt its momentum, hoping to avoid the incoming fireball. However, running at full speed made it impossible to alter its course, resulting in a direct hit from the fireball. Kaboom! Upon contact with the Yeti, the fireball unleashed a powerful explosion, engulfing the monster's entire body in flames. While not as potent as Han-Yeol's mana explosion skill, it still surpassed the explosive capabilities of other hunters' skills. Han-Yeol's fire attribute was not a mere skill that conjured flames. Most of the explosions triggered by his other skills borrowed the fiery nature of this attribute, making them significantly more powerful. Fwye. Kook. Han-Yeol's fireball skill was only ranked as D, so its lethality against monsters was limited. However, the fireball's attribute exploited the weakness of ice-type monsters, allowing it to inflict significant damage despite its lower level. Tak, Sukok? The explosion left the Yeti incapacitated, and Han-Yeol wasted no time in delivering the final blow to the monster. Explosion? Kaboom! Han-Yeol unleashed his most powerful melee attack skill, which had already reached a formidable B rank. Its immense destructive force was more than enough to send the monsters to the afterlife. Single-handedly, he swiftly dealt with the 11 Yetis, leaving no survivors. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to aid Mavrose, who was currently engaged in a battle against 2 snowmen. Guo. The snowman was one of the primary monsters in the Cheolwon hunting ground, alongside the ice troll. These monsters were incomparably stronger than the Yeti, rendering any comparison an insult. Mavrose couldn't display the same level of dominance he had demonstrated earlier against the snowmen. However, it didn't mean that Mavrose was losing against the 2 snowmen. Geek. Pukok? Mavrose forcefully smashed his tail into the body of one of the snowmen, causing the snow and ice creature to be flung a considerable distance. Unfortunately, the tail strike failed to inflict any damage on the resilient monster. Guo! The snowman stood up and roared before brandishing its claws, and then it charged at Mavrose once again. However, Mavrose was no longer fighting alone. Fireball. Swoosh. Kaboom! Ugwayaya! The snowman was taken completely by surprise as the fireball struck its body directly, engulfing it in flames. Although the fireball skill was not highly leveled, it proved to be almost fatal to the snowman, composed as it was of snow and ice. Guo. Having been hit by the fireball, the snowman shifted its focus from Mavrose to Han-Yeol. It seemed to have determined that the human posed a greater threat due to his utilization of fire attribute skills, which happened to be the absolute weakness of the monster. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Gliding swiftly through the snow, the monster charged toward Han-Yeol and swiped its claws at him. Whoosh! The attack occurred in an instant, but Han-Yeol possessed the cheat skill, Sixth Sense, which allowed him to easily evade the attack. Despite the snowman being a high-tier monster, it was no match for the top-tier monsters that master-rank hunters hunted, making it impossible for Han-Yeol to lose against it. Clang! Han-Yeol skillfully blocked the claws with his 1,000-armed Bodhisattva sword, still engulfed in the fiery aura of sword breath. Then, with a determined step forward, he positioned himself right in front of the snowman's face. Guo! The snowman became flustered as the human it expected to retreat suddenly advanced toward it. Frantically, it swung its claws at Han-Yeol, unaware of the fact that the human was far stronger than itself and held the advantage in this encounter. Fwaya! Sukok! The flames surrounding the 1,000-armed Bodhisattva sword burned brighter as Han-Yeol swung it. Of course, he did not swing it normally. Vicious strike! A powerful surge of mana swept across the snowman. Gwah! Thud! The immensely heavy arm of the snowman was lost, causing the monster to lose balance and tilt sideways before eventually falling. Han-Yeol seized the opportunity without hesitation. Using his skill once again, he cleanly severed the snowman's other remaining arm. Sukok! Thud! Guo! The snowman roared in agony and writhed on the ground, repeatedly attempting to get up but failing due to its severed limbs throwing off the balance of its massive body. Han-Yeol had a compelling reason to incapacitate the monster instead of killing it to preserve its life. The snowman was one of the rare creatures that possessed a valuable material within its body, known as the frozen mana shard. Weapons and armor forged from this material acquired unique attributes. For instance, armor crafted with frozen mana shard would gain resistance against ice-based attacks, while weapons would be imbued with the power of ice, inflicting icy damage upon enemies. Consequently, equipment made from this material was highly sought after by hunters who relied on physical prowess. However, there was a significant hurdle in obtaining the frozen mana shard. It could only be extracted while the snowman was alive. Tisk. It's such an annoying material to get, Han-Yeol grumbled. Han-Yeol was dumbfounded when he first discovered the process of obtaining the frozen mana shards on the internet. It was not as simple as stumbling upon a hidden material, rather, it had to be extracted specifically from a snowman's body while it was still alive. He couldn't help but ponder whether this method was devised by some omnipotent being with a truly sadistic taste. After restraining the movements of the snowman, Han-Yeol shifted his attention to Mavrose, who was still engaged in battle. Keek. Mavrose had no trouble fighting against both snowmen simultaneously, and it became even easier after Han-Yeol dealt with one of them. Feeling relieved that everything was under control on Mavro's side, Han-Yeol sighed and redirected his focus to the limbless and incapacitated snowman on the ground. He mounted the snowman, and the monster thrashed violently in an attempt to shake the human off. Hey, will you hold still? Restrain. Han-Yeol grumbled in annoyance as he activated his crowd control skill. Shweaik? Han-Yeol's chain slithered and coiled around the monster's body like a snake, constricting it like a predator preparing to feast on its prey. Guo! The snowman roared in anger. The monster's instinct screamed at it to resist being bound, and it exerted every ounce of its strength in a desperate attempt to break free from the chains. Han-Yeol noticed that the creature's arms were slowly regenerating. I don't have much time, Han-Yeol realized. Shosh! Han-Yeol climbed atop the struggling snowman and began hacking away with his sword at what he believed to be the creature's heart, based on what he had seen on the internet. Chalk! 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 Gua, the snowman roared out in agony. Han-Yeol felt like he was digging through a pile of snow, but the same couldn't be said for the snowman. It thrashed violently in agony, torn apart and unable to escape with both of its arms missing and tightly bound by the chains. Harvesting organs from living beings was typically considered unethical or even abhorrent. However, when the subject in question was not a human or an animal, but rather a dangerous monster that posed a threat to humanity, the situation changed. In such cases, nobody would bat an eye or criticize Han-Yeol for his current actions. There will always be people who get upset. After all, there are those who follow the misguided cult known as monsterism, believing that the earth will be reborn under the leadership of monsters once humanity perishes. I'm certain that if those individuals witnessed what I'm doing right now, they would be outraged, Han-Yeol thought. Monsterism emerged as one of the new religions following the appearance of dimensional gates. Originating from Japan, it swiftly gained millions of followers worldwide. Although labeled as the most dubious and potentially dangerous cult among those that worshipped monsters, it didn't pose a significant threat, prompting governments to take no action. After all, religious freedom was still considered a human right, and their beliefs, no matter how absurd, were categorized as a religion. Moreover, the only dangerous activity the cult engaged in was posting inflammatory comments online regarding hunters. Quack, badump, badump. Han-Yeol continued digging through the final layer of snow, revealing the monster's heart, which beat wildly. It appeared as a stunning jewel, intricately crafted with shades of white, blue, and sky blue. Whoa. Not only is this valuable as a crafting material, but it could also fetch a good price when turned into a gemstone, Han-Yeol thought as he admired the beauty of the snowman's heart. It would be an understatement to say that the current global gemstones market was dominated by mana gemstones. Mana stones had versatile applications. They could serve as an energy source, be used in construction, or be transformed into exquisite gemstones, depending on the processing method. On the other hand, mana gemstones were renowned for their simple colors and patterns. Despite their unassuming appearance, they offered incredible benefits to the wearer, greatly enhancing their health and vitality by simply adorning them. This was precisely why these gemstones were highly coveted by wealthy individuals, despite their hefty price tags. Whenever news broke of a new luxury mana gemstone accessory being available, numerous affluent individuals would flock to auction houses in a rush. Crafting mana gemstones was an exclusive skill possessed only by a select group of production-type hunters. Whenever they completed a new masterpiece, they would garner immense attention and admiration from around the world. Tack. Quack, juak, ugh. The snowman gasped its last breath and died as Han-Yeol pulled out its jewel-like heart. The Egyptian manager, who was looking at Han-Yeol from afar, tilted his head in confusion. He muttered in confusion, "What is he doing?" "Manager Nim, is something wrong?" the porter asked. "No, I'm just confused about why Han-Yeol Nim is doing our job right now," the manager answered. "What do you mean?" the porters asked once again. "We could have easily extracted the snowman heart, or rather, the frozen mana crystal, when we dismembered the corpse later. I have no idea why he is in such a hurry to do the work himself." The manager was confused, unable to comprehend Han-Yeol's actions. Among foreigners, the frozen mana crystal was commonly referred to as the snowman heart. That's why the manager used the term snowman heart. Koreans, on the other hand, called it frozen mana crystal because of its crystal-like beauty. Well, maybe he was just curious and wanted to see the heart for himself? "It looks incredibly beautiful in the picture," the porter suggested. "No, even if you try to explain it that way, what I don't understand is why he had to extract the heart while the snowman was still alive," the manager grumbled, sounding repulsed. "What?" the porter exclaimed, surprised by the manager's words, and looked at him in utter shock. "Why would he do such a thing?" "How would I know?" The manager was slightly annoyed by the ridiculous question. "Well, I heard rumors about Han-Yeol Nim's strange personality, but I never imagined it would be this strange. To think that he would extract the heart without even killing the monster. I'm not sure if he's going to be a good influence on Mujahid Nim," the manager said. The manager wasn't speaking ill of Han-Yeol. It was simply that extracting a living creature's heart was a highly controversial act. Some people might overlook it because the creature was a monster, but most would agree that Han-Yeol had gone too far. Hold on. I heard there was a satire article circulating on the Korean forums about the snowman heart. Don't tell me he fell for it, the porter muttered. That satire article had spread like wildfire across the internet, becoming known as the most outrageous joke of the week. As it turned out, the person who posted the satire article had admitted, just a few hours later, that it was all a joke. The individual revealed themselves as a mere E-rank hunter, sharing the article as a way to vent their frustrations due to recent hunting difficulties. The incident was ultimately dismissed as a humorous prank, and people soon forgot about it. The manager refused to believe that Han-Yeol would fall victim to such childish jokes. Haha. No way, you know very well that the truth was revealed, and that article received a lot of criticism even in Korea, where satire is a part of their culture. I mean, does it make any sense that an item needs to be extracted while the monster is alive? Not to mention, the monster in question isn't a low-tier one but a high-tier creature, and only master-rank hunters like Han-Yeol Nim would be capable of obtaining such an item. Besides, there are already a few snowman hearts circulating in the market, right? So that article was undoubtedly just nonsense. Well, that is true, but it is too much of a coincidence, the porter commented. I understand that it can lead to some misunderstandings, but it's ridiculous to speculate about. Anyway, it looks like the battle is about to end. Go inform all the porters to stop resting and prepare to get to work, the manager ordered. Yes, sir, the porter replied. Having received the instructions from the manager, the porter turned around and headed toward the resting area where the other porters were. He relayed the instructions for them to get up and prepare their equipment. The well-trained porters promptly rose to their feet and swiftly began gathering their gear. Hurry up. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol concluded his hunt, and Mavros unleashed his magic for the final time. Geek. Swoosh. Kaboom. Guo. One of the Black Dragon's main skills, Poison Breath, completely engulfed the snowman. Guo. The snowman fell backward with a thud after getting holes drilled all over its body. Thud. Geek. Mavros raised his head and cried out in victory. It was the cry of the monster fabled to be the most powerful, the dragon. I hope to never meet a real dragon if a mini-dragon is already this strong, Han-Yeol thought. Fortunately for him, there had been no instances of dragons emerging from the dimensional gates or appearing in any commonly known hunting grounds. If a mythical dragon were sighted, it would instantly attract global attention, as the very presence of this legendary creature would be synonymous with a worldwide death sentence. The destruction caused by this creature, existing only in legends, would undoubtedly lead to a global catastrophe. It would be an immense challenge to subdue it, no matter how many master-rank hunters joined forces. Initially, the Korean government celebrated when the dimensional rifts unleashed the boss monsters. The country's credit rating skyrocketed, attracting a rush of foreign investments. However, where there is light, there are bound to be shadows. The nation had to invest significant manpower, money, and deploy all of its master-rank hunters to combat the boss monsters. While the master-rank hunters were compensated with spoils and the remains of the defeated monsters, easing financial burdens, the fact that over 30% of the raid participants lost their lives inflicted considerable damage on the country's forces. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. The complete annihilation of the Swastika Guild, for instance, dealt a severe blow to South Korea, especially as the country was already experiencing a decline in the number of active hunters. Speculations arose about whether the country could recover from such devastating losses. This serious issue had the potential to impact the economy and overall power of the nation if the government and Hunters Association failed to find a solution. Thud. Meanwhile, Mujahid and Furian's bodies were set ablaze by a ferocious fire. Fwaya. It was one of Mujahid's signature skills, the Dakibi Ember. Suk. Mujahid wiped the blood dripping from his mouth with the back of his hand, skillfully evading the spear swung by the ice troll. In response, the ice troll swung its club, seemingly anticipating Mujahid's evasion. Although Mujahid clearly saw the incoming club, he intentionally allowed himself to be struck by it. While avoiding the monster's spear was crucial to prevent a critical wound, getting hit by the club served his purpose of increasing his ember count. Kyo. The ice troll let out a cry of victory, believing it had won. The other ice trolls followed suit, assuming the puny human would soon become their meal. Little did they realize the smile on the human's face. Heh, you're quite strong, I'll give you that. Igniting 3 embers was quite a challenge for the monster rabbits, but you managed to do it in such a short time. Kaio. The ice troll tilted its head in confusion. Of course, it couldn't comprehend Mujahid's words. It lacked the intelligence to understand human language, let alone the language from a country thousands of miles away from its place of origin. I express my gratitude for igniting my embers, and before you meet your demise, there's something I want to share with you. Mujahid's chilling smirk accompanied his words. Mujahid bent down and clenched his fists, channeling his mana. Then, he retracted his sai blades before infusing his clenched fists with mana. A smile formed on his face as he looked up at the monsters. Bye-bye. He bid goodbye to the monsters before slamming his fist into the ground. Whoosh. Bomb. It was one of the powerful skills that Mujahid could use once he had obtained 3 embers. Compressed punch. The ground cracked as mana slithered across the terrain, finding its way to the 2 ice trolls. Pukok. Geek. Kayayayayayaok. The ice trolls were already damaged from their brawl with Mujahid, rendering them unable to withstand the sudden impact of compressed punch. As a result, they started bleeding profusely. Their cries filled the air as they slowly succumbed to their agony and met their demise. Phew. Kayaong. Mujahid focused on calming his breathing after expending a tremendous amount of mana with the use of compressed punch. This powerful skill heavily drained both his mana and stamina. If only he had 4 embers on his back, using it would have been much easier. However, progressing from 3 to 4 embers proved to be an incredibly arduous task for him. Tak. Han-Yeol placed his hand on Mujahid's shoulder. Good job. Haha, I still have a long way to go compared to you, Hyungnim. You still did good. Haha. Ha ha ha. Both of them smiled at each other. A bromance was gradually blossoming between the strongest hunter in Korea and a prince of Egypt, and the female viewers of Han-Yeol's channel were already rushing to fanfiction novel sites to write various BL stories about them. However, it was unfortunate that ordinary people had no way of joining them in this hunting ground, which even experienced porters found challenging to navigate. As a result, the Mulan film crew was currently at their office, carrying on with their day. All right, start working. Yes, sir. Huiyining? The Egyptian porters busily moved about and started their work. It's quite good to bring trained porters, and we don't have to worry about their safety because they're military trained. On top of that, they're quite quick on their feet and efficient with their work. I should probably create a department that trains porters once I start my group of companies, or I can just hire veteran porters to work for me. Han-Yeol made up his mind. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he witnessed the remarkable speed and efficiency of Mujahid's porters. Finding porters that met his specific requirements had proven to be quite challenging, leading him to the decision of training them himself. While a normal hunter would settle for any randomly trained porter, Han-Yeol's hunting speed was known to be on the extreme side, as he frequently ventured into demanding hunting grounds. Moreover, having porters who were capable of looking after themselves would be advantageous for him, considering he had the responsibility of protecting numerous individuals during his hunts, particularly the Mulan film crew. I'd probably have to pay them a lot, but that's not really burdensome for me. He was a bit put off by the cost, but he easily shrugged it off. Han-Yeol now stood shoulder to shoulder with the world's elite, having increased his wealth to 80 trillion won. Not only that, but his future prospects promised even greater financial gains. As a result, he technically had the means to hire F-rank hunters as his porters, rather than ordinary individuals. Should I do that? He suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. He gave serious consideration to the idea, but he soon realized that implementing it would be redundant. It's going to be good in the short term, but there's no growth in the long term. Besides, that's not my style at all, he thought with a smirk. Han-Yeol spent the remaining time playing with Mavros while awaiting the completion of the Egyptian porters' dismemberment of the corpses. Meanwhile, Mujahid experimented with different attack patterns alongside Furion. The Egyptian porters displayed impressive dedication and worked together like a well-oiled machine. However, a notable issue with the team was that 9 of its members seemed idle, with only the hunters providing a modest 3% buff actively involved in the work. These hunters often participated in Mujahid's hunts and intervened when he appeared to require assistance. Yet, it seemed unlikely that Mujahid would require help anytime soon as long as he hunted alongside Han-Yeol. Moreover, Mujahid didn't particularly appreciate it when the hunters stepped in to aid him, although there were times when he reluctantly accepted their assistance in dangerous situations. Where am I? N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. Who am I? Am I really a hunter? I'm doing less work than porters. My life is futile. The hunters began to feel demotivated due to their lack of involvement. While ordinary hunters might have been content with being paid despite minimal work, the Egyptian hunters were highly skilled professionals. Although they weren't combat-class hunters, they took pride in being among the best in Egypt when it came to supporting skills. Furthermore, their warrior nature ran deep within them. The sight of standing idly by and observing a battle unfolding before their eyes ignited their warrior blood, causing frustration to boil within them. The inability to participate in the fight slowly gnawed at them, eating away at their spirits. I want to fight too? At that precise moment, as Han-Yeol was engrossed in playing with Mavros, he coincidentally glanced toward one of the Egyptian hunters who let out a sigh, his head hanging low. Han-Yeol's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately sensed that something was amiss with the hunter. Deciding to tap into his telepathy ability, he aimed to delve into the hunter's thoughts and gain insight into his concerns. Wuong? Ha, it's quite effective, he thought. Despite the fact that Han-Yeol's telepathy too might not be as potent as Miriam's ability, he discovered that he was unable to penetrate Mujahid's thoughts. His skill was promptly repelled by Mujahid's mana, preventing Han-Yeol from delving further into his mind. However, in an ironic twist, Han-Yeol's telepathy too effortlessly read the mind of the Egyptian hunter. It was during this moment of testing his skills that Han-Yeol stumbled upon the thoughts that had cast a gloomy shadow over the Egyptian hunters. Wow, these guys are quite diligent. Han-Yeol was amused by their work ethics. Han-Yeol observed with surprise that the Egyptian hunters were complaining about their lack of work, which was a rare sight for him. In his life, he had encountered many individuals who would be ecstatic to receive payment without having to exert much effort. Though there were exceptions, such as people deliberately being denied work at the office to force them to resign, they were uncommon cases. I wonder if they will have anything to do when we kick things up a notch. Currently, they were only at the outskirts of the Han-Yeol hunting ground, and as they ventured closer to the center, there would undoubtedly be an increase in the number of monsters. In other words, the hunt would become more challenging as they delved deeper into the hunting ground. Just wait a while. I'll make it so that you'll want to come back to such a relaxing time. Han-Yeol flashed an evil smirk with that thought. Meanwhile, Mavros tilted his head in confusion and wondered why his owner was acting strange once again. Q. The hunting speed could only be described as extremely fast. Guo. An endless wave of yetis, snowmen, and ice trolls charged at them. Geek. Mavros wasn't luring just one group of monsters at a time. Instead, he was scouring the vicinity and drawing in every single monster he could find, bringing them toward the team. This action was not an independent decision of the Black Dragon, as he would never engage in such behavior without Han-Yeol's command. Thus, Han-Yeol was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this monster stampede. Having hunted the monsters in this hunting ground multiple times, Han-Yeol had come to the conclusion that they were no longer a formidable challenge for him. Seeking to make things more exciting, he decided to kick things up a notch by orchestrating this monster frenzy. Kaboom! Geek! Wahahaha! This is fun! This is the best stage for such an intense battle. This time, Han-Yeol even summoned Balrog to further enhance the effectiveness of hunting monsters in large numbers. Balrog proved to be a cost-effective ally as he desired nothing more than to have fun and showed no interest in coveting mana stones. Moreover, the demon possessed an innate fire attribute, which happened to be the critical weakness of the monsters in the Han-Yeol hunting ground. This allowed Balrog to inflict significant damage upon them, making him a valuable asset in the hunt. Ratatatata? Fire? Empty your cartridges. Ha ha ha, how long has it been since we were allowed to let loose like this? The presence of Balrog brought immense delight to the Egyptian porters, who could now shoot at the monsters to their heart's content while the demon expertly tanked all of the aggro. Although the bullets they fired didn't inflict significant damage, there was no risk of the monsters suddenly redirecting their attention. Nonetheless, the porters took extra precautions and only targeted the monsters that Balrog was actively engaging, ensuring their safety by avoiding drawing any aggro toward themselves. In essence, this method of hunting was considered the best and safest way for a porter to awaken their abilities. As the Egyptian hunters observed this remarkable scene, their mouths were left agape in awe and astonishment. How is this possible? Impossible. The monsters aren't reacting even though the porters are shooting at them. It was common knowledge that porters were advised not to use their guns while monsters were actively engaged in battle. This was due to the risk of drawing the monsters' aggro toward them or the possibility of the bullets accidentally hitting the hunter instead. Such distractions could prove fatal in critical moments. However, the situation was different when it came to Balrog. Kwahahaha, bring it on. Shoot at me all you want and scratch my itch. Balrog. Level, 45. Rank, Intermediate. Experience points, 44,231/1,845,000. Innate skill, Absorb Flames. Stats. STR, 120. VIT, 177. AGI, 95. MAG, 195. 10, 330. Skills, Fire Shield, Hell Spear, Breath of Fire, Fire Explosion. Invoke required, 100. The skill that allowed the porters to shoot to their heart's content was Fire Explosion, which he had acquired at level 30. Kaboom! Kaboom! Although the skill might sound like an active skill, it was, in fact, a passive skill that frequently triggered during battles, causing flames to erupt around Balrog. This fiery display effectively diverted all of the aggro toward the demon, making it an incredibly valuable skill for tankers. Bwahahaha! Balrog let out another burst of boisterous laughter. Bam! Hap! Thud! Quack! Whoosh! Mujahid was forcefully flung by an ice troll, and propelled toward the astonished Egyptian hunters, who couldn't help but gape at the sudden escalation of the hunt. Swiftly recovering, Mujahid rose to his feet and fixed a piercing gaze upon the hunters. What are you guys doing? Pardon. Hyungnim lured these monsters and even summoned Balrog for you? What are you doing, just standing around and doing nothing? Why yes, sir. Move. Tack. After issuing a command to the hunters to assist Furion, who was engaged in a solo battle against two ice trolls, Mujahid swiftly leaped back into the fray. Hap. Quack. Gwook. Mujahid stabbed his side blade into an ice troll's shoulder while Furion was distracting the monster. How dare you try and hit my cute pet? Despite the intensity of the battle, Mujahid appeared remarkably content and even found amusement in the chaotic events unfolding around him. It's really fun to hunt with Hyungnim, he exclaimed inwardly in pure joy. Miriam's statement about their abilities being boosted by 10% while hunting with Han-Yeol turned out to be no exaggeration. Additionally, Mujahid had his own group of buffers, effectively increasing the total buff percentage to 13%. While it might not seem like a substantial figure at first glance, it was certainly not a factor to be dismissed lightly. The mere fact that a formidable hunter like Mujahid was receiving a 10% buff was a significant advantage in its own right. It's fun? This is too fun? He smiled brightly while Sukok, whoosh, kuu. He was simultaneously fighting against 3 ice trolls this time. Well, it was more accurate to say that he was getting a one-sided beating. It had been a while since Mujahid last summoned the 4th Ember. The 4th Ember places quite the burden on my body, but what does it matter as long as I'm having fun? Tack. He explosively increased his mana and relentlessly attacked the ice trolls. Gore. The ice trolls started to slowly retreat from the human, who was growing stronger and stronger. Kwaya. Mujahid and Furion kept the ice trolls at bay while Balrog and the Egyptian hunters took care of the other monsters. Then, everyone's eyes immediately darted toward Han-Yeol and Mavrose, who were both displaying overwhelming power. Geek. Gua. The monsters slowly lost their sanity in the face of the powerful mana. The hunt sequence was extremely simple. Macros would lure the monsters to the team, and Han-Yeol would unleash his potent mana to annihilate them. Any stragglers left were dealt with by Mujahid's team. It was a truly effective and efficient sequence. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Ding, your level has risen. Ding, your level has risen. Luring mobs in and finishing them off in one go is the best way to hunt, Han-Yeol thought as he was extremely satisfied with the result. He gained 2 levels after killing almost 100 monsters. The monsters in the Han-Yeol hunting ground seemed to give a lot of experience points for their level. Thanks to this, the hunt was kicked up a notch after Han-Yeol got motivated, and they were able to fill 3 of the 4 transport vehicles they brought right before the sun started to set on the first day. It was around that time that the porters were diligently going about their work after the hunt ended. The manager seemed to be deep in thought before he shook his head and stood up. Then, he went to Mujahid and gave a report of their situation. Mujahid Nim, we have filled 3 of the tractor trucks and a 5th of the 4th one. We might fill the 4th one before the sun fully sets at our current pace. Already. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim's hunting method of luring large mobs and killing them in one go is simply too effective that our trucks are filling up much faster than usual. That's a surprise. They initially planned to send the trucks back once every 2 days, but it turned out that things were not going to progress as they had planned. Mujahid pondered the issue for a while before he nodded and said, it's already quite late, and we're almost done wrapping this place up, so let's go out after filling up the last truck and send the monster corpses to the factory. Yes, Mujahid Nim. The manager bowed toward Mujahid and quickly rushed to the porters as the sun was going to start setting soon. Are you alright, Hyung Nim? Yay, I'm fine. I was able to finally let off some steam, and I'm looking forward to our hunt tomorrow. Mujahid smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, as expected of Hyung Nim. Haha. Han-Yeol could not help but find Mujahid to be quite cute whenever he did that. Hurry up. Yes, Manager Nim. The porters were able to finish their work before sunset, thanks to the manager rushing them. Han-Yeol and Mujahid filled up the trucks to the brim and left the Cheol-1 hunting ground. The soldiers at the checkpoint checked to make sure that none of the monsters were alive before giving them the clearance to pass. Meanwhile, the manager contacted the factory. Ring, 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 hello, yes, Manager Nim. Hey, the hunt is progressing faster than we expected, right? Do you remember that collection agency we scheduled for tomorrow? Yes, I remember. What about them, sir? Ask them to come at once. Pardon me, sir? Do you want them to come now? Yes, tell them to come now. Mujahid's manager held the same position as a department head in one of his companies, and the staff was a bit scared after sensing the hint of frustration in the manager's voice. Yes, sir. I will tell them to come at this instant. Good. The manager was quite polite toward Han-Yeol and Mujahid, but he was infamous among his colleagues for being hot-tempered. Mujahid was not a part of the Horus raid party, so he did not exclusively deal with the Sungjin factory. In fact, he had his own factory that he dealt with, which was a well-known multinational corporation. It went without saying that Mujahid established a Korean branch of his company as soon as he landed in Korea to process whatever monster he hunted. Of course, half of the monster corpses could have been sent to the Sungjin factory as Han-Yeol was also a participant in this raid. However, Han-Yeol did not have any objections regarding which factory they were going to deal with since he had come to help Mujahid hunt, and Mujahid was the leader of his hunt. The people should have come to collect the monster corpses tomorrow, but they were forced to come a day earlier as the trucks were already full. Things might be happening against their original schedule, but nobody had any qualms about it. Around 2 hours later, vroom, vroom, 10 specially modified trucks arrived at the Cheol-1 hunting ground. They are about to arrive, Mujahid Nim. Yeah, I can see that. This time, the 10 trucks were not the usual open-type ones but rather the closed-type cargo trucks. While it was far more efficient to use open-type trucks in the hunting ground to pile up the corpses as much as possible, for security reasons, closed compartment trucks were used outside. The sides of the trucks were decorated with the word Goblin, which came from the name of Mujahid's group, Goblin Group of Companies. Initially called Mujahid Group, his trusted assistant, Shin Yu-kyung, changed it to Goblin Group, stating that Mujahid Group sounded too tacky. The reason for naming the group Goblin Group was due to the Goblin Embers, and Mujahid instantly liked the new name. We greet the prince. The executives of the Goblin factory personally came all the way to the hunting ground to greet Mujahid. They were the branch manager and vice branch manager of the sole branch of the Goblin factory. There was no need for them to come personally to the hunting ground, but they rushed there after hearing about the change in Mujahid's schedule to ensure everything was all right. Huh? Why are you guys here? Mujahid asked, tilting his head in confusion. He found it strange that they came all the way here when there was no need for them to do so. I wonder if something happened, he wondered, but he could not think of anything. After all, he might be the owner of the group, but the actual person that ran it was Shin Yu-kyung. This meant that the executives were supposed to go to Shin Yu-kyung if anything happened instead of coming to him. That is. The executives had no idea what to say since they had rushed here thinking something had happened to Mujahid. Nudge, nudge. The branch manager nudged the vice branch on his waist as if saying, hurry up and say something, but the vice branch manager couldn't speak as he had been dragged here by the branch manager. Nonetheless, he had climbed all the way to his current position through his glib tongue alone, so he decided to put his talent to use. That is. We were worried that something happened to your highness, since you asked us to come a day earlier than planned. Oh, really? Mujahid tilted his head once again. The branch manager didn't miss this opportunity and immediately added, yes, this is the first time your highness has asked us to come earlier than planned, so we were worried that something might have happened. In the end, both of them decided to come clean as there was no point in lying to Mujahid. Haha, it's understandable that you were worried. Why don't you guys stay and direct the workers? Yes, your highness. Both of them were quite embarrassed and immediately rushed to the trucks to instruct the workers. The work progressed much faster than usual, thanks to the combined leadership of both the branch manager and vice branch manager. Thud. Meanwhile, the manager passed a bag made out of bulletproof material to the foreman after they were done moving the corpses. Here you go. Phew, I still get nervous whenever I get this bag. The bag was much more valuable than all of the monster corpses combined, as it contained all of the monastones hunted. What scared the foreman the most was the fact that the bag was much easier to steal compared to the monster corpses. This single bag in his hand was worth more than tens of billions of won, even though it was just a day's worth of hunting for Han-Yeol. It would be extremely tempting for anyone to try their luck and rob this bag if they knew just how valuable it was. Alright, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you, Manager Nim. And please take care of yourself. Haha, no need to worry about me. Most might think that the branch manager was higher up the corporate ladder than the manager, but the manager was actually higher in rank compared to him. On top of that, the manager was more senior than the branch manager, and that was the reason the branch manager was speaking to him so politely. The branch manager and vice branch manager greeted Mujahid and left the Cheol-1 hunting ground. The sun had set, and it was now dark by the time they finished sending out the trucks. The hunting grounds at night were definitely dangerous, even for hunters, and it was all the more perilous for porters and ordinary people. In fact, it was so hazardous that the association went as far as banning people from entering the hunting grounds at night unless there were any urgent issues. Hey, manager. Yes, Mujahid Nim. The manager rushed over and started rubbing his hands together after Mujahid called him. It's dark now, and the porters are tired. Pitch the tents and prepare to rest. It's quite a hassle to pitch tents at night, so why don't you go over to those soldiers and bribe them to pitch it for you instead? Haha, please do not concern yourself with that. I will immediately pitch the tents. The manager skillfully commanded the porters and pitched the tents in no time, despite it being dark by now. The campfire smoke, cooking their dinner, slowly started to rise from the camp. Ugh, I'm so tired. Suk. Tak. Han-Yeol entered his tent and crashed on the bed, with not a hint of the charisma he had shown during the day to be found anywhere on him. Q. The same could be said for Mavrose, as he decreased greatly in size and was a completely different creature from his majestic look earlier in the day. The black dragon started excitedly running around the tent's living room. Despite displaying an overwhelmingly powerful presence in the hunt today, he was still a baby that had been born less than 6 months ago. It was only natural that he would be curious about any new environment he was in. Beep. After working really hard all day, Han-Yeol was finally about to rest when he received a message. Are you free now, Appa? The message was from Yubai. Huh? Why is she messaging at this hour? Han-Yeol wondered and gave her a call. Hi, Appa. I didn't know you were on the hunting ground. I just texted you out of a whim. She definitely knew that Han-Yeol was at the Cheol-1 hunting ground, and he was not able to receive her messages. She had sent the message as she thought that he would be able to check his message around this time. But she was a bit flustered when he suddenly called out of the blue before even replying. Yeah, we came out for a while to send the monster corpses to the factory. What's up? I developed something new for you this time, and I was wondering if you could come straight to my workshop after your hunt. I definitely will. It's a different matter altogether since you've made something for me, so you bet that I'll be there. Hi, do you promise? Yeah, I promise. I'll be there even if you tell me not to come. Then, I'll be waiting for you. Okay, beep? I wonder what she has prepared for me. 1 will-o-wisp/soul embers are called Dokibi embers in Korea. Dokibi translates to goblin in English, but it's not an exact translation. Still, there was no room for compromise here since the author specifically wrote goblin in English. Han-Yeol was eagerly looking forward to Yubai's latest creation. Despite having to study on her own, her growth was quite slow, but she held the immense potential to become the world's first and best awakened mechanic. This was the reason Han-Yeol could not help but feel excited whenever Yubai mentioned developing something, no matter how small it was. I should probably pay her a visit as soon as this hunt ends, he thought right before he fell asleep on the bed with Mavrose. Han-Yeol did not need a lot of sleep as a hunter, so he got up a few hours later and left the tent with Mavrose. The two of them went for a walk through the thick fog enveloping the entire area in the early morning. Quack. Quack. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Phew. It was still a bit early for it to snow at this time of the year, but the area around the Cheol-1 hunting ground was already packed with snow. Not only that, but the temperature in the surrounding areas was always at least 5 degrees below Celsius year-round, making it difficult for anyone to actually live here. That was the reason why this area, once inhabited by people, was suddenly abandoned, and the only ones residing here were the soldiers stationed on rotation to guard the entrance to the hunting ground. Oink, oink. On the other hand, the lack of humans in the area allowed the population of wild animals to thrive. However, the near permafrost turned this place into a desolate land. Today, a family of wild boars was forced to desperately forage for food as well, and they finally came in contact with another creature that could potentially be their meal. Wild boars usually recognized humans as their prey and relentlessly charged toward them, but these wild boars instinctively recognized that the human in front of them was no prey. They could sense that this particular human was far more powerful than any other creature in this place, so they immediately took their young and ran away from the human. After all, these wild boars were ordinary animals that could not use mana at all, and their sharpened survival instinct screamed at them to avoid the human at all costs. It's good out here, right? Han-Yeol asked. Q. Mavrose cried out in response. Han-Yeol liked serene and tranquil atmospheres like the one he was currently experiencing. In his younger days, he might have enjoyed going to rowdy places with his friends, but as he grew up, he was forced to work in ear-splittingly noisy environments just to make ends meet. That experience completely changed his preferences, making him prefer quiet places. The area around the Cheolwon hunting ground was densely packed with trees, contributing to the excellent air quality there. The start of mankind's reliance on monostones for fuel helped the world recover from the pollution it had been subjected to, and over the past 30 years, the environment that mankind had destroyed throughout its history was gradually healing. Still, the fresh air exhaled by the densely packed forests in this place made the air incomparably fresher than the air found in busy cities. As the sun rose, the fog slowly started to recede, revealing the beauty of the surroundings. Time to go back, Mavrose. Quack, quack, Q. Mavrose responded. The black dragon was playing in the snow, but he immediately ran to Han-Yeol after being called. The beautiful snow in the area was truly an eye-catching treat that made it extremely tempting to start a snowball fight, but they did not have the luxury to play around. It was at that moment, as the two were about to return to camp, that quack, quack, Han-Yeol's sensitive ears picked up someone's presence. Who could that be? He was not that far away from the main road leading to the Cheolwon hunting ground. It went without saying that the Cheolwon hunting ground did not belong to Han-Yeol, and it did not matter if someone else came to hunt in it. However, this hunting ground was not that famous, so it was extremely rare for anyone to come to it. Han-Yeol could tell that 10 people were approaching the hunting ground, judging from the sound of the snow crunching under their boots and the mana they were emitting. But what piqued Han-Yeol's interest was the fact that all 10 of them were hunters. Some might wonder what the big deal was, but those who were sharp could immediately tell why this was something that would catch Han-Yeol's interest. They didn't bring a porter with them. Han-Yeol wondered. The Cheolwon hunting ground was covered in a thick blanket of snow, making it inaccessible with normal vehicles. A hunting party would typically require a special vehicle like the Caterpillar tractor to navigate through such terrain, but these hunters did not even bring one with them. This was quite strange because hunters capable of hunting in the Cheolwon hunting ground would undoubtedly be able to afford such a vehicle in the first place. Is it possible to come to a hunting ground without porters? Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion. This was reality, not some video game. While it might be possible for the hunters to gain experience by hunting monsters, they couldn't earn experience points and level up like in a game except for one person. That ability was probably reserved for Han-Yeol and Han-Yeol alone. In short, the only logical reason for the hunters to risk coming to this dangerous hunting ground was to make money, and the main tool they required to achieve this was none other than the porters. After all, it was extremely rare for the hunters to both hunt and do the work of porters. The proud hunters were not going to bother themselves with doing work that could be done by slightly trained ordinary people. This meant that it was impossible for the hunters to make money unless they brought porters along for the hunt. Han-Yeol used demon eyes just to make sure, and he could not find any porters or tractors together with the group of hunters. Could it be that rumored raid party? He suddenly remembered something he had heard while working as a porter. Rumors said that there was an elite raid party composed only of S-rank hunters, and one of their leaders' skills was powerful yet strange. The leader of the raid party was rumored to be able to open a portal to another dimension and store things inside of it. Anything that was placed in this dimension would not rot or go bad, so the raid party used that ability to shove whatever monster they hunted into it and take them out later at a factory after they finished their hunt. The group of hunters was probably that rumored raid party. I think they are called the Special S Raid Party if I recall correctly. Han-Yeol could still remember the raid party's name, despite a long time having passed, as their name sounded quite unique. Although Han-Yeol was no longer interested in S-rank hunters, he couldn't help but feel quite curious about the raid party leader's peculiar skill. Then, a thought suddenly came to his head. Will it be possible for me to get that skill? He wondered. It would have been impossible for him to acquire the skill if he were a normal hunter, and he probably would have found it amazing, gotten jealous, and cursed his own abilities. However, Han-Yeol was extremely far from an ordinary hunter. If there was anyone who could covet someone else's skill, it was probably him, as he had the ability to create new skills out of nothing. Of course, there was the hassle of not being able to outright steal someone else's skill. Instead, he had to create it by performing certain actions. But will it even be possible to create that skill? My skills are created through action, but how am I supposed to do anything related to dimensional spaces? He wondered. It was only natural for him to question the possibility of creating such a skill, since his cheat-like skill had its limitations no matter how overpowered it was. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying? He shrugged, coming to the conclusion that it was probably a good idea to join the Special S Raid Party for now. Shall we make the first move? He thought with a smirk. Then, he said, let's go, Mavrose. Q. Whoosh. Han-Yeol immediately made a move, thinking it best not to run into them in this secluded mountain trail. Instead, he planned to encounter them at the main road to make their chance encounter seem as natural as possible. So, he decided to meet them later at the entrance and pretend to be just another hunter hunting in the Cheolwon hunting ground. He first returned to camp and was welcomed by Mujahid. Did you go for a walk, Hyungnim? Mujahid asked. Yeah, these kinds of tranquil mountains put me in a good mood. Haha, that's great to hear. I agree with you, Hyungnim. I think that Korea's nature has a simple yet exquisite charm to them. I have seen different kinds of nature far grander than Korea while traveling through Europe, China, and Southeast Asia, but this country has a certain vibe that only it could create. Well, I guess you're right. I'm not sure, I haven't been overseas yet, so I can't really comment on that. Haha, I see. The two of them chatted for a while before Mujahid finally noticed the 10 mana approaching them. He muttered, Hyungnim. So, you finally noticed them too? Yes, I sense 10 powerful people coming toward us. Yeah, you're right. They've probably noticed us by now too. I agree. They seem to be weaker than me, but it would be difficult for me to guarantee victory if at least 2 of them ganged up on me. It was not all too surprising that Mujahid would think that the Special S-Raid Party members were weaker than him despite being the same S-rank hunters. The Special S-Raid Party might be made up of elite members, but it was known that they were not that powerful. After all, a truly powerful S-rank hunter could establish his own raid or become a high-ranking executive of a guild instead of bunching up together with other S-rank hunters. In short, the S-rank hunters of the Special S-Raid Party were not that powerful. However, this did not mean that they were weak or lacking in any way, as they were only considered weak when compared to other monster-like S-rank hunters. Oh, there are others that got here before us. They don't seem to be Koreans. Do foreigners hunt in here too? Hey, isn't it surprising that a raid party made up of foreigners is active in our country? Yeah, you're right. Each country had its own unique approach to how their hunters operated. It was not uncommon for hunters from developed countries to venture to vast and undeveloped territories for hunting. However, South Korea had a distinct practice of sending its hunters abroad instead of hosting foreign ones, making it a rare occurrence to encounter foreign hunters within the country. Thus, the members of the Special S-Raid Party couldn't help but feel surprised when they stumbled upon a group of foreigners in the hunting ground. Hold on a second. Those people look like Arabs. Arabs? The only Arabs in our country would be. Don't tell me they're the Horus Raid Party. Can you not generalize everyone from that part of the world as Arabs? They're going to get offended, you know? Han-Yeol thought. There was nothing wrong with referring to Arabians as Arabs, but many Egyptians took pride in identifying themselves primarily as Egyptians rather than being grouped under the general term Arabs. The rise of Egypt under the leadership of Faye filled the Egyptians with immense pride, as they were gradually becoming a formidable powerhouse in the world. This newfound glory instilled a strong sense of national identity, leading them to prefer being recognized as Egyptians rather than simply as Arabs. Consequently, foreigners who mistakenly referred to the locals as Arabs would often receive scolding from the Egyptians. The Egyptians wanted to be acknowledged and known as Egyptians, which reflected their pride in being part of a powerful nation. However, despite their preference for being recognized as Egyptians, many people still referred to them as Arabs due to their shared Arabic language. Additionally, some far-right-wing individuals in the country began advocating for the development of their own language based on ancient Coptic texts. In fact, a few impatient people had already started working on creating their own language. Some Egyptian scholars who saw the need for their own language traveled to South Korea to study the only known language in the world that was created by a single individual at a specific date, the Korean alphabet. This language system fascinated scholars and inspired them in their quest to disassociate themselves from other Arab countries both culturally and religiously. As the conversation about the Horus Raid Party continued, the Special S-Raid Party members remembered that the Horus Raid Party had returned to Egypt 2 months ago. However, they realized that the prince, Tayrana's brother, Mujahid, had stayed behind and considered the possibility that the group they encountered might be his raid party. They deduced the situation on their own, arrived at a conclusion independently, and nodded in satisfaction among themselves. That Mujahid is also an S-rank, right? Yeah, I think they call him an Osirik rank hunter or something in their country. Excellent. We're going to ask him to join our hunt then. Huh, what? What did you say? Really? Wow, that's crazy.